Draco Malfoy harbored a secret since his childhood. He possessed a so-called melon-eating system gifted to him by the world. Oh, Merlin stockings, they're utterly astonishing, akin to magical beings. Lucius, I'm aware of this secret. Narcissa, 1. Snape, 1. Dumbledore, Harry, Ron, Hermione, 1. Certain faculty and students of Hogwarts, 1. Chapter 0, Origins. A swirl of vibrant colors traversed the pitch-black, distorted starry sky, its form suddenly growing unstable, reminiscent of a stuttering PowerPoint presentation. This shell has barely traveled a short distance and is already fatigued. How utterly useless. It glanced around and noticed a diminutive world not far away, instantly leaping towards it. Hello there. I am a charming little system passing by. May I enter your world to take a brief respite? The small orb of light halted before a faintly white barrier, politely conjuring tiny appendages to mimic a knocking gesture, yet received no response. A hashtag materialized on its forehead, and the previously ethereal hand drew nearer to the barrier. Is there any awareness here? I'm about to enter. As its tiny appendage made contact with the barrier, an ominous creaking sound echoed, as if the barrier were overwhelmed. Wait, hold on. I'm about to shatter. QQ, please let me in. A drab little orb slowly revealed half of itself from behind the barrier. Feeling somewhat socially anxious, having hesitated on whether to open the door for the unfamiliar system. This little system exuded an eerie aura, and an instinct warned it that if the little system pressed further, it might fragment into countless pieces. A faint ache coursed through its being. Hey, why are you hiding and remaining silent? I merely passed through here. My system is out of power, and I came to rest. I am not a villain. The colorful little orb retracted its hand and bounced into this small world. I am a free little system. You may call me Lulu. Greetings, I do not possess a name. The gray orb replied shyly, perceiving Lulu as vibrant and amiable. Perhaps it had misjudged earlier. I am a nascent little world. How may I recharge? I am a low magic realm with little of value. As it spoke, a hint of insecurity surfaced. It was the first time a guest had arrived, and it wished to host well, yet had nothing of significance to offer. Stealing a glance at Lulu, it noted how splendidly colorful she was, clearly from a wealthy family. I do not require such things, Lulu declared, hands on imaginary waist. I can restore my energy independently. I am merely a bit weary from traveling and wish to rest before embarking on further adventures. With that, Lulu circled the gray orb in delight. How is it that you lack even a name? Is not a name something one is bestowed with at birth? How peculiar you are. Oh, you have a slight imperfection. Lulu expressed her astonishment. It was her first encounter with such an unusual world consciousness, and her curiosity piqued. I do not know. I simply awoke like this. The gray orb felt a surge of panic. Upon awakening, its mind was a blank slate, devoid of understanding, only capable of watching the flow of time and observing the individuals it admired. You should be called. Ian, you are quite intriguing. Let us be friends. Lulu carefully sensed the currents of fate and uncovered the name of this little fool. Indeed, it was all too fascinating. She extended her tiny hand. Of course, I would love to be your friend. Ian felt a mix of shyness and anticipation. Lulu was so impressive, having discovered his name from the River of Time when he had been unable to do so himself. How marvelous it was to befriend such an extraordinary being. Ian, I am fully recharged. I can soon embark on a new journey. Lulu exclaimed, feeling invigorated, and spoke eagerly to Ian. So soon. Ian was taken aback. He had only just met this friend, yet she was already preparing to set forth on a new adventure. He felt a twinge of surprise and reluctance. When shall we meet again? I will miss you, QAQ. Oh, I forgot you are an entirely clueless little soul. Lulu comforted, patting Ian's head and retrieving a package 3 to 4 times her size from within her being. This is for you. It is a gift my father prepared for my friends. Everyone receives one. Inside, you will find something to keep in touch with me. She enthusiastically stuffed it into Ian's embrace. Ian could not quite fathom why he felt so peculiar, yet he joyfully accepted it. This was his very first gift, which was truly splendid, was it not? Thank you, Lulu. I have nothing to offer you in return, but this is a fragment of my essence, infused with my blessings for you. Please accept it. He extracted a wisp of golden, almost tangible mist, feeling a twinge of anxiety, fearing it might be dismissed. Thank you, Ian. I am about to embark on my journey. Do remember to keep in touch. Oh wait, I must hurry. I will contact you once I arrive at my destination. If you have any questions, feel free to leave me a message. Lulu embraced Ian, waved goodbye, and with a single leap, vanished. Ian waved farewell to his swiftly disappearing friend, suddenly struck by the thought, how did Lulu's father know how many friends Lulu had, each with prepared gifts? Unable to comprehend, he chose to let it go and happily unwrapped the package in search of something to connect with his friend. Although it appeared to be a small parcel, it was in truth a diminutive world, though it should be referred to as a small realm. However, Ian's world, lacking red, was an incomplete small world, and thus he remained unaware. The moment he opened it, it transformed into a stream of light and merged into Ian's being. Ian was utterly astounded by the grand gesture of Lulu's father as he gazed upon an array of celestial materials, earthly treasures, and extraordinary beasts within the small world. Many were unfamiliar to him, yet their names and specific uses instantly surfaced in his mind upon sight. It was a realm far more opulent than his own. He felt as if he had been pampered by his friend, wondering if his gift of a mere fragment of essence was too meager. No, he resolved to strive diligently to amass abundant essence to present to Lulu. A genuine friendship must be nurtured by both parties to endure, and this was his first heartfelt bond. In the past. Wait, what was in the past? Ian felt a bit lost, unable to recall, and decided not to dwell on it. He cherished his first friend dearly. Ian finally located the item, said, to facilitate communication. It was a round, silvery object. Curiously, he pressed the small protrusion button, and instantly, a pale blue screen appeared before him. He poked around inquisitively, discovering two luminous areas on either side. When he pressed the left side, his name promptly sprang forth, accompanied below by Lulu's name, rendered in gray. Ian began to understand. It seemed that gray indicated something one could not press, much like how Lulu was currently traveling and thus invisible. Surely, once Lulu reached her destination, they would be able to converse. In the lower right corner, Ian noticed a line of small text that read, Number 6837? What does this mean? I cannot comprehend. Unable to make sense of it, he chose to dismiss it and excitedly clicked on the right side, asking, What is the world? How to create a good world? He perused the densely packed courses, rapidly scrolling downwards. Days and nights concealed beside the chosen one. A romance with the villain's son. A battle of wits. What on earth was this? The more he read, the more perplexed he became, his mind filled with questions until he finally spotted how to rapidly amass essence at the very end, which made his eyes light up as he clicked on it. First, deploy a system, then find an agreeable human to bind with, and then... Wait, is that all? After contemplating for a while, Ian concluded that something felt amiss, yet he could not pinpoint what was wrong. Regardless, he understood that breaking fate was the key. He then opened another title, How to Choose an Exceptional System, and began reading with great interest. Excellent. I have grasped it. Ian enthusiastically selected a gossip system, for as the consciousness of the world, he wished to uncover certain truths. Was it not within his grasp? He activated all the gossip buttons within the system with a single click and placed some small trinkets gifted by Lulu inside as rewards, for he was now a prosperous little world. Ian thought with a hint of pride. Next, he needed to find a human. He approached the river of time, searching for the child who had instantly captured his affection. The child he adored the most was celebrating his 5th birthday today. He was being led by his mother along a lengthy corridor, his platinum head held high, resembling a proud little peacock, though his gray-blue eyes inexplicably lacked any glimmer. He is truly adorable. This is the one, my favorite human. Ian gently cast the system into the river, watching it merge into the body of the platinum little peacock. Happy birthday. Ian gazed at the little peacock, his heart swelling with indescribable emotions. It seemed that seeing him happy also warmed his own heart, nearly bringing him to tears. This feeling was fleeting, and Ian shook his head. Why did I suddenly zone out? He forgot his earlier emotions and excitedly observed the river of time, occasionally glancing at the communicator to see if Lulu's name had illuminated. After a while, he could not resist picking up the communicator to leave a message for Lulu. Dear Lulu, I hope this letter finds you well. Upon opening the small package you sent, I discovered it contained an abundance of treasures. I will strive to gather more essence so that when we meet again, I can bestow it upon you. Following the methods recorded above, I have gifted a system to a juvenile I adore immensely. His name is Draco Malfoy. Attached is a picture. Isn't he simply adorable? After observing him for a while, I came to write you this letter. It is somewhat strange. Why does it seem that so many can hear the juvenile's faint thoughts? Is this good or bad? Fortunately, I have provided the juvenile with a shield, preventing anyone from voicing their thoughts. It is a tad dull, and I long to hear about your experiences during your journey. Your friend, Ian, eagerly awaiting your reply. Chapter 1. The unusual child. The Malfoy child is peculiar, or so say the aristocrats who have caught wind of the rumors. At a gathering hosted by the Malfoy family, they covertly observed the platinum couple whispering in a corner. Has anyone seen that esteemed young master? Mrs. Travers, fanning herself with an air of condescension, inquired of the ladies gathered around her. As a member of the sacred 28 pure-blood families, and one who had once followed that illustrious gentleman, she harbored a tinge of jealousy towards the Malfoy family, especially Mrs. Malfoy, who had not only emerged unscathed but had also begun to assume a leading role. I've heard he is already 6 years old, yet no one has laid eyes upon that delicate young master. I wonder if her words trailed off, concealed within a light chuckle, causing the expressions of the ladies surrounding her to shift subtly. Some astute individuals discreetly edged away from the core of the small circle, silently mocking the foolish woman who boldly spoke her mind at the host gathering. How is it that anyone can now enter Malfoy Manor? A voice, deep and resonant like a cello, interjected from behind them, laced with elegance and irony. Well, it seems our noble Malfoy patriarch is quite the philanthropist, isn't he? Mrs. Travers was startled by the sudden voice and turned to see a gaunt figure clad in black robes, his medium-length hair seemingly well-groomed, and his hollow, dark eyes fixed upon her, instilling a sense of dread that rendered her speechless. She recognized him as the youngest master of potions, Severus Snape, a friend of Lucius and the godfather to the young master she had just spoken of. Severus. Lucius approached, embracing his old friend, dressed in a silver-black formal attire. His long platinum hair fell neatly behind him, revealing a face of exquisite beauty that rivaled any enchantress, causing the heartbeats of the surrounding ladies and even some gentlemen to quicken. Narcissa trailed closely behind him, adorned in a deep green gown that accentuated her fair complexion, not the ostentatious beauty of Lucius, but rather like a daffodil blooming quietly in a secluded valley, exuding a serene, ethereal grace. I'm so glad you could join us on such an important day. I know you're not fond of these social gatherings. Perhaps you should go see little Draco. I fear he may forget you, his godfather. He cast a fleeting glance at the frozen Mrs. Travers and the perspiring Mr. Travers nearby. Do not be vexed by the words of inconsequential individuals. I doubt anyone dares to criticize the Malfoys. With that, he paid no heed to the hushed silence that had fallen over the banquet hall and elegantly led Severus Snape upstairs. If your mind has not been muddled by beauty potions, you should know who the guest of honor is at this soiree. The serpent always spews its venom, even towards friends. I believe I have said all that needed to be said, and my guests must permit the host a moment of personal affairs. Lucius gracefully turned, raising the goblet delivered by a house elf. And now, I must attend to my little prince, for he is indeed the true star of this gathering. He nodded at the guests below. The air in the hall seemed to circulate anew, and as glasses clinked and laughter filled the space, it was as if nothing had transpired until the figures of the Malfoy couple and the Master of Potions vanished from sight, at which point a wave of whispers erupted. It seems we might finally catch a glimpse of that young master today. Today appears to be his birthday. It seems the next heir of the Malfoy lineage is to be revealed. How unfortunate. I should have brought my daughter to cultivate their bond. Each guest harbored their own schemes, while the Travers couple went unnoticed, or rather, discreetly disregarded, having been politely ushered out by a house elf under Narcissa's subtle direction. Just a fallen family. Narcissa mused indifferently, smiling and nodding at the surrounding guests as she turned to follow Lucius. Upstairs, as they entered the corridor, Lucius slowed his pace until he halted before a door, hesitating. Snape cast a sidelong glance. What is this? You seem oddly out of sorts today, Lucius. As a longtime friend, he immediately discerned that something was amiss, his demeanor growing serious. Is it Draco? Remembering the obedient child, now 6. Lucius had been preoccupied with mending the aftermath of events, navigating Dumbledore's provocations, grading the assignments of that group of troublesome trolls, and occasionally brewing potions for that old bee for the past 2 years, and had scarcely seen his beloved godson. Severus. Lucius hesitated, having conferred with Narcissa. If anyone were to be entrusted with such knowledge, it would certainly be Severus. Little Draco, Since that incident, he has been unwell. Over the years, Narcissa and I have tried every means possible to encourage him to communicate, yet last year, a miracle occurred. I assure you, it must be a gift from Merlin, Severus. You are our most trusted ally. Perhaps you will understand if you enter. Today marks the 5th birthday of the young master of the Malfoy family, and everyone in the manor was diligently adorning every corner for this significant occasion. Narcissa traversed the long corridor, pushing open the door at the end, one that seemed out of place, filled with a whimsical air of fairy tales. Skillfully, she stepped across the carpet strewn with various toys and books, reaching the window where she gently pulled aside the curtains, allowing the sunlight to bathe the entire room, resting softly upon the bed and illuminating a platinum-haired little head. His gray-blue eyes, still glistening with tears, sleepily regarded her arrival. Narcissa approached tenderly, leaning down to kiss the angelic child. "My dear little Draco, happy birthday? Would you like to unwrap your gifts?" She gazed at her precious son, Draco Malfoy, who seemed to have inherited all of her and her husband's finest traits. Patiently awaiting his response, Draco stared at her unblinkingly, and after a moment seemed to register her presence, sitting up. "Good morning, Mama." Narcissa meticulously dressed her little darling, tending to his hair. Since that fateful incident, she had taken it upon herself to care for him, never entrusting his well-being to another. It had taken her and Lucius 3 years to coax their little dragon to slowly open his heart to them. Though it was but a fraction, it brought her to the brink of tears each time she heard the word Mama. Hand in hand, she led Draco downstairs, where Lucius hurriedly stepped forward to greet his beloved wife and son, gently kissing Narcissa's forehead before squatting to embrace Draco. "Our little dragon is 5 now, soon to be a big boy. Happy birthday, my little dragon." He then planted a kiss on his son's soft, fragrant cheek. Draco slowly raised his hand to cover his face, gazing blankly at Lucius for a moment before suddenly leaning in to plant a kiss on him. "Happy birthday, Daddy." He then turned to Narcissa, who was standing close by, and kissed her as well. "Happy birthday, Mama." The unexpected affection left both parents momentarily speechless. Narcissa covered her mouth in excitement, struggling to hold back tears, while Lucius, though appearing composed, felt his eyes begin to glisten. "Ahem. Come now, little dragon. Let us have breakfast first. Afterward, your father and I will accompany you to unwrap your gifts, shall we?" Lucius was the first to regain his composure, eager for his precious son to express himself a bit more. He seated Draco at the dining table, both parents gazing at him with hopeful anticipation. Draco tilted his head, perplexed by the way his parents gazed at him. Aware of his illness, he yearned to reassure them that he was fine and that they need not worry. He felt the warmth of their love enveloping him, and he wished to express his affection in return. However, as he opened his mouth, it seemed as though an invisible barrier stifled his voice, rendering it inaudible to his parents. Suddenly, he found it difficult to breathe, a buzzing sound filling his ears, until a voice broke through the din, illuminating his surroundings with vibrant colors, gradually introducing sounds and scents. The voice declared, "Greetings, Master. System 65 has arrived. Everyone, stand aside." Chapter 2. The Peculiar System. 65. Draco pondered the odd name, oblivious to the slight stiffness in Lucius and Narcissa's bodies and the panic reflected in their eyes. He failed to notice the tightening grip Lucius had on his serpent-headed wand or Narcissa's hand subtly clutching her wand, ready for defense. Hello. It's me. I am the illustrious System 65, the strongest gossip system across all realms, at your service, Master." The voice of System 65 was unlike anything Draco had ever heard, resonating with a metallic tone, reminiscent of the sound of a golden snitch gliding through the air. How curious, Draco thought. He had never encountered any creature capable of conversing within one's mind, igniting a spark of curiosity within him. "Why do you call me Master? I do not know you. Also, what does gossip mean? Do you enjoy eating melons? Are you a magical creature? Are you in my mind? Why can't I see you?" Although Draco's responses were somewhat delayed, his inner thoughts brimmed with vibrant curiosity. I am not one of those mundane magical beings. I lack a physical form, bound to your soul, dear Master. I am a gift from the consciousness of the world, a birthday present for you." System 65 replied, brimming with pride. "I am aware of you, Master. When I first came into being, I heard the world consciousness proclaim that you are its favorite child. As for gossip, it does not refer to literally eating melons. Rather, it signifies knowing secrets unknown to others, juicy tidbits, if you will. Past or future, there is nothing I am not privy to." Lucius and Narcissa exchanged grave glances, their long-standing understanding allowing them to comprehend that this strange entity was privy to their beloved dragon's thoughts. For the moment, it appeared this sudden arrival bore no ill intentions towards their child. Narcissa tightened her grip on Lucius's hand resting on the table, while her other hand remained firmly on her wand, ever vigilant. They understood this could be their child's opportunity, perhaps a turning point. Yet the notion that the world itself was alive stirred an absurd sensation within them. Will you harm my parents? May I tell them of your existence? Draco inquired innocently. Having perused some of the family's tomes during times of silence, observing and contemplating, albeit with limited understanding, all he wished to ascertain was whether his parents would be in danger. Of course not. System 65 exclaimed, taken aback and feeling slighted. I am a legitimate entity produced by the consciousness of the world, adhering to all lawful protocols. However, you cannot reveal my existence to others. It is a rule of the universe. Each month, you may check in once and receive a delightful gift from the world consciousness. Random treasures, all splendid. The world's gifts? Draco's expression subtly shifted, curiosity piqued. What might those be? The world desires for destinies to be altered, hence my arrival. However, my purpose is simply to enjoy the gossip without necessitating any action on our part. The moment I appeared, fate began to shift. My task is to accompany you as you grow, dear master. System 65 eagerly anticipated Draco experiencing the joys of gossip. When you encounter individuals entwined in fate, secrets will emerge for you to explore. How do I enjoy this gossip? Draco hesitantly queried, inadvertently brushing against a newspaper nearby. Although he struggled to grasp System 65's words fully, he sensed the truth in its statements. It harbored no malice towards them. Despite his youth, he contemplated that perhaps this was his chance. If I recover, my parents will no longer worry. Draco was a somewhat slow child, and due to his illness, he remained oblivious to the passage of time, unaware of how peculiar the scene appeared to their house elf. The young master sat quietly in his chair, having remained silent since the elder master posed his question. Minutes passed, and concerns arose. Would the young master grow hungry? Doris anxiously twisted her hands together. Ding. Searching. Search successful. Oh, this is a major scoop. No wonder you are my master. System 65 exclaimed excitedly. This pertains to Dumbledore and Grindelwald. Dumbledore? I don't have anyone named Dumbledore at home, Draco replied, intrigued, recognizing the familiarity of the name, yet unable to place it. Not only was he curious, but Lucius and Narcissa, who had been apprehensive, also grew intrigued. Did their little dragon not realize who he was referring to? The most illustrious white wizard of this century and the original Dark Lord, bound by blood? It is likely that the newspaper beside you features a photograph of Dumbledore, hence the search result, System 65 concluded, having scanned the surroundings, disregarding the peculiar couple, and identified the cause. Subsequently, a luminous screen materialized before Draco. This is for your eyes only, master. Come and see if it is a tale of the past or the future. In 1899, Grindelwald was expelled from Durmstrang. That summer, while searching for one of the Deathly Hallows, the invisibility cloak, he stayed at his Aunt Bathilda Bagshot's home in Godric's Hollow, where he met Albus Dumbledore. They subsequently formed a blood pact in a barn. Grindelwald and Dumbledore planned to locate the Deathly Hallows, inciting a revolution in the wizarding world to overthrow the International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, establishing a regime where wizards would govern the Muggle world. However, later, Albus and Grindelwald engaged in a fierce duel. In an attempt to stop them, Albus also joined the fray, resulting in the tragic death of Dumbledore's sister, Ariana. Grindelwald fled Godric's Hollow, stealing the Elder Wand, and pursued their revolutionary aspirations at all costs. Through violent actions in America and Europe, Grindelwald ultimately established a power base in Nuremberg, Austria. In the 1932 Bhutan elections, Grindelwald clashed with Albus Dumbledore, shattering their blood pact. In 1945, at the height of Grindelwald's power, Albus confronted him in a legendary duel and ultimately defeated him, sentencing him to life imprisonment in Nuremberg's tower. System 65 expressed its emotions with an outpouring of enthusiasm, but their relationship was not merely that of enemies or superficial allies. They were lovers. The blood pact was a token of their devotion. 2 months of infatuation, a century of unspoken love. How moving. Truly it is. Draco was somewhat perplexed by System 65's words, clouded in confusion. Is it like the relationship between my parents? A single phrase awakened the two to a sense of unity. It's somewhat close, haha. Master need not delve into these matters. You are still but a little baby. By the way, Master hasn't checked in yet. Would you like to come and see? Within their hearts, Lucius and Narcissa kindled a flicker of hope. Could it be that their little dragon might recover? Draco was intrigued by the reward. What could it possibly be? Would it be a little dragon gifted to him? His father had constructed a dragon sanctuary for him in Romania. Yet he insisted it was too perilous and that Draco must wait until he was older to visit. Even then, he could only observe, if given the chance. He yearned for a little dragon he could keep close. Check in. Ding. Acquired gene therapy potion 1 can repair genetic damage, detects host's physical condition, recommended for immediate use. With a loud crash, Lucius and Narcissa sprang to their feet, their chairs clattering to the floor, startling even Draco, who had been lost in his own world, to finally glance at them. Ahem, little dragon, Mother and I have baked a cake for you with our own hands. Shall we fetch it for you? Lucius wished not to frighten his little dragon and opened his mouth to express what he had heard, only to find an unyielding force preventing him from speaking. He had to retract his words, admitting that he and Narcissa had indeed made a cake for their precious little dragon that day, due to the mess they had made. It was only Narcissa who had gone to wake Draco, while he had hurriedly tidied himself. He could not disclose that he had overheard their conversation, for the existence of the system required confidentiality. Would that potion need to be accessed in solitude? The couple fervently hoped that this potion would prove effective, restoring their little dragon to health. Regarding their suspicions about the system, he did not deny that the Malfoy family was wealthy and powerful, but the world? He found it hard to believe that a small wizarding family could influence anything significant. What could be the motive? His doubts about the system had nearly dissipated after being privy to such a secret. As long as it was beneficial for their little dragon, that was enough. As for that secret, the Malfoys were known for their prowess in investments, were they not? Thank you, Father and Mother. Draco's delicate face bore no trace of emotion. I love Father and Mother the most. Lucius summoned a smile for his precious little dragon, hastily pulling Narcissa along as they departed. They paused only at the corner, where he softly instructed, Doris, bring the cake over here. With a gentle pop, Doris appeared, holding the cake, standing respectfully behind them. Lucius, fret not. Trust in the little dragon. Everything is on the mend, is it not? Narcissa tenderly leaned against Lucius, both anxiously and eagerly gazing toward the living room, silently awaiting the miracle to unfold. Chapter 3. The Strange Malfoy. Once their parents were out of sight, Draco retrieved the potion from the system's inventory. Not wishing to cause his father and mother any worry, he had intended to return to his room before taking it out. The gene repair potion shimmered in a warm golden hue, adorned with glistening flecks, evoking a cozy sensation. It resembles Felix Felici's, quite beautiful. Is it to be consumed directly? Indeed, this potion is specially formulated for minors in the interstellar realm. It is sweet and quite pleasant. Not only does it repair damage, but it also further develops the host's potential. If the average human's developmental capacity is 5%, that of a wizard 10%, and that of a top-tier wizard 20%, upon consumption, you shall reach an astonishing 50%, dear master. 65 explained carefully to his young master. Draco lifted the potion to his lips, and the bottle dissolved into sparkling golden light. He felt warmth enveloping him, akin to the comforting embrace of his parents. As a golden aura gradually began to swirl around him, gently undulating, Draco's already striking features became even more adorable and flawless. His platinum hair seemed to glimmer, and his gray-blue eyes sparkled with brilliance. The magic gradually returned to Draco's body. He perceived the world around him with newfound clarity, and with a soft pop, the barrier that had always lingered beside him faded away. Draco, Lucius, and Narcissa, having witnessed that wondrous moment, completely cast aside their doubts. They composed themselves and slowly approached Draco with the cake, striving to appear calm and unaware, filled with anticipation as they neared their little dragon. Draco turned, his face lighting up with a smile that melted the couple's hearts. Good morning, Father and Mother. Oh, Merlin's socks. My precious little dragon. Narcissa, for the first time, lost her noble composure, stumbling as she rushed to embrace Draco tightly. Lucius stood nearby, wrapping his arms around his cherished wife and son, silently expressing gratitude to the world's consciousness and System 65. Thank you, Father and Mother. Once the two had calmed their emotions, Draco gazed earnestly at his beloved family. Aware of the immense sacrifices his parents had made for him, even the slightest progress on his part filled them with uncontainable joy. I love Father and Mother the most. Draco may not have realized how his cherubic face, combined with his soft utterance of love, was utterly irresistible, at least not to Lucius and Narcissa. Narcissa planted a kiss on her son's soft cheek, and Lucius followed suit, pretending to be serious as he remarked, You never need to thank us, Draco. Father and Mother love you unconditionally. He could not help but chuckle. It must be said that the Malfoy family was renowned for producing beauties. It was only natural that Mr. Malfoy, even after years of marriage, would have numerous admirers flocking to him. When he smiled, the surrounding opulence faded into the background, overshadowed by his radiance. The family embraced warmly, and Narcissa retrieved the cake that had just been set aside, placing it before Draco. With a wave of her wand, she lit the candles. Little dragon, come and make a wish, and savor the cake that Father and Mother made for you. Draco obediently closed his eyes. I wish for Father and Mother to always be with me, for our family to remain joyfully united. Lucius and Narcissa smiled as they watched their precious one blow out the candles. Lucius, Doris cannot hear. Narcissa gazed tenderly at Draco, her smile unwavering as she softly murmured, Perhaps there were conditions. It was just uncertain who could hear these words. Moreover, regarding Narcissa, Lucius pondered the moment when the world system transformed the destinies of wizards and muggles. He felt the rules materialize suddenly in his mind. An unseen voice prompted him, forbidding him from speaking, from being detected, and from causing harm to Draco Malfoy. You sensed it, did you not? I did too. At least I know it is safeguarding Draco. As long as it posed no threat to Draco, it was of no consequence. Their abilities could be explored gradually. After all, today marked an important day for their little dragon. Lucius. Narcissa spoke calmly, aware that delving into such mysteries was beyond human control. It required careful, gradual exploration. You are always right, Narcissa. Lucius embraced her, watching as a strange expression appeared on Draco's cherubic face. One he had envisioned countless times in his dreams. The joy of eating a small cake, curiosity about gifts, disdain for gifts he did not favor, and the adoration for a child's broomstick. Father, I want a dragon. Lucius snapped back to reality, discreetly rubbing his waist where Narcissa had playfully pinched him. Of course, my dear, but we must wait until you are a bit older. We can first acquire a dragon sanctuary that belongs solely to you when you turn 11. Perhaps we can even bring a dragon to Hogwarts? But that is still so far away, it feels like an eternity. The 5-year-old Draco puffed out his cheeks. 65. Will a dragon be drawn in the lottery? Of course, my master. With a stroke of good fortune, you might even summon a divine beast, all of which will comply with your every command without fail. There are also methods for achieving immortality and a plethora of wondrous artifacts for traversing time and space. This declaration stirred the hearts of the Malfoy couple, but Draco's subsequent words brought a glimmer of moisture to their eyes. But what use are these things? All I desire is for my mother and father to remain by my side forever. In Draco's tender heart, his parents have always held the utmost importance, and perhaps now, there was the addition of a certain 65, who would help him cease his ailments. You may call me Little Dragon, 65. I believe we were already friends. Yay. Little Dragon, after you draw one, you can teach your parents. Just ensure that my existence remains a secret. You could concoct any tale. Perhaps that an old man gifted it to you in a dream, or that a shooting star fell into your embrace. 65's voice held a hint of shyness. For Little Dragon was his very first friend. 65, having hastily scanned through the novels in the system's library, whispered ideas into Draco's ear. It could be said to be a blessing from Merlin. Just the other day, my parents thought my recovery was a gift from him. The young child, not yet capable of grasping the profound implications of immortality, remained blissfully unaware of the obsession that some harbor towards eternal life. Sheltered within his ivory tower, the prince wished only to live happily ever after with the king and queen. I wish for 3 dragons, one for father, one for mother, and one for myself. What should we name them? Surely, they would always be together. The trio immersed themselves in this warm atmosphere. Half a year was ample time for the Malfoy couple to subtly discern who could hear them. Thus far, among those invited, be they house elves, muggles, wizards from Nocturne Alley, or nobility, none could perceive Draco's innermost thoughts. The range of these thoughts extended within a radius of 20 meters around Draco. To gather information, Lucius arranged a study adjacent to Draco's room, allowing him to overhear certain tidings while Draco remained within. Over the past 6 months, the Malfoy couple had not only eavesdropped on the romantic history of Grindelwald and Dumbledore, but they had also uncovered that young Barty Crouch was not dead, but rather imprisoned at home by old Barty Crouch. Mrs. Crouch had succumbed to a potion in Azkaban. The diary within their home was a Horcrux of Voldemort, and the Black family's vault contained another of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the Hufflepuff Cup. Of course, there was more. They learned of the various affairs within the noble families and the rapid developments in the Muggle world, all of which Lucius meticulously noted, subtly conveying this information in conversation to intimidate those nobles. Undoubtedly, these crucial pieces of information would serve as leverage in his negotiations with Dumbledore. Lucius pondered quietly. For if Draco's extraordinary abilities were to come to the attention of Voldemort, who sought immortality, he could not guarantee the absolute safety of his little dragon. He realized his own position was not high enough. It seemed time for the Muggle world to expand its industries. Moreover, it was time to arrange a meeting with that old fox, Dumbledore. Lucius's thoughts wandered further afield as he noted that Little Dragon had recently lost interest in idle gossip, instead spending his days reading alongside 65, who found the absence of their usual excitement rather dull. Last month, Draco had drawn from a library in the neighboring magical world and had become particularly engrossed, selecting 2 books on elemental mage cultivation. He had previously drawn a gene repair potion, adult version, and had startled both himself and 65 when presenting it. Draco had solemnly declared that it was a gift from a white-bearded old man in his dreams, who claimed to be Merlin. He had even given them a stack of postcards of unknown purpose. 65, and he could only feign admiration, exclaiming in surprise, and praising Little Dragon for receiving Merlin's legacy. Just yesterday, he had drawn a mutated Thunderbird, and his recent busyness was solely to secure the legal documentation for Little Dragon's care. "Daddy, Mommy wants me to call you to the garden for afternoon tea." The study door swung open, and a platinum-haired little head peeked in, smiling sweetly at Lucius. Atop which rested a mass of bird's head adorned with snowy feathers that shimmered, multiple wings, and a golden beak and eyes. It was a juvenile Thunderbird. "Very well, my darling. But could you ask Liam to shrink a little? Otherwise, Daddy can't get out." Chapter 4. An Odd Daily Life. Lucius and Narcissa sat in the expansive courtyard, observing the white peacocks that wandered through the garden, along with the inexplicably mingled Thunderbird, savoring the rare leisure of an afternoon. Their precious Little Dragon was nearby, engrossed in a book beneath the shade of a tree. 65. Look at how formidable the protagonist is, Draco exclaimed, engrossed in a book from his last draw. He curiously glanced at it. It was indeed the age of believing in light, a magical reinterpretation of a Chinese hero's tale that had him utterly captivated. Those who know it to be impossible, yet strive for it, unite all forces that can be united. The fantastical worlds often left Draco, still naive and unaware of their deeper meanings, teary-eyed, yet unable to stop reading. Was it not more captivating than the stories of P. Espino? Recently, he had become particularly fond of this novel wherein the male lead uses himself as a pawn to challenge the gods. How can the light of fireflies compete with the brilliance of the full moon? How splendid! I too wish to be the protagonist, to trample Voldemort and become the savior. The Malfoy couple chuckled quietly at their child's flights of fancy. They were aware of Little Dragon's recent fascination with stories. Yet given that he excelled in all his lessons and demonstrated an extraordinary memory, far surpassing that of ordinary young wizards, they permitted him to indulge in extracurricular reading during his leisure time. This was certainly preferable to the time he had spent obsessively studying magical circuits, which, they had heard, needed to be inscribed upon the body, a perilous undertaking they could not openly prevent. After all, had it not been for the revelation of his thoughts, they would have been oblivious to Little Dragon's experiments within the system's space, and could only strive to distract Draco's attention. Draco had placed some of the novels he had read in the adjacent study. Lucius, too, had sneakily perused them, only to wonder if they were forbidden texts of dark magic, for the ideas within were profoundly contagious. Yet, they were indeed quite fascinating, captivating even Lucius, who found himself secretly enamored with them. Since consuming the gene repair potion, Lucius and Narcissa had not only regained their peak physical condition, but also found their mastery of magic becoming increasingly effortless. They could distinctly sense their magical potential exceeding that of most wizards. Particularly after studying the Elemental Mage Guide, they felt their power had significantly surged. Lucius dared to claim that he could hold his own against the Dark Lord. Once Lucius's dark mark was cleansed by his own holy light spell, his dread and loathing for Voldemort dissipated. He even found it somewhat absurd. Could the chasm between the two worlds be so vast? He had just reached the intermediate mage level, yet he could contend with you-know-who in the wizarding realm. Lucius clandestinely expanded the Malfoy enterprises in the Muggle world, discreetly assimilating some smaller families' industries within the wizarding community. Lucius was confident that even if the Dark Lord were to resurrect, he could ensure the safety of his wife and child, and uphold the glory of the Malfoy name. After all, he was a light mage, and with 65 as a water mage and a ray master, could they not triumph over Voldemort? However, Little Dragon, I believe being the protagonist does not suit you. You are far better suited to be the grand antagonist, 65 declared with certainty after exploring the vast ocean of knowledge alongside Draco. The protagonist finds himself an orphan, devoid of both car and home, embarking on a journey of relentless toil and hardship, harboring deep-seated resentment. Beside him stands a confidant, a companion of rare beauty, while an elderly figure offers guidance and support. Yet, you cannot bear the thought of losing your parents, and even a morning stumble leaves you in tears for quite some time. However, it is said that villains are always vanquished. Draco puffed out his cheeks, visibly displeased with his companion's assertion. I am a Malfoy. How could I possibly be defeated? Yet, you make a valid point. Upon reflection, it seems our family tends to embody the role of the antagonist. Draco pondered this profound realization, prompting Lucius and Narcissa, who had been pretending to be indifferent while eavesdropping on their conversation, to nearly spill their tea in surprise. Indeed, Little Dragon, consider this. You are the sole heir of the illustrious Malfoy lineage, a member of the sacred 28 pure-blood aristocracy. Wealth and power are yours. Your parents dote upon you, and your magical prowess far surpasses that of your peers. Did your mother not tell you a bedtime story about a savior in the wizarding world? That individual seems far more like the protagonist. 65, brimming with imagination, interjected, is it not the case that all young witches and wizards must attend Hogwarts? Perhaps you and this savior will become bitter rivals over trivial matters, inadvertently providing them with experiences that lead to their triumph, while you are left humiliated. Fear not. As long as I am here, I shall ensure no one dares to harm you, little dragon. Let me ascertain whether this savior possesses any weaknesses. Knowing one's adversary is crucial to victory. 65's enthusiasm was palpable, declaring, "My delicate and beautiful master, it is my duty to protect you." My goodness, little dragon. Have you heard the latest scandal involving the savior? Draco, still troubled by the prospect of being a villain, longed to assume the mantle of heroism and deliver those captivating lines to his foes. He imagined the admiration in the eyes of his fellow young wizards, akin to the exhilaration of riding a dragon. After all, villains seldom enjoy favorable conclusions. Upon hearing 65 mention the latest gossip regarding the savior, Draco's eyes lit up with curiosity. Pray tell, does this savior possess charisma akin to Frank? Frank being the protagonist of the novel he had been reading. Not quite. 65 replied. Allow me to explain. This savior's fate is quite tragic. From birth, their parents sacrificed themselves for them, leaving a scar upon their forehead courtesy of Voldemort. Unbeknownst to either party, the savior became a living Horcrux for Voldemort. Yet, misfortune did not cease there. They were sent to live with their aunt and uncle, enduring hunger and cold while residing in a cupboard under the stairs. Do you know what a stairwell is? It is scarcely larger than your bed. 65's voice grew increasingly animated, expressing both shock and indignation. They treated him like a house elf, subjecting him to physical abuse and verbal degradation. His stature is even comparable to yours. Oh no, I meant to say he is exceedingly frail. 65 sensed Draco's impending ire, and indeed, it was not long before it manifested. What do you mean, the same height as me? I merely take my time to grow. I shall undoubtedly be as tall as my father. No, even taller, Draco exclaimed, his cheeks flushed with anger, his lips forming a pout that could balance an oil can. Lucius and Narcissa could hardly suppress their amusement. Little did Draco realize how endearing his expressions were. But did the savior truly endure such a life? Dumbledore had spoken of the savior living a life akin to that of a prince in the Muggle world, prompting Lucius to internally scoff at Dumbledore's words, contemplating any potential advantages to be gained. Narcissa, on the other hand, felt a pang of sympathy, recognizing that the savior was merely a child of Draco's age, and lamenting the audacity of the Muggles. Yet, the savior's plight is indeed harrowing. Those despicable Muggles dare treat him so. If only I could run away from home, I would secretly teach them a lesson, Draco declared with righteous indignation. Alas, his parents would never permit him to venture out alone, and he could not reveal how he knew of the savior's whereabouts. Would he claim that Merlin, 65, had shown him the way? Draco was genuinely intrigued by the Muggle world, having read about mercenaries that seemed utterly fascinating. He wondered if it would be possible to sneak out on Liam, the Thunderbird, without being noticed, for Liam was rather conspicuous. And if his parents caught him, a punishment would surely follow. Do not be upset, little dragon. Let us turn our attention to the lottery. You have yet to participate this month. 65 hurriedly redirected Draco's focus, realizing that his master was still quite young. And even the Malfoys were hesitant to let him venture outside. Has a month already passed so swiftly? Can I not accumulate my chances? Draco pondered. At present, I lack for nothing. I am still too young. Even if I were to win something useful, I could not utilize it. Constantly invoking Merlin-esque grace feels rather excessive. I would prefer to save my chances for a time when I truly have need of something, thereby increasing the likelihood of obtaining what I desire. Draco was unaware that regardless of what he drew, the Malfoys would discreetly concoct excuses on his behalf. His desire to save his chances was reminiscent of the fear of insufficient firepower, a notion he had gleaned from his reading. I already possess a storage space filled with an array of enigmatic postcards of unknown purpose, as well as Liam, the Thunderbird. Oh, and there is a library, brimming with books that I feel I could never finish reading. I wonder if my parents have noticed the titles I deliberately placed on the shelf. The thoughts of a child are often whimsical, and Draco flitted from one idea to another. Little dragon, how remarkable it is that you can think so deeply. Of course, you may save your chances. Henceforth, I shall refrain from reminding you about the lottery. Whenever you wish to draw, simply call upon me. Little did they know, Draco's foresight was impressive, a true testament to the Malfoy lineage. At that moment, a certain eavesdropping father silently applauded 65's insight. By the way, those infinite postcards allow for communication with the deceased. You must not have been paying attention to my explanation. You were too engrossed in your novels, weren't you? Draco felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing he had not fully absorbed 65's explanation regarding the postcards. Moreover, the simplicity of the postcards did not align with Draco's refined tastes. He had given a stack to each of his parents and promptly forgotten about them. My apologies, 65, I neglected to remember. Humph. I do not blame you, little dragon. By the way, I just scanned your parents and detected an elemental magic resonance emanating from them. They must have already perused the books you provided and attained intermediate levels in their training. Truly, they are commendable parents, representing both the light and water elements. Alas, you are still too young to awaken your powers. When you turn 11, you shall discover your elemental affinity. I have a feeling it may be light. 65 envisioned the image of a light-affiliated Draco, certain he would outshine even the most revered of the clergy. Water magic would suit him well too, though Draco's pride rendered him less gentle than Narcissa. I believe water magic is quite admirable. Both elements are exceptional. If I were to awaken as light, perhaps mother would feel disheartened. If water, father might be saddened. Draco mused earnestly, believing that one's elemental affinity was dictated by personal preference. He endeavored to serve water, fearful of disappointing his parents. Lucius and Narcissa could not suppress their laughter at their son's innocent musings, their hearts skipping a beat as they grappled with the newfound realization of the postcard's potential. Could conversing with the deceased truly be possible? What an exhilarating prospect. As for Draco's decisions, both parents knew they would remain supportive, for the Malfoy family always placed family above all else. Chapter 5. The peculiar postcards. Draco sat in the warmth of his room, engrossed in a book. Today, he was attired formally, donning a pristine white Gothic shirt, adorned with a gem that mirrored the hue of his eyes at the center of his cravat. His tailored white trousers and boots rendered him immaculate, while the gentle glow of the evening sun streaming through the window cast him as a celestial being who had inadvertently descended to earth. Upon hearing the door creak open, curiosity piqued within him as he beheld his parents entering, accompanied by a man who seemed both unfamiliar and yet oddly recognizable. 65. Who is this individual? He looks so familiar, yet I cannot quite place him. He did not notice the man as footsteps paused, but Lucius and Narcissa, who had been observing intently, exchanged a glance and swiftly made a decision. Narcissa stepped forward briskly, bending down to plant a kiss on her beloved child's cheek. My little prince, today you are the star. Let us go downstairs and meet some new friends. Perhaps you will even attend school together. She then introduced Draco. This is your godfather, Severus Snape. You've met him when you were very young, do you remember? Draco, astonished, realized that despite having been near his master for 2 years, this was the first time he had seen him. He looks rather formidable, he thought. Complying, Draco rose and politely offered a noble bow to Snape, saying, It's a pleasure to meet you, godfather. I suppose he is rather amiable. No wonder I've always felt a sense of familiarity with him, he mused. Severus nodded stiffly, having barely caught Draco's spoken words. Was that an inner voice? What was that other sound? Come now, Draco. Let your father and godfather have a private conversation next door. Are you ready? Let us head down. Narcissa discreetly guided Draco outside, while the two gentlemen followed closely behind, standing at the door to watch mother and son depart before turning to enter the study. Once inside, Snape fixed his gaze on Lucius, recalling the vague remarks Lucius had made before entering. Realizing there was nothing left to uncover, he opened his mouth, intending to inquire about the inner voice. But the words failed to materialize, as if bound by an unspoken rule. Lucius, however, leisurely prepared a pot of tea, gesturing for Snape to take a seat. Severus, I know what you wish to ask. You may refrain from speaking, or perhaps frame it differently. Sipping the scalding tea, he confirmed what Narcissa had anticipated. Snape could indeed hear. What, then, rendered Snape so exceptional? Thus far, he was the only one privy to these thoughts. Was it a matter of status? Yet, Lucius had also invited other nobles, once Death Eaters, and none had shared this ability. It seemed to align closely with Narcissa's conjectures. This was perilous, Lucius reflected. Snape, after a moment's contemplation, grasped the implications, though his vigilance remained acute. For opportunity often danced hand in hand with risk. Do not be alarmed, Severus, it is a gift from Merlin, and even if danger lurks, who do you think could oppose it? Lucius preferred to tread lightly, having subtly influenced Draco over the past 6 months, encouraging him to delve deeper in his thoughts. He and Narcissa had discovered that the inner voice manifested only during superficial musings, such as idle chatter or fleeting notions, while Draco's profound contemplation rendered him oblivious to his own thoughts. Surely, others capable of hearing these thoughts existed beyond just the two of them. If some malevolent individuals were to catch wind of it, could it pose a threat to young Draco? This concern was part of the reason why Lucius and Narcissa restricted Draco from venturing outside. Lucius recounted to Severus the surreal events surrounding Draco's birthday last year, omitting certain discussions Draco had shared about the world, and candidly relayed the tidbits he had gleaned from gossip, which naturally included the matter of the old bee and the former Dark Lord. They had been friends for many years, and Lucius had long considered Severus family. Indeed, he was gambling. His current strength afforded him the confidence to take that risk. He and Narcissa had sensed an enigmatic secret surrounding Severus. It was hardly a mystery, was it? Severus had once had a friend named Lily, a muggle-born. Lucius extended his left hand, rolling up his sleeve, revealing the unblemished skin beneath. Snape felt the surreal nature of all that he had heard until he beheld Lucius's arm. There should have been a mark there, akin to the one on his own left arm. Yet now there was nothing, and Lucius appeared far from weakened. He looked up at his friend, observing only serenity in his eyes, devoid of the usual arrogance or the fear and disdain associated with the Dark Lord. A sudden unfamiliarity washed over him. Could a mere year truly affect such profound change in a person? He could faintly sense that his friend had transformed not only in mindset, but also in the very aura he exuded. The Dark Lord has fashioned himself into a Horcrux. You are aware of your family's diary and the cup in Bellatrix Lestrange's vault? Young Barty is imprisoned by Barty Crouch at home. Are you certain? Snape's throat tightened. What is it that you wish from me, Lucius? He struggled to accept that Lucius trusted him as family and a close friend. He preferred to think Lucius harbored ulterior motives. No, Severus, you know that Narcissa and I have always regarded you as family. The Dark Lord is not dead. We both know this all too well. I will not permit him to harm my Draco or my family and friends. I only wish to know where you stand, Severus. Though Lucius had his suspicions, he yearned for Severus to voice it himself. Severus Snape remained silent for an extended moment, struggling to fathom all that he had endured during this time. However, Lucius's inquiry suggested he had his own suspicions. To be precise, I simply wish to protect Lily's child. This is my sin. Had it not been for me, I believe Lily would still be alive. He sank despondently onto the sofa, speaking with difficulty. This was no easy admission. He did not wish to dissect himself, yet an instinct warned him that if he chose to conceal the truth, he might lose his only friend. Perhaps it was an inner exhaustion that compelled him to lay everything bare, leaving even his usual acerbic tongue silent. He was utterly drained, caught between two sides, mistrusted by both. The thought of safeguarding Lily's child was the only thing that propelled him forward. To gain Lucius Malfoy's friendship was unexpected. Now, with everything laid bare, he felt like a condemned man awaiting his sentence. Snape could sense the footsteps of his friend approaching, settling across from him. Feeling Lucius directing his wand toward him, Snape let out a self-deprecating chuckle. Holy light dispels. Lucius softly intoned the incantation. Snape felt as though he were basking in sunlight. The negative emotions that had accumulated from his long study of dark magic dissipated like mist. He extended his left hand, watching as the dark mark slowly dissolved and twisted, as if whatever had entwined around his soul had been loosened, freeing him from the chilling pain that had often pierced to his very core. Lucius sat opposite him, observing his friend's rare display of vulnerability. Had it been in the past, he would have felt anger and betrayal, not for the foolish reason of loyalty to the Dark Lord, but because Severus was his friend, his family. Yet now, he understood the importance of empathy, though limited to those close to him. Everything had unfolded just as Narcissa had predicted. Could it be that genetic repair might even enhance intelligence? Lucius momentarily drifted into thought before snapping back to reality. He placed a stack of postcards and a vial of potion before Snape. What is this? Snape, aware that this gesture indicated Lucius's willingness to set aside past grievances, picked up the potion for inspection. Gene repair potion. Consuming it will unlock your bodily potential and mend hidden wounds. He regarded the serious yet sparkling-eyed figure across from him, delivering a subtle warning. You best consume every drop. Perhaps you should know, young Draco has acquired a Thunderbird. He understood his friend's tendencies all too well. If left unmonitored, Severus would likely retain half for his own research. Shouldn't you take a look at that pile of postcards before you? Lucius prompted, addressing him as Dear Severus. Snape picked up the postcard, which appeared quite plain and decidedly lacking in the Malfoy aesthetic. What is this? Has the Malfoy family finally gone bankrupt? This hardly aligns with your taste. A dog cannot spit out ivory, Lucius replied. This is formally titled a postcard addressed to the deceased. Lucius sat leisurely on the sofa, observing Severus's changing expressions. It must be said, today has been the most expressive day I've witnessed from you, Severus. Yet Severus, preoccupied with his friend's jest, could scarcely focus. Is it the deceased I have been contemplating? His voice was hoarse and uncharacteristically faltered as he asked. Clutching a stack of postcards with a delicate grip, lest he crumple them, he pondered the implications of their authenticity. If it is true, if it is indeed true, there are countless things he wished to convey to Lily. He longed to apologize for that derogatory term, mudblood. Lucius, well aware of Severus's thoughts, rose and approached him, affirming, yes, indeed. I believe you require some solitude. He gestured towards the writing desk. I trust you will have the entirety of the banquet to compose yourself. Naturally, I am confident you will wish to meet your beloved godson after the festivities conclude. You shall find him delightful. After all, who could possibly dislike little Draco? He patted Severus on the shoulder before turning to descend the stairs, and engage with the tedious aristocrats. Eager to showcase his remarkable Draco while announcing the next heir of the Malfoy lineage. As he reached the door and prepared to exit, he caught the faint sound of gratitude wafting from behind him. A smirk graced his lips as he turned to grant this awkward friend the space he so evidently required. Thank you, Lucius. Chapter 6. The Curious Godfather. Dear Lily, I am uncertain whether this letter will ever reach your hands, but I fervently hope to extend my apologies for that term, mudblood. I am at a loss for words that might earn your forgiveness. Please believe that it was never my intention. My inflated pride compelled me to utter such insincere words, and I am perpetually burdened by guilt. As for that prophecy, had I not informed the Dark Lord, none of this calamity would have ensued. I do not seek your forgiveness, but I am willing to spend my remaining days atoning for my transgressions, hoping for an opportunity to communicate with you. I earnestly wish for your response. SS, dear Severus. To be candid, I was quite taken aback upon receiving your letter. James was bouncing about like a fool, convinced it was some form of dark magic. In truth, I have long since ceased to care about that remark. Had it truly mattered, I doubt I would have sent you that invitation, correct? You may be unaware, but the soul does not depart immediately after death. I witnessed everything. I too bear culpability for the events of that year. I failed to understand your circumstances and should not have hastily concluded that studying the dark arts was inherently wrong, for which I also owe you an apology. I was ignorant of the extent of James and the others' cruelty towards you, constantly accepting your protection without genuinely seeking to understand you. I am sincerely sorry. P.S. I have thoroughly reprimanded that foolish boy. I know the matter of the prophecy was not your intention, nor could you defy the Dark Lord's commands. I witnessed your determination to protect me. I still see you as that little boy in Spinner's End, safeguarding me. Perhaps we have indeed traversed divergent paths, but our friendship persists, does it not? Severus, you may have long believed your feelings for me to be love, yet I must earnestly clarify, it is not. You regarded me as your sole friend, your only family, a ray of light in your life. How embarrassingly sentimental that sounds. A light you wish to grasp, yet it is not love. Otherwise, we would have been together long before now. And what of James? You may cherish my memory, but do not bear it as a burden upon your shoulders. Severus, do not dwell in the past, look forward. Do not live a life laden with regret. I would rather not witness you, or a ghost of you, too soon. And regarding Harry, I know you will always protect him, just as you have always protected me. While I worry for his well-being, I am not afraid of seeing him too soon. However, if you have the time, would you consider visiting him? My sister Petunia loves me, yet despises the wizards who took everything from her. Please forgive her for her actions. I wish to provide Harry with a happy childhood, but I fear I have failed in that regard. If possible, I think being near you would be a splendid choice. Do not worry. Magic is a matter of the mind. If one must remain close to family, aside from Petunia, I can think of no one I would rather have than you, Severus. By the way, our secret keeper was not Sirius, but Peter. In the final moments, Sirius feigned to be the secret keeper to draw fire, having privately switched to Peter long before. Unfortunately, I know not where Peter fled after faking his death. I truly do not comprehend Sirius's self-imposed exile. I believe he has forgotten he has a godson in need of him. If he manages to escape, please ensure he faces some consequences, Severus. I apologize, Severus. And thank you. I am unsure how long this magic will endure, so I have penned all that I wish to convey. Aside from Harry, you are the one I worry about the most, Severus. You are not alone. Oh, perhaps you would not mind having an additional godson. Forever your family. Lily Potter. Draco had a faint recollection of Severus Snape, though the details of his face remained obscured in his memory. He vaguely remembered the rigid yet gentle embrace and the ephemeral scent of herbs. He was intensely curious about this godfather, and although he comported himself impeccably during the banquet, he occasionally found his gaze wandering upstairs. It was not until his father announced him as the sole heir of the Malfoy estate, and the festivities concluded, that Draco finally laid eyes on this enigmatic godfather in the study. Severus was taciturn, yet his gaze was gentle. He embraced Draco softly before discussing matters with the Malfoy couple. Severus Snape had just taken a moment to reconcile with his past, and though his expression bore no overt emotion, it radiated a newfound softness. His entire demeanor was transformed. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged knowing glances, their smiles reflecting their joy at their friend's enlightenment. Narcissa retrieved a box from the bookshelf and handed it to Severus, saying, "Severus, these are for you. Please take them. The potions of the Malfoy household and the education of young Draco are now entrusted to you." She was aware of Severus's character. He would not accept favors without merit, even from friends. Severus paused, recognizing this gesture as a kindness from Lucius and Narcissa. He did not decline, but silently acknowledged their goodwill. Draco stood politely by, remaining silent. "Do you know what Mother is holding?" "It is the postcards you sent them to communicate with the deceased." The adults, possessing keen intellects, continued their discreet discussions while engaging in their own clandestine conversations. Little Draco has some juicy tidbits about your godfather. Do you wish to know? Draco refreshed his curiosity, discovering his godfather was quite the subject of gossip. There are many juicy tales. I shall dub him the king of gossip. Upon hearing this, the Malfoy couple exchanged playful glances with Severus, whose expression shifted to one of perplexity. He opened his mouth to speak, only to find himself unable to do so, just as Lucius had predicted. He realized that if he were to entertain thoughts of disclosing anything to Draco, he would find himself utterly incapable of uttering a word. He quickly regained his composure, striving to disregard Draco's presence. I am rather curious, Draco admitted, feeling somewhat guilty about indulging in the gossip of his elders. However, he thought to himself, I shall merely ponder it in my mind without voicing it, and thus, I can patiently await the juicy details. Let us elaborate. Firstly, he is indeed a Death Eater. Much like your father, though that is no longer the case. Your father has recently purged that ghastly mark with a touch of holy light. However, the truth is, he was always a double agent for Dumbledore. And do you know why he went undercover? Draco was taken aback. His godfather was quite the intriguing figure. What was it? Was it for love? Draco quipped nonchalantly. In this tale, the protagonists triumph over villains through the power of love. Indeed, little Draco, it is true. For he harbors an obsession for the Savior's mother, Lily Potter. Though perhaps it is not love, but rather a kind of fervent devotion akin to that of a zealous follower. For reasons unbeknownst to me, he has become the Savior's guardian and godfather. And the bloodline magic of the Savior inexplicably proves effective in the presence of his godfather. Wow, little Draco, you are soon to have a half-brother. This passage conveys a wealth of information, leaving not only Draco but also the three adults utterly astonished, momentarily uncertain as to where the emphasis should lie. Lucius gazed at Severus with a complex expression. He never anticipated this side of you, Severus. Severus, too, bore a pensive countenance. What Lily spoke of is indeed true. Yet he was reluctant to confront a face reminiscent of a Potter, despite the child possessing Lily's enchanting eyes. Narcissa swiftly regained her composure. I do not mind little Draco having an additional half-brother to grow up with. Furthermore, dear sirs, this is not an opportune moment for daydreaming. As Draco emerged from his reverie, he overheard his parents discussing plans to fetch Harry Potter. Instantly, he realized that he was seemingly overlooked and subtly edged closer, his eyes sparkling with anticipation in hopes that they might remember him. In truth, the adults had noticed his adorable antics and were suppressing smiles, curious about his intentions. Severus, sitting nearby, cleared his throat and placed a hand on his godson's head, ruffling his hair. Quite delightful. Little Draco, is something amiss? He felt an overwhelming gratitude toward his beloved and remarkable godson. No, it would be more accurate to say the Malfoy family. Lucius, perceptive, Narcissa, nurturing, and Draco, charmingly extraordinary. They treated him as family, fulfilling his long-held desires and erasing the shadows of regret. Teach me, godfather, Draco said, his cheeks flushing with bashfulness. He considered himself a little man now, bearing the responsibility of protecting his parents at the tender age of 6, and felt somewhat uneasy with such affectionate gestures. I heard you mention going to fetch the Savior. I wish to accompany you. His curiosity was piqued, particularly as he recalled his intention to confront those wicked muggles. Lucius and Narcissa exchanged glances of concern, while Severus, fully aware of their apprehension, reassured them. I believe that our young Mr. Malfoy will not be inclined to linger in bed the day after tomorrow. Hooray! Draco had mentally prepared for rejection. Yet his godfather's agreement and his parents' lack of opposition surprised him. Very well, little dragon, although I recognize your excitement, it is quite late, and you must rest, lest you hinder your growth, Narcissa said, knowing that the two men had matters to discuss. She exchanged a knowing glance with Lucius, gently coaxing Draco. All right then, good night, father. Good night, godfather. Draco stood up, obediently taking his mother's hand, his cherubic smile rendering both men momentarily lost in thought. Halfway through, Draco seemed to remember something and tugged at Narcissa's hand. As she leaned down, he whispered something in her ear, then, with a mischievous grin, dashed over to the two gentlemen, bestowing upon each a fair kiss. As the two men stood momentarily enchanted, he rushed back to Narcissa, his cheeks flushed, and sweetly exclaimed, "Sweet dreams, father, godfather." With that, he departed the study with Narcissa, leaving behind two smitten men wearing identical silly grins. Outside, faintly audible, was the sound of the boy pleading with his mother for a bedtime story about the Savior. Chapter 7. The Peculiar Godfather 2. Ahem. Severus was the first to regain his composure, feeling somewhat unsettled, as he had never experienced such closeness with a child, which softened his once ardent heart. Observing his friend with a foolishly dazed expression, He could not help but question whether he had appeared equally bemused moments prior. Lucius, your current demeanor resembles that of a foolish giant under the influence of an enchantment. My little dragon is utterly adorable, is he not? Lucius was accustomed to Severus's sharp tongue. Yet, he soon adopted a serious tone. I refrained from interrupting you earlier because I trust you, Severus. Now, might you share your thoughts? Lucius had initially intended to prevent little Draco from accompanying them, but Narcissa had dissuaded him, believing that Severus must have a valid reason for his decision. I suspect, given the circumstances, you would not send him to Durmstrang or Beauxbatons for his education. For the sake of safety and protection, I believe you will enroll him at Hogwarts. This, I presume, is the reason for your invitation to me today. Lucius had not been entirely certain whether Severus would be able to hear him, but upon confirming this, he felt a sense of relief. Could you elucidate the rationale behind this, Lucius? You and Narcissa are undoubtedly the ones most informed. Severus articulated his conjecture. Despite the myriad of events that had transpired, his status as a double agent had sharpened his powers of observation. You cannot conceal anything from me. Take a look at this. Lucius retrieved a small booklet from the bookshelf and presented it to Severus, his expression grave. This is what Narcissa and I deduced from our dialogue with that system. If we were to regard fate as a tome, then without a doubt, the protagonist is the savior, and the antagonist is the Dark Lord. Thus, those capable of hearing the inner voice must have played a role in assisting the savior in vanquishing the Dark Lord, such as myself, the double agent. Severus promptly interjected, having skimmed the contents with keen interest, his expression turning serious as he found the notion absurd. Fate. I believe it is not immutable. Everything that has transpired regarding little Draco has already indicated this, has it not? Lucius smiled confidently, undeterred by the original trajectory of fate. He now possessed the power to alter it, even to become strong enough to bear its weight. I propose we pay a visit to the greatest white wizard of this century. If my assumptions hold true, he is also one capable of hearing. Severus pondered for a moment. Do you intend to inform him of the wonders surrounding little Draco? If we are indeed to fetch Harry, we cannot evade Dumbledore's scrutiny. Should you reveal this postcard you obtained by happenstance, I trust the old bee will heed Lily's sentiments, for she is, after all, Harry's kin. However, should Lucius wish to collaborate, it would inevitably expose certain truths to Dumbledore. Was it not perhaps premature? Severus, I believe I now possess the strength to do so. Lucius released the magical aura surrounding him, watching as disbelief washed over his friend. Thus, little Draco is my greatest source of confidence. Is this the effect of that potion? Quite extraordinary indeed. Severus's eyes gleamed with fervor, as if he wished to dissect Lucius, for nothing captivated a master potion maker more than the allure of potion making. Indeed, perhaps. Lucius replied with a mysterious smile. He rose and retrieved 2 books from a locked compartment, placing them before Severus. This is the Guide to Elemental Magic. And this one cannot leave Malfoy Manor, as I trust you are aware. The other is a comprehensive compendium of ancient potion recipes. I believe you will find this one more to your liking. Lucius did not consider this to be any sort of extraordinary secret, yet it was not the right moment to unveil such knowledge. He bestowed these upon Severus because he regarded him as family, trusting him implicitly, while the more precious secrets remained with little Draco, who possessed a veritable treasure trove of knowledge. Severus accepted the 2 tomes, feeling a mix of shame and delight at Lucius's trust. He meticulously recorded the contents of the training guide before returning it to Lucius, then hurriedly skimmed through the potion compendium, quickly realizing its immense value. Had it not been for the unfinished conversation, he would have eagerly immersed himself in the sea of knowledge. Noticing Severus's rapt expression, Lucius understood that further discussion would be futile, yet they had conveyed what needed to be said. Very well, I have prepared everything for you. The usual place, you shall stay here tonight. I have invited Dumbledore to visit tomorrow. As if recalling something, he added, remember to brew the potion according to the guide before you retire. Do not immerse yourself in potion studies too late into the night. You wouldn't want to disappoint little Draco by missing breakfast, would you? His tone carried an underlying hint of warning. Snape rose and cast a faint, sidelong glance at Lucius, disdainfully remarking, do not conflate me with those dull-witted giants whose minds are filled with nothing but weeds. With a cold snort, he turned and strode towards his designated guest room at the Malfoy estate, requiring no assistance from the house elf. Lucius chuckled softly, shaking his head. He then withdrew a sheet of parchment and, after a moment of contemplation, penned a letter. Draco awoke unusually early that day. His spirits buoyed at the thought of visiting the Muggle world the following day. After dressing, he descended the stairs, where 4 adults were engaged in animated discussion. Wait for? A man clad in black robes, turned away from Draco, was undoubtedly his godfather, while an elderly gentleman in a robe adorned with purple stars was also present. Good morning, father and mother. Who is that, godfather? Draco exclaimed, astonished as the black-robed figure turned to face him, both he and his godfather sharing a moment of disbelief. My goodness. Who are you? If yesterday's godfather had appeared as a brooding middle-aged man, today he exuded the vitality of youth, seemingly returned to the age of 18. With a prominent hawkish nose, deep, enigmatic black eyes, and a handsome face devoid of pronounced lines, his fair skin and tall, lean physique rendered him almost unrecognizable. Draco found himself questioning. Surely, this is my godfather, right? Indeed, it is hard to believe, but it is he. 65 had long been aware of the circumstances. Aside from the information he could not divulge to his master, he informed Draco, yesterday, your father administered a genetic restoration potion to your godfather. Though I did not anticipate such a dramatic transformation. How extraordinary. Clearly, father and mother have not undergone such a drastic change, Draco marveled, oblivious to the elderly man beside him, who was watching him with great interest. However, Lucius and the others were evidently aware, exchanging knowing glances. In truth, your godfather is your father's junior from school. 65 hesitated, admitting that placing the two together was quite a challenge, rather than a typical senior-junior relationship. One might even argue it was the reverse. Your father's beauty has always been apparent. It is difficult to discern significant changes, but, with a scowl, Snape reflected on how he had intended to engage in conversation with Lily after his morning routine and savor the potion compendium. He felt a premonition that, upon completion, he would ascend to new heights in the realm of potions. Yet, with the impending visit from that old busybody, he reluctantly bid farewell to his beloved potions, consumed the restorative potion Lucius had provided him, and unwittingly succumbed to slumber in that state of comfort. Upon awakening, he felt invigorated, having shed various hidden ailments. Following Lucius's elemental magic training guide, he practiced for a while and witnessed green orbs floating in the air, skillfully drawing them into his magical core. The sensation of enhancement was utterly delightful, leaving him in high spirits until he caught sight of his youthful visage in the bathroom mirror. Descending the stairs, he was not only met with the Malfoys reminiscing about their school days, but was also subjected to the scrutiny of the earlier arrival of the old busybody, who regarded him as a rare specimen. Finally, when the conversation shifted to more pressing matters, the embarrassment he had managed to suppress was reignited by the small child. Your godfather must have had a difficult life, Draco suddenly remarked, causing all four adults to freeze momentarily. Why do you say that, little dragon? 65 inquired, puzzled. Because your godfather has changed so much. When 65 still appeared confused, Draco offered an example. Since childhood, father and mother have indulged me. I have always had the finest of everything, so I've merely become a tad more handsome. Perhaps just detoxifying? Father previously worked under Voldemort, and 65. You said that such jobs are dreadful, right? So, father grew weary working for a heartless boss, but after drinking the potion, he instantly recovered, hence his minimal change. Only your godfather has transformed the most. He must have endured much suffering, which is why he seemed perpetually unhappy. After drinking the potion, he has brightened up, and his wounds have healed, making him appear considerably younger. That does seem to make sense. Would you like to hear about your godfather's childhood, little dragon? I just uncovered some intriguing tidbits. 65 was unaware that his words had caused someone at the table to stiffen. No, Draco replied without hesitation. Why not? Are you not curious? 65 pressed, perplexed. If your godfather had an unhappy childhood, I do not wish to know. Draco's expression grew serious. I am still a child. If your godfather endured hardship, learning about it would only infuriate and distress me, compelling me to shower him with affection to compensate for his pain. Isn't that a good thing? 65 questioned, failing to see the issue. Surely, feeling compassion for others is commendable, but your godfather may not require it. Draco's words took everyone by surprise. He clearly seems the type to keep everything bottled up inside. He likely does not wish for others to know his private struggles. Just as I never pry into my parents' privacy, I do not believe I could deceive the adults. Your godfather would know my intentions. And might he not become unhappy once more? He could even come to dislike me. As he spoke, Draco's expression grew sorrowful. 65 gazed at the earnest Draco, suddenly lamenting his lack of a physical form. Had he possessed one, he could have embraced the sweet, fragrant little dragon. Little dragon, are you an angel? Lucius and Narcissa found it hard to disagree. Indeed, their little dragon was a true angel. Even the often overlooked Dumbledore displayed unexpected admiration and a tinge of guilt towards Snape. What a charming little fellow he was. Entirely unlike the shrewd and calculating offspring typically reared by the Malfoys. He believed he understood why Lucius Malfoy had chosen to negotiate for this child. Coupled with Draco's extraordinary abilities, his profound exploration of magic allowed him to perceive the world's warnings and the protection it afforded this remarkable child more keenly than most. As for Snape, He remained oblivious to the softness that had crept into his expression. The tender words had warmed his long-frozen heart. For once, he found himself at a loss regarding how to respond to such heartfelt sentiment. He clenched and then relaxed his fist, raising his hand to gently caress Draco's cherubic face. Why not greet your godfather, little dragon? Chapter 8. The Peculiar Dumbledore. Draco, treated with such affection by his godfather, momentarily forgot his earlier melancholy, his face blossoming into a radiant smile. Good morning, godfather. Meanwhile, Lucius, unable to contain his excitement any longer, scooped Draco into his arms, their exquisitely crafted faces pressed together. My dear little dragon, you are as adorable as an angel today. His utterly enraptured expression prompted Narcissa to intervene, clearing her throat. Darling, Professor Dumbledore is still present. She gently reminded her husband to refrain from any indiscretion in front of their guest. With that, she unobtrusively accepted Draco from Lucius, affectionately kissing his little face and tidying the tousled hair that Lucius had disheveled. Ahem, I apologize for the display, Professor Dumbledore, Lucius said, transitioning from the foolish, besotted father back to the dignified head of the Malfoy family. This is my son, the heir of the Malfoy lineage, Draco Malfoy. Draco politely nodded at the eccentric-looking elder. The name Dumbledore sounded vaguely familiar. No, I am genuinely delighted to witness you in such a vibrant light, Lucius. You were, after all, quite the stoic during your school days, Dumbledore hinted with a smile. He then turned his gaze toward Draco. Greetings, young Mr. Malfoy. Perhaps you would not mind if I referred to you as Draco? I am the headmaster of your future school, Albus Dumbledore, and I would prefer to be addressed as Professor. Of course, Professor Dumbledore. Draco bestowed a generous smile, without reservation, as he elegantly enjoyed his breakfast. He recalled where he had heard Dumbledore's name before. Isn't that name familiar? Isn't it your favorite pairing? You often mention it, GGAD. From the moment Dumbledore introduced himself, 65 struggled to find his voice, stammering. He is not my GGAD. Woe is me. How could my English rose transform into this peculiarly aesthetic old man? He even has a little bow tied to his beard. 65 crumbled, unwilling to accept the harsh reality of his beloved pairing. Lucius and Narcissa couldn't help but smirk, for they were well aware of this unspoken tale spanning a century. Snape, having heard of it from Lucius, couldn't resist a smirk of schadenfreude. Dumbledore paused in his fondling of his beard, still wearing a cheerful smile. It had been ages since he had heard the term English rose, and he thought he understood what GGAD meant. Simultaneously, he felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that 65 was privy to such a secret. Detected 2 pieces of gossip. 65's voice was weak. Let me see. Oh, these 2 pieces. Are they from a parallel universe's future? Suddenly invigorated, 65 was thrilled to finally encounter something concerning the future and wanted to see if there was any threat to little Draco's existence. What do you mean by parallel universe? Draco inquired, recalling that he had read about it in some book, but couldn't remember which one. It refers to a version of reality where I don't exist. Or a little Draco different from you. Or perhaps a savior who is actually the Dark Lord. These all count as parallel universes. A parallel universe encompasses different possibilities. But I am unique, of course. 65 explained, becoming inexplicably smug, certain that little Draco would prefer him, as Malfoys tend to favor uniqueness. Allow me to see what kind of gossip it is. Wow. After reading, 65 suddenly fell silent, pondering whether he should share this with little Draco. 65. Hurry up and tell me. Draco sensed 65's reluctance, and his curiosity piqued. All right. The first one pertains to GGAD. Dumbledore often claimed that love is the greatest magic. Yet his romance was a complete tragedy. His relationship with Grindelwald went from love to estrangement. He believed their bond paled in comparison to Grindelwald's pursuit of ideals. He ceased to trust Grindelwald's love and never set foot in Nurmengard after that. After Dumbledore's demise, Voldemort found Grindelwald and pressed him for the whereabouts of the Elder Wand. Grindelwald never revealed its location until his death, wishing to protect Dumbledore's grave from desecration. He loved Dumbledore until the end, and he experienced regret. Alas, the two of them reuniting in the next life seems nearly impossible, given their current silent state. In truth, during the chaos in Godric's Hollow, no one's magic struck Ariana. She chose to end her life, believing that without her, there would be no quarrel. Unfortunately, this truth will remain forever unknown. 65 sighed deeply, lamenting the tragic beauty of such love. Oh, I almost forgot. There's that postcard, little Draco, the one that allows communication with the deceased. 65 suddenly exclaimed with excitement. A postcard? Draco, who had been somewhat melancholic, was startled by 65's sudden high pitch. Yes, there are many of them. Oh, you mean giving a postcard to Professor Dumbledore so he can communicate with his sister? But what good will that do? The dead cannot return. Draco pondered, unable to comprehend. If only he could imagine it. He suddenly understood why 65 deemed the postcard useful. All right, I'll give him one. Perhaps two. As I recall, Professor Dumbledore had a brother who must long for his sister too. Dumbledore never anticipated hearing such news. Initially, he felt a fleeting disorientation, but mostly, his gaze was filled with inquiry towards Draco. The future? No, having received this gift, he should avoid those regrettable matters. It seemed the plan would need to be adjusted. Yet what had he just heard? Ariana. How could this be? He struggled to maintain his composure, his hand, concealed by his sleeve, clenched tightly. Could such a thing truly exist? If so, then Aberforth. Little Draco is the best, truly deserving of being the boy destined to become the savior. He will undoubtedly make his parents proud. 65 was overjoyed, confident that his couple would achieve a happy ending. He knew where Draco's vulnerabilities lay and sincerely praised him. However, upon seeing the next piece of gossip, he hesitated. Next, it's about you, your godfather, and Dumbledore. Compared to the love-hate saga of the two elderly men, the Malfoy couple and Snape were far more concerned about the ensuing matters. Why was little Draco involved? Suppressing their anxiety, the four maintained a facade of joviality while engaging in Tai Chi, awaiting 65's next revelation. At the time, Lucius was punished by Voldemort for not obtaining the prophecy ball and was sent to Azkaban. In that world, you joined the Death Eaters to save Lucius and the honor of the Malfoy family, to fulfill Voldemort's mission of killing Dumbledore and assisting the Death Eaters in infiltrating Hogwarts. You repaired the vanishing cabinet. I must say, regardless of the universe, little Draco is a genius. 65 remarked, genuinely impressed by that world's Draco, who excelled in potions and could perform advanced spells even in his second year, not to mention his engagement with alchemy. Subsequently, the Death Eaters entered the school through the vanishing cabinet in the Room of Requirement. On the Astronomy Tower, after disarming Dumbledore with the disarmament spell, you unknowingly became the new master of the Elder Wand, yet you hesitated to kill Dumbledore. In the end, it was your godfather who dealt the fatal blow. Draco was utterly exasperated with his counterpart from that alternate universe. How foolish. He's just a teenager, and he doesn't realize this would worry his parents? They surely want me to be safe. And becoming a dark villain is one thing, but being stuck in limbo like that, what nonsense. How could he not understand? So foolish. He felt a sense of despair for this person. Could he truly be his counterpart? Such a convoluted existence. In that situation, it would have been paramount to preemptively transfer some assets and prepare an escape route. Why did my godfather act that way? Does he prefer the more foolish version of me? Not only Draco felt awkward, even Snape, who was listening, found the situation uncomfortable. If he had intervened, it would have surely been part of Dumbledore's elaborate scheme. Of course not. This is merely part of Dumbledore's plan. After Voldemort turned you into a Death Eater, your mother sought out your godfather, and they forged an unbreakable vow. It was at this moment she discerned that your godfather might not be loyal to Voldemort. The two clever individuals exchanged but a glance and tacitly agreed to keep quiet. Your godfather would assist you in fulfilling your mission while protecting you. And she later safeguarded Harry Potter once. Dumbledore found one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, the Gaunt Ring, and under the influence of the curse upon it, he wore the ring. Despite Snape's best efforts to suppress its effects, Dumbledore's life was rapidly drawing to a close. He requested Snape to kill him when the time came. Draco was stunned. Why? After all, I appear to be a Death Eater, standing on the opposite side. Because he wished to preserve your soul's integrity, ensuring you would not fall into darkness by taking a life. Snape would also gain more trust from Voldemort by killing him. A few adults found themselves at a loss as to what should astonish them first. The revelation that Voldemort had turned himself into a Horcrux? Only Dumbledore seemed genuinely shocked. Or perhaps the fact that their precious little Draco had become a Death Eater. Alternatively, should they be aghast at Snape's act of killing Dumbledore? After a careful deliberation and exchanging glances, they resolved to temporarily excuse Draco from the conversation. The Malfoy couple could align themselves with Dumbledore in opposition to Voldemort, but they would not allow their son to become merely a pawn in Dumbledore's scheme to foster a savior. Draco set down his knife and fork, a sense of unease settling in as he pondered, what about my godfather's soul? Who will protect him? Chapter 9, The Peculiar Savior. Although Draco endeavored to present himself as mature, he occasionally uttered sentiments far beyond his years, though they were merely reflections of phrases he had encountered in books, which he felt were apt for the moment. Yet, upon hearing the words of 65, an inexplicable heaviness weighed upon his chest, making it difficult for him to breathe. He cherished his godfather, whose embrace, rich with the scent of herbs, often appeared when he was unwell, instilling a sense of comfort in young Draco. He had once come across a book in his father's study that spoke of how using the killing curse to harm others could taint a person's soul, potentially fracturing it. Suddenly, he felt a surge of disdain for the cowardly, foolish version of himself, pained by the thought of his godfather wandering alone in the darkness. This is too much. They bully my godfather. Umph. I shall despise Professor Dumbledore and refrain from sending him postcards. However, glancing up to steal a look at Dumbledore, who appeared somewhat stiff for reasons unknown, he felt it unjust to direct his ire at the esteemed professor. Well, Dumbledore hasn't he committed those acts? I shouldn't he take my anger out on him? He must miss Miss Ariana terribly. If he truly did wrong, then In Draco's mind, the concept of scheming was foreign. He only understood that Dumbledore had compelled his godfather to commit misdeeds, even if that entailed his own demise. He pondered deeply, struggling to conjure any threatening words. Humph, I will grow to be incredibly powerful, capable of protecting my parents and my godfather. Oblivious to how Dumbledore had gradually transitioned from stiffness to relaxation, ultimately allowing a smile to grace his features as he gazed at him. Draco also failed to notice the tender looks exchanged between his parents and his godfather. Suddenly, he discerned a silence enveloping the room, and upon looking up, he found 4 adults observing him, momentarily taken aback, unsure of what had transpired. Young Mr. Malfoy, may I call you Draco? Dumbledore asked playfully, winking as he presented a small gift prepared for their meeting, hoping he would find it delightful. He had brought a child's broomstick, but an instinct had nudged him to prepare an additional gift, which he surmised was indeed fitting for the current moment. He held a fondness for this child, not merely for the revelations about the past that had come to light through him, or for the opportunity to atone with Ariana, but because he recognized that young Mr. Malfoy was well protected and possessed a sincere, kind-hearted nature. Perhaps it was due to his advancing years that he had approached every aspect with wariness, extending his vigilance to the students of Slytherin, including the Malfoys and even his potions master. He realized that even those from Slytherin should not be viewed with bias. Draco glanced at his parents, who nodded encouragingly, and upon receiving the beautifully wrapped box from Dumbledore, he opened it to find a crimson gold feather and a vial of an unknown liquid. It's the tears and feather of a phoenix, little dragon. This is quite rare. Only Dumbledore possesses a phoenix in all of Britain, a gift from Grindelwald. They say, 65 interjected, becoming lost in the beauty of love. However, the phoenix is actually a legacy of the Dumbledore family. It appears whenever a Dumbledore is in need. Thank you, Professor Dumbledore. I truly appreciate it, Draco replied earnestly, elated that his gift was not a mere children's book or toy, but something befitting an adult, which filled him with pride. He retrieved several postcards from a necklace his mother had enchanted for disguise, deliberating before presenting a stack to Dumbledore, housed in a gift box prepared by Doris. This is my return gift, magical postcards I stumbled upon, and I hope you will enjoy them, Professor Dumbledore. His feigned maturity was endearingly charming, prompting Lucius and Narcissa to yearn to ruffle his soft, platinum hair and kiss his adorable face. Even Snape could not resist twitching his fingers. From the outset, he had been deeply moved by the boy. Words could not encapsulate his affections for the Malfoy family, yet he silently vowed to safeguard this precious bond. Dumbledore's hands trembled slightly, but he quickly regained composure, maintaining a calm demeanor as he accepted the gift, even jesting with Draco. Thank you, Draco. I shall study this gift thoroughly upon my return. I envy Lucius for having such a reliable and composed air. Yes, is that so? You flatter me. You are as wise and learned as the rumors suggest, Draco responded, striving to conceal his pride, yet feeling elated by the compliment on his maturity. Draco. Narcissa gently interrupted their exchange. I believe your father and Professor Dumbledore have matters to discuss. Perhaps you should prepare for tomorrow's outing? Draco feigned the demeanor of a little adult, shrugging nonchalantly as he clumsily hopped down from his chair, his feet barely grazing the floor. Adults always had numerous hushed conversations to share. Yay, 65, what should I bring? Can I take my little wand? I've heard muggles can be quite perilous. There's really no need, little dragon. How should I put this? As Draco's cheerful footsteps gradually faded, the conversation shifted. Well then, I believe it is time to address some other matters, esteemed headmaster, Lucius remarked with a fond gaze directed at Draco's diminutive figure as he vanished upstairs. Turning to reveal a serious expression, his sharp gaze fixed intently on Dumbledore. Perhaps we can be a bit more candid, given certain unspeakable reasons. Of course. Dumbledore replied, still embodying that affectionate demeanor. Being forthright will facilitate our collaboration, will it not? This discussion, ensconced within Narcissa's magical barrier, remained unknown to any other individuals or beings. As for the inner turmoil Dumbledore experienced, only he would truly comprehend its depths. The following day, Draco awoke with great enthusiasm, bounding downstairs to find only his godfather and mother waiting for him. Narcissa sensed his arrival instantly. With a gentle smile, she called out, "Little dragon, come quickly. Today is your favorite apple pie, made by me, and I prepared 2 extra for you and your new friend." Draco knew they were first to fetch the savior, Harry Potter, and without a playmate, he was filled with anticipation, curious about what the savior would be like. Oh, and he would also ensure that the Muggles received their due punishment, providing a release for his new friend. He leaned down to kiss Narcissa, who bent to accommodate him. Good morning, Mother. Thank you. I am very happy. He then tugged at Snape's shirt sleeve. Indeed, as they were to venture into the Muggle world, and with a small troll accompanying them, Draco took the rare opportunity to familiarize himself with Muggle attire. He donned a loose black shirt and fitted black trousers, complemented by lightweight black boots, accentuating his slender waist and long legs, his pale skin contrasting with his attire. His slightly lengthy hair was pulled into a small bun at the back, adding a touch of charm to his appearance. Though Lucius and Narcissa were indulging in grandiloquent praise, he felt exceedingly uncomfortable. He cast his gaze downward towards Draco, clad in a white hoodie and light blue overalls, resembling a small kitten. No, indeed, he was a kitten. As Lucius keenly observed the pointed ears adorning the hood, his expression softened, unable to deny Draco's request, and he leaned down slightly, allowing the child to place a gentle kiss upon his cheek. Good morning, Godfather. You look absolutely splendid today. In response to Draco's flattery, Severus was unaware of the slight upward curve of his lips and the dissipating discomfort. Draco delightedly savored his favorite apple pie, inquiring, "What about Father? Is he still asleep? I've nearly finished breakfast and haven't seen him at all. He hasn't given me my morning kiss." His childish cheeks puffed out in discontent. "Do you remember Professor Dumbledore, who visited yesterday? Your father had some matters to attend to and left early this morning." Narcissa wiped the corners of Draco's mouth, unable to resist poking at his puffed cheeks. "Your father claims that without a morning kiss, he lacks the motivation to handle his affairs. Yet the thought of returning home to have dinner with you fills him with energy. Therefore, today it shall just be you and your godfather. Your mother has prepared a guest room at home, as I believe your godfather's abode is not quite suitable for a child." With that, she shot Severus a pointed glance. After their conversation last night, Severus sought them out, leaving her and Lucius momentarily bewildered. It took him a while to articulate that his own residence was uninhabitable, and that he wished to temporarily reside at Malfoy Manor, offering potions as compensation. This had elicited laughter from both. For when had the Malfoys ever lacked for 2 vials of potions? They also felt a twinge of sympathy for this younger colleague, especially after hearing certain revelations last night. Narcissa, uncharacteristically neglecting her poise, criticized Severus, urging him to refrain from such declarations in the future. Malfoy Manor would forever be his second home. Even if he did not voice it, she had no intention of allowing him to house the small savior in his former dwelling. Having visited once, she found the place dreary and cramped. Was he planning to raise the savior into a little bat there? She had long harbored disdain for that abode, but she understood its special significance to Severus. Given that he had spent many years at Hogwarts and rarely returned, she had been able to tolerate it. Now, however, with his willingness to reside at Malfoy Manor, they were elated. Draco shielded his face from his mother's poking, lowering his voice. "Can I bring Liam along? Let us keep it a secret from my godfather. He can be like a little mommy." As if summoned by his master, Liam swooped in from outside. A flash of white lightning, and within an instant, shrank to the size of a small owl, proudly perching on Draco's shoulder. "Perhaps you can take him once you start school. Your poor old godfather isn't quite deaf yet," came a deep, cello-like voice from behind Draco, causing him to freeze. Having forgotten how close his godfather was seated, "I presume that Mr. Draco has completed his breakfast and is ready to depart?" Chapter 10, The Peculiar Savior 2. Number 4, Privet Drive. "This is the place, Godfather." Draco grasped Severus' large hand, peering down at the address on the note, then glancing at the door number. Beaming as he spoke to Severus. Due to various circumstances, Liam ultimately could not accompany him. "But fret not, I can protect my godfather from any villains." He nervously patted the large pocket on his overalls, casting a guilty glance at Severus. "Fortunately, Mother and my godfather Haven T discovered that I brought my little wand with me." Did Severus and Narcissa truly not notice? Perhaps they simply chose to turn a blind eye. After all, a child's wand could scarcely produce more than a flickering glow. They allowed Draco to proceed undeterred. Severus regarded the house before him, his gaze betraying a tumult of emotions. Though he had reconciled with his past, the recollection of his correspondence with Lily the night prior, wherein that wretched Potter had awkwardly offered an apology, sent a chill down his spine. He swore that if that detestable Potter stood before him, he would ensure he experienced the sting of the killing curse. Suppressing his tumultuous thoughts, he took Draco's hand and approached the door, pressing the doorbell. Coming. Who on earth could it be at this early hour? No, it certainly wasn't his dear Aunt Petunia answering the door, still gently explaining something to her darling son. Upon seeing the figure standing at her door, she froze, swiftly shielding Dudley behind her, eyeing Severus with suspicion. Despite the years that had passed, she recognized him instantly. The man who had drawn Lily into a world she could never touch, much like Lily, a peculiar being. Severus Snape, what do you want? Well, there is, of course, only one reason, is there not? Severus looked down at Petunia with an air of mockery. I have come to retrieve your poor sister-esque child. Harry Potter, I believe a host should graciously welcome their guests, do you not? Are you certain you wish to discuss this here, in front of these muggles? He surveyed the area, noticing several neighbors casting curious glances. After all, most residents here were quite familiar with one another. The sudden appearance of a tall, dark-haired handsome man accompanied by a cherubic child was indeed conspicuous. Petunia, feeling the weight of the gazes upon her, reluctantly moved aside. Come in. Severus took Draco's small hand and stepped inside, passing Dudley, who cast a fleeting glance, momentarily startling the boy who had intended to tug at the charming little lad's hand. Dudley shrank back beside Petunia, fear evident in his eyes. Seeking assistance from his mother, he found her preoccupied, oblivious to his unease. After settling onto the sofa, Petunia scrutinized Severus, her thoughts a jumbled mess. He had not changed a bit since 10 years ago. No, there was a slight change. Previously, he had always appeared malnourished and lifeless. But now he exuded an air of nobility, as if he belonged to some illustrious family. I recalled Dumbledore mentioning that I needed to maintain that magic. So, now that you can ensure his safety, you wish to take him back? She detested magic, and everything related to wizards filled her with loathing. These wizards pretended to be amiable, nonchalantly leaving an infant on their doorstep, nearly shattering the happiness she had painstakingly rebuilt. When she had attempted to send that little monster to the orphanage, they had intervened, proclaiming their noble intentions. Little did they know the effort it took to raise a child without revealing his peculiar abilities. Now, they simply wished to whisk him away? Impossible. I refused to agree. Petunia's voice was sharp and thin, causing Draco's head to buzz. Goodness, no wonder they say muggles are dangerous. That voice is no less grating than a mermaid's. No one noticed the gap in the cupboard widening, a pair of emerald green eyes peering out, filled with trepidation and curiosity. I am not negotiating with you, Petunia. Severus' deep, mellifluous voice struck Petunia as exceedingly vexatious. As his godfather, I believe I possess the right to take him. You have already taken my Lily. Now you wish to take her child? If you are indeed his godfather, why did you not take him before? No, you cannot possibly be that little brat's godfather. Lily never mentioned anyone besides that arrogant fool. Petunia's face flushed crimson with anger, yet confusion set in. When had Severus become Harry Potter's godfather? Surely, Lily had only introduced that insufferable jerk. Suddenly, a thud echoed from the cupboard by the stairs, accompanied by a child's plaintive cry. Penny's expression shifted dramatically as she stood up, intent on intervening. Snape's countenance darkened. Piecing together the information Lucius had conveyed to him, he hastened to open the cupboard door. A frail figure tumbled out, and he instinctively reached out to catch the child. The child's emaciated frame sent a pang of alarm through him, and within mere seconds of contact, Snape detected the acrid scent of inferior ointment wafting from the boy. He deduced that this child bore at least a dozen scars. Fury coursed through him. Despite his disdain for the foolish surname Potter, this child was undeniably Lily's offspring. His face set in a grimace. He endeavored to suppress his rage. Harry Potter, I presume? I am your godfather, Severus Snape. Here at your mother's behest to take you away. He surveyed the cramped cupboard, a mere glimpse revealing its dismal state. With a tattered blanket barely covering a heap of old clothing, serving as a pillow. Well, I see no necessity to bring this heap of rags along, he scoffed, impatiently placing the Potter scion on the ground, though his movements betrayed a surprising gentleness. He beckoned Draco, who stood bewildered nearby, urging the two children to follow in his wake. As they walked past the speechless Penny, frozen in shock, he placed a letter on the living room table. Take a look, Penny, he murmured without glancing back, his simmering ire unabated. After all, this child was born amidst Lily's hopes. I sincerely hope you will never come to regret this. With that, he led the two children outside. As the door shut behind them, Harry faintly heard Aunt Penny's wailing cries and Dudley's panicked calls for his mother. It felt as though he were ensnared in a dream. A man claiming to be his godfather had arrived at the Dursleys, speaking in a tongue he did not comprehend, yet mentioning his mother. He yearned to inquire about his parents, but in his excitement, he forgot the cramped space, colliding painfully with his head as the door swung open. Bracing for the anticipated sting of falling and Aunt Penny's curses, he instinctively curled up, only to unexpectedly land in an embrace imbued with the scent of herbs. This embrace, though stiff, was warm, and he furtively glanced at the man holding him, the very one who had proclaimed himself his godfather. His face was aflame with anger. Yet for some inexplicable reason, Harry felt a sense of security. Subsequently, he was whisked away from what he believed would be his lifelong prison. After the initial joy, trepidation took hold. He was uncertain how this self-proclaimed godfather would treat him. His appetite was modest, requiring only a place to rest, and he hoped his godfather would permit him to sleep on the sofa, as he had no desire to remain in the cupboard. Lost in thought, he covertly observed the man who claimed to be his godfather and the boy beside him, who resembled a little prince. Oh my God! I've never seen such a handsome boy, more beautiful than the angels depicted in the murals at the church where Uncle Vernon often goes. The platinum hair shimmered under the sunlight, and those slate-blue eyes seemed to speak, gazing intently at him. Harry snapped back to reality, hastily diverting his gaze. Why does the savior keep staring at me? Draco mused, having been observing the boy. Just moments ago, he had refrained from casting a minor hex on that insufferable muggle due to his godfather's evident fury. He had seen the dismal conditions in which the little savior resided, clothes that were excessively large and ill-fitting, with glimpses of bruised skin peeking from beneath the sleeves. Unmistakably signs of mistreatment. He must be sensing my charismatic presence and wishes to befriend me, though he is too shy to approach. Draco, brimming with confidence, began to speak, ignoring the silence that enveloped them. Yet, Harry felt it wiser to remain quiet. Draco, reflecting on the fact that he was a month older than the savior, felt a surge of responsibility and took the initiative to grasp Harry's hand, offering him a bright smile. Hello, I am Draco Malfoy. You can call me Draco. May I call you Harry? Of course, Draco, Harry responded, feeling somewhat dazed. Just moments ago, he could have sworn he heard an angel speak. Yet he had not seen the boy's lips move. Was that Draco's special ability? How impressive. He had felt the urge to speak, but found himself unable to voice it, sensing a gentle voice within urging him to remain silent. That was Draco's inner thought. As for the subsequent discussions of change and destiny, he could not comprehend. Oh, it is a secret between Draco and me, he realized in a moment of clarity. Chapter 11, The Peculiar Savior 3. Although Snape was consumed with inner fury and self-reproach, he remained vigilant in observing the two children, quickly grasping Harry's reaction. It was precisely as he had surmised. His eyes flickered momentarily. By this point, they had exited Privet Drive, and he halted, turning to face the two children. His habitual lack of expression inadvertently placed pressure on them. He gazed down into Harry's vibrant green eyes. I am a friend of your mother S, your godfather. You may refer to me as godfather, just as you do with little Draco. From now on, you shall reside together. He noted the spark of hope igniting in Harry's eyes, alongside the boy's hesitant demeanor. What you wish to know will be revealed to you in due time. For now, I believe we ought to procure some suitable attire. He scrutinized Harry's tattered clothing, thinking it was high time for that old bumblebee to witness the product of her muggle upbringing. Harry anxiously clutched the hem of his shirt with his empty hand, feeling uncertain, unsure if he was being judged. Just then, a rumble from his stomach interrupted, and he embarrassedly covered it with his hands, lowering his gaze. Godfather, I'm quite hungry. Where shall we eat? I've never tasted muggle food before. I wonder how it differs. Draco, stepping forward to shield Harry, interjected loudly. Harry looked up in surprise, suddenly understanding, and felt touched as he gazed at Draco, who slyly winked at him. Snape observed the children's covert exchange, a fleeting smile gracing his face before vanishing. He deliberately chose to ignore their secretive interactions. Let us go eat first, then we will shop for clothing. Draco eagerly pulled Harry along, hastening to catch up. What comes next? What shall we do afterward? I don't know. Perhaps we will return home. Oh, how can it be so? I have been waiting for this for so long. Harry, do you know if there are any exciting places in the Muggle world? I haven't ventured out much. I just heard on the television that there is a place called an amusement park, and then there's a zoo. A zoo? Are there dragons there? I don't think so. Sorry, I haven't been there either. What is there to apologize for? I haven't been either. Let us buy our things and go see. Please, Godfather, can we? If you both behave. Hooray. Harry had thought that his day had already brimmed with happiness, rescued from the Dursleys, dining at an upscale restaurant where he savored the most delectable meal he had ever tasted, even though his godfather and Draco wore peculiar expressions. They had shopped at a dazzling clothing store, acquiring numerous expensive-looking garments, though Draco was quite particular and found little to his liking. They visited the zoo, where he discovered that there were indeed no dragons, yet he befriended a snake from Brazil. His godfather's expression was strange, but Draco insisted that his godfather always maintained a cool demeanor. Ultimately, they ventured to an amusement park, a place every child dreams of visiting. He still found it hard to believe, and then something even more surreal unfolded. His new friends and godfather scattered a handful of ash into the fireplace, transporting them to a place that resembled a palace. It was then that he realized his parents, godfather, and companions were all wizards. When Harry was led by Draco's mother, the gentle and exquisite Narcissa, to what was purportedly his room, he finally gathered his senses while seated on the sofa after freshening up. He had a multitude of questions swirling in his mind, yet his godfather seemed preoccupied, hastily leaving them in Narcissa's care before departing. He reassured himself not to rush. Once his godfather returned, he would learn everything he sought. His spirits lifted, he began to notice the room, which was astonishingly vast, even exceeding the size of Aunt Petunia's home. The decor was adorned in resplendent gold and emerald green, featuring a grand, intricately carved bed and a visibly plush quilt. The afternoon sun poured through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. Sitting on the sofa, not far from the bed, he observed a small table laden with a delightful assortment of fruit desserts and milk, while the floor was strewn with numerous gift boxes of various sizes. The entire room exuded an opulent yet nostalgically familiar charm. Harry realized it was Draco's influence. The little balcony outside the window appeared perfect for basking in the sun. Overwhelmed yet anxious, Harry pondered what he might need to offer in return for such lavish treatment, which far exceeded his expectations. He had thought that merely having a small, soft sofa would bring him immense happiness. As he indulged in the sweet fruits on his plate, tears unexpectedly streamed down his face. Meanwhile, Draco had already composed himself and, slightly flushed, nestled beside his mother, having momentarily forgotten the trappings of aristocracy. Narcissa tenderly stroked Draco's rosy cheeks as she listened to his tales of the day's adventures. When she heard that Harry could converse with snakes, her hand faltered momentarily before regaining its composure. She then understood why Severus had left in such haste. Her thoughts turned to the unfortunate boy, undeniably pitiable, for no child would relish the notion that their identity as a savior was built upon the sacrifices of their parents. Upon first seeing the anxious, frail child standing beside Draco with his head bowed, this was the very sentiment that struck her. When Draco had dashed into her embrace, that fleeting moment when the boy's head shot up only to dip down again allowed her to clearly perceive the envy and despondency in his eyes. Thus, she too enveloped him in an embrace. To ensure he felt at ease, Narcissa offered gentle reminders at the door before retreating to grant him his own space. With a sigh, she contemplated this. She gazed affectionately at Draco, her little dragon, and suggested, "Perhaps we should invite Harry to join us in the garden for a delightful afternoon tea. Would you not like to introduce Liam to Harry? I believe Harry must be ready by now." Draco suddenly realized he had overlooked his new friend and, feeling slightly embarrassed, stuck out his tongue before darting upstairs like a whirlwind, his voice echoing, "All right, mother. I want to eat the apple pie you make. My godfather forgot to bring it today." Narcissa chuckled softly at his retreating figure, shaking her head as she called for Doris to prepare. "Harry, are you in there? May I come in?" Draco inquired from the other side of the door. Hastily drying his tears, Harry rushed to open it. Draco pulled him to the sofa, exclaiming, "Oh, Harry, I came to invite you to my mother's afternoon tea. Did you know? My mother's apple pie is absolutely delicious. I intended to bring some for you, but my godfather forgot." Noticing Harry's red-rimmed eyes, he continued, "Harry, what is the matter? Have you been crying?" Draco, filled with exuberance in inviting his only friend and brother, was taken aback to see Harry's eyes glistening with tears. "Has someone bullied you? Was it the house elf refusing to heed your commands? I shall make sure they are taught a lesson." "No, Draco," Harry interjected, halting Draco's impulse to confront. I saw how gentle your mother is and began to wonder what mine would have been like. You and your family have been so kind to me. You are like a little son, Draco. Although my godfather may seem stern, I can sense that he is merely gruff on the surface. In truth, he is quite gentle with me. And magic, it is so wondrous. Am I truly a wizard? I fear that all of this is merely a dream and that I shall wake to find it gone." Harry's voice trembled with emotion as he spoke, laden with worry. Draco, feeling helpless, reached out to embrace him, patting Harry's back in a manner akin to a mother comforting her child. "Harry, this is not a dream. It is all real. I have heard that a young wizard's name is inscribed in the Hogwarts admission book. My godfather is a professor there. If he says you are, then you are. I share my mother with you. This is your home, and my parents are your parents too." Draco struggled to find comforting words. Yet the most innocent expressions often carry the most sincerity. Sorrow is infectious, and he vaguely understood that Harry no longer had his parents. The thought of not seeing his own parents filled him with dread, and he too felt his eyes welling with tears. The two of them clumsily wiped each other's tears away, sobbing as they did. Draco retrieved a large stack of postcards from his belongings, stammering, "Harry, these can be used to communicate with your parents. Although you cannot see them, you can still converse with them." He continued to pull out more and more until the entire sofa was piled high with the cards. "Really? Is this real?" Harry sniffled, his spirits lifting as he cradled the pile of postcards like precious treasures. "Thank you, Draco. I thought I would never have the chance to call anyone mom or dad again." Harry marveled at the magic that could allow him to communicate with his parents, and perhaps, in time, he could even see them again. As Harry's tears subsided, Draco too began to calm down. With renewed energy, he introduced Harry to the concept of letter writing. "Of course it's real. This is a magical ability unique to me. Once I become even more powerful, I shall surely find a way to let Harry see his parents. Harry gazed at Draco, touched by his extraordinary magic, which not only allowed for silent communication, but also the possibility of seeing his parents. Harry, let me teach you how to write a letter. There are proper formats for it. Draco observed Harry's bewildered expression and suddenly realized something. Harry, can you read? Harry shook his head, and the two exchanged glances. Thus, Narcissa awaited in the garden, greeted by two little figures with red-rimmed eyes, clutching books. Chapter 12, The Curious 65. Narcissa tenderly embraced Harry, teaching him to read and write, while Draco lazily leaned against Harry, engrossed in a magical tome. When Lucius and Severus returned, they were met with the heartwarming scene before them, their serious expressions softening. Draco was the first to notice them, darting into Lucius's embrace like a swallow returning to its nest. "Father," he exclaimed, planting a kiss on Lucius's cheek. "I missed you so much." Though it may not have been apparent, his reliance on his parents ran deep. Both Narcissa and Lucius understood this was a lingering effect, and thus they endeavored to swiftly complete their tasks, dedicating substantial time to accompany their little dragon. They ensured that at least one of them was always present by his side. While it often fell to Narcissa, responsibilities that were originally hers gradually shifted to Lucius, leading to mutual feelings of guilt. Narcissa felt remorse for delegating her duties to Lucius, while Lucius felt indebted to Narcissa for having to relinquish her career for the sake of the family. His Narcissa was the brightest jewel, her talents rivaling his own. Yet she was constrained by her station. In times past, he may not have harbored such reflections, but the rapid changes he had experienced had gradually transformed his perspectives. No longer did he take pride solely in his lineage. He began to observe and understand the Muggle world, comparing and scrutinizing the wizarding realm, ultimately realizing how far behind the wizards truly were. While airplanes and cannons might not pose a threat to elite wizards, what of the everyday wizards? It is not that he is particularly sorrowful or compassionate, but under an overturned nest, how can there be unbroken eggs? Thanks to those parenting books from the system, he is no longer the person he once was. Yet he understands that haste is not an option. He can only proceed with caution, feeling somewhat perplexed. However, with Sissy by his side, problems can always be resolved. Lucius, having returned to his senses after a brief moment, cradled their precious child, his smile one of utter worthlessness. "My dear little dragon, Daddy missed you so much today. I couldn't even muster the energy to tease Draco because I didn't get to kiss our darling in the morning." This elicited a fit of giggles from Draco. Severus, observing from the side, found it difficult to watch and nodded towards Narcissa, who approached with a gentle demeanor, directing her gaze towards a somewhat bashful Harry. Encouraged by Narcissa's warmth, Harry summoned his courage and, with a somewhat stiff posture, approached Severus. "Good day, Godfather." He executed a somewhat awkward noble bow, and after Severus nodded approvingly, he suppressed his excitement and, feeling anxious, similarly greeted Lucius. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Malfoy." Lucius placed Draco on the ground and crouched down to meet Harry's gaze directly. Thanks to the Muggle parenting books, it must be said they are quite effective. At least their little savior visibly relaxed. "Hello, Harry Potter. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Draco's father and a friend of your godfather's. You may call me Uncle Lucius. Consider this place your home, where family does not abide by such formalities. I hope you find joy during your stay." He ruffled Harry's hair, recognizing that he now possessed the strength to approach the savior without ulterior motives, viewing him merely as a friend-ish child. There would be ample time for mutual understanding in the days to come. Harry gazed up at the face of the Malfoy patriarch, often described as a human love potion, his mind momentarily blank with astonishment. Goodness, Draco's father is quite handsome. The entire Malfoy family is so dazzling. It must be quite a burden for his godfather to reside here. After all, while his godfather is also rather attractive, he lacks the Malfoy family's radiant allure, resembling more the cold glow of the moon. Well, now the pressure has intensified with him around. Surely many will wish to befriend Draco. He must strive to excel, vowing to fiercely defend his position as Draco's first and best friend. Harry's expression was so transparent that Severus let out an inaudible huff. But his mood was not entirely poor. In fact, the irritation from his prolonged banter with old bees had dissipated considerably. Lucius rose, taking the hands of the two children as they walked toward the dining room, while Narcissa and Severus exchanged knowing glances, smiling as they followed. Listening to the two children chattering excitedly about their experiences of the day, Lucius occasionally gasped in response, indulging their desire to share. "Thank you," Severus suddenly remarked. A statement he would not have noticed had Narcissa not diverted her attention to him. "You know, Severus, there is no need for thanks. You have always been there for Lucius, protecting me and the young Draco back then. It is I who should express gratitude," Narcissa replied with her customary gentleness. Severus remained silent, quickening his pace. Narcissa stifled a laugh behind him, finding Severus's shyness utterly endearing. Draco lay in bed, unable to sleep from sheer joy. Today, he had witnessed the dazzling Muggle world and had rescued the pained savior. Draco felt as though he resembled a hero from a fairy tale. After all, he was destined to be the savior's man. Well, along with Harry, of course, they were to be the saviors together. He envisioned himself bravely confronting a dark lord. Unable to suppress a chuckle, Little Dragon, a typically silent 65, called out to him. "What is it, 65? Draco, still lost in excitement, failed to notice the oddity in 65's tone. 65 hesitated. "I have some bad news to share with you." Draco finally sensed something amiss, sitting up with a worried expression. "What has happened, 65? "It's like this, Little Dragon. I need to return for a while," 65 said, trying to sound casual. "Oh, that's all right. Is there something going on? How long will you be gone? A day or 2? Or 3? Draco, unaware that time could be such a peculiar thing, assumed it was like a friend returning home briefly. 65 fell silent for a moment. "Little Dragon, do you know? The world is vast. Beyond this world lies another world. We inhabit a subworld, and above it exists the main world, which is surrounded by the sea of stars, and beyond the sea of stars are many more seas. And above all these seas lies the unique and boundless ocean. It exists and yet does not exist. When it sleeps, some villains float outside the subworld, seeking to invade. Right now, some villains have appeared beyond the world, and they wish to enter. The world consciousness lacks experience in dealing with these entities. But I have learned much while following the main system, so I must go strategize." He tried to sound lighthearted, but truthfully, he felt somewhat at a loss. Not wanting Draco to worry, although they might be apart for a long time, he no longer worried about Draco. New friends would accompany him. "So, will 65 be gone for a very long time?" Draco's large eyes glimmered with unshed tears, resembling dusty jewels, on the verge of crying. He was confused, vaguely realizing that his first good friend, who had always been by his side, was about to embark on a lengthy journey. "Yes, Little Dragon," 65 replied, sensing a glitch in his programming as he beheld Draco's almost teary expression, realizing he was beginning to understand what sadness felt like. "I will be going to be a savior beyond the world, just like you. Little Dragon will be the savior of the world, and as your companion, I, 65, shall not fall behind." He changed the subject, not wanting Draco to feel sorrowful. "Besides, it won't be long, at the quickest a year or 2. And if it takes longer, I will try to return as soon as possible because I will miss you dearly. Just think of it, as me going to school. I will return after finishing my studies." Draco understood he could not selfishly demand 65 to stay, so he forced a smile. "Then, 65, please be safe. Eat well, sleep well, don't get hurt, and come back soon. And remember to think of me." As he spoke, he couldn't help but choke up, lowering his head, believing this would conceal his tears from 65. As he wished, 65 pretended not to see or hear, but if Draco had listened closely, he would have noticed that 65's voice was becoming less metallic and more human. "I will take care, and I will miss you very much, Little Dragon. While I'm away, I want to be able to actively search for melons, but I will leave behind a subsystem that will only operate according to its functions, unlike me, and will only activate in the presence of certain special individuals. At that time, no one will read to you, so Little Dragon should read more. That way, you won't find it difficult to understand. However, even when I'm gone, you can still draw lots. I'll change it to 10 tries per draw. But of course, you can choose to save them." 65 fussed over him like an overly concerned mother. "Although the world has blessed you, causing any fatal harm intended towards you to rebound, you may still get hurt. Also, when you turn 11, you will awaken your magical talents. So be sure to explore the library, there will be surprises." In concluding, 65 hesitated briefly. "We are good friends, right, Little Dragon?" Draco abruptly lifted his head, entirely forgetting that he could communicate with 65 in his heart. 65 is my first and best friend. Even if I make many friends in the future, 65 will always be the most important." Draco's eyes seemed to conceal an entire galaxy of stars, shimmering brilliantly in 65's gaze. "Little Dragon is also my one and only best friend. Be sure to arrive early and return promptly, 65. We have made a pact." Absolutely. It's a promise." Chapter 13, The Peculiar Weasley. Today, Draco was enveloped in a persistent gloom. It had been 3 months since 65's departure. Although he often behaved like a warm-hearted little angel, comforting his busy parents with affectionate gestures, playfully coaxing his godfather out of the potions room for meals and strolls, and maturing into a brotherly figure as he slowly acquainted Harry with Malfoy Manor, there were moments, like today, when he appeared utterly despondent. Harry had adapted to life at Malfoy Manor. Under the gentle guidance of Narcissa, he had learned to converse with his mother, though he refrained from communicating with his father. This was due to the last instance when James, inadvertently disparaging his godfather, was caught by his mother. Harry chuckled innocently, leading Lily to forbid James from corresponding with Harry alone. Any messages must be written under Lily's supervision on the back of her letters. Harry sighed, fully aware of the troublesome matters his father had engaged in regarding his godfather, gleaned from his mother, as well as from Uncle Lucius and Aunt Narcissa. Though he missed his parents dearly, he was a sensible, educated child now. Regardless of the circumstances, his father and his friends had erred. He boldly penned a letter to his father, articulating his thoughts, yet received no reply. However, the following day, his godfather seemed a touch brighter, notably refraining from occasionally calling him Little Pest. Currently, he was stealthily observing Draco, who was lost in thought on the sofa. Harry pondered, resembling a miniature adult, as he lifted the diminutive Liam in his hands. Could it be that you have caused Draco's melancholic mood? Perhaps a flight with Draco might lift his spirits. Previously, Liam had taken him and Draco flying, a sensation he cherished. Surely, a brief flight would brighten Draco's mood. Liam, displaying a hint of sentience, rolled his eyes and gracefully soared into the air. What? Our dim-witted little giant has worries too? A deep voice echoed in Harry's ear. Severus Snape had appeared behind him, towering and scrutinizing Harry with his dark, penetrating gaze. His greasy hair and the pronounced dark circles beneath his pale visage hinted at yet another sleepless night immersed in enigmatic potions. Descending the stairs to grab a cup of coffee to rejuvenate himself and to manage the two small rascals who would undoubtedly demand his attention if he vanished, he instead found one boy lost in thought and the other sneaking about with some unknown intent. He decided, with a rare sense of mischief, to attempt to startle Harry. Though it appeared he had failed, Harry had evidently grown accustomed to his godfather's sudden appearances. Initially, he would be startled, but he had now learned to maintain his composure. He had adapted well to the serpentine wit and aloof demeanor of the king of the dungeons. Today, he was a little giant. Yesterday, he had been a mandrake. When in high spirits, he was a fluffball, and when displeased, he resembled a lacewing fly. Harry tugged at Snape's black robes, signaling for him to lean closer, as he pointed discreetly towards Draco and explained softly. Since Lucius and Narcissa had departed that morning, Draco had been in this state, and when asked, he merely claimed to be bored. Godfather, do you have any good ideas? Snape, lost in thought, recalled that the Malfoy couple had seemingly provided him with something before their departure. He struggled to remember the advice from Lucius's parenting manual, which suggested that children often yearn for adventure. However, it seemed trivial. Surely, they simply needed to go out and play? He found himself at an impasse, uncertain of where to take the two children. Remembering that young wizards appeared to have a keen interest in Diagon Alley, he resolved to find them an engaging activity to stave off their ennui. The most obstinate potions master contemplated. He and Lucius had been next door, having overheard the entire conversation. Concern? No, regarding adversaries from beyond that world, it was laughable. They were merely worried about Draco's sadness. He took Harry's hand and sat beside Draco, feigning nonchalance as he picked up the Daily Prophet from the coffee table, glancing briefly at the article about Sirius. Clearing his throat to capture the attention of the two little giants, he announced, I am quite busy today. A new potion requires experimentation. He noted the disappointment etched on Harry and Draco's faces. Due to a shortage of several precious ingredients, I must venture to Diagon Alley for procurement. He disregarded their suddenly bright eyes and hushed cheers, snapping his fingers to summon Doris to prepare breakfast. Perhaps before your poor old godfather has finished his meal, you two little giants will be ready to embark on your adventure? He leisurely sipped his coffee, watching as the two children joyfully clasped hands and dashed off, the coffee cup obscuring the smile that crept across his lips. Blast it! Snape scowled, feeling a profound sense of regret for deciding to take them out that morning. Just look at these two silly creatures, pressing their faces against the glass, marveling at the flying brooms as if they had never encountered such wonders. He inhaled deeply, forcing a smile as he pulled the two reluctant children away from the alluring brooms. I presume you both remember that today you are accompanying your poor godfather to procure potions? Draco and Harry exchanged sheepish smiles, their excitement palpable. While Malfoy Manor was grand and beautiful, Diagon Alley offered an exhilarating vibrancy absent from their home, showcasing a kaleidoscope of colors distinct from the Muggle world. Wizards clad in various robes brought their children to shop, indulging in fire-breathing candies, an old wand shop that unexpectedly crackled with sounds of popping and flashing lights, and brooms that floated in the air, proudly displaying themselves. These were true flying brooms, unlike the children's brooms at home. Hand in hand, they accompanied Snape to the apothecary. In no time, they emerged, Snape's brow furrowed. The ingredients he sought were out of stock, necessitating a trip to Knockturn Alley. He cast a glance at the two well-behaved children gazing up at him and silently resolved. He crouched down. Draco, Harry, I have something to attend to. Wait for me in Diagon Alley, will you? You may play for a while, and we can meet at Florian Fortescue's ice cream parlor in 2 hours. Sound good? He placed a bag of galleons in Harry's hand. This is your pocket money. Harry, I trust you to be responsible. You'll look after Draco, won't you? Snape's gaze bore into Harry's, completely disregarding Draco's puffed cheeks. Although Draco was older, Harry displayed greater maturity. He was not oblivious to Draco's antics. The latter merely appeared to be a little angel, while many of Harry's actions were instigated by him. Take, for example, the last time they had soared through the sky on a Thunderbird. Had it not been for Narcissa's protective enchantments, they would surely have been summoned by the Ministry of Magic for a chat. He was certain of it. Don't worry, Godfather, Harry replied, chest swelling with pride at the trust bestowed upon him by an elder. He took Draco's hand, who was sulking in silence, and comfortingly ruffled his hair. Indeed, he had grown taller than Draco. Snape ignored the platinum-haired giant who wore a face of irritation, patting Harry on the shoulder and casting a meaningful glance at Draco's robe. In the blink of an eye, he vanished before Harry and Draco, quelling any thoughts they might have entertained about trailing after him. The two exchanged glances, and Draco, feeling guilty, asked Harry, "Did Godfather just glance at my robes? Do you think he noticed Liam?" Indeed, the two mischievous little rascals stealthily summoned Liam upstairs, concealing him within Draco's wizarding robes. Draco tenderly retrieved Liam from his pocket, cradling him affectionately as he stroked his fur, finally placing him upon his shoulder. "I suppose my godfather must have noticed by now," Harry remarked uncertainly, for aside from galleons, his godfather had bestowed nothing else upon him. Even in this secure environment, parents would hardly feel at ease allowing two 6-year-olds to roam unsupervised. He must have noticed, Harry affirmed with conviction, believing that it was precisely Liam's presence that allowed him and Draco to be at ease. "Never mind that. Harry, look over there. So many people. Let us go take a look," Draco declared, casting aside his momentary apprehension. His eyes danced with curiosity as he surveyed the bustling scene nearby. Draco took Harry's hand, weaving through the throngs of people, occasionally glancing back to ensure Harry wasn't being jostled. In a moment of distraction, he collided with a small child attempting to push through the crowd. Ouch! Draco staggered but managed to maintain his balance, grateful for the genetic potion. Otherwise, given his previous physical condition, he would have surely fallen and needed the family doctor. "Are you all right, Draco?" Harry asked anxiously, tugging at Draco's arm, his small hands mimicking Narcissa's gentle touch. "I'm fine. Perhaps someone else is in trouble, huh? My roasted chicken leg. Boo-hoo." Chapter 14, The Peculiar Weasley 2. The red-haired boy fought back tears as he gazed mournfully at the large chicken leg, now trampled by the bustling crowd. This new eatery had tantalizing offerings he had never encountered before. Ever since his last visit, he had been longing for it. After much pleading, his mother had finally consented to let him purchase it. The sizable portion cost only 2 sickles, and during the back-to-school season, a single sickle sufficed. He had earned the sickles by running errands and completing chores for his mother, and today, taking advantage of the seasonal discounts, he had splurged on several, depleting his savings in hopes of sharing them with his family, thinking perhaps his mother would buy him more next time. But now he was down to just 8, and not a single canute remained in his pockets. Clutching the large bag, the boy wept over the fallen chicken leg. Harry and Draco stood helplessly nearby. "I'm so sorry. I didn't see you and accidentally bumped into you." Draco sincerely apologized to the boy. Harry offered an apologetic smile as well. "It was my fault. Draco was just checking to see if I had wandered off." "P.S. Draco, and I'm Harry. May I ask your name?" Harry was cautious not to reveal their last names. Uncle Lucius had warned them that the outside world could be perilous, especially for 2 wealthy and famous children who might be abducted for potion making. "It's all right. You didn't mean to," the boy replied. "I'm Ronald Weasley, but you can call me Ron." The red-haired boy sniffed, oblivious to Harry's omission of their surname. He stared glumly at the ground where the chicken leg lay. His spirits dampened. Harry exchanged a glance with Draco. "If you don't mind, we're actually headed to that shop. Why don't you join us? We can share a bit of food as an apology," Draco suggested earnestly, sensing that the boy's family might not be well off, yet his face radiated happiness, devoid of any gloom. The bag he held was filled with at least 7 or 8 chicken legs, clearly not meant for him alone, suggesting a large family. Draco recalled what his father had mentioned about the Weasley family, numerous members, and red hair. The pieces fit together. When Draco wore that earnest expression, few could refuse him. By the time Ron realized what was happening, he found himself dazedly seated at a table with Draco and Harry. He glanced at them shyly, noting their handsome features and the exquisite craftsmanship of their clothing, unmistakably the attire of noble children. Coupled with Draco's striking platinum hair, Ron suddenly recalled the name Lucius Malfoy, which his father had frequently mentioned at home. "Oh, you are that peculiar child from the Malfoy family," he exclaimed, having heard that no one had seen a Malfoy child in the aristocratic social season until this year. when he had first appeared publicly on his birthday. After that, all invitations from various nobles had seemingly vanished without a trace, leaving only whispers of a mysterious and eccentric child. Draco, however, was not offended by Ron's remark. He could tell the boy was merely curious and meant no offense. Yet Ron's exuberance was quite unlike anyone Draco had encountered before. Realizing he had spoken inappropriately, Ron blushed, his hands twisting nervously. Harry, having learned from Aunt Petunia that Draco had been unwell for an extended period, wished to divert attention from any unpleasant memories. "Little dragon, what would you like to eat?" "And Ron, may I call you that? Come, let us see what delicious offerings they have. This is my first time here, so I'm not sure what to recommend." He clumsily attempted to change the subject, while Ron remained blissfully unaware. "I recommend their large chicken leg. It's absolutely delectable. The crispy exterior and juicy meat are simply divine, and not greasy at all. And their fries? I believe that's what they're called. When I first tried them, I thought they were bland, but I couldn't stop eating." Ron's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm as he passionately described the food. "Then let us go for the little wizard's meal. It includes the chicken leg you mentioned, fries, a wizard's roll, and this curious drink called happy water." Harry scratched his head, feeling an odd sense of familiarity with the items. "Is that all right, little dragon?" He turned to seek Draco's approval. "Absolutely. Let us order 3 children's meals," Draco said, giving a slight wave to a waiter who had been discreetly observing them from a distance. The waiter promptly approached, taking their order with utmost respect before stepping back respectfully when no further instructions were given. "Why are you staring at me?" Draco turned to meet Ron's curious gaze. "Here, you usually go up to the glowing screen to place your order. When the food is ready, a little magical firework goes off to notify you." "I've never seen a waiter here before," Ron exclaimed, marveling at the experience. "Well, common folk might not have that privilege, but I do," Draco replied with a proud yet charming smile, accentuated by his striking features. "This establishment belongs to the Malfoy family," he explained, noting the grand Malfoy crest displayed prominently at the entrance, radiating the same haughty pride as the Malfoys themselves. Upon entering, it was evident that the staff recognized him immediately, ensuring they did not disturb the heir and his companions while remaining attentive to his needs. Otherwise, given the restaurant's popularity, it would be impossible to find such a tranquil spot amidst the bustling crowd. Only Ron, oblivious to their fortune, believed they had stumbled upon an empty table. Ron's envy was palpable as he exclaimed, "This is incredible. Draco, you must eat this delicious food every day." He imagined that if he could feast on chicken legs daily, he would wake up smiling from dreams of such delights. "Ah, that's why it seems so familiar. Aunt Petunia had us sample it before," Harry realized. "But I haven't heard of the wizard's roll or the happy water. I'm eager to try them." "Little dragon is quite picky. He only loves desserts," Harry remarked, feigning seriousness, fully aware of the truth. "But Aunt Petunia insists we maintain a balanced diet." "Humph. I'm not picky. It's just that my mother's apple pie is exceptionally delicious. I called it being frugal," Ron retorted. Draco was taken aback when Harry revealed his secret. His small face flushed, and he shyly smiled at Ron, discreetly kicking Harry's leg beneath the table, not out of reach due to his short stature, but merely to avoid dirtying Harry's shoes. Indeed, that was his intention. Ron appeared bewildered. Had Draco just spoken? Was this a form of enchanting magic? Just as he was about to inquire, the waiter arrived with their meals. Upon spotting the chicken leg, Ron's eyes lit up, completely forgetting about whether Draco had said anything. "Enjoy your meal, everyone. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call me," the waiter said, displaying a standard smile, his demeanor polite and composed. Draco nodded, acknowledging the waiter's astuteness. The waiter, Avery, noted the young master's demeanor with quiet satisfaction. Realizing he had made a favorable impression, maintaining his neutral expression, he stepped back to wait unobtrusively. "Hot," Ron exclaimed, eagerly seizing the chicken leg he had long anticipated. "Merlin, this chicken leg is larger than my face." He forgot that it was freshly cooked, steam erupting from the bite he took, causing him to shudder from the heat. Yet, the crispy exterior, tender meat, and rich juices were too delightful to discard. He had to tilt his head back and exhale repeatedly to dissipate the heat in his mouth. In contrast, Harry and Draco exhibited far more grace in their dining. The waiter thoughtfully provided several pairs of gloves on the side, which Ron failed to notice. Harry donned a glove and picked up his intriguing wizard's sandwich, pondering how to eat it. Observing other patrons devouring their sandwiches with gusto, he imitated them and took a big bite. His eyes widened instantly. Delicious. It contained vegetables, meat, and a staple, all accompanied by a sweet and savory sauce that made it utterly delectable. He then grabbed the rather plain-looking drink beside him, which resembled a potion concocted by a godfather. Hesitantly taking a sip, the sweet, invigorating flavor was delightful. He resolved that this drink would henceforth be his favorite, if only he could indulge in it every day. though Aunt Petunia would surely disapprove. After all, she had previously scolded him about consuming too many fries. He longed to grow up. Draco patiently tore apart his chicken leg to cool it down, combining fries and chicken in his mouth. He appeared somewhat disinterested, finding it a bit greasy. He sampled a burger, deeming it acceptable. However, the drink brought a spark to his eyes. The trio chatted animatedly, as they were all of similar age, quickly growing comfortable with one another. Ron was astonished to learn Harry's full name, sincerely inviting them to his home, stating that his little sister adored Harry. Clinging to her storybooks about him every day, they lost track of time in their conversation until a tall figure loomed beside their table. Draco and Harry felt an ominous sense of foreboding. Slowly, they raised their heads to meet Severus Snape's dark gaze. Chapter 15. The strange dog. Harry and Draco trudged behind Snape, their spirits dampened. Ron, startled by Snape's presence, hurriedly scooped up the leather bag filled with chicken legs and burgers, which Draco deemed compensation, asserting that dining was a means of forging friendships. Bidding his companions a hasty farewell as he faced the stern professor alone, Draco discreetly glanced up at Snape, and when Snape noticed the gaze, he offered an innocent, pure smile. His voice, soft and unwittingly affectionate, pleaded, "Please don't be angry, Professor. I promise we won't lose track of time again. I accidentally bumped into Ron, so I treated him to a meal as an apology." Harry chimed in, gazing at Snape with his emerald eyes, looking pitiful as he spoke. "I'm sorry, Professor. It was just that Draco and I met other children our age for the first time, and we lost track of time while chatting. It's all my fault. You trust me, and I neglected to remind Draco." He lowered his head, his voice slightly choked, yet his downcast eyes sparkled with mischief. What could Snape possibly say? Should he express that two well-mannered children need not apologize, that nobles ought to maintain their dignity? Or should he curtail their social interactions? He let out a heavy, cold huff, stating there would be no next time. Otherwise, they would be the ones to deal with the slime in his potions lab. The two little rascals believed their schemes were well concealed, but he simply couldn't be bothered to expose them. He guided the two youngsters back to Malfoy Manor. As they stepped into the parlor, a dark shadow darted toward them. Instinctively, Snape shielded the children behind him, swiftly casting a binding spell. Had he not remembered that this was Malfoy Manor, where no assailants could approach, he would have acted with far more aggression. Draco and Harry peeked out from behind Snape, both gazing at the assailant on the floor, a gaunt, scruffy black dog, now bound and unable to move. Draco sighed in disappointment. Where did this scruffy black dog come from? Its fur is rough, and it's so skinny and ugly. Surely, it's not a pet our parents prepared for us, right, Harry? I don't want it. Harry found it hard not to agree with Draco's assessment. He was not fond of dogs. Dudley often unleashed them on him, and he had been knocked to the ground multiple times, feeling as though he might be devoured by that foul, glistening maw. Beep. Encountering a key character, Sirius Black. Triggering new plot developments. For the grievances of the previous generation, please click to view. The inorganic system voice echoed after 3 months, and Draco initially thought 65 had returned. However, this system's voice was entirely different, devoid of warmth, capable only of executing commands issued by Draco. Sigh. Another day of missing 65. Draco, engrossed in his musings, failed to notice the complex expressions on the black dog's face or the sudden flare of its eyes. However, it mattered not, for both Snape and Harry observed their expressions impassive as they simultaneously cast cold, warning glances at the black dog, Sirius Black. Unbeknownst to them, at that moment, they bore a striking resemblance in the eyes of an outsider. At least, that was how Sirius perceived it. Sirius Black and James Potter, Remus Lupin, and Peter Pettigrew formed a friendship during their school years, creating a small group known as the Marauders. That name doesn't sound very reputable. Have they not outgrown their juvenile antics? Draco mused internally, lamenting the absence of 65, missing the stories that had once been told to him. James Potter fell in love with Lily Evans at first sight. After they were sorted into Gryffindor, he pursued her fervently. How familiar that name sounds. Isn't that Harry's parents' name? Early romance is quite improper. Draco shook his head disapprovingly. Lily Evans and Severus Snape were childhood friends. One was sorted into Gryffindor, the other into Slytherin, yet their friendship endured. However, James Potter harbored biases against Slytherin and detested Lily's defense of Snape, targeting him relentlessly, mocking his attire, which only fueled Lily's disdain for James. Snape did not passively endure their bullying, often retaliating with spells he had learned. Gradually, rumors spread that Snape was delving into dark magic, destined to become a dark wizard. They discovered that Snape seemed to have uncovered the secret that their friend Remus Lupin was a werewolf, plotting to lure Snape to the Shrieking Shack during a full moon. Ultimately, when Snape was injured, James regretted saving him. In the aftermath, Dumbledore merely admonished Snape to keep the secret, imposing no punishment on the Marauders. After this incident, The Marauders continued to engage in confrontations with Snape without remorse. By the shores of the Black Lake, James, accompanied by a throng of followers, hung Severus upside down from a tree, threatening to remove his undergarments. Although rescued by Lily, Severus's wounded pride compelled him to hurl cruel words at her, leading to an irreparable rift between them. What a detestable band of marauders. And what of Dumbledore? Is he truly so muddle-headed that he believes retaliating against bullying negates the act of being bullied? As Draco continued to read, his ire swelled. He sensed that his godfather harbored a certain disdain for Harry's father, initially attributing it to the age-old rivalry between Gryffindor and Slytherin. Yet he never anticipated it to be this severe. Poor Harry, bearing an uncanny resemblance to his father. It was no wonder that his godfather often referred to him in a sardonic tone. Though Harry had heard whispers from his mother about the discord between his father and godfather, he never imagined the specifics would be so dire. He wished to express his profound love for his parents, whom he had never met, and the yearning he felt for them. Yet it was his godfather and Draco who had liberated him from that nightmarish household, and it was they who had steadfastly guided him through his trials. He could not betray his convictions to speak kindly of his father, for he, too, believed that his father had erred. Feeling despondent, Harry lowered his gaze, only to feel a large hand gently massage his head. He looked up to find it was his godfather. Severus did not meet his eyes, his lips pressed tightly together. Yet Harry understood that Severus was offering him solace. Wait, could his godfather also hear Draco's unspoken thoughts? Severus's tight-lipped demeanor was not solely due to past grievances. Rather, he felt a twinge of humiliation at having his history laid bare before children. One small troll was seething with indignation, while another bore a look of melancholy. And that foolish dog appeared utterly incredulous. And what of the three figures lurking in the shadows? I can hear your breaths. Severus's piercing gaze shot towards the corner, revealing the silhouettes of Lucius and Narcissa Malfoy, alongside Dumbledore, who had returned Sirius. Ahem, Severus, Harry, Draco, you've returned, Dumbledore said, his fist pressed against his lips to mask his embarrassment. Alas, he recognized his misjudgment. His favoritism towards Gryffindor had clouded his judgment, and he had not foreseen the extent of James's transgressions. Recently, he had been tirelessly working to reopen Sirius's case, and his intention in bringing Sirius to Malfoy Manor was to check on Draco and Harry, as well as to see if that postcard still existed, hoping to procure a few copies. However, just as he settled down for pleasantries, Sirius, in his animagus form, had bolted towards the door only to be restrained by Severus, followed by an outpouring of long-buried memories. Now, young Mr. Malfoy likely wished to distance himself from him. Draco, upon hearing the voice, looked up and was taken aback to find Dumbledore before him. He rolled his eyes, believing himself unseen. Frustrated, Draco pulled Harry, who seemed lost in thought, towards the Malfoy couple, inadvertently ignoring Dumbledore. Mom, Dad, you're back. Harry and I went to Diagon Alley with my godfather today, and we met a new friend. He glanced around, noticing the absence of anyone else behind his parents, which piqued his curiosity. Did I not mention that I encountered Sirius Black? Which led to my new discovery. Where is he? His gaze darted around until it settled on the large black dog, and an absurd yet reasonable thought crossed his mind. Could this dog possibly be Sirius Black? Severus released the binding spell, and the black dog gradually transformed into a disheveled man, standing awkwardly before them, cautiously addressing Harry. Harry, is it? You bear an uncanny resemblance to James. I recognized you at once. Please forgive my earlier rudeness. I was simply overwhelmed to see you. I believe you do not know me yet. I held you when you were just born. I am Sirius Black, your godfather. Sirius spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner, his mental state evidently frayed. Yet he was not dull-witted. As he discerned the increasingly peculiar expressions on the faces surrounding him, he realized he might have misspoken. Perhaps I said something improper? Chapter 16. The Curious Canine Godfather? Dumbledore observed Severus's stormy countenance, and, amid the Malfoy couple's indifferent demeanor, felt compelled to initiate dialogue. Sirius, I believe it would be prudent for us to sit down and converse. The children also require some respite, do you not think? He patiently soothed this once proud dog, now slightly deranged after prolonged confinement in Azkaban. The group settled onto the plush sofa in the warmth of the living room, with Draco and Harry flanking Severus, who was initially overwhelmed by the protective gestures of his two charges. Lucius and Narcissa, indulgently, took their positions beside their son and Harry. Severus found himself bemused as he reveled in the guardianship of his pupils, while Lucius and Narcissa allowed their children to frolic. Observing the befuddled expression on the foolish dog's face, Severus mused that perhaps today warranted the reading of an additional potions book to celebrate. Opposite them sat the disconcerted Sirius, who had just received glares from both Draco and Harry, alongside the resigned Dumbledore. The group exchanged silent glances, each unsure of how to break the ice. It was Harry who ultimately shattered the awkward silence, adopting the noble etiquette taught by Narcissa, mimicking Lucius's tone. Mr. Sirius Black. Is it? It is well known that my godfather is Severus Snape, as designated by my mother. Forgive my impertinence, but do you possess any handwritten correspondences from my parents? Furthermore, during my time residing with my aunt, were you ever aware of my circumstances? Did you ever consider seeking me out? Harry's words struck Sirius with a visceral blow, leaving him wounded and speechless. Most astonishingly, he could hardly comprehend that this sniveling child was indeed the godson he had longed for. Do not refer to my godfather in such a manner. The realization struck Sirius that he had unwittingly voiced his innermost thoughts, and he found himself awkwardly gazing at the two children glaring at him, while Severus offered a comforting pat on Harry's head before turning away. He sat there in disarray, while Dumbledore placed a reassuring hand on Sirius's shoulder. Children, the circumstances surrounding this are quite complex, Dumbledore began, his voice resonating with gravitas. Trigger keyword, Sirius's circumstances. Would you like to view? All ears perked up, as they had only recently learned of these matters from Lily's letters, which had informed Dumbledore, who subsequently intervened for Sirius's release. During the retrial, he had employed Veritaserum to facilitate Sirius's acquittal. Given his steadfast claim that Peter Pettigrew was not deceased, and that he would only seek justice once he apprehended Pettigrew. During this time, Dumbledore had overseen his confinement. Let me think. Where shall I begin? Dumbledore mused, lifting his teacup, feigning contemplation while his attention remained fixated on Draco. The elderly often suffer from poor memory. Draco feigned maturity with a dramatic sigh, then, ensuring no one was watching, openly allowed his mind to wander. Let me ascertain the situation. It was foretold by Trelawney that the one destined to vanquish Voldemort would be born at the end of July, and Harry happened to arrive on July 31st. Thus, Voldemort erroneously concluded that Harry was the prophesied child, launching a fervent search for their family. Wow, did he truly believe that? How foolish of Voldemort not to investigate who had uttered such words. What evidence existed that a mere infant could defeat him? It is difficult to gauge this Voldemort. Engaging in a battle of wits with him seems disappointingly unchallenging. Draco found this legendary Dark Lord to be utterly foolish, almost as if he had lost his wits. The very thought that his father had ended up in Azkaban because of him, leaving his mother despondent, filled him with loathing for Voldemort. He could scarcely fathom what his grandfather saw in him. Was it his appearance? Even Sirius silently concurred with Draco's sentiments. Dumbledore found himself questioning whether he had perhaps overestimated Voldemort. Yet, upon reflection, he acknowledged that, despite Voldemort's later erratic behavior, he had indeed been a diligent dark wizard in his early days. At that time, Lily and James's home was safeguarded by the Fidelius charm, rendering them invisible to Voldemort. Sirius, as James's close friend, was universally recognized as the secret keeper, and their bond was so strong that no one suspected he would betray the Potters. Nevertheless, Voldemort managed to locate the Potters. James cried out for Lily to flee, only to be struck by the killing curse. Voldemort had hesitated to act against Lily due to a promise made to Snape, yet Lily fought fiercely to protect Harry. In a moment of impatience, Voldemort cast the killing curse at Lily, who was holding Harry, but the ancient magic of love activated, causing the curse to rebound and obliterate Voldemort's physical form. Draco felt an increasing heaviness in his heart as he absorbed this narrative, pondering how profoundly Harry must be suffering. He discreetly tightened his grip on Harry's hand, managing a casual smile when Harry glanced in his direction. Years spent in the Dursleys' household had taught Harry to be perceptive. He eagerly absorbed the stories of his parents that no one had ever shared with him, striving to maintain composure while feigning ignorance before Draco. Yet, the glimmering emerald of his eyes was clouded with unshed tears, which he valiantly fought to suppress. The few tears that escaped were hastily brushed away. Both believed they had successfully concealed their emotions from one another, unaware that their childlike attempts at subterfuge were glaringly transparent to the adults present. The adults feigned ignorance, their hearts heavy with compassion. Lucius and Narcissa had undergone a transformation, having shed the archaic beliefs of blood purity they once held. The darkness and decay that had once plagued them dissipated, washed away by the elements of magic, leaving them more rational and clear-headed. Initially, they had scrutinized the savior, who was of the same age as their son, viewing him as a potential asset. However, as they spent time together, their hearts warmed to him, embracing him as one of their own. Witnessing the two young boys, who were so concerned for each other's feelings despite their own sadness, stirred a profound sense of empathy within them. Severus recalled the desperate pleas he had made to both Voldemort and Dumbledore to save Lily, only to be met with failure. His dark eyes grew more hollow as he gazed at his two protégés. Yet, with Harry still alive and Draco by his side, could there be hope for his own redemption? Sirius, shedding his initial frantic demeanor, sat in silence, a mere remnant of smoldering ashes, his words extinguished. Dumbledore regarded them with a deep sigh, sensing the weight of age upon him. He felt as if he were perpetually committing errors that inflicted pain upon others. Even now, his thoughts revolved around how to exploit Draco's extraordinary potential. This contemplation brought forth a pained expression on his face, as he recognized the troubling nature of such protection. Just as he ruminated on how to utilize Draco, he felt an oppressive tightness grip his soul, accompanied by a creeping pain. Coughing slightly, Dumbledore began to speak, shifting the focus of his thoughts. Harry, your godfather Sirius was, without a doubt, the secret keeper for your parents' residence. They established the Fidelius charm, an exceedingly intricate spell that conceals a person's secret within the soul of a living being. The secret resides within the heart of the chosen secret keeper, ensuring it remains undisclosed unless the keeper chooses to reveal it, as long as the secret keeper remains silent. Even a thief with their nose pressed against the window of their home would remain oblivious to their presence. This was something they had confided in me, and I believe Mr. Malfoy is also aware of it. Lucius nodded at Harry, acknowledging that all Death Eaters had speculated about this matter. Voldemort, however, had seemed oddly certain that Sirius was not the secret keeper. Little did anyone know, just before the Great Battle, they had surreptitiously changed the secret keeper. Fearing capture and the potential revelation of the Potter's location, Sirius had conspired with James and Lily to appoint their other friend, Peter Pettigrew, as the new secret keeper. Dumbledore's expression grew grave. I must assert that this was a foolish decision. Peter Pettigrew had long since succumbed to the Dark Lord's influence, becoming his unwilling spy at Hogwarts. Aware that Sirius would expose him for betraying the Potters, Pettigrew devised a plan. When Sirius cornered him in a crowded alley, Pettigrew created an explosion with his wand, severed one of his own fingers, and vanished. Sirius was subsequently arrested on charges of betraying the Potters and murdering Pettigrew along with a Muggle bystander. After finishing his account, Dumbledore sighed deeply, contemplating whether he should have been the one to take on the role of secret keeper. It was all my fault. I trusted others too readily. If I had not insisted on changing the secret keeper, James and Lily would not have had to bear the weight of Sirius's betrayal. The only thought sustaining him now was the desire to capture Peter Pettigrew, so he could face James and Lily with a semblance of a smile. Indeed, it is all your fault. The unexpected proclamation came not from Harry, Severus, or Draco, but rather from Narcissa, who had always been quiet, yet now displayed a fierce protectiveness. Chapter 17, The Unusual Narcissa. Sissy? Lucius had never witnessed his wife so enraged. She had always embodied her name, akin to a quietly blooming daffodil, supporting this family, offering solace and understanding to him during the tumultuous time following his father's death. He straightened his posture, his gaze fixed intently on Sirius, concerned he might lash out. Years of unspoken understanding led him to believe that whatever Sissy was about to say would not be pleasant. He had completely forgotten that Sissy's power now rivaled his own, her talents surpassing his, placing her on par with the most esteemed individuals present, even challenging Dumbledore himself. Narcissa cast a glance filled with tenderness at Lucius before turning her attention back to Sirius, the cousin she had once adored immensely. You are arrogant and presumptuous, holding disdain for Peter Pettigrew, yet you entrusted him with the role of secret keeper. You fail to recognize the love and protection your family offered you, while placing your faith in a cowardly traitor, believing your friendship to be unbreakable. If it were not for you, James and Lily Potter would still be alive. All of this is your doing. Narcissa regarded Sirius, who was seething and poised to retort, her gaze unwavering. What is the matter? You can claim it's all your fault, yet you cannot bear a single word of reproach? Ah, yes, proud Sirius. How could you ever think yourself at fault? You feign humility by declaring your mistakes, seeking comfort from others, insisting it is not your fault, but rather the traitor-esque cunning that has cast you as the hero. Just as you insisted on joining Gryffindor, severing ties with your family, you expect everyone to praise you for your defiance against authority and commend your brave pursuit of justice. After all, the Blacks are notorious, fearsome Death Eaters, are they not? Standing atop your family, accepting accolades must surely bring you joy, mustn't it? The House of Black is merely a den of madmen and Death Eaters. Sirius Black harbored no sense of guilt. He believed he was blameless for breaking free from the suffocating confines of his family. The moments spent with his friends were the happiest of his life. Narcissa scoffed, Sirius. After all these years, you remain as stagnant as ever. Azkaban has not brought you clarity. Rather, it has driven you further into madness. What does it matter that you've joined Gryffindor? A foolish lion, more venomous than a serpent. Surely you haven't forgotten how you treated Severus? Perhaps you believe your actions to be just, considering that all Slytherins are mere pawns in the Death Eater's game. And what of Lupin? When you lured Severus to the Shrieking Shack, did you ever contemplate your so-called friends? Her biting gaze fixed on Sirius, while Harry and Draco stood in stunned silence, recognizing the unusual yet striking intensity of Aunt Narcissa. Sirius found himself at a loss for words, unable to counter her accusations. He still refused to see himself as in the wrong. Was it not common knowledge that Slytherins were notorious for their wickedness? Yet, he grappled to defend himself regarding Lupin. Dumbledore sensed an impending crisis, realizing that the flames of animosity were about to engulf him. He was well aware of the students' biases, but due to his own disdain for ambition, he had chosen to turn a blind eye. Madame Malfoy, he attempted to diffuse the tension, only to be interrupted by Narcissa. I believe this is a family matter among the Blacks. Surely, Professor Dumbledore would not rudely interrupt the sister's reprimand of her brother? Narcissa's tone dripped with sarcasm. Although they had collaborated with Dumbledore, both she and her husband remained wary and indifferent toward him. As a former Slytherin student, she had long abandoned any expectations of this esteemed headmaster. Slytherin was merely a refuge for children seeking warmth amidst vigilance. Dumbledore awkwardly took his seat, sighing yet again in silence, realizing his error in allowing events to spiral unchecked. Narcissa turned her attention back to Sirius. Perhaps you still do not believe you are at fault. So, I must ask, what reflections did you have during your time in Azkaban? When you were pursuing Peter Pettigrew, did you ever think of the poor child you abandoned at the roadside, barely a year old? In your stupor, did you consider that your godson was starving, clothed inadequately, and sleeping in a cramped cupboard, worse than even Azkaban? In your remorse over James Potter's death, did you ever think of his son, Harry Potter, who lived a life inferior even to that of a house elf? Narcissa's gaze pierced through Sirius. As Harry's mentor, she had grown to befriend Lily, promising her that she would deliver a fitting reprimand to this arrogant, unrepentant individual. Oh, you certainly haven't, have you? You mourned for Potter's death. So much so that you refused to defend yourself and ended up in Azkaban. For Potter was the most significant to you, was he not? Your family, your godson, none of that matters, does it? At this moment, Narcissa's tempestuous emotions had calmed. Why do you hold your family in such contempt? I understand it is not perfect, rife with rigid dogmas and obsessive sentiments, yet it was our home. Are the bonds between siblings, parents, and children so unbearable that you wish to escape? Narcissa contemplated the cousin she both knew and felt estranged from. She too had suffered, but had found solace. She now had a family, perhaps not flawless, but still a warm haven, a devoted husband, a loving son, a dear friend with a tough exterior yet a soft heart, and a little son who was endearing and precious. Narcissa acknowledged the flaws within the Black family, yet her fixation was on her loved ones, and she felt content with her current life. No, that's not it, Sirius stammered, utterly speechless. Narcissa's barrage of pointed questions left him dumbfounded. He dared not meet her gaze and could only turn to Harry, saying, Harry, I'm sorry. I truly didn't think it through. I never intended for any of this to happen. I really want a family. Harry suddenly spoke with an unsettling calmness, maturing in that instant beyond his years. Draco leaned forward, concerned, eager to offer Harry comfort, but found himself at a loss. Harry smiled reassuringly at him before turning his full attention to Sirius. Standing tall as he repeated, I really want a family. Before Sirius could feel any joy from this affirmation, Harry's next words plunged him into an abyss of despair. When I accidentally made the cup float, and Uncle Vernon yanked me by the ear, or when Aunt Petunia struck me with a searing spatula for ruining the bacon, or when I watched other children being picked up by their parents at the park with envy, or when I was held under the toilet by those vile children, gasping for breath, or when Dudley used me as a punching bag. Tears streamed down Harry's cheeks, unstoppable. I truly wish I had relatives who would appear when I was most helpless, like heroes, and tell me not to fear because they had come for me. He choked on his words, reliving nightmarish experiences that had haunted him since he could remember. He had never received kindness from his aunt and uncle. And as he curled up in that cramped cupboard, he fantasized about his parents appearing to rescue him from this wretched place. Even if they arrived late, it would be fine. He would playfully pout and pretend to be angry, demanding a day at the amusement park to forgive them. It wouldn't matter if they missed the park. He only longed for their presence, merely to have them there. But why now? Harry murmured. After I have finally found the hero I desired, the family I yearned for, to tell me I need not endure such indignities, that I have someone to support me, that I am not a loathed outcast. He covered his face, questioning the whims of fate that seemed to mock him. At that moment, he didn't want Sirius to appear. He had his godfather, who would fret over him when he fell ill, affectionately calling him Little Giant, Aunt Narcissa, who cared for him and imparted knowledge, Uncle Luke, who, though serious, always wore a smile and would toss him and Draco high into the air, and his little dragon, who was sometimes haughty yet endearing. As Harry's emotions surged, he fainted, only hearing the urgent voices of Aunt Narcissa and Uncle Luke as he slipped into a fragrant embrace. In his final moment of consciousness, he seemed to hear his little dragon angrily commanding Sirius to leave. Oh, I've caused everyone to worry again, he lamented, having resolved never to speak of the past. Chapter 18. The Peculiar Harry. Get out. Get out of my house. You are not welcome here. As Harry fainted, Draco immediately abandoned all decorum, rushing to catch Harry as he fell forward. Unfortunately, his small stature and short arms were insufficient. Fortunately, his godfather swiftly caught the leaning Harry, revealing a rare display of panic in his expression, while Harry's parents anxiously surrounded him, checking on his condition. Draco felt tears prick at the corners of his eyes as he noticed Sirius standing nearby, utterly despondent, and he could no longer contain his rage. Dorcas, throw this stupid dog out, Draco chastised. He couldn't help but feel guilty. He knew Harry had suffered, but only through hearsay. Now, he realized those memories had festered within Harry, and he should have treated him with more kindness, ensuring he felt secure and no longer had to relive those nightmarish experiences. Narcissa swiftly enveloped her little dragon in her arms, soothing his emotions while averting Draco's irrational behavior. Do not fret, little dragon. Harry merely succumbed to a momentary turmoil of emotions and fainted. Once your godfather administers a calming potion, he shall awaken swiftly. It is our fault as adults. We should not have allowed our quarrel in the presence of children. You are merely 6 years old, for heaven's sake. We have been utterly unreasonable. When Harry regains consciousness, I must apologize to him. A twinge of regret pierced through Narcissa as she recognized how the adults had disregarded the children's feelings, embroiled in their own dispute. She silently vowed to herself never to let her emotions lead her astray again, especially in the presence of children. Mother, Harry is very sad, and so is little dragon. Draco lamented, tears spilling from his eyes as he nestled deeper into his mother's warm embrace. Little dragon was supposed to care for Harry, yet he felt he had failed in that duty. He could not suppress his quiet sobs, overwhelmed by confusion. The day had unfolded in such an unexpected manner. They had set out joyfully to play, only to return bombarded by a cacophony of explosive revelations, akin to a roller coaster ride. No, it is not little dragon's fault. Severus sighed with relief upon discovering that Harry's fainting spell was merely due to emotional upheaval. He retrieved a specially concocted fruity potion designed for the two children who detested the taste of traditional potions and gently administered it to Harry. He carefully laid Harry back on the sofa and, accepting a blanket from Doris, covered him tenderly, reflexively rebuffing Draco's earlier assertion. If anyone is at fault, it is we adults. How could two 6-year-olds, simply wishing to protect one another, be to blame? It is I, as a godfather, who wallows in self-reproach and finds a twisted satisfaction in the foolish dog's silence, oblivious to Harry's plight. Listening to that child reveal his scars in apparent calmness made me acutely aware of my dereliction of duty as a godfather. I have betrayed Lily's trust and failed to uphold Harry's faith in me. Lucius observed as his wife and dear friend teetered on the brink of an endless cycle of guilt, his own complex emotions momentarily set aside. It was time for him to shoulder the mantle of the family patriarch. Hey, listen, Lucius interjected, halting their spells. You are all blameless. He reassured them. Surely, you do not wish for Harry to awaken to each of your lamentations, do you? I believe we should wait for Harry to awaken and then communicate with him properly. Yes. Lucius had always held family above all else. Power and wealth were merely the finest gifts for his loved ones, enabling them to pursue their dreams unencumbered. He often told the children that they could always come to him, Narcissa or Severus, regardless of the troubles they faced. Out of respect for Harry, he refrained from probing into his life with the Dursleys, understanding that children of that age often possess an inexplicable sense of pride. Perhaps, given some time, Harry would willingly share those memories, and they would all gather by the warm fireplace to envelop him in a grand embrace. Dumbledore felt a pang of guilt. It was he who had insisted on sending Harry to his aunt's care, believing that a home filled with adulation would hinder Harry's growth. Thus, he had entrusted him to Petunia Evans. He was aware that Harry's circumstances were far from ideal, receiving regular updates from Mrs. Figg regarding Harry's development. It was his arrogance, his belief that a savior must endure hardship to remain untainted by adulation, that had led him astray. While he could conjure countless justifications for his actions, facing the deep-seated pain harbored within a child left him speechless. That hurt would not fade away with time. It lay buried within, a festering reminder for Harry. Even if the external wounds healed, he stood in silence, observing the myriad of emotions around him, suddenly realizing he had placed himself on a pedestal too high. In the name of righteousness, he had harmed many, and due to one failure, he had become wary of anyone resembling Gellert. He had permitted the other 3 houses to ostracize Slytherin, seeing only Gellert and Riddle reflected in them. Convinced of his overarching control, he had allowed prejudice to cloud his judgment, perhaps revealing himself to be an unfit headmaster. He thought of Minerva, wondering if she would handle matters more adeptly. She was a true Gryffindor, passionate about Hogwarts, devoid of bias, and just. Even Slytherin students held affection for her, despite her being their rival house's head. While Lucius held a disdain for Dumbledore and Sirius, he could not overlook the latter's long sighs. What is the meaning of this? Our child is merely in a temporary state of unconsciousness, yet you act as if he may never awaken, he remarked, forcing a semblance of a smile. I believe it is best if the child rests. This is hardly a conducive environment for conversation, is it? Perhaps you would prefer to step into the nefarious Malfoy study? His tone dripped with sarcasm. Even Sirius, who was less than present, could perceive it. Oh, Lucius, you know I do not share that sentiment, Dumbledore replied awkwardly, rubbing the bridge of his nose. Indeed, this is not an appropriate place for discussion. Let us relocate. At the very least, we should address Sirius's concerns sooner rather than later, he hinted, noting that Sirius was also within earshot, realizing that the ensuing conversation was not suitable for children. Narcissa, please take Severus and escort Harry and Little Dragon back to the bedroom, then return to the study to join us. Lucius understood that Severus was not fond of his brother-in-law and wished to give him a moment to compose himself before confronting the foolish dog. He would be grateful if they could avoid any hexes being hurled at one another, especially since the upcoming discussion was unlikely to be favorable for Sirius. Narcissa understood Lucius's unspoken intentions, gently patting Draco in her embrace, exchanging glances with Lucius while ignoring Dumbledore and Sirius, and gracefully led the children upstairs, with Severus cradling Harry. Sirius's gaze followed Harry as he moved, his mind slightly muddled. He murmured, James. Lucius, attuned to the slightest sounds, caught the faint utterance and felt a mix of amusement and irritation. He is not James Potter. Open your eyes and see. He is Harry, and only Harry. As Severus ascended the stairs, he felt the child in his arms tremble at that moment, realizing Harry had awakened and heard Lucius's words. He tightened his grip on Harry, his desire to cast a hex on the foolish dog almost overwhelming, yet he restrained himself. Inverted bell. Silencing charm. He calmly retracted his wand, carrying the now conscious Harry in one arm, casting a cold glance at the furious Sirius, and followed Narcissa, who remained impassive, up the stairs. Sirius's anger dissipated like ice water splashed upon flames as his gaze met the suddenly awake green eyes. Within those eyes flickered a hint of disappointment, which ultimately settled into tranquility, as Harry chose not to look at him again. Sirius instinctively wanted to call out to Harry, but words eluded him. His head, tilted in an awkward position, began to feel heavy, and he found himself unable to think clearly, realizing he may have inadvertently hurt his sensitive and fragile godson once more. Lucius sighed, gently setting Sirius down, but not lifting the silencing charm. What a day this has turned out to be, he mused. No one had anticipated Harry's swift awakening, leaving them momentarily speechless. Draco, witnessing Harry regain consciousness, hesitated before pleading with his mother to let him sleep with Harry that night, a request that the two adults pondered briefly before acquiescing. After all, there are certain thoughts that Harry may be reluctant to share with adults, yet he would undoubtedly confide in Draco. He finds it impossible to refuse Draco, nor does he wish to. All he desires at this moment is to be in the company of his little dragon. Narcissa pressed a gentle kiss to the foreheads of the two little treasures, softly leaving them a small light, before exiting the room alongside the silent Severus Snape. Once the adults had departed, Draco clasped Harry's hand tightly, turning to face him head to head. In a hushed tone, he spoke, Harry, it's just the two of us now. If you feel like crying, hold on to me. No one will see. Chapter 19, Strange Harry. If you want to cry, then cry. We are still just children, after all. The sincerity reflected in Draco's bright eyes mirrored in Harry's own. Unable to suppress his emotions, Harry lowered his gaze, tears cascading forth in a torrent under Draco's tender care. Not the heart-wrenching silent tears of before, but rather the unabashed cries of a true child, seeking solace and validation from family, as if he wished to weep away all his grievances. Those who stood silently at the door were filled with compassion. Draco, awkwardly emulating his mother's comforting gestures, patted Harry's back and clumsily wiped away his tears, continuously murmuring words of encouragement. There, Harry. You are doing wonderfully. If you seek a hero, let little Draco be your hero. In comforting Harry, he revealed himself to be a kind-hearted and gentle child, wrapped in love as he grew. Unreserved in sharing that love, especially with his dearest friend. He empathized with Harry's pain and desired to bring him joy, proclaiming, So, my parents are your parents. And my godfather is also yours. We shall live together happily every day. So, Harry, do not be sad. I will always be here for you. Thank you, little dragon. I am just a bit upset. But it's all right now, Harry replied, his voice tinged with a nasal tone. I already have the best family. There's you, my godfather, Uncle Luke, and Aunt Sissy. Moreover, I have learned to write. My parents praised me. I can correspond with them, even though we are not in the same place. Our hearts are tightly connected. As long as I know my parents love me, that is enough. having received so little in his early years. Harry now found himself overwhelmed with abundance, leading to an anxious sense of insecurity. The emergence of Sirius only ignited his fears, for he dreaded that this so-called godfather might disrupt the fragile happiness he had just begun to grasp. I fear that I might wake up to find myself back in that cupboard again. I do not want to lose you. This rare moment of vulnerability revealed his anxieties. Foolish Harry, does it hurt this much? Draco remarked, gently pinching Harry's cheek, only releasing it when he saw Harry nod in confusion. It's not a dream, you see. We will grow up together and attend Hogwarts, the finest school in all of Britain, where every little wizard will be educated. Eventually, we will become the Godfather's students. Though, Harry, it seems you possess little aptitude for potions. You appear to prefer reading about Quidditch. Then the Godfather will be angry, and he will say, "You silly little troll with your head full of weeds." Harry mimicked Snape's tone when correcting students' assignments. The two children erupted into laughter. I wonder which house we will be sorted into. My parents and Godfather are all Slytherins, so I should be too. Wherever Draco goes, I shall follow. I heard that the sorting ceremony involves a test. What if it's a potions exam? You might be sorted into a different house than me, Harry. That doesn't matter. Little Draco will always be my best friend, and even if we are in different houses, he must still be the best in the world to me. Indeed, that is a certainty. What do you think the sorting test will be like? Outside the door. The gathered crowd shared knowing smiles before retreating to the study, careful not to disturb the laughter of the two children within. Snape trailed behind, guiding the petrified Sirius, whose expression bore a rare smile. The cursed dog, upon hearing that Harry could communicate with James and Lily, nearly lost his composure. But Narcissa's swift intervention prevented him from making a scene, for she was all too familiar with her cousin's temperament. Upon reaching the study, Dumbledore lifted the curse from Sirius. Sirius rushed to grasp Lucius's shoulders, his eyes brimming with urgency. You must know, right? Harry said he can communicate with James and Lily. But they are, his words faltered, tears spilling forth, fully aware that it might merely be a child's fantasy or a gentle lie spun by adults. Yet, the thought of that marvelous nephew he had so willfully ignored sparked a flicker of hope within him. What if it were true? Lucius shrugged off Sirius's hands, coldly responding. And if it is true, what then? What if it is false? It is true, isn't it? It has to be. Sirius exclaimed animatedly, though beneath Lucius's indifferent gaze. A hint of scorn tempered his fervor. He recalled Narcissa's words and Harry's, sinking despondently onto the couch. Please tell me, Lucius, I beg you. In that moment, he relinquished his past prejudices, finally recognizing the accuracy of Narcissa's assessment. He was indeed a self-important, inconsiderate fool. His gaze swept across the faces of those present, noticing their lack of surprise, realizing that they all seemed to be in the know. Do not fret, Sirius. We are about to discuss this matter, Dumbledore said, unable to bear witnessing his former student's distress. He offered a comforting smile, and with the tacit agreement of the others, he began. The situation is as follows. None could discern the contents of their conversation, but the following morning, Draco and Harry, hand in hand, entered the dining room, only to be met with the shocking sight of an unwelcome presence. What are you doing here? Draco exclaimed, instinctively shielding Harry behind him as he glared at the loathsome Sirius Black. He knew not the complexities of the situation. All he recognized was that this individual's mere presence brought sorrow to his mother, stripped his father of his smile, and had caused Harry to faint. Sirius appeared more composed today, having tidied himself. Though still thin, he no longer resembled a destitute beggar. His handsome visage bore a smile he had practiced countless times, albeit somewhat stiffly. You must be Draco. I am your mother's cousin, so you should call me uncle. He regarded the child, a delightful amalgamation of his sister's and the Malfoy lineage's finest traits, undeniably angelic, though perhaps with a less than favorable impression of him. He forced a smile, awkwardly rubbing his nose. Humph. Draco had no intention of calling this peculiar man uncle. Spotting Narcissa emerging from the kitchen, he quickly tugged Harry around Sirius and straight into his mother's embrace. Mommy, why is this bad man still in our home? He bullied Harry yesterday. Little Draco is unhappy. Little Draco is telling. Narcissa knelt tenderly, enveloping both Draco and Harry in her arms, relishing their affectionate closeness while ignoring the forlorn gaze of Sirius. Good morning, little dragon. Good morning, Harry. She kissed both children and, sensing Harry's underlying unease, shot a sharp glance at Sirius. Honestly, I told you to take it slow. This foolish dog. Do not mind him. He will be leaving soon. Today, I have prepared homemade green apple pie and Yorkshire pudding. Just what our little dragon and Harry adore, right? Narcissa gently coaxed the two little ones into their seats. Harry, both shy and eager, was pleasantly surprised that Aunt Sissy remembered his preferences, and the treats she prepared were indeed delectable. Typically, Aunt Sissy did not indulge in baking desserts. Yay, I love Mom. And I adore Aunt Sissy too. The dining table was soon filled with laughter and joy, leaving only Sirius, forgotten in the corner, feeling forlorn. After breakfast, Draco noticed his tardy father, godfather, and Professor Dumbledore arriving, seemingly coming from the direction of the study. They must have been discussing something important. Adults really are quite busy. Draco mused, while everyone else tacitly ignored his inner thoughts. Dumbledore approached Sirius, offering an encouraging pat on his shoulder. Snape let out a cold snort, but did not prevent Sirius from getting closer. Summoning his courage, Sirius knelt before Harry, attempting to ignore the piercing gaze of Draco beside him. Harry, I am truly sorry. You may not be able to accept me right now, but that's all right. I think we can start with getting to know each other and slowly familiarizing ourselves. Would that be all right? Sirius endeavored to let his sincere gaze be seen by Harry. Perhaps you might grant this wayward adult an opportunity to understand you? He extended his right hand, while his left remained nervously tucked within his sleeve, damp with sweat. Yesterday, he had received a postcard from Narcissa, a cherished keepsake, despite it being filled with Lily's scoldings and James's frustrations. He was determined to present himself well, to reassure James and Lily, and also to ease Narcissa's concerns, hoping he could converse with his friends as they once did, even if they were not face to face. That, in itself, would be sufficient. Chapter 20. The Curious Harry 3. Harry hesitated as he gazed at the man before him. He glanced at the encouraging expressions of Lucius and Narcissa, then at Snape, whose displeasure was evident yet unopposed. Finally, he tightened his grip on Draco's hand, seeking strength. As long as this person did not aim to extract him from his happiness, he was willing to offer him a chance to be understood. He was also somewhat curious. This man was a friend of his father's and should know him well, right? All right, Harry murmured, lowering his gaze. Sirius was elated, steadying his emotions to ensure his voice did not tremble. I am Sirius Black, though everyone calls me Padfoot. It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry. He forced a smile, tears glimmering in his eyes as he momentarily recalled the hands reaching out to him at Hogwarts. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Little fork, he added apologetically. If you bully Harry again, I'll make sure Liam zaps this annoying pest with lightning. Draco seethed inwardly. For Harry's sake, he would grudgingly forgive this bothersome man for now, but he would keep a vigilant watch over him, ensuring he would not dare to torment his family again. No. Yesterday was too chaotic. I didn't finish the latter part. I need to see if Dumbledore was right about Peter Pettigrew being the one who caused harm to Harry's parents. I cannot let Harry and his parents or godfather be deceived. The others exchanged knowing glances, Lucius lifting Draco into his arms. While Snape held Harry, Sirius's expression twisted in discomfort, but none paid it any mind. The adults, distracted by Draco's thoughts, engaged in vacuous small talk. Their attention clearly not on the words they spoke, but rather on the matters they planned to address in the future. It does align with what Dumbledore said. Peter Pettigrew, Sirius Black, James Potter, and Remus Lupin all entered Hogwarts in the same year. Peter, a follower of the strong, submitted to Voldemort after leaving school and spent a year gathering information for him. Then, after being chosen as the Potter's secret keeper, he revealed their hiding location to Voldemort. Little did he expect that his powerful master would be defeated by a mere infant. In fact, Peter transformed into a rat and scurried into the sewers. With Voldemort absent, he remained in a state of hiding. Voldemort's followers sought him out for revenge, knowing that their master had acted on Peter's advice to attack the Potter family. While the good people of the wizarding world considered him a deceased hero, Peter was in hiding as a rat. Somehow, he became the pet of Percy Weasley. That rat named Scabbers. Peter lived in this form for many years, until August 1993, when his owner, the Weasley family, traveled to Egypt. Their family, along with Scabbers, was featured in the Daily Prophet. Sirius Black, imprisoned in Azkaban, happened to borrow a newspaper from the visiting Cornelius Fudge and immediately recognized the rat. He realized it was his old friend and resolved to escape wizarding prison to exact vengeance on the traitor. This pursuit led Sirius, Peter Pettigrew, Remus Lupin, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Severus Snape to the Shrieking Shack. When Scabbers' true identity was revealed, Sirius intended to execute him, but Harry intervened, believing they should spare Peter's life to clear Sirius's name and send him to Azkaban. However, later, Remus transformed into a werewolf, and amidst the chaos, Peter escaped once more. Trelawney had prophesied that night that a servant of the Dark Lord would return to him and aid in his rise. Indeed, Peter fled that night, transforming back into a rat and desperately seeking his old master, Voldemort, in Albania. Draco felt there must be more to the story, but it remained untold, leaving him somewhat unsatisfied. He had always regarded the events of parallel timelines as mere tales, unless they involved those close to him. Is that truly all? But the name Weasley sounds familiar. Where have I heard it? The boy I encountered in Diagon Alley. Ron. Draco recalled the red-haired boy he had met with Harry yesterday, who bore the surname Weasley. That day, Ron mentioned that his brother had a pet rat, which he envied and always cuddled to sleep with. Wait a minute. As everyone processed this information, their gazes turned to Dumbledore. Knowing well that the Weasley family was a cornerstone of the Order of the Phoenix, and it was best for Dumbledore to address this matter. Draco pondered. How do I convey this news to my parents? Although that annoying pest is indeed bothersome, I believe my mother and Harry would want to clear his name as soon as possible. They all contemplated how to subtly steer the conversation toward this topic, rationally and without raising suspicion, to capture Peter Pettigrew. They understood Trelawney's prophecy. Even if they apprehended Peter, he would likely find a way to escape. They could not afford to provoke Voldemort's suspicions before securing their position. Sirius, for once, found his rusty mind racing, desperately wanting to seize the traitor. Just the thought of hearing about his whereabouts ignited an uncontrollable urge to rush out and find him. Of course, he remembered not to disclose anything he could overhear in front of Draco, as Narcissa and the others feared the consequences of exposing any information. He cared deeply for his nephew, who could be considered his savior, and it certainly wasn't he because of the ice pick Narcissa held against his waist. What could he say? A rat, of course. Harry, may I come to see you once this tumult subsides? I promise, once I capture that traitor, I will avenge you and your parents, he said casually, though his clumsy acting could not disguise the fervor behind his words. He was aware that Harry should also be able to hear Draco's thoughts, as Scorpius had informed him. He firmly believed that Harry would cooperate with him, despite the fact that Harry did not particularly like him. It was uncertain where his confidence stemmed from, yet Harry indeed grasped his intentions quite well. He feigned hesitation and inquired, Peter Pettigrew? Is he truly still alive? Of course, that rat from the gutter would never meet such a mundane end. He must have transformed into a mouse, lurking in some corner, surviving in secrecy, waiting for the moment when darkness returns. Sirius felt a fire igniting within him. Life in Azkaban had undoubtedly left an indelible mark on him. Draco was unaware that this was all an act for his benefit, but he sensed it was an opportune moment. He pretended to be intrigued. A mouse? Is he an animagus? What does he look like? Just an ordinary mouse, with brownish-yellow fur. If one were to note any distinction, it would be that he is missing a toe, as he had severed one of his own fingers to make others believe he perished in that explosion. Sirius replied with a hint of bitterness. A mouse with a missing toe? That sounds oddly familiar. Draco feigned deep thought, causing Lucius to stifle a laugh at how endearing his little dragon was. Severus also struggled to suppress a smile, his fingers twitching within his ample black robes, tempted to pinch Draco's cherubic cheeks. Narcissa and Dumbledore remained the most composed. One wore a gentle smile, while the other surveyed the unreliable adults around him, ready to offer assistance. Oh, have you heard about this, Draco? Perhaps your clue could be pivotal, Dumbledore said, stroking his long, grizzled beard, winking at Draco while expertly portraying an air of indifference to the child's innocent ramblings. Draco's cheeks puffed in indignation. How could Dumbledore underestimate a boy destined to be a savior? He put on an act of sudden realization. I remember, Harry. Do you recall that boy named Ron we encountered yesterday? He mentioned that he has a mouse that has been living with him for 5 years, only eats human food, and is also missing a toe. Draco praised his own performance, feeling it was flawless. Harry pondered momentarily before excitedly exclaiming, yes, that's right. Ron did say that. Perhaps that mouse is indeed Peter Pettigrew. To be honest, the acting of the three main characters was rather lackluster, yet it mattered little, as no one else would dare to expose their ruse, instead playing along. This could indeed be a crucial lead. I believe I should accompany Sirius to the Weasley residence. Dumbledore adopted a serious demeanor, feigned, of course. He was somewhat skeptical, also feigned, yet he earnestly thanked Draco. Thank you, Draco, if this is true. You will be the hero who saves Sirius. I trust your parents will be proud of your cleverness. His praise was remarkably straightforward, and Draco struggled to suppress any inappropriate reactions. His expression now mirrored that of the proud white peacocks in the garden. For a fleeting moment, everyone envisioned a haughty little platinum peacock incessantly seeking flattery. Chapter 21. The peculiar Weasley family. Then I shall join you as well, Lucius declared, rising to adjust his attire. I have some business matters I wish to discuss with Mr. Arthur from the Muggle Affairs office. He had not overlooked Ron's name, since it appeared alongside Harry's. It was possible he too could hear the thoughts of the little dragon. He needed to contemplate how to extend an invitation to the Weasley family to visit Malfoy Manor, given that his previous relationship with Arthur was far from cordial. Their differing ideologies had often been a barrier, but now, while he did not expect to become friends, it was entirely feasible to converse amicably with Arthur Weasley. Dad, will you invite Ron and the others over to play? I heard Ron has many brothers, and Harry and I are super curious. After revealing the clue, Draco ceased to concern himself with it. Hearing Lucius's words, he tugged Harry along, approaching Lucius with wide, expectant eyes, while Harry mirrored his enthusiasm, having been envious when Ron mentioned his numerous brothers. Oh, my dears. Lucius felt his heart soften under the gaze of the two pairs of shimmering eyes, feigning a hand over his heart as if struck by their adorableness. Of course. I will invite your new friends to the manor for some fun. My heavens, I feel as though I can hardly breathe. He pretended to succumb to the overwhelming cuteness, collapsing onto the sofa, while the innocent Draco and Harry anxiously gathered around him. Dad, are you all right? Is something hurting? Little dragon will make it all better. Uncle Luke, are you dizzy? Harry will give you a rub. The two little ones circled Lucius with concern. Sirius observed, his mouth twitching, glancing at the surrounding adults who remained unfazed, suddenly feeling a sense of unfamiliarity. Had the world changed too rapidly, or was this a false Lucius Malfoy? He would never admit to envying Lucius's ability to embrace both sides. Doubt began to cloud his mind. Get used to it, Narcissa remarked, observing his bewildered expression, and, out of a sense of familial obligation, reluctantly tossed him 4 words. Since Lucius had gained confidence with his newfound strength, he seemed intent on compensating for the regrets of his rapid growth, increasingly resembling the cheerful, talkative young man he once was. Not only did he occasionally reveal his true self at home by entertaining the children, but he also transformed into a doting father, claiming that they had plenty of time to grow up, and that the children should enjoy themselves to the fullest. Fortunately, both Draco and Harry were quite sensible, not allowing such boundless indulgence to render them unreasonable. Nonetheless, they would undoubtedly continue to love him deeply. However, Narcissa could hardly criticize, as one child longed for recovery while another had endured immense hardship. At times, she felt she had not given enough, yearning to provide them with the best of everything, ensuring they would forever remain her little princes. Fortunately, there was always one person in the household who remained particularly grounded, namely, their potions master. After all, there was not a single reliable individual in the household, in the potions master's opinion. He would sternly point out any mistakes the children made, supervising their corrections. Severus seemed to sense Narcissa's thoughts. He sipped his herbal tea, a concoction he had specifically brewed to promote tranquility and focus. The gentle clinking of his cup and saucer silenced the 3 who had been laughing and playing. Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter. I trust you both possess a modicum of time awareness, for it is now 13 minutes and 29 seconds past the designated time for morning reading. He rose, and Draco and Harry obediently held on to his flowing robes, dutifully bidding farewell to the adults at Severus's gentle cough. Lucius regained his noble composure, extending an invitation to the calm Dumbledore, who was enjoying his pastries, and the bewildered Sirius. Narcissa stood to see them off, casually adjusting her husband's slightly disheveled attire, exchanging a kiss on the cheek without a care for anyone else. She smiled as she watched her husband depart, oblivious to Sirius's mutterings about how it was impossible for a snot rat to exist. Draco and Harry welcomed their guests, the Weasley family, on the second weekend of their second week. At that time, he and Harry were soaring through the skies above Malfoy Manor on Liam, completely oblivious to Lucius approaching with their guests from behind. Wow, is this the welcoming ceremony for the nobility? It is truly magnificent. Draco and Harry remained perched on Liam, unwilling to descend, when suddenly, 2 identical voices echo from below. Curious, they glanced down to see 2 familiar red-haired boys, around 8 or 9 years old, exchanging remarks about Harry and Draco on Liam's back. With a graceful flutter of Liam's lowered wings, Draco and Harry elegantly alight before the pair of twins, offering a courteous greeting. The Weasley twins instinctively burst into applause, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Hello, I am Draco Malfoy. So, you must be the mischievous twin brothers Ron spoke of? Let us shake hands. Hi, I am Harry Potter. That must be right, as lively as I imagined. And I must say, you look remarkably alike. I'll shake your hand too. I am George Weasley. And I am Fred Weasley. Harry and Draco share a tender gaze, their hands clasped, as Ron, fearing he might lose his companions, breaks free from his mother-esque grasp and rushes toward Draco and the others, calling out loudly to garner their attention. Molly Weasley, Ron's mother, feels an embarrassing urge to drag these unruly boys over for a reprimand. Before their departure, she had repeatedly reminded Arthur about the importance of etiquette among the nobility and instructed the children not to run amok. Though she too had been momentarily awestruck by the Thunderbird's landing, she couldn't help but marvel at the wealth of the Malfoys. Narcissa offers a reassuring smile to Molly. Draco and Harry have long anticipated Ron's visit to Malfoy Manor, and their excitement had been palpable, even to the point of giving Molly a headache from their incessant chatter. I've eagerly awaited your arrival. Merlin, I wonder how you managed to handle so many mischievous little ones at once. Would you mind sharing your secrets with me? Narcissa's playful tone eases Molly's tension. Hearing familiar topics, Molly can't suppress her desire to converse. She had initially thought Narcissa would be haughty, but instead, she finds her amiable and charming. Oh, of course. To be honest, I often find myself at my wit's end with these little rascals as well. Narcissa discreetly guides Molly to a garden retreat. For it is impolite to keep guests standing, is it not? She kindly beckons a house elf to bring forth delightful snacks and tea for the two well-behaved children accompanying Molly. Arthur Weasley observes his wife seemingly oblivious to his presence, while Percy and Ginny dutifully follow their mother. He feels a sense of abandonment. Standing alongside his former adversary while his older sons, Bill and Charlie, are still at school, leaving him to entertain the younger children. Yet now, everyone seems to have deserted him, leaving him alone with the person he once loathed. Merlin, even after Dumbledore's visit yesterday, where he provided numerous explanations. Arthur finds it hard to accept that Malfoy is aligned with Dumbledore. Surely, he can't be a good man, even if he is not a Death Eater. He must be neutral. Lucius sees through Arthur's thoughts with a discerning eye. Merlin's beard. He rolls his eyes discreetly. The foolish Gryffindor lion. Always so transparent that it brings tears to one's eyes. He does not wish to take sides. But his little dragon must spend a considerable amount of time at Hogwarts, and he has never underestimated Dumbledore, even in his old age. The gentlemen, who have fallen behind the ladies and are struggling to interject, begin to engage in awkward small talk. Ahem. I had no idea that the Malfoy family could also keep a Thunderbird. I wonder if all the necessary permits are in order? Arthur, intending to offer assistance, unwittingly conveys a tone that leads Lucius to misconstrue his words as sarcasm. Rest assured, Mr. Weasley, that which the Malfoys desire, the Malfoys shall obtain. Lucius adopts a rare air of condescension, which incites a twitch of annoyance in Arthur. As Narcissa and Molly continue their lively conversation, they notice two immature men exchanging glances in an awkward standoff not far away. Oh dear, men can be so childish. Narcissa and Molly. Humph. He remains as insufferable as ever, Lucius remarks, referring to Arthur. Chapter 22. The Peculiar Weasley Family Part 2. Harry, Draco, and the twins quickly become acquainted. Unlike Ron, who is quite childish for his age, these 8-year-old twins, while lively, possess a maturity that allows them to care for their younger siblings. This leaves Harry and Draco, who have only interacted with peers, feeling an intense envy toward Ron. As Narcissa observes the son growing increasingly fierce, she worries about the children overheating and invites them into the newly established playroom. The moment they step inside, they are greeted by a refreshing coolness that alleviates the heat of the day. They joyfully explore this treasure trove of toys, their eyes dazzled by the myriad of colors. Ron spots a dark square object on a table and, curious, presses the red button on top. Slowly, words begin to appear on the white screen across from the sofa. Doraemon? Ron reads aloud, just as a loud melody emanates from the tall black rectangle beside the screen, startling Ron and capturing the attention of the other children exploring nearby. Wow, what is this? George exclaims. Is it some kind of magical trick? Fred chimes in. Percy, ever the serious and decorous one, feels too shy to inquire. Ginny, hiding behind Percy, is too bashful to speak up. Wow, what is this, Draco? Ron asks, his curiosity unabated. It's a television, Draco explains, gesturing at the air conditioning unit. These are all Muggle inventions. This last bit was something Harry had casually mentioned, which Lucius had discreetly noted and, through some unknown means, had successfully installed. It is said that countless resources were expended for this Muggle contraption, as they apparently require something called electricity. Lucius had even outfitted the manor with air conditioning, refrigerators, and other such items, which Narcissa found to be quite luxurious. Muggle inventions? Really? How do they work? Is that electricity you mentioned the same as the lightning we conjure? Arthur, who had come merely to check on the children and to discuss business next door, finds himself drawn into the conversation, astonished that Malfoy actually has business to discuss with him. He does not mean to belittle himself, but he genuinely cannot fathom what business the Malfoys might have that he could assist with. Just as he reaches the door, Draco's words capture his attention. He is utterly captivated by Muggle devices, completely forgetting about any business matters. Beside him, Molly swiftly seizes Arthur by the collar. Arthur, you always do this. Oh, I'm terribly sorry. How rude of me. Arthur snaps back to reality, for the first time viewing Lucius Malfoy without any prejudice. Perhaps this so-called business was worth anticipating as he looks toward Lucius. Lucius, feeling a chill at Arthur's unexpected openness, nods politely. As the head of the Ministry's Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, I believe this business proposal will be one you cannot refuse. It is often said that one's fiercest rival knows them best, and Lucius is well aware of Arthur's curiosity regarding Muggle matters. As he knows Arthur has modified many Muggle items without permission, Lucius contemplated the introduction of certain Muggle artifacts into the wizarding realm. The more he delved into the intricacies of Muggles, the more alarmed he became. While Muggles may appear feeble, their boundless creativity and the latent threat they posed had reached a level that Lucius could no longer dismiss. He had to concede that the Dark Lord of your might have been correct, albeit excessively radical in his approach. Lucius harbored no grand ambitions, save for the welfare of his family and the prestige of the Malfoy name. He wished to avoid arousing Dumbledore's suspicions. Such scrutiny would serve him no beneficial purpose. Would it? Yet, Narcissa, who possessed ambitions and tenacity equal to any wizard, had always chosen to embrace her role as a devoted wife and mother. However, she was not merely his spouse and Draco's mother. She was also Narcissa Black, and she must first be true to herself. The arrival of Draco's system not only gifted them with a healthy and proud little dragon, but also illuminated the latent fire of ambition within his wife, a flame that sparked with such intensity that it left him momentarily dazed, as if singed by its brilliance. Yet, ambition was never a pejorative term, particularly for a Slytherin. Thus, he resolved to be the man behind Narcissa, ensuring that the wizarding world gradually acknowledged the muggles they had long scorned. He would provide a safe haven for Narcissa, regardless of the outcome. They both understood this tacitly, one in the light and the other in shadow. Lucius wore a sincere smile as he escorted the Weasley couple next door, where various muggle curiosities awaited. As for his true thoughts, perhaps only Narcissa could fathom them. The affairs of adults were of no concern to the young children present. A few little ones were nestled on a sofa, custom-made by Lucius for his two children, sinking into its plush embrace as Ron sighed in comfort. "This sofa is quite delightful. How wonderful it is to be wealthy," he remarked, with the twins and Ginny nodding in agreement, even Percy casting a look of envy. "If my parents successfully collaborate with yours, I assure you, it won't be long before you enjoy such comforts too." Draco and Harry sensed that the adults were engaged in some business discussions, though the specifics eluded them. However, one should never doubt a Malfoy's prowess in matters of profit. "Really?" Ron exclaimed in astonishment. "My parents never mentioned anything about discussing business with the Malfoys. After all, they are the Malfoys, the living embodiment of wealth in the wizarding world." George and Fred shared Ron's shock, for they were not as oblivious as he, acutely aware of their father's frequent complaints about Lucius Malfoy's haughty demeanor, wishing to give him a punch for it. Even Percy perked up, not believing there was anything wrong with his family. But he recognized the struggles of his parents and yearned to excel and ease their burdens. "Of course," Draco began, only to be interrupted by the enthusiastic chorus of Malfoys can do it. The children exchanged amused glances, laughter bubbling forth and further strengthening their camaraderie. Ron handed the remote control, as Harry had termed it, to him. "Harry, show us what marvels this muggle contraption possesses. There are so many buttons. I can't distinguish between them." He had been captivated by the music moments before, inadvertently pressing something that rendered the screen frozen. Under Draco and Harry's guidance, they drew the curtains, allowing the screen to illuminate the dim room, ensuring visibility. They all huddled together once more on the sofa, eager to experience the muggle wonder. Initially, Ron had wanted to watch that peculiar blue magical creature, but Harry, after whispering something to Draco, claimed he had a treasure to show them, shrouded in mystery. With only vague mentions of the study, Draco retrieved a black, disc-like object and placed it in the box beneath the television. Harry distributed tissues among everyone, cryptically assuring them they would be needed. For reasons unknown, Ron felt an inexplicable itch in his fists. Harry, noticing the eager expressions on their faces, exchanged a significant glance with Draco in the darkness. A fleeting, somewhat mischievous smile flickered across Harry's cherubic face, unnoticed by all. "Shall I begin?" Harry whispered. He pressed the button, and the screen flickered to life, displaying unfamiliar characters that read Demon Slayer, Mugen Train Arc. Ron and the others found themselves rather perplexed by the opening. Why does this character have such large eyes? The artwork is so abstract. What is a demon? Is it like a vampire? These names are so difficult to pronounce. Oh, that character looks like an owl, huh? What is that pig-headed creature? Is it a magical animal? However, as the story unfolded, their chatter gradually subsided, with all eyes riveted on the screen. Even Harry and Draco, who had seen it before, were entranced. "I shall fulfill my duty. I will not allow any of you present to perish." The notion of strength transcended mere physicality. Aiding the weak was the duty of the strong. Aging and death were intrinsic to the fleeting nature of human life, rendering it precious and noble. It was the inevitability of aging and death that bestowed a sense of endearment and dignity upon existence. Am I doing well? Have I accomplished all that I ought to? All that I was meant to do? Chapter 23, An Odd Interruption. Draco rummaged through the space and system library, searching for a gift for Harry, who had been shy and timid since arriving at Malfoy Manor nearly a month prior. He desired to bring a smile to Harry's face and sought his mother's assistance. She informed him that Harry's birthday was approaching, allowing Draco the opportunity to prepare a thoughtful gift, one that did not need to be extravagant, but must be imbued with sincerity. Draco pondered for several days and recalled a mysterious box he had glimpsed in the library. He remembered that the previous owner of the library had mentioned it was safe. It was adorned with a red flag featuring 5 stars. At the time, he had merely glanced at it in his engrossment with novels. Now, curiosity compelled him to search the library thoroughly, ultimately discovering the box in a separate compartment. It was well preserved, indicating the former owner had cherished it. He carefully extracted it. Feeling a strange sense of solemnity, Draco straightened his back and inhaled deeply, slowly opening the box. There were no dazzling lights or swirling mists. Nor did a translucent spirit appear to claim him as a pupil. Instead, he quietly observed 3 smaller boxes within, his mind racing with questions. He first picked up the most exquisite box, one that aligned with his aesthetic sensibilities. Inside were various crystals, and he found a note detailing the properties of the elemental stones, which would significantly enhance one's magical training and elemental absorption. Excitedly, he selected a few to eventually gift to his parents and godfather, planning to present one to Harry when they awakened their powers, a perfect plan. He noticed some finely crafted small toys resembling weapons nearby. Upon inspecting the attached note, he was astonished to discover they were genuine weapons, not mere models. They would change size according to the wielder's thoughts. "Oh, cool," he exclaimed. Draco then opened the largest box, revealing some dark, unrecognizable objects. Hesitant, he questioned whether they were dirty or inherently that way. He checked the note again, which stated these were treasures belonging to the former owner of the library, or perhaps his predecessor, known as magical discs, intended to be viewed with a device called a television and DVD player, which allegedly would automatically adjust to any DVD. Each disc bore distinct inscriptions, etched in an enigmatic script unknown to Draco. Yet, he comprehended their meanings. A magical card girl? A blade for slaying phantoms? A curse to return to the battlefield? Settling scores with friends in summer? The Western ones, Draco, gazing at these peculiar titles, began to question the taste of that senior. After much deliberation, he settled on the possibly more conventional blade for slaying phantoms, planning to ask his father to procure the DVD later. His attention then turned to a modest little box. It was evident that its owner had cherished it. Every edge was smoothed and rounded by gentle handling, and unlike the other 2 boxes, which bore minor dents and scratches, this one was pristine, devoid of even the slightest blemish. Upon opening it, a sea of red enveloped him. The moment the box was unlatched, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. A vast banner, as if blocking out the sun, gently swept over Draco's head, omnipresent and tenderly enveloping him, instilling a sense of safety akin to being beside his mother. Draco beheld a shade of red identical to the small flag atop the box, and as he touched his face, he realized it was wet with tears. At such a tender age, he struggled to fathom this feeling. He picked up a letter from within the box. Unlike a perfunctory note, this was a formal correspondence. "Dear kindred spirit, greetings to you. I know not who shall inherit my wealth, but I am certain that you share a profound connection with me. Perhaps not with me directly, but with my homeland, that place to which I cannot return. Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions. Driven by my own modest desires and obsessions, I have employed an ancient and potent magic to ensure that only one capable of returning me home may claim this treasure. However, this shall bring you no harm. Consider it a heartfelt plea from a lost elder when you journey back to my native land. Please bury this box atop Mount Tai, for I yearn to gaze upon my homeland and wish to protect it always. Fear not. The stars have assured me that you will reach that place. Though it may be far in the future, it shall undoubtedly be a splendid and unique journey. There is little else to say. My deeds are chronicled in the annals of the Asha continent. I believe I have lived a fulfilled life. My country values the return of leaves to their roots. I have longed for this my entire life. I implore you, kindred spirit. Oh, it seems I have yet to mention my homeland. Alas, old age has dulled my memory. My homeland is called Huaxia. It is singular and incomparable, one you will surely recognize at a glance. Thank you, kindred spirit. I see it now, in that distant future, watching the clouds dance atop Mount Tai. Thank you. My platinum-hued little peacock. By the way, do make good use of my collection. It represents my youth. Your unseen friend, Nolan Davis, crossed out, Luca. As Draco perused the letter, tears cascaded down his cheeks. Though he could not fully grasp some of its meanings, the weight of sorrow and complex emotions enveloped him tightly. He had encountered the name Huaxiao in the novels he read. Just as he felt overwhelmed by this tide of emotion, time seemed to stand still. The encompassing red, like smoke and mist, gradually coalesced into a humanoid form. It gazed at the tear-streaked child and sighed with guilt. It was still too early. He was merely a 6-year-old. With a gentle wave, the ancient box and letter vanished into the depths of the library. It then lightly touched Draco's forehead, sealing away this memory and restoring everything to its previous state. Draco snapped back to reality, wondering what had captivated him so, only to recall he had intended to ask his father to buy DVDs. Despite the seemingly dubious titles, he felt that the senior was trustworthy. Perhaps the names were simply unappealing? He took the discs of blade for slaying phantoms along with the expandable weapon and crystal, exiting the space. Harry would surely enjoy this. But first, he needed to examine blade for slaying phantoms, hoping not to disappoint a Malfoy, for he was rather discerning. Lucius, ever attentive to his beloved son's wishes, swiftly acquired a DVD player, albeit the wizarding world lacked electricity. However, this posed no issue for the Malfoy family, who had successfully integrated into the Muggle world, becoming a new titan therein. An army generator was but a trifling matter. Indeed, Muggle inventions were rather impressive. He planned to renovate the rooms for Draco and Harry, perhaps even create a playroom for them and Severus. He wondered if Severus had any interest in Muggle medical devices. "Father, will you watch this with me, please?" Draco pouted, seeking his father's attention. Today, his godfather had taken Harry for a checkup. Harry was too thin, and Severus planned to prescribe him some remedies, with St. Mungo's being quite comprehensive. It was the perfect opportunity to check this out while Harry was away. If it was good, they could watch it together again. Mother seemed to be inspecting some ventures, though wasn't he that typically father's domain? What would happen if she overheated in this sweltering weather? All right, Lucius instinctively agreed. Then reconsidered, realizing he had no pressing matters. He decided to indulge his son, thinking it would foster their bond. He sometimes felt competitive, for instance, inquiring who mother and father favored more. Draco had mentioned something about blade for slaying phantoms, right? He hoped it would not be too tedious. Lucius prepared to cultivate a positive emotional experience for Draco. Thus, 2 hours later. "Father, why are your eyes red?" Draco asked, astonished. "I've been staring too long. They're simply a bit fatigued," Lucius replied, evasively. "Father, why does your voice sound nasally? Have you caught a cold?" Draco queried, suspicious. Yes. It seems I may have caught a slight cold," Lucius admitted, still trying to maintain his composure. "Father, I just remembered. I think I have a knife exactly like my brother's." Draco beamed. "Really? A knife that can grow and shrink? That is super cool." He produced the Sunblade from the Senior's collection. Little Draco QAQ. "What is it, father?" "I too wish to possess my own Sunblade," Lucius expressed, longing evident in his eyes. When Narcissa and Severus returned with Harry, they had yet to see anyone, but were greeted by the sound of second form. Rising flame of heaven. Following the sound, they beheld Lucius wielding an odd yet striking blade, flames forming a crescent arc as it surged forward. Lucius's face flickered in and out of view amidst the firelight, astonishingly handsome. "However, Lucius, can you explain why you are directing flames at my white rose?" Narcissa asked, smiling at him. I'm done for. I've shown off in the wrong place," Lucius exclaimed, cold sweat beading on his forehead. "Narcissa, let me explain." In the end, no family feud erupted, and they joyfully gathered in the yet-to-be-renovated playroom to watch the film Draco had passionately recommended. Chapter 24, The Strange Twins. As the closing theme played, Draco nervously drew back the curtains, allowing sunlight to flood in. Harry, stroking the back of his head, grinned foolishly at the slumped figures on the sofa. "Muggles are this impressive? Aren't they supposed to be incapable of magic? It feels as if my soul has been assaulted." Ron lamented, his eyes swollen and staring vacantly into the void. What had he initially thought? Oh, these characters weren't particularly attractive, and this one looked like an owl. How ridiculous. I've become a mere corpse. The twins peacefully closed their eyes, hands folded across their chests. "No, hold on, Fred. Thank you, but I am George Percy." "Then how about watching something light and cheerful?" Draco tentatively suggested. He merely wished to find joy in companionship rather than solitude, which is why he watched just one film, leaving the others unexamined. Draco, with an air of exaggerated disdain, shook his head and sighed dramatically. The friends who had watched with him were tempted to playfully pinch his cheeks in frustration. However, they merely entertained the thought, as Harry was present. Despite Harry's usual tendency to stand somewhat shyly beside Draco, he could be surprisingly vigilant, especially when it concerned Draco. Just the other day, when Sirius attempted to ruffle Draco's hair, which, by the way, looked exceptionally appealing, Harry had swiftly batted his hand away. Yet, his demeanor varied with different individuals. Surely he would be gentler with friends, right? Nonetheless, the group currently lacked the enthusiasm to engage in anything else, and they languidly waved their hands in dismissal. Observing the redness in everyone's eyes, Harry recalled that Uncle Lucius had looked similarly that day, and suddenly, he knew just the way to uplift his companions. He struggled to drag a large chest from beside the curtain, the sounds of clattering and jingling emanating from within. Draco joined in to assist, drawing the attention of the sprawled-out group on the sofa, who curiously approached to investigate the commotion. Upon opening the chest, they discovered it brimming with an array of replica swords, crafted specifically for children by a wand-making company at Lucius's request. Each sword was adorned with a fiery magical engraving, designed to create spectacular visual effects, albeit with minimal power. The designer had been overwhelmed by Lucius's exacting standards until the latter brought the research department to view a remarkable film. It was said that the department had become enraptured, resulting in the development of this wand and several other models, purportedly for the benefit of unfortunate half-giant children. The swords featured black blades with red accents along the sides, white handles, and scabbards in shades of gray and white. The flame-like design was unmistakable. This was indeed the legendary Daybreaker. The Weasley twins spoke in perfect unison, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Upon receiving confirmation, each of them eagerly selected a sword, including Ginny, for who could deny how undeniably cool this was? Who said girls could only like dolls? Enthusiastically, the group followed Draco to a spacious area that had been transformed from the charred remains of Lucius's previous destruction. The ground was covered in polished wooden flooring, testament to the diligent efforts of the house elves in maintaining cleanliness. Ron remarked that it was cleaner than his own bed. Surrounding them were vast stretches of grass, with only a few towering acacia trees nearby, creating a natural archway through which they had just entered. Beneath the trees was a resting area, adorned in a rustic style that surprisingly complemented the opulence of Malfoy Manor. Snape derisively remarked that this was Lucius's finest aesthetic endeavor. Ron, brimming with impatience, drew his sword from its scabbard and was momentarily startled by the flames. His excitement ignited. He exuberantly exclaimed, "The fire of the rising sun." He marveled at the wand's authenticity, realizing that different motions produced varying flame shapes. Ginny gasped softly, and Ron's modest pride swelled, making him feel like the most dazzling presence in the vicinity. George and Fred, their eyes alight with curiosity, examined the wand, occasionally directing questions towards Draco. Initially, Draco was able to answer a few queries, but soon found himself at a loss, as he was still but a child, despite his current studies in alchemy. He cleverly pushed Harry, who had previously visited the wand company with his father, into the whirlwind of inquiries from the twins, while he himself ungratefully slipped into the shade to enjoy the treats prepared by the house elves. He leisurely sipped a sweet milk tea, oblivious to the circle of cream that had formed around his mouth. New plot twist triggered, the twins. Upon hearing this, Draco immediately surmised it was due to the Weasley twins' antics. Habitually, he opened the notification with keen interest, eager to learn more about his new friends. Unaware that several members of the Weasley clan had paused, their expressions puzzled as they watched him. Weasley twins, Fred Weasley, George Weasley. Identical red hair, matching freckles, inseparable bond. Extraordinary camaraderie, widely popular at school, often dubbed the second James and Sirius. Fred and George have consistently delved into the realm of magical tricks. During their time at school, their inventions garnered immense popularity among the students. In the main world, Harry had gifted his Triwizard Tournament winnings to Fred and George, enabling them to realize their dream of opening a joke shop, Weasley's Wizard Wheezes, at number 93 Diagon Alley. Strangely fitting, isn't it? I wonder if they are still researching such things. Perhaps I should consider investing in them. The Malfoy family was never short of wealth, even with Draco still in his youth. Both he and Harry received a generous allowance each month. Is 2,000 galleons sufficient? If not, I may need to sweet-talk my parents for a bit more. Draco contemplated his allowance with a hint of gloom, feeling a tad less affluent than he had hoped. He recalled a contract his father had left on the table, which indicated that the initial costs amounted to 20,000 galleons, not including the exorbitant expenses that followed. Harry intercepted the eager Weasley twins, signaling them to listen first, asserting that rushing in would be futile, as they would be unable to move. Just look at Ron. He had indeed noticed that Draco had spoken without opening his mouth, evidently eager to approach and inquire, yet he now found himself frozen 10 paces away from Draco. George and Fred, undoubtedly astute, recognized that there was a secret at play and, arm in arm, dragged Ron back without drawing Draco's attention. Only Ron and the twins could hear, while Ginny and Percy remained oblivious. During Voldemort's resurrection, while searching for Harry, they, alongside members of the Order of the Phoenix, consumed Polyjuice Potion to disguise themselves as Harry. However, in the process, George lost his left ear due to an accidental injury from Snape's Sectum Semper spell, which was originally intended for a Death Eater. As a double agent, he had been covertly aiding Harry and his friends, but the spell misfired. "How do you feel, George?" Mrs. Weasley inquired softly. George felt around the side of his head. "It sounds lovely," he murmured. "What is wrong with him?" Fred asked, alarmed and hushed. "Is he injured in the head?" "It sounds lovely," George reiterated, gazing at his brother. "Look, I have a hole. Hear that, Fred? Do you understand?" Mrs. Weasley wept even more sorrowfully. Fred's pallid face suddenly flushed with color. "That is terrible," he told George, "truly dreadful. The entire world of irrelated humor lies before you, and you choose to have a hole. Well, now, George said with a smile to his tearful mother. At least now you can tell us apart. Draco silently recounted this excerpt from the main world in his mind, feeling utterly lost. The Weasley twins were his newly made friends, and Snape was his godfather. Surely, such a scenario could not occur, though he could not be certain. His father and the others would never side with Voldemort again. Draco consoled himself, mustering his spirits to continue reading. Behind the great tree, Snape wore a grave expression, tinged with a hint of guilt, as he quietly apologized to Mrs. Weasley, who was silently weeping with her hands covering her mouth. I am truly sorry, madam. Snape paused, reiterating, I am truly sorry. Chapter 25, The Peculiar Twins 2. Harry. Ron attempted to lower his voice, incredulous at what he had just heard. He was not particularly astute, but he grasped the grim reality. His brother George was about to lose his ear. What eavesdropping? He swore he would come to loathe all jokes pertaining to ears. Was this truly a heartfelt sentiment? Was Draco's assertion genuine? Surely, it must be some jest, right? Ron's voice gradually diminished under Harry's gaze as he realized something. For the first time, he accurately distinguished between George and Fred, burying his face in George's embrace. George merely felt his clothing dampening slightly. In past times, he might have joined Fred in jesting about their little brother Ron, but now he absent-mindedly touched his left ear, failing to register any response. Fred silently grasped George's hand, wishing to say, Hey George, your jokes are absolutely dreadful, and to share a laugh as they once did, yet the words eluded him, leaving his face expressionless. No matter the circumstances, they were still merely 8 years old, and the future seemed distant, as if separated by some unseen barrier. They steeled themselves to listen for whatever was to come next. Surely, nothing could be more unpalatable than eavesdropping, could it? During the final battle at Hogwarts, Fred willingly took on the responsibility of monitoring the secret passage. Yet, perhaps due to the misfortunes that befell the Weasley twins with each separation, the first being George losing an ear, and the second Fred sacrificing himself. While the wizarding world had its share of twins, none shared the profound connection they did. The bond between George and Fred was a delicate balance, one that was shattered in these extraordinary times, leading to Fred's departure. He lived by jest and departed with a smile still lingering upon his face. His last words were a joke shared with his wayward brother Percy. Fred, joyfully gazing at Percy, remarked, You truly jest, Percy. It seems I haven't heard you joke in ages, since you last saw Fred Weasley. He perished in a tremendous explosion caused by Death Eaters Augustus Rookwood and others, at the tender age of 20. From that moment onward, every mirror George gazed into became a reflection of the cursed erased. Fred felt George's hand, which he clasped tightly, as if loosening his grip would result in its disappearance. Yet, he felt no pain, only a sense of ethereal unreality. He did not ponder his future closely. His immediate reaction was one of remorse for George. Surely, George would feel an overwhelming loneliness. George believed that eavesdropping was the worst fate this battle could deliver. But why must Fred be Fred? After weeping for a time, Ron had begun to regain his composure, only to be struck by another devastating blow. He could no longer contain himself, and clung to George, sobbing uncontrollably. Fred. His voice was so wretched that even Ginny and Percy glanced over, not to mention Draco, who was now overly responsive to the name Fred. Harry felt the sweat trickling down his brow under their scrutiny, contemplating a plausible excuse to divert attention. His godfather, Uncle Luke, and Aunt Sissy had been forthright with him about many matters, never dismissing him due to his youth. And he was aware of their previous disputes over how much to reveal to Draco. The rules forbade disclosure. What changes would arise from breaking them? Could it lead to adverse consequences for Draco? Yet, was it truly right to keep such truths from him? Ultimately, the desire to protect Draco prevailed. They unanimously decided that Draco should remain unaware. However, Merlin, his mind was a blank slate, utterly devoid of any suitable excuse. Merlin's foul socks, someone rescue me. Perhaps Merlin indeed heard his silent plea, for Mrs. Weasley appeared at the archway. George, Fred, I told you not to bully your brother, she exclaimed as she hurried over, enveloping Ron in her arms to shield Draco from view. Hey, you cannot always treat your brother as an experiment. You are family. Ginny and Percy exchanged knowing shrugs, and Percy patiently began to instruct their younger sister, both thoroughly enjoying themselves. Molly, catching a glimpse of Draco who seemed concerned about Ron, immediately half-embraced Ron and steered him toward the manor. Poor little Ronnie. Fortunately, Professor Snape is available. Let us see if he can treat you. George, Fred, come with me, Percy instructed. Take good care of your sister and don't let her misbehave, all right? Apologies, Harry and Draco, but I must take these two little rascals for a talking to. Don't worry. Molly briskly led the three children toward the manor, her chatter incessant, leaving Draco in a state of bewilderment. George and Fred had remained silent since Molly's arrival. Having observed their mother's reddened eyes and deduced that she had overheard their previous conversation, she must have heard everything. They were at a loss for words. At the age of 8, even comforting themselves felt like a challenge, and they could not conjure a single joke that might lift Mrs. Weasley's spirits. With heads bowed, they exuded an air of guilt, akin to mischievous children caught by an adult. Harry pondered for a moment before approaching Draco to speak. He believed Mrs. Weasley must have overheard, as he had noticed some movement behind the tree earlier. Perhaps his godfather and Mrs. Weasley had been present. He shared with Draco his concern that Ron might be frightened to death by his godfather's sharp tongue, fearing they might lose their little companion if they did not check on him. Draco found Harry's reasoning quite sound. He, too, wished to follow. But with Percy and Ginny present, it would be discourteous to leave their guests unattended. As Harry approached, the adults, including the sobbing Ron, the twins gripping each other's hands, the tearful Mrs. Weasley, the bewildered Mr. Weasley, the solemn Snape, the comforting Narcissa, and the ever-observant Lucius, who had been unaware of the events yet sensed something amiss, were all gathered. Given Molly's emotional state, Harry took it upon himself to explain the recent occurrences, including Draco's observations of the new future. Mr. Weasley's mouth fell agape as he listened, astonished by the revelations. Yet upon witnessing the expressions on his wife and son's faces, he swallowed some ill-timed words, murmuring, "Why can only you hear? If I cannot, why can Ron?" He remained skeptical of Harry's words, despite the corroboration from his wife and son. "Arthur, it is precisely your attitude that prevents you from hearing." Molly, now resembling a protective lioness, had sensed the truth the moment she heard it. In the depths of her being, she knew this was real, that failing to act would lead to a grim reality. She understood Arthur's doubts about his inability to hear. However, the crux of this matter was the twins. Was it not? Look at the words he was uttering. Even little Ron, with his limited emotional intelligence, knew instinctively to express concern for his brothers. Arthur, recognizing his misstep in the face of Molly's fury, swiftly acknowledged his bias. He privately lamented, having previously vowed to Dumbledore to view Malfoy without prejudice. Yet, he found himself struggling to adjust his mindset accordingly. However, he suddenly lost all his strength and collapsed onto the sofa. How am I to believe this? My child, my little magpie who brought joy akin to that of a happy nut, now a bird that can no longer soar, one we have forever lost? Their household is filled with children, and besides Ginny, he cherished these two the most, for they never failed to bring him laughter, dispelling the fatigue of a long day's work. Although at times, it did come with sweet burdens. The study fell into a heavy silence. The little ones dared not speak in such an atmosphere. It was Severus who shattered the stillness. He solemnly apologized to the Weasley family, expressing his regret for having harmed young Mr. George. Molly shook her head, insisting, "This is not your fault, Severus." She gazed at this junior from her school days. They were not particularly well acquainted, one from Gryffindor, the other from Slytherin, yet she had faintly heard of the enmity between him and the Marauders. She understood that it was Severus, in an effort to protect them, who had inadvertently hurt George, and she could not bring herself to blame him. She could only murmur repeatedly, "This is not your fault. Nothing has yet occurred." Indeed, nothing has yet occurred. Chapter 26, The Curious Molly. Yes, nothing has yet occurred. Lucius clasped his hands together in a pyramid shape, resting his chin lightly upon them. He tilted his head, surveying the assembly. Perhaps we have already altered many events that were meant to transpire. He cast a sidelong glance at Arthur, scoffing at the audacity of doubting his beloved little dragon. Arthur, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratched his head. Hearing Lucius's words filled him with a reluctant sense of hope, as he truly wished to avoid the dire situation that had been mentioned. He adored his family, and the loss of any one of his two children would extinguish the laughter and joy that filled their home. Lucius, disregarding him, called over several children to inquire about their thoughts, for the adults had their own matters to attend to. He felt a twinge of concern for the little dragon, as he sensed that Draco had been receiving information about the future with increasing frequency. Just moments ago, while in distress, he had a sudden epiphany upon seeing Harry and the others. Thus, with the tacit consent of those present, Lucius solemnly entrusted these little ones with a task. He had already mastered the art of engaging with children, thanks to the wisdom gleaned from Muggle parenting books. He persuaded the children to assist the adults in relaying messages, and to inform their parents when they encountered anyone who could hear Draco, while ensuring that those individuals did not disturb him. The children, caught up in their youthful exuberance and knowing Draco to be a splendid friend, readily agreed without hesitation, promising to keep his secret. They remained oblivious to the fact that this was not merely a matter of confidentiality. Truth be told, they could not communicate with those who were uninformed. They could only convey messages in a roundabout way. Lucius was deeply moved and lavished praise upon the children, boosting the confidence of everyone except Harry, who had long since grown immune to such compliments. After all, One cannot help but feel flattered when a dazzling beauty gazes at you as if you were a towering hero. Merlin, they certainly could not resist. In the midst of the adults' curious stares, Lucius produced several unissued, or perhaps unreleased, custom cloaks of flame, each costing a staggering 3,000 galleons. However, for the Malfoys, money was no object. These cloaks were versatile, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, crafted from the softest underbelly of the rare O'Brien snow dragon, boasting formidable defensive capabilities. Only a handful of these cloaks had been made, as it took half of Hogwarts' worth of snow dragon to yield but a few. He had creatively designed the flame motifs at the hem to shift according to the owner's will. Observing the children's sparkling, eager eyes, Lucius decided to reward them with these cloaks, completely ignoring the hesitant expressions of Arthur and Molly. The children, forgetting their troubles, became enthralled by the splendid cloaks. As for the dangers of life, they set that aside, thinking they had at least 12 years before needing to concern themselves. After all, the adults were present. They patted their chests, vowing to fulfill their task, and were delightedly coaxed out to play by Narcissa, who mentioned that lunch would feature delicious beef pot bento. Next came the adults' concerns. Arthur and Molly had heard an array of bewildering news, including about Scabbers, which truly struck them with great impact. This was because Dumbledore had not specified what Scabbers was needed for. They had not even seen Dumbledore take action before Scabbers obediently followed along. When Ron, Harry, and the twins went to find Draco and the others, it filled them with envy. Harry presented the other two items he had requested from Lucius to Percy and Ginny. He even helped Draco put on his cloak, surveying him with a satisfied nod. Draco had grown accustomed to this, as ever since Harry had confessed his feelings, he had become increasingly clingy. Yet, what could be done? After all, he was the older brother, and it was his duty to take care of his younger sibling. How could he refuse such kindness? Draco thought to himself, feeling justified in being the one who had always been cared for. This must not come cheap, Percy remarked, displaying maturity beyond his years. With Hogwarts on the horizon for him next year, he had taken to studying diligently in order to excel beyond his peers and become a pillar of support for his family. He hesitated, querying Draco, while Ginny, initially eager to try it on, found herself wavering due to Percy's comments. Although she adored the beautiful garment, she was all too aware of their family's financial situation. Wow. Look at our mature Mr. Percy Weasley. Adding some tension to the atmosphere, the twins chimed in teasingly. This is a gift from Mr. Malfoy. Are you really going to return it in such an impolite manner? They deftly alleviated the earlier awkwardness. Draco sighed in relief. While he had been indulged by his family to the point of being somewhat spoiled, he also understood that dismissing the matter of money would not sit well with Percy, who clearly possessed a strong sense of pride. He worried that his words might be misconstrued. Ron seemed to have matured a bit. He even managed to shift the topic. Shall we return to the living room to play? It's getting a bit warm, and Aunt Narcissa said there would be beef pot bento for lunch. He gulped, perhaps simply drawn by his appetite. No one disagreed, and thus the children migrated to the living room, their laughter echoing throughout the manor. At noon, everyone enjoyed the longed-for beef pot bento, whether it was due to the abundance of children gathered together or the influence of their idol. They all found the meal exceptionally delightful and satisfying. Molly glanced at Ginny, reminding her to finish her vegetables, while also instructing Ron to observe proper table manners and refrain from reaching out to grab food. She lovingly regarded the twins, gently inquiring if they needed anything. As for Percy, he was well behaved, leaving Molly with little opportunity to fuss over him, so she turned her attention to Draco and Harry. At least, that was how Draco perceived it. She expressed concern about Harry being too thin and needing to eat more meat, then fretted over Draco's pale complexion, insisting that children should spend more time in the sun for healthy bone development. However, the Malfoy family had always possessed such a pallor, and no amount of sun exposure would alter that. Molly enthusiastically shared her recipes with Narcissa, emphasizing their deliciousness and health benefits, which were essential for children's growth. The more Narcissa listened, the more she felt enlightened, while Draco and Harry grew increasingly ashen at the thought of being forced to eat carrots and celery. The Weasley children regarded Draco and Harry with sympathetic glances. They were raised on such nourishment since their infancy. After the meal, the Weasley family prepared to return home, with the adults agreeing on a time for their next discussion, while the children reluctantly arranged their next playdate. Upon learning that Ron and his friends could freely visit Diagon Alley without adult supervision, Draco and Harry felt a twinge of envy. Draco seemed to have an idea, pulling the twins aside to inquire if they were interested in magical tricks, then hastily adding that this was information he had received from Ron. The twins pretended to be unaware, nodding in agreement. In a conspiratorial manner, Draco produced a bag enchanted with the undetectable extension charm, revealing 500 galleons, which he declared as funding for their creative endeavors. He further stated that if they decided to produce something or open a shop, he wished to be their exclusive investor. After a moment's thought, he added, "And Harry has a share in this too. Should the funds fall short, I can always invest more. Although Harry has the Potter family vault, one cannot merely live off inherited wealth. I intend to invest in profitable ventures for him, ensuring he won't find himself impoverished when it comes time to wed." Draco felt an unexpected sense of responsibility for his younger brother. Proud of his role as an exemplary older sibling, the twins exchanged knowing smiles, performing a playful bow, vowing not to disappoint their benefactor. They were already aware of their future success, but why should they wait patiently for it? They could exert themselves now, even in the 3rd or 4th year, to bring joy and amusement to everyone, couldn't they? Their current goals were clear: read, work hard on their inventions. Once the Weasley family departed, Draco took a leisurely stroll with his parents, godfather, and Harry, sharing amusing anecdotes before preparing to take a nap with Harry. Meanwhile, Narcissa and Lucius, along with Severus, convened to discuss upcoming matters, formulating a series of plans before dispersing. Severus returned to the potions lab to pursue his illustrious and captivating potion-making career, stopping occasionally to chat with Lily about Harry's education, all while ignoring James Potter's 107th complaint. Lucius and Narcissa enjoyed a long-overdue moment of intimacy, exchanging sweet nothings, while Liam, observing this affectionate couple who treated him as an outsider, rolled his eyes and prepared to seek out his young master for a nap, only to be pitifully snatched away by a dark-cloaked potions master in need of raw materials. Frustrated but unable to disobey his master's orders by attacking anyone in the manor, he could only hover above the potions master, ruffling his hair in a huff. Thus, when Sirius excitedly arrived, eager to cultivate a bond with Draco and Harry, he found himself bewilderingly barred from entering Malfoy Manor. When even his owl was unable to fly inside, he was utterly dumbfounded. What? Is no one concerned about me? Chapter 27, Harry's Birthday. This morning, Harry awoke bright and early, for today marked his 11th birthday, the day he would receive his letter from Hogwarts and attend school alongside Draco. Ever since Draco received his letter last month, Harry had been eagerly anticipating this moment, confirming with Annie Seafus and Uncle Luke that he was indeed not a squib. Finally, the exhilarating day had arrived. He could hardly contain his excitement, waking up particularly early. Birthdays were his most cherished occasions, as all his friends and family would gather to celebrate him. His memories of life before the age of 6 were somewhat hazy, yet he firmly believed that the hardships he endured were merely to prepare him for meeting Draco and the others. However, such sentiments could not be voiced in their presence, lest his godfather unleash his venomous wit upon him. And then there was Draco. Each year, without fail, he would present Harry with an assortment of unexpected gifts. Now, he no longer bothered to disguise his uniqueness. Even a feigned inquiry would yield only a perfunctory response of Merlin's blessing. There was no escaping it. He was simply too endearing to resist. On his last birthday, he received a wand, a magnificent piece measuring approximately 1.5 meters in length, deep purple with intricate, mysterious patterns, topped with a shimmering purple crystal surrounded by tiny arcs of electricity. He had seen a similar wand with Uncle Luke, Aunt Seafus, and Severus, albeit with slight variations in detail and color. Draco had packaged this gift in the guise of a Firebolt 2000. When everyone saw the elongated gift box, even Aunt Seafus assumed Draco had abandoned his annual tradition of surprising everyone with a gift of fright, thinking he had bestowed a flying broomstick instead. Upon unveiling the contents, it became clear that they had underestimated Draco yet again. He never adhered to the conventional path, always presenting bizarre and perilous gifts. Fortunately, this wand could be shrunk and worn as a pendant. Initially, Severus had been reluctant to allow Harry to wield such a wand, deeming it too dangerous. However, when Aunt Seafus remarked that the greatest danger lay with Draco himself, Severus fell silent, ultimately conceding. Wasn't he at a fair compromise? Compared to the Australian Quidditch egg he had gifted Lucius previously, Draco had shown remarkable restraint. Severus reassured himself of this. He mused that among the two little goblins, Harry was the more mature and sensible one, and possessing a wand might even help curtail some of Draco's unexpected whims. At least, one could hope. Of course, Draco remained as endearing as ever, although it seemed he had exhausted his quota of good behavior in the first 5 years, as Narcissa noted. This was not to say that he had been spoiled into a devil-may-care miscreant. On the contrary, he was soft-hearted, kind, and polite, a stark contrast to what one might expect from two Slytherins. Draco had read countless books, and no one quite knew the extent of his reading, for as he grew, his inner thoughts became increasingly silent, only discernible during moments of idle curiosity. At all other times, even when he appeared lost in thought, he remained unheard. To be honest, those in the know breathed a sigh of relief. The more time spent with Draco, the harder it became not to like him. Eavesdropping on a child's thoughts left them with a sense of guilt, particularly when faced with his trusting and sincere gray-blue eyes. Yet, it was precisely because Draco had read so much that he often engaged in peculiar experiments. For instance, long ago, he had nearly been forgotten by Lucius and Narcissa while pondering whether etching magical runes onto one's body could alter a wizard's constitution or grant a squib magical abilities. His endeavors were sternly curtailed. They did not wish for Draco to experiment on human subjects, fearing that the boundaries of morality would gradually erode. They did not want Draco to become the next Dark Lord, not out of disdain for such pursuits, but because that path was fraught with peril, and no one wished for their precious child to be harmed. Thus, in his spare time, Draco began to contemplate some bizarre potion recipes, eliciting a mixture of admiration and frustration from Severus. The admiration stemmed from Draco's evident potion-making talent, rivaling even Severus himself. The frustration arose from the realization that such skills were not being utilized for noble causes. "What is this?" he inquired, examining a potion that turned one's hair into a kaleidoscope of colors. Experimentation revealed that administering this concoction to magical creatures would soothe their spirits and foster affection for the potion's provider, with effects lasting a month. This would undoubtedly be a favorite among the Hufflepuffs. The proprietor of the apothecary shop, who tested the potion's effects, expressed such sentiments. However, Draco paid little heed to such a claim. He was merely whimsically inspired to change his hair color, believing that a rainbow hue befit his identity. For an entire month, the inhabitants of Malfoy Manor felt their eyes were subjected to severe visual pollution, with the only one appreciating Draco's aesthetic being Ginny, who came to visit. Draco's alchemical prowess was remarkable. The wands he gifted to family and friends were of his own creation, rated as top quality by the system. As for materials, Draco could be considered a fortunate soul. For every time he participated in a lottery, he would invariably procure rare treasures. Wand materials? A mere trifle. Reflecting on this, Harry found himself thinking fondly of Draco. He glanced out the window. The dawn had yet to break, yet sleep eluded him. After a moment's contemplation, he quietly retrieved his embroidered pillow and stealthily slipped into Draco's room. In a state of drowsiness, Draco perceived a shadow standing at the foot of his bed, his heart momentarily stopping. Instinctively, he reached for his wand, only to hear a familiar voice calling out, "Draco, Draco, are you awake?" With the soft glow of the night light illuminating the room, Draco squinted and discerned that it was Harry. Gradually regaining his composure, he silently shifted backward, lifting the covers to beckon Harry inside. With excitement, Harry climbed onto the bed and solemnly placed his pillow beside Draco's. His emerald eyes sparkled with anticipation as he gazed at Draco. With Draco's tacit approval, he whispered joyfully, embracing Draco and sharing his heartfelt secrets. "How long have you been standing there? You're freezing." "Thankfully, it's summer. Otherwise, you would surely catch a cold," Draco murmured, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "I was just about to summon my wand to chase you off, you ghostly figure lurking at my bedside." "Little dragon, wouldn't he do that?" Harry replied innocently. "I'm sorry, dear Draco. It's my birthday today, and I couldn't contain my excitement." He smiled innocently, knowing that Draco could always see through him. "What's little dragon's gift? I'm so curious, I want to know." Draco rested his head on Harry's arm, feeling a wave of drowsiness wash over him. He lightly swatted Harry's shoulder in mild irritation. "For heaven's sake, birthday boy, this morning is family time, and you still need to unwrap the gifts everyone has sent. Ron and the others will be arriving by noon, and their essay ball tonight. If you don't get some sleep now, all anyone will see is a sleepy Harry Potter with dark circles under his eyes." Harry sighed, wrapping his arms around Draco. "What can I do if I can't sleep?" he murmured softly. All right, he conceded under Draco's stern gaze, his voice dwindling to a whisper. "Content." Draco closed his eyes, while Harry, wide-eyed, could hardly believe that Draco had fallen asleep so quickly. Yet, after a while, he too began to feel the pull of slumber. With a gentle sigh, he embraced Draco, and together they drifted off into dreams, their foreheads touching, youthful faces still bearing the softness of childhood. They appeared serene and beautiful in their sleep. When Narcissa entered to call them, this was the sight that greeted her. A smile crept across her face, but it quickly faded as she remembered that Draco and Harry had grown up together, sharing everything. Yet Draco was still a head shorter than Harry. It puzzled her, especially since both she and Lucius were of average height. Did a lack of guile affect one's stature? She couldn't help but ponder, feeling a twinge of concern. After all, Draco had been overly protected throughout the years, and those noble gatherings, with Ron and Harry's watchful presence, kept ill-intentioned individuals at bay. Ron seemed particularly gifted in discerning those with ulterior motives, impressing even Lucius, who found himself reassessing the carefree, food-loving young boy. In hushed tones, he would jest that anyone skilled at wizard chess must possess remarkable analytical abilities. Was this boy merely playing the fool? He would even add, somewhat enviously, that while Arthur's children were not particularly bright, his own son was quite clever. As Narcissa contemplated this, a soft chuckle escaped her lips. The Malfoy family had traditionally favored a single heir, and Lucius had often envied Arthur's numerous offspring. Yet, when he was asked if he desired another child, Lucius simply shook his head with a smile, saying he didn't want to burden her. Draco was splendid, exceeding all expectations. He desired nothing more. Mother? Draco, still groggy, heard Narcissa's laughter. Rubbing his eyes, he struggled to rise from Harry's embrace, inadvertently waking Harry as well, for Draco could not manage to lift him alone. Harry blinked awake, only to find Aunt Sissy watching him with gentle amusement at the foot of the bed, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Realizing that she had caught him sneaking in that morning, he sheepishly ruffled his hair, sharing a good morning kiss with Draco. Come on, get up and wash up. Everyone is waiting for you two downstairs. Chapter 28, Harry's Birthday, Part 2. The atmosphere downstairs was far from pleasant, as Severus found it impossible to communicate meaningfully with that foolish dog, no matter how many attempts he made. Previously, they had managed to coexist peacefully for an entire morning and afternoon without seeing each other. However, today, Sirius insisted on arriving early, declaring that it was Harry's most significant day, and as Harry's godfather, he must be by his side from dawn till dusk. Indeed, godfather, though Harry favored his Serpent King. Yet, for 5 years, Sirius had been unwavering in his concern for him, diligently attending therapy sessions. Yes, therapy. Draco had always thought his uncle a bit eccentric, and upon his visit to a Muggle hospital, it turned out there were indeed psychological issues at play. Had it not been for the collaboration between the hospital director and the Malfoy family, Sirius would have been confined to an asylum long ago, especially given his erratic behavior of speaking nonsensically while holding chopsticks and claiming to be a wizard. Out of consideration for Severus's feelings, Harry had long refrained from acknowledging Sirius's godfather status, and Draco had similarly avoided calling him uncle. However, it remained unclear what transpired between Sirius and Severus, but ultimately, under Sirius's relentless persistence and Severus's tacit acceptance, Harry acquired another godfather. Yet when Sirius returned to his human form, he was simply known as Sirius. How does one communicate with a dog? Draco and Severus devised a potion that allowed individuals to converse normally with others while in their animagus forms. Thanks to Draco's imaginative ideas, Severus discovered that injecting the potion proved far more effective than consuming it, lasting a month compared to merely a week when ingested. Severus chuckled sinisterly while holding the syringe. Lily even wrote to Severus, inquiring about any side effects. In the absence of such, she surprisingly supported the idea of this method. As for Potter's opinion, did it truly matter? This was one of the reasons Severus occasionally tolerated Sirius's presence in his vicinity. However, it did not apply to the present moment. That foolish creature with a brain stuffed with slugs, constantly chattering away. Hey, Severus. Do you think Harry will like the gift I got him? Oh, if you don't mind, I truly hope he calls me godfather instead of Sirius. Sirius fidgeted on the sofa, resembling someone with a hyperactive disorder, his gaze darting towards the staircase. Do you think Harry and Draco will be surprised to see me? Why won't Draco call me uncle? Did you speak ill of me in front of them, old Snape? He muttered, casting doubtful glances at Severus. Veins bulged on Severus's forehead as he gritted his teeth, restraining the urge to draw his wand and unleash a series of unforgivable curses upon Sirius. Today, being Harry's birthday, he forced a stiff smile. Well, if there's something, Severus, then there's nothing, Snape. If I'm not mistaken, you meant to say old bat, right? Unlike some, I do not take pleasure in tattling. Severus could sense subtle sounds in the air, and he adjusted his posture to appear helpless from behind while wearing a sinister grin. Clearly, the only lesson you've learned over the past 5 years is to never learn any lesson at all. Sirius, still oblivious to the underlying meaning, suddenly heard exclamations from upstairs, followed by hurried footsteps. A distorted expression lingered on his face as he found himself pushed aside by his beloved nephew and godson, staring blankly at Severus, who, amidst the children's inquiries, shot him a disdainful smile. It took a moment for his slow mind to fully grasp the situation. Sirius sprang to his feet, poised to expose the cunning Slytherin serpent before him, when he caught sight of 2 young children, adorned like princes, casting disapproving and subtly disappointed glances in his direction. From their perspective, all they could perceive was Sirius's contorted expression as he confronted their godfather with an aggressive demeanor. And what of their godfather? Was he inarticulate, taciturn, occasionally sharp-tongued yet gentle? He now bowed his head with a hint of melancholy. Draco and Harry's imagination ran wild. Sirius, with a fierce countenance, today is my godson's birthday. I am Harry's godfather, you pitiful wretch. Do you comprehend the concept of precedence? Do not disturb our affectionate gathering, lest I hang you up. Severus, pathetically weak, but I am the one who has always cared for Harry, you foolish dog. Sirius, with a twisted expression, what did you say? In truth, Sirius, With a goofy grin, Severus, could you let Harry call me godfather? If only Draco could do the same, blah blah blah. You haven't been speaking ill of me, have you? He choked back a nickname, recalling Severus's remarkable skill with needles, leading to his contorted expression. Severus, full of disdain, sensing the children's approach, just watch, I shall teach you a lesson. His face transformed instantly, a blend of restraint and resolve. Severus's inner thoughts. What do you possess to challenge me, foolish dog? Sirius, under the weight of the children's gazes, found himself speechless. Sorrowfully crouching and reverting to his animagus form, turning his back on Severus and the two children, exuding a gloomy aura, lamenting, "Oh, crafty Slytherin. I shall surely defeat you next time." Severus cleared his throat, raising his teacup to conceal the upward curve of his lips. Oh. Yet another day of delightful spirits begins with the torment of Sirius. Lucius, having witnessed the entire scene from the sidelines, felt a twitch at the corners of his mouth. Must you be so absurd, Sirius? Is the heir of the Black family truly this dim-witted? How many times has it been? Yet he learns nothing from his repeated humiliations at Severus's hands. Is this some peculiar amusement I fail to grasp? Severus too, playing with the dog, huh? It seems there is a hint of ambiguity in your interactions. Lucius muttered to himself, only to realize the implications of his words, succumbing to a moment of bewilderment. Dad! Draco's call snapped Lucius back to reality, prompting him to discard his earlier inappropriate thoughts, convinced he was overthinking, and thus he cast them aside. He first bestowed a kiss on each of his son's cheeks, scrutinizing them closely. Today, they were dressed similarly, donning white short-sleeved shirts complemented by gem-colored ties reflecting their eye colors, light brown vests, and knee-length trousers. Both sported white, single-shouldered cloaks that seemed to shimmer with starlight with every movement. Lucius, perceiving the eager expressions on their faces, began to lavish praise upon them from head to toe, rendering the two young boys bashful with delight. Taking their hands, he expertly ignored the dark, messy clump on the floor as they made their way to the dining room. Harry hesitated briefly, gently patting the black dog's head. Sirius, caught off guard by the gesture, heard Harry admonish him. You mustn't do this again. Don't take advantage of Severus's softness to bully him, Sirius. Sirius felt as though his heart was shattering. Oh, crafty Slytherin. Ultimately, he sulkily joined the dining table, for this household offered him no refuge. And he feigned profundity as he lamented. Yet, no one paid him any mind. The only one who might have was Harry. Engrossed in a discussion with Draco about the latest products developed by the Weasley twins this year, anticipated profits, and whether expansion was necessary. Indeed, while the Weasley family had profited significantly from their collaboration with the Malfoys over the years, the Weasley twins remained true to their roots. With Draco and Harry sponsoring the opening of a new Weasley's Wizard Wheezes shop in Diagon Alley. At a mere 13 years of age, they had become, oh no, two esteemed young proprietors. Arthur would surely wake from dreams with a smile, for his eldest son Bill, through hard work, had gained Mr. Malfoy's favor. Now overseeing multinational operations, managing the establishment of stores in the wizarding community in France. His second son Charlie, however, was less ambitious, pursuing his passion for dragons in Romania. The third son, Percy, had his sights set on the Ministry of Magic, capturing Mr. Malfoy's rare interest as he occasionally imparted political wisdom, leaving Arthur often exasperated. Sirius, after listening for a while, found himself perplexed, unable to comprehend the talk of funds and stocks. Were these truly the words of 11-year-olds? He lamented that his nephew and godson seemed devoid of youthful exuberance, having been taught by Lucius. He muttered softly, inadvertently overheard by Severus, who, for once, lifted his gaze from his potion book to cast a scornful look at Sirius. If everyone were as idle as you, what would become of them? Severus pointed to the breakfast spread, flown in from France daily, then gestured toward Harry and Draco. Do you not see the garments your nephew and godson wear? Crafted by the finest master, worth this sum. He spread his hands. 500 galleons? Sirius thought he could barely manage, considering the Black family fortune was under his stewardship. After all, 500 galleons could afford a change of attire each day. 50,000 galleons. Severus calmly sipped his tea, returning his attention to the potion book. Only worn for this day. Sirius could hardly believe it, mentally tallying Draco and Harry's daily wardrobe, each meal a culinary delight. He sorrowfully realized that without a substantial income, he could scarcely afford to care for the two children. One might be manageable, but two were not simply double the expense. One had to account for the boys' exuberant energy, which would multiply expenses several-fold. Wait, had the Malfoy family amassed wealth to such an extent? Sirius suddenly grasped, considering that Malfoy Manor housed more than just 2 inhabitants. Not to mention Mr. Malfoy's exceptional generosity towards friends and allies. He recalled that at Ginny's last birthday, she had received a crown from Narcissa, rumored to be a precious artifact of the Muggle Queen, beyond mere monetary value. Chapter 29. Harry's Birthday 3. Lucius, engaged in a close conversation with Narcissa, cast a fleeting glance. What do you know besides transforming into a dog to amuse children? Isn't that my primary purpose? The children are delighted to play with me. Sirius puffed out his chest, pride swelling within him, confident in his role of providing a joyous childhood for the children. Was he truly the meticulously cultivated heir of the Black family? Such doubts resurfaced in Lucius's mind. He shook his head, dispelling unnecessary thoughts. The Malfoys were a presence akin to the wealthiest Muggles in the wizarding world. I know, your family was once like that, was it not? Sirius replied, somewhat perplexed. As this was common knowledge. I mean throughout the entire wizarding world. Dear Sirius, I assume you still comprehend human speech. Lucius struggled to suppress an eye roll that was decidedly un-Malfoy-like. England, France, Germany, America, the entire European continent, understand? The daily income of the Malfoys reaches this amount. Lucius gestured. Sirius was taken aback, finally grasping the magnitude of it all. Then why do Harry and the others still earn their own money? This marked the first time he found his brother-in-law remarkably agreeable. Indeed, was he not a veritable walking galleon? Such a considerable sum of money could last for several lifetimes without the need for toil, could it not? This is our own aspiration, after all. Draco finally deigned to bestow a glance upon Sirius. He explained slowly, we are cultivating our self-sufficiency. Hogwarts is a boarding school, and we intend to procure all our necessities from Diagon Alley when the term begins. The earnings we accumulate will serve as our daily expenses during our studies. Draco observed the remaining carrots in his bowl, and after a moment of contemplation, he stealthily transferred them to Harry's bowl, while Harry, in silent accord, discreetly shielded the action from prying eyes and swiftly consumed the carrots. Do you have enough? Would you require a little support from your uncle? Sirius, oblivious to their subtle maneuver, felt an inexplicable wave of concern. After all, children should not be raised in poverty. Remembering how the two young boys had pleaded for pocket money, a smile gradually spread across Sirius's face. Should he be grateful for his appealing visage? Narcissa regarded Sirius with a peculiar expression, as if to say that his foolish thoughts were all too evident. Sirius, cease your foolish imaginings. If they genuinely required financial assistance, do you think Draco and the others would not inform us? Besides, Severus will keep an eye on them. The clarity of Narcissa's eyes spoke volumes. Oh, woe is me. Sirius lamented, slumping forward in despair. Even Narcissa bears me no kindness. Finally, the moment Harry had been eagerly anticipating had arrived, the unwrapping of gifts. Perhaps due to the impending journey to Hogwarts, Draco had remarkably invited a few close aristocrats to his birthday celebration. After all, the notion of a Malfoy nurturing a savior would undoubtedly provoke the disdainful whispers of some self-important fools, as well as malicious slanders from those Death Eaters who had narrowly escaped judgment. Yet, the aristocrats, being astute, were merely observing. Upon discerning that the Malfoy family was genuinely devoted to raising this child, they could not help but ponder further. It is well known that the Malfoy family had once embodied a veritable treasure chest, consistently maintaining a clever neutrality during the height of the Death Eaters' tyranny, thereby avoiding the pitfalls of misguided actions that led others to face the Ministry's wrath. Now, standing firmly alongside Dumbledore, it was clear to them that the savior was closely allied with Dumbledore. Some sensible aristocrats began to contemplate the implications of this. Surely, some momentous news had prompted the Malfoys to make such a decision. They were well aware that the one they feared had not yet met his end. When they witnessed Draco collaborating with the Weasleys, those he had previously been at odds with, and transforming the Weasley family into burgeoning merchants within a mere 3 months, the aristocrats were left astounded. They began to approach Draco's birthday gathering with their own children, seeking to curry favor with the Malfoy family, hoping for a share of their newfound fortune. As the festivities neared their conclusion, Lucius casually rolled up his sleeves, revealing his impeccably smooth arms. As the focal point of attention, Draco captivated all eyes present. Those aristocrats who had once aligned with Voldemort instinctively covered their arms, their eyes gleaming with newfound intrigue, while others were filled with disbelief, questions, and anger. Draco's parents observed all of this keenly. To safeguard Harry's safety, Lucius and Narcissa had not allowed him to attend the soiree. They took note of those who had openly and covertly inquired about Harry's whereabouts, as well as those remnants of Voldemort's most fervent supporters. Ultimately, on Harry's birthday, they invited only those aristocrats whose attitudes were relatively amicable. Satisfying some of their modest desires was not out of the question, perhaps even removing a certain mark. As Harry surveyed the gifts presented by various aristocrats, he discovered that some insidious offerings had already been discreetly disposed of by Doris. Curiously, he unwrapped the gifts, revealing an array of gemstone brooches, antiques, and the like. After a moment of inspection, he He lost interest and instructed Doris to catalog them, as he would need to reciprocate later. Next, he turned his attention to the gifts from his friends and family. The first he opened was from the Weasley family, a modified Muggle gadget crafted by Mr. Arthur. A Liam doll handmade by Molly, a fluffy and lifelike creation, a bottle of French wine from Bill, which the note assured him was of low alcohol content. Akin to grape juice, top-tier dragonhide gloves from Charlie, school supplies from Percy, a skip class care package from the twins, and a handwritten guide from Ron on how to play wizard's chess. Clearly, he had not yet given up on teaching Harry. Lastly, Ginny had gifted him a box of Honeydew sweets. Harry carefully set these aside, appreciating the Weasley family's thoughtful gestures. He then unwrapped Sirius's gift, which turned out to be the latest Firebolt 2000. Indeed, it was the very one Draco had not given him. A broad smile broke across Harry's face as he beamed at Sirius. Lucius had sent a card, and Harry looked at him in confusion. Lucius casually remarked, "Not much. Merely 10 million pounds. You won't have to salivate over roadside snacks next time you sneak off to the Muggle world." Harry and Draco could not help but blush, recalling the time they had secretly ventured out without any money, starving as they gazed longingly at the street food stalls, only to return home on Liam, believing they had been exceedingly clever. Lucius was truly generous, and Sirius could not help but exclaim his admiration, feeling a pang of jealousy. Narcissa's gift was a hand-drawn book, which Harry opened to find numerous portraits of Lily, alongside charming little comics depicting moments such as when his mother carried him and dreamed of the future. Each piece was a collaborative effort between Lily and Narcissa, crafted over many evenings. Harry's eyes glistened with unshed tears as Narcissa gently ruffled his hair. Her gaze filled with tenderness, conveying unspoken understanding. Harry cherished the artwork before turning to Severus's gift, which contained photographs from his infancy to the present. As he flipped through the album, his smile grew wider, revealing even a picture of him just after birth. He realized that Severus was conveying a profound message. He was born of love and would continue to grow within it. This was his godfather's subtle way of expressing care and affection. Finally, he opened Draco's gift box, discovering a vial of an unknown potion. Lucius, Narcissa, and Severus had their suspicions, while Sirius remained utterly perplexed. "This is a genetic repair potion," Draco said with a beaming smile. "This way, Harry will be just like me." Harry comprehended Draco's implication. Last month, on Draco's birthday, he had awakened his light powers. Harry felt a pang of envy, wishing for the same awakening so he could protect Draco, not wanting to be too far from him. However, Aunt Narcissa had mentioned that this potion was only available in an adult version, and they were uncertain of its effects on his body. Although Harry felt a tinge of disappointment, he accepted that he must exercise caution regarding what he consumed, preparing himself to use it once he reached adulthood. Hoping only to remain close to Draco, he had not anticipated that Draco would prepare such a gift for him today. The tears threatened to spill over. "Happy birthday, Harry. How could I not see it? I am the one who knows you best." "Thank you, Draco. Meeting you has been a true blessing." Chapter 30, Harry's Birthday 4. At noon, the Weasley family arrived as invited. Before Ron even stepped out of the fireplace, his voice echoed, "Harry, Draco, we're here." Compared to their first encounter in Diagon Alley, Ron bore none of the underlying envy and insecurity towards Draco that had previously marred their interaction. He has now taken great care in grooming his hair, being quite attentive to his appearance. With a lively and sunny smile, he dons a light yellow suit today, which, I must say, suits him remarkably well. Ginny is unwell at home, and Percy is there to attend to her. He even asked me to convey his apologies for not being able to come, to which I remarked that he is being overly formal. "Oh dear. I worked so hard on my hair, Mother," Ron muttered, receiving a sharp rap on the head from Molly. The Weasley and Malfoy couples exchanged pleasantries, the air between them devoid of the tense atmosphere that had once prevailed, though they occasionally indulged in light-hearted banter. Though unspoken, he was indeed grateful to Lucius. Was Lucius's willingness to collaborate truly due to his position in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures? A joke, really. Many sought to align themselves with the Malfoys. As for why he chose their family, it was likely because of his sons and Molly, perhaps even due to Dumbledore's influence. After all, young Mr. Malfoy is quite extraordinary. He still struggles to comprehend why his brothers can hear what he cannot. The twins, clad in russet suits, emerged from nowhere, exclaiming, "Our gift is splendid, isn't it? We have meticulously selected it. This is the fruit of our labor over the past year. Trust us. Once you begin school this year, you will surely be grateful." George and Fred grinned as they addressed Harry and Draco. Harry still couldn't distinguish between the two. This is a privilege reserved solely for shareholders. Draco greeted them with a restrained smile, pointedly ignoring Ron. "Hi Ron, you look dashing today. Zabini will surely compliment you later." "Hi George, Fred, I believe those products will have a vast market." Harry and Ron exchanged greetings with the twins. Ron attempted to place a hand on Draco's shoulder, but was swiftly swatted away. He bore no ill will, continuing to converse cheerfully with Draco. I simply didn't notice how many people were around me. It wasn't intentional. Please forgive me this once, Draco. Draco shot him a disapproving glance. That wretched redhead had the audacity to loudly announce his tooth loss in front of everyone on his birthday. Draco swore that at least half the room's gaze had fallen upon him then, filled with both realization and mirth. At that moment, he wished he could cast a blinding light to cleanse Ron's brain. Hadn't he noticed how seldom he spoke? Even when he did, he made a concerted effort to keep his mouth barely ajar. Draco was utterly despondent. At 11, maintaining one's dignity was of utmost importance. Although he was on the verge of embarking on new adventures away from home, the humiliation at his birthday party had left him reluctant to engage with those new acquaintances who might share a house with him. Humph. I shall never again confide in Ron. Ron is such a blabbermouth. Draco vowed for the 192nd time in his mind. The group continued their light-hearted banter until lunchtime, when they only settled down to eat after Snape cleared his throat with a heavy cough. After the meal, the young lads rushed to the toy room, which had become their stronghold. The adults, meanwhile, engaged in discussions about business and child-rearing, occasionally exchanging any new intelligence. The diary and the golden cup had been destroyed by their light spells. Indeed, they discovered that Lucius's light could expel all traces of dark magic without harming the objects. Was this not the natural nemesis of dark magic? Were it not for his moral constraints, Dumbledore would have been tempted to see if a killing curse would have any effect against the light. Dumbledore opined that there must be more to the Horcruxes. Based on his knowledge of Tom Riddle, or Voldemort, he surmised that the number of Horcruxes was significant, and that their vessels must be extraordinary. As Voldemort surely believed that only in this way could he demonstrate his superiority, Dumbledore located the Gaunt's old home and indeed discovered the ring. If Lucius hadn't arrived in response to the noise, today would have marked Dumbledore's demise. I never imagined Dumbledore would directly touch that ring, Lucius lamented, recounting how he had arrived just in time, the curse's aura nearly enveloping Dumbledore. He had hastily cast several light spells, ensuring healing was not neglected. Had I not whimsically followed along, that old cough, Headmaster Dumbledore would have had a significant portion of his life force drained by the curse. Molly chose to selectively ignore Lucius's verbal slip, furrowing her brow, as she too felt Dumbledore had acted recklessly. At his age, he ought to know better. Good fortune could not always favor an individual, except for Draco. Thinking of Draco softened her expression, a gentle smile gracing her features, which Ron might have mistaken for a love potions effect. Heaven knows Molly had never been this tender with Ginny. Cecily, have you prepared the supplies for Draco's return to school? Narcissa shook her head. You know, at their age, they have their own ideas. They are adamant about going to Diagon Alley tomorrow, and even Severus can't rein them in now. Harry and Draco had rushed to them the morning after Harry received his Hogwarts acceptance letter, insisting on going to Diagon Alley alone, without adult supervision, under the guise of wanting to foster independence. Although they were aware the boys likely had ulterior motives, Lucius and Narcissa were not overly concerned, for their sons possessed many treasures. Only the poor old godfather had firmly rejected their proposal, yet under the relentless charm and puppy-dog eyes of the two little schemers, he ultimately capitulated. The two boys were visibly elated, sneaking upstairs to gather their belongings, entirely oblivious to the expectant gaze of Sirius, who lamented, "Am I invisible?" with a woeful bark. Hey, Ron also mentioned wanting to shop alone tomorrow. The two mothers exchanged glances, further confirming their suspicions of the boys' conspiratorial antics. However, they were not overly worried, as long as they didn't venture into Nocturne Alley. Cecily, the beauty potion you sent me last time worked wonders. Indeed. I shall send you more by owl next time. This one is for Draco from a previous occasion. The two couples engaged in harmonious conversation, while Severus had long since slipped back into his potion room, having no interest in muggle affairs or beauty secrets. He was engrossed in researching the genetic potion, unable to resist asking Lucius for a sample for his studies. He had finally made some progress, though the substitute ingredients remained somewhat unclear. He was on his 1856th attempt. Sirius, not wanting to appear ignorant, slipped away to the toy room to bond with Draco and Harry. Whether it was truly about bonding or merely playing was a matter of perspective. The evening banquet was lively, attended by nobility meticulously chosen by Lucius. After observing one another, they noted the absence of certain individuals, and considering the pretentiousness of those nobles, their understanding of the Malfoy family's stance deepened. They engaged in casual conversation, sending their offspring to mingle with young Mr. Malfoy and the Savior, their interactions and observations serving as a means of assessment upon their return home. Draco, weary of the incessant probing, sought refuge among his friends during a brief lull, only to find Harry still ensnared in a web of inquiries. Harry was simply too busy. I dare say most in attendance had come with him in mind. Ron cradled a basket brimming with fried delicacies, his mouth full as he mumbled indistinctly, "Look, isn't this the 16th timid young noblewoman approaching Harry?" Blaise Zabini observed Ron with keen interest, yet Ron remained unfazed. He understood that Blaise's gaze was one of envy for his snacks. Apart from Draco and Harry, he had no intention of sharing with anyone else. "Honestly, do you think being the center of attention is a blessing?" Pansy Parkinson rolled her eyes, well aware of the intentions behind these noble ladies. They all knew that Potter had inherited the Potter's vault and business, and that he was not prepared to cultivate any affections that might lead to his betrothal. Anyone who believed Harry Potter to be as innocuous as he appeared was in for a rude awakening. Chapter 31, New Friends. Blaise Zabini, a striking young man with deep skin, possessed eyes of a slender, slightly slanted brown that, in Pansy's words, could make even a dog feel cherished. His mother, Mrs. Zabini, was a renowned beauty in the wizarding world, famed for her 7 marriages, each of which left her with a substantial inheritance from her late husbands. Pansy Parkinson, also one of the 28 pure-blood aristocrats, sported short black hair, a pleasing visage, and an often haughty demeanor. They had recently befriended Draco, Harry, and Ron. Although their disguises were somewhat inadequate, exuding an air of pure-blood superiority, Draco and Harry did not mind. They were merely acquaintances, as they would inevitably have dealings in the future. Moreover, Harry was acutely aware that his enemies were still at large. He needed to gather strength and allies, ensuring that the noseless, bald, and unwelcome adversary would find himself utterly isolated. Long ago, Snape had confided in Harry, revealing all that had transpired, including the prophecy. For a considerable time, Harry struggled to confront his beloved godfather. But a letter from his mother and encouragement from Aunt Petunia urged him to have an earnest conversation with Snape, to not bottle up his feelings. Mustering his courage, Harry engaged in a dialogue with Snape that surpassed their previous discussions in length. No one knew the specifics of their conversation, only that both emerged with reddened eyes. Yet the atmosphere between them had grown markedly more harmonious. This left Sirius, who had been lurking nearby, feeling deeply disheartened, believing he was finally on the cusp of a breakthrough. "What's this, Ron? Are you feeling envious?" Blaise teased with a light tone, having never noticed the younger Weasley's amusing demeanor before. "Look at how protective he is over his food. He is certainly not like Crabbe and Goyle, who possess only gluttonous thoughts." Speaking of which, it seemed Crabbe and Goyle were absent this time. "I'm not being picky," Ron mumbled, mouth full of the small cake Blaise had just handed him. "Blaise isn't too bad after all." "What are you talking about? What is not too bad?" Harry, having finally escaped the throngs of noble women, approached and sat beside Draco, accepting the offered pumpkin juice. "We were discussing how our savior's charm has bewitched those noble ladies, causing them to rush forward to introduce themselves," Draco jested. "Oh, come now, Draco," Harry replied, his expression darkening for a moment before quickly reverting to his usual demeanor without anyone noticing. "They don't truly know me, and besides, we're still quite young. Aren't we?" Draco, with a playful glare, shot back. "What? Are you smitten with one of those heiresses? We're only 11, after all." "I certainly am not. I have no intention of marrying. I aspire to become a great wizard," Draco retorted vehemently. "Women will only hinder my wand-wielding prowess." Indeed, Draco had recently been afflicted by peculiar novels, and he and Harry had stumbled upon some extraordinarily entertaining reads, even inviting the Weasley twins and Sirius to indulge in them during lunch. At this statement, everyone struggled to suppress their laughter. Still a child, our Draco. It wasn't that Draco lacked intelligence. In fact, he surpassed his father in business acumen, having never made a poor investment. Over the years, Ron and the twins had shamelessly implored Draco to invest their pocket money for them. In the realm of magic, Lucius had often doubted whether Draco would be sorted into Ravenclaw, having prepared himself mentally for such an outcome, especially considering neither of his offspring seemed inclined towards Slytherin. The primary issue lay in Draco's utter cluelessness when it came to matters of the heart. Or perhaps it was that his appearance rendered it impossible for anyone to jest with him about more, shall we say, inappropriate topics. His visage was utterly innocuous. His exquisite features gleamed as brightly as his hair, always adorned with a smile, his large gray-blue eyes sparkling with clarity. Being of the light element, he perpetually attracted light around him, compelling even the most ill-tempered individuals to soften their tone when speaking to him. Those who had encountered him and Lucius often questioned whether the Malfoy lineage truly lacked any traces of Vila ancestry. Yet, upon closer inspection, one might argue that attributing Vila traits to the Malfoys would be a disservice. They were not merely beautiful, but possessed a purity that was the antithesis of Vila allure. It was perplexing that a former Death Eater could exude such a saintly aura, which led even those who had previously doubted the Malfoy subjugation under the infamous name to become ambivalent. The latest gossip suggested that the elder Malfoy's striking looks had incited a desire in someone of ill repute, who, frustrated by his unrequited affection, resorted to using the Cruciatus curse to keep him close for admiration. Lucius could only dismiss such rumors with a wave of his hand, asserting that he had no connection whatsoever with Voldemort. "This is England, not England," he would exclaim, branding the gossipers as malicious intent on disrupting his family's harmony. "Who is that child over there?" Harry inquired, observing Draco's face puffing with indignation at the smiles of those around them. Although it was somewhat endearing, Draco's anger could be quite fearsome. His gaze darted about, seeking a distraction. Spotting a plump young boy with a round face standing nervously in a corner of the gathering, Harry recognized that it was likely his first time attending such an event. "Neville Longbottom," Blaise remarked, following Harry's gaze, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "You may not be familiar with his name, but he shares your birthday, born in late July. Perhaps that will jog your memory." Blaise was aware that Harry would not take offense, for he possessed enough insight to recognize such things. "Ah, it is indeed Neville Longbottom," Draco mused, stroking his chin, his eyes narrowing briefly before reverting to his usual harmless demeanor. Thoughts of his mother's comments regarding the Longbottoms surfaced in his mind, tinged with a sense of guilt that he perceived from her. Was it about his aunt in Azkaban? Recently, his mother had seemed somewhat discontent. His father had mentioned that after a lesson one day, she had visited Azkaban and returned in a rather somber mood. Sighing, Draco pondered. Mother places too much emphasis on family. He wondered if the Longbottoms' reconciliation might alleviate the negative emotions stemming from his aunt. "That, dear Draco, is the potion that has yet to be officially released by my godfather," Harry remarked, disliking the sight of Draco's troubled expression. After a moment of contemplation, he understood why Draco felt this way. Narcissa had introduced them to the intricacies of their aristocratic connections. He recalled the recently developed potion by his godfather, which had shown remarkable efficacy in healing the irreversible damage caused by curses, such as the Cruciatus curse or the Obliviate charm. This fortunate accident in genetic potion development could indeed be a blessing. Coincidentally, his godfather had provided them with several vials. Once the potion was officially launched, it would serve well as a personal favor. Draco felt that it was rather inappropriate to dwell on his past, considering that Bellatrix Lestrange was indeed his blood relative. Harry cast Draco a knowing glance before rising and making his way towards a secluded corner. Draco pondered the possibility of being sorted into a different house from Harry. The thought filled him with dismay, for he was not accustomed to being without Harry by his side. He was unaware of the details of their conversation. Yet he caught sight of Neville Longbottom smiling gratefully at him, cautiously clutching 2 vials of potion in his hands as he nervously sought out his grandmother. When Harry returned, he found Draco gazing at him with wide, glistening eyes, which stirred a softness in Harry's heart. He approached and affectionately ruffled Draco's silky hair, without the need for words. A shared understanding passed between them in a mere glance. Lucius was taken aback when he saw Narcissa being intercepted by Mrs. Longbottom. As he honestly did not believe that she had come for the Malfoys, it was far more likely that she sought Harry. What was the meaning of this situation? "I beg your pardon for the interruption," Mrs. Longbottom began, tightly grasping the 2 vials in her hands. "My grandson has just presented me with these, and I believe they must be a treasured possession of the Malfoy family. However, this potion is of immense importance to us. Might I inquire if you would be willing to part with it? I would offer anything in return." Augusta Longbottom, Mrs. Longbottom, was acutely aware that such precious items ought to belong to the Malfoys, and that children often acted thoughtlessly in bestowing gifts. She felt a pang of guilt at the thought of returning the vials. Nevertheless, considering her son and daughter-in-law in the hospital, her heart was torn. Even if the potion did not possess the miraculous properties claimed by the child, any alleviation of their suffering would be a boon. Lucius, bewildered by the old woman's insistence on the potion, speculated about what his dear son had been up to behind his back. Severus had been elusive lately, and today was the first time they had crossed paths. He was entirely unaware of the new potion. He endeavored to calm the agitated old woman, assuring her, "I believe this must be a gift from my mischievous son to young Mr. Longbottom. I do not possess the authority to reclaim it." After a moment of observation, he surmised that the potion was indeed significant, not for the old woman herself, but rather for her son and daughter-in-law. Lucius recalled Draco's discreet inquiry about Narcissa's troubled demeanor, further solidifying his suspicions. Yet, was it possible that they had developed such a potion? Had the genetic potion also reached fruition? This is not a cherished heirloom of the Malfoys. As you may be aware, Draco is currently studying potion-making with Severus. This is likely a new concoction that has yet to be published. Since it is a gift from a child, I implore you to accept it. As elders, we should not tarnish a child's pure intentions with the exchange of gold, should we? Moreover, you are aware that the Malfoys do not lack for resources. He deliberately raised his chin, projecting an air of haughtiness. Mrs. Longbottom emerged from her inner turmoil, contemplating Lucius's words, her expression shifting to one of conflicted understanding. She swore that had anyone else uttered such sentiments, they would have been drowned in spittle by the envious masses. Yet, it was undeniable that the Malfoy wealth was well known to all. Please convey my gratitude to young Mr. Malfoy. I, as an elderly woman, have matters to attend to and shall not intrude upon their play. After a brief pause, she added, they say the elderly grow wise, and while I may be cantankerous, I can deduce why that child would bestow such a precious gift upon Neville. Mrs. Malfoy, your son holds you in great affection. You have a truly remarkable child. With that, Mrs. Longbottom hastily departed with Neville, and Narcissa understood they were heading to St. Mungo's. Narcissa, in recent days, both Harry and I have been quite concerned for you, Lucius said, kissing her forehead and gently embracing her, subtly shielding her from the prying eyes of onlookers. My apologies, Lucius, for causing you worry. I am well. It is merely Bellatrix. You know how she has completely lost her mind. I was merely angered by some of her words. I am all right now, with you, with little Harry, with Severus, and if I must, with Sirius as well. I feel quite content. Narcissa had remained silent before Mrs. Longbottom, having momentarily lost her way in thought. She had become so captivated by Sirius's transformation that she greedily wished for more, reminiscing about her closest sister, believing she could convince Bellatrix that following Voldemort was an unwise choice. Even if she had to face the consequences of her sister's past mistakes, it was better than death. Was it not? Narcissa was acutely aware that Voldemort had not perished and that a great battle was inevitable. She longed for Bellatrix to revert to the gentle sister who had always protected her. As she contemplated reaching out to Andromeda, her sister who had married a Muggle, she was struck by the thought that Bellatrix might scorn her for her betrayal of the Dark Lord. Would Andromeda harbor resentment for being cast out by their parents, remaining indifferent to her plight? Narcissa suddenly recognized her own arrogance. Perhaps to others, Lucius appeared the arrogant one, but in truth, it was she. Upon learning of their son's extraordinary abilities, Lucius thought of protection, remaining calm and calculating, wary of potential future foes. The arrogance lay within her. She perceived herself as a protagonist in a tale spun by the heavens, her ambition overflowing. Yet she was oblivious to the fact that she stood high above others, believing her actions to be beneficial, as if they were obliged to accept her goodwill. She had elevated herself too high, forgetting that her intention was merely to demonstrate that a witch's power was never inferior to that of a wizard. However, the growth of her power led her to perceive herself as divine. She had seldom encountered hardship, for her beloved had shielded her from every storm. Lucius may have been the first to perceive the shift in Narcissa's mindset, yet he trusted that his clever wife would find her balance. Even among the closest of lovers, there were unspoken thoughts. Lucius was well aware of Narcissa's underlying pride. Narcissa was not struggling to confront Mrs. Longbottom. Rather, she was ensnared in self-reflection and doubt, caught in a peculiar cycle. Draco's thoughtful actions illuminated the presence of family around her, reminding her of Lucius, who had always been waiting and watching. Finally, clarity washed over her, as if she had broken through the barrier of an intermediate sorcerer. She suppressed the surging elements surrounding her. Now was not the time for recklessness. Narcissa, are you on the verge of a breakthrough? How splendid! Lucius exclaimed, sensing the fleeting tremors in the elements, understanding their significance. He gazed at his wife with delight, knowing that she had finally come to terms with her thoughts. He was not displeased by her surpassing him. After all, it was only natural that she was his superior. I believe it shall be soon, Lucius, Narcissa responded with a hint of implication. The couple exchanged smiles, a silent understanding that they could now feel more secure regarding their family's safety. Perhaps we have overlooked something of great importance, Lucius mused, suddenly recalling something. Shall we wait until the banquet concludes? Narcissa and Lucius had no need for clarity in their communication. After bidding farewell to their guests, the Weasley family departed, with Ron exchanging mischievous glances with Draco and Harry before leaving. Draco, disinterested, ignored him while Harry nodded in acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to them, everything transpired under the watchful eyes of the adults. Just as the evening's festivities came to a close, Severus Snape materialized in the drawing room, his presence a stark reminder. You had better have a good reason for this, Lucius. Were it not for the house elf's insistence that he would dash himself against the wall in a fit of despair should he remain, he truly would have preferred to stay hidden. Such an embodiment of the owner's character, indeed. Ahem, Severus, do temper your impatience. Have you and the young dragon concocted yet another novel potion? Lucius smiled insincerely, perhaps hoping for an opportunity to confer with the unfortunate Mr. Malfoy next time. Heaven knows how flustered I was when Lady Longbottom sought me out, believing I was in the know. I hadn't heard a whisper about it. Surely your humble friend cannot be the last to learn of such matters? Severus glanced at Draco, who nodded subtly, indicating that he was indeed the recent source of information. He rubbed his temples, overwhelmed with busyness as of late, and had forgotten the details. It was hardly anything of great consequence. Hardly anything of consequence, you say? That potion is worth a first-class Merlin's medal. Draco shook his head disapprovingly. His godfather was far too modest. Harry nodded in agreement. Thus, the eager duo began to enlighten the Malfoys and Sirius. Sirius had been in the toy room engrossed in an anime. He had recently witnessed an exhilarating scene wherein a character transformed into an animagus, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks against the sofa, only to be summoned by the house elf moments ago. As the two young boys animatedly recounted the tale, Sirius gaped in astonishment, while Narcissa and Lucius, though suspicious, were once again awestruck by Severus's potion-making prowess. What is the name of this potion? Lucius scrutinized the vial Severus had just produced. Has it been tested? It has been tested on that foolish dog. Severus's mind lingered on the formula for the next experiment. Leaning back on the sofa as his beloved two pupils nestled against his legs, drifting into slumber. What? Sirius jumped up, receiving 3 piercing glares before realizing he had nearly roused the two children, and quietly sat back down, lowering his voice. How was I not informed? When did this happen? I certainly feel no discomfort. Severus cast a disdainful glance at him. Your wretched body, kissed by a Dementor, feeling no disarray is the greatest disarray of all. You foolish dog. He discreetly glanced at the two little ones resting on his lap. He had never intended to have Sirius test the potion, but yes, it was indeed his doing. The question merely served to irk the foolish dog. You call me a foolish dog, and now you add silly dog to your repertoire, Severus. Do not overstep your bounds. Sirius grumbled, feeling aggrieved. Yet, indeed, he realized that his body no longer felt perpetually cold. He was genuinely feeling better. An epiphany dawning upon him. He felt capable of confronting 3 of Voldemort's Horcruxes. As for the name, let it be called the Elixir of Exaltation. Exaltation was the first skill that Lucius and the young dragon would acquire upon awakening. It possesses the ability to cleanse the mind and heal the soul, though it demands a significant amount of magical power. Severus lowered his gaze, concealing the tenderness in his eyes. He would not forget that it was the Malfoy family who had salvaged and mended his fractured soul. He would not forget that moment 5 years ago when he stepped through the door, and light began to shine upon him. Chapter 33, Diagon Alley? No. Rarely did Ron linger in bed. Today, he excitedly prepared himself, bidding farewell to his parents before seizing the flu powder to join his friends. Aren't you having breakfast, Ron? Molly's head popped out from the kitchen. Though their home had been refurbished long ago, granting each child their own spacious quarters and a house elf, Molly insisted on cooking, believing it to be an expression of love. No, Mom, Draco will surely bring me something. Diagon Alley. Ron could hardly contain his excitement. Today he was embarking on a new adventure with his friends. Upon emerging from the fireplace in Diagon Alley, he immediately spotted Draco and Harry not far away. It was quite obvious. They were both clad in white robes adorned with red patterns, drawing the attention of passers-by. Draco, Harry, he rushed forward, eager to embrace his two friends. Scourgify. Draco, quick on the uptake, cast a cleaning charm, a simple incantation he and Harry had long mastered, even with a child's wand. Ron, you're covered in soot from the fireplace. As he spoke, he handed Ron the lunchbox he was carrying. Boys are just like that. Where do you find such refinement? Ron muttered, feeling that Draco was far too polished, resembling a little prince, indeed. Opening the lunchbox, he exclaimed, Wow, this looks like something Auntie Sissy made. It looks delicious. Hurry, we've already procured everything else. Just need to buy wands. Let us go. Harry pulled Draco and Ron along, retracing their steps to the only wand shop in Diagon Alley, Ollivander's wand shop. Ollivander's shop appeared quite old and worn, as if it had endured countless years of wear and tear. The small door was tightly shut, exuding an air of mystery. In the window lay a solitary wand, resting forlornly on a faded purple cushion, its glow subtly captivating the attention of passers-by. A sign hung above the door, inscribed with faded words that could barely be deciphered. Ollivander, crafting fine wands since 382 BC. This inscription bore the weight of history, invoking curiosity about the shop's past. Inside, the space was exceedingly small and cramped. Aside from a long bench, there was nothing else. Yet, astonishingly, it was densely packed with thousands of narrow boxes containing wands, stacked neatly and reaching towards the ceiling, resembling a towering edifice of wands. Good day, young gentlemen. Here to purchase wands, I presume? Who shall go first? An elderly man suddenly appeared from the shadows, startling Draco and the others. His silver eyes swept over the group before he hastily approached Harry. Ollivander leaned in closely. Oh, here it is. His pale, elongated fingers brushed against the lightning-shaped scar on Harry's forehead. I apologize. That was left by a wand I sold many years ago. I shall go first. Ron squeezed between the two, eyeing Ollivander warily. This man seems a bit eccentric. Draco looked at Harry with concern, while Harry squeezed Draco's hand, signaling that all was well. I apologize. However, what a remarkable friendship you have. Potter, Weasley, and Malfoy. Quite the peculiar trio, Ollivander remarked with a shrug. So, which hand does young Mr. Weasley favor? The right hand, sir. The measuring tape began to automatically take his measurements. Merlin, why is it measuring the distance between his nostrils? Try this. The dogwood wand is evidently not suitable. Ollivander, having been dusted with the wind created by Ron's wand, pondered for a moment before retrieving a wand from an unknown corner. 14 inches, sycamore, with a unicorn hair core. Ah, it appears our young Mr. Weasley is a curious, spirited little knight with a penchant for adventure. Beautiful fireworks erupted inside Ollivander's shop. However, if you allow it to grow bored, it may very well ignite. Many witches and wizards, seeking stability in middle age, uneasily discover that when they once again command it to fetch their slippers, their trusted wand bursts into flames in their grasp. Ollivander's voice drifted off, and Ron barely registered his words. He cherished his new wand, envisioning the adventures awaiting him at Hogwarts, as George and Fred had described it as a grand castle, filled with secret passages. The wand seemed to tremble in response, as if sharing in his excitement. Next, it is your turn, Mr. Potter. Ollivander's gaze was fixed upon Harry, his discerning eyes unmistakable in their assessment. This was certainly a discerning patron. After inquiring about Harry's dominant hand, he eagerly retrieved a wand from the back room, an 11-inch wand made of holly, with a phoenix feather core. I dare say, you are destined to wield this, he proclaimed. However, upon seeing the wand's lack of response in Harry's grasp, he continued his search. Perhaps not this one, he mused, presenting a 9-inch wand of willow, with a dragon heartstring core, which proved unsuitable as well. Next came a 14-inch wand of ebony, again with a phoenix feather core, yet it too was not a match. Following this was an 8.5-inch wand of yew, featuring a spine of a river monster, but it was equally inadequate. Then, with a flourish, he presented an 11-inch wand of laurel, also with a phoenix feather core. Ollivander regarded Harry with a look of astonishment. It was utterly unexpected. It is said that laurel wands, even in pursuit of glory, cannot commit acts of dishonor. This wood is capable of casting powerful and even lethal spells. Wands crafted from this material are sometimes deemed capricious, yet such a characterization is misleading. They cannot abide lazy masters, readily yielding to another in such cases. Conversely, they remain loyal to their first owner, exhibiting an extraordinary trait of spontaneously discharging lightning when others attempt to seize them. Ollivander circled Harry, muttering incantations under his breath, bewildered as to why the holly wand seemed more fitting. Sir, may I examine the wand within that box? Draco interjected rudely, drawing Ollivander's attention to the boy before him. It was then that Ollivander noticed this refined lad, who had remained silent since entering, possessed a pair of flawless eyes, as if all secrets were laid bare before him. He glanced toward the wand Draco indicated, his expression growing complex. It was a 15-inch wand of silver lime, featuring the tail feather of a nightmare. Beautiful, is it not? He remarked. The allure of this wand lay not solely in its unique aesthetic, but also in its suitability for roles such as seers or clairvoyance. Ollivander and Draco exchanged a moment's glance before the former averted his gaze, choosing not to elaborate further. The other children, captivated, admired the wand, acknowledging its perfect match with Draco. As anticipated, the wand suited him splendidly. With a gentle flick, a soft golden light enveloped Ollivander's shop. Harry and Ron felt a warm glow, while Ollivander himself experienced a noticeable alleviation of his ailments, a testament to his advancing age. After settling the payment, Draco, Harry, and Ron excitedly made their way to the leaky cauldron. Upon hearing that all Muggle-born wizards entered through this establishment, they hatched a daring idea, boldly requesting to procure their own supplies. Draco and Harry had arrived a bit earlier, and they had already gathered most of the required textbooks. In truth, they had nearly completed their shopping long before, as the contents of the acceptance letter for young wizards were largely consistent, and they had learned from George and Fred what needed to be purchased, mainly a few books, which varied each year. Their excitement reached a crescendo as they entered the leaky cauldron. However, it was a far cry from the mysterious gathering place they had envisioned. Instead, it was shabby and grimy. Draco, with a hint of disdain, tiptoed, exclaiming, "Ugh, I can guarantee that mess on the floor is certainly someone's vomit." While Harry and Ron felt a tinge of disappointment, they were not as fastidious as Draco. They swiftly hoisted him away, noting his increasingly pallid complexion. Upon exiting the leaky cauldron, Ron's mouth fell open in astonishment. Merlin's beard, he exclaimed, taking in the towering buildings, fashionably clad pedestrians bustling about, and young men and women clutching rectangular black objects. Wow, what is that? Ron's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he gazed at Draco and the others. It seems they are using that thing to communicate. How marvelous. Do muggles possess two-way mirrors as well? That is a mobile phone, Ronald, Draco replied softly. Your loud voice has drawn their attention, can't you see? Part of the attention was indeed due to Ron's exuberance. However, adults were generally forgiving of children's exuberance. And upon seeing the group of young boys, they couldn't help but smile, reminiscing about their own childhoods filled with wonder. Moreover, these boys were remarkably handsome. The black-haired lad appeared composed and reserved, with features hinting at future charm. The red-haired boy seemed a bit daft, but was undeniably endearing, adorned with a sprinkling of freckles. And the blonde boy? He looked almost doll-like in his exquisite beauty, reminiscent of a little angel from a church, though perhaps a tad too pale, suggesting he might not be in the best of health, as a passerby compassionately noted. Chapter 34, Comic-Con? Go. What was the purpose of their outing today? This stemmed from Draco's discovery of a document in Lucius's study, which detailed the approval for a comic convention. Intrigued, Draco learned that this event was to be held in the square of their family's commercial street. After perusing the details, he realized it was a form of entertainment, essentially involving role-playing as beloved characters, complete with an array of anime merchandise. Draco recalled that his father seemed to have copied their discs for some entertainment venture in the Muggle world, and he was filled with excitement. Could it be that he might encounter Naruto, Sasuke, Tanjiro, or Rengoku at this comic convention? Yet soon, a sense of worry crept in. His parents would never allow them to venture into the Muggle world alone. However, being in a rebellious phase, Draco was determined to avoid adult supervision. So he enlisted the help of his two trusted comrades. As expected, Ron and Harry were equally eager, especially Ron, who had yet to experience the Muggle world. They put their heads together and devised a splendid plan. The three young boys, embarking on their first independent adventure, were brimming with curiosity, their eyes darting to and fro, unable to absorb enough of their surroundings. Although Harry had lived here until the age of 6, he harbored no fond memories, as he had never been permitted to venture outside unless Dudley concocted a new way to torment him. Draco, on the other hand, was always accompanied by adults on outings, whether to the office or amusement parks, which had grown tiresome. Clearly, meandering about was far more appealing to him. They even purchased mobile phones, for the wizarding world lacked electricity and signal, and they were all intrigued by such devices. While Malfoy Manor possessed computers for studying finance, phones were strictly off-limits. They selected a phone adorned with a chubby dragon design, which Draco found delightful. Under the guidance of a sales assistant, the trio clumsily learned how to operate their new gadgets. When it came time to pay, the assistant was taken aback, as 3 phones were quite a luxury. However, upon seeing Draco's bank card, emblazoned with a prominent dragon emblem, everything fell into place. He was indeed the young master of the Malfoy family. This commercial street was entirely owned by the Malfoys, and the shopkeepers were naturally aware of their superior. Yet it was evident that the young master was unaware. The assistant likely assumed he had sneaked out with friends. Pretending not to notice, she packaged their purchases and sent them on their way before dialing her manager. The commercial street buzzed with life, perhaps due to the upcoming comic convention, with numerous food stalls lining the streets. Ron, overwhelmed by the array of choices, could not resist tugging Harry and Draco along to indulge in a plethora of snacks. After all, they were growing boys, and hunger was rapidly setting in. It is well known that street food, while not necessarily the epitome of health, is undeniably aromatic, leaving patrons so enthralled that they can scarcely lift their heads. Only after satiating their appetites do they leisurely stroll towards their destination. The convention has truly opened the eyes of the 3 young friends, as characters from various anime seem to have come to life before them. They witnessed the Demon Slayer Corps triumphing over Muzan without any casualties, each pursuing their dreams. They observed a conversation between Naruto and Boruto, who warmly invited the 3 young 7th Hokages to join in a performance, only to be shyly declined. As they were indeed donned in the robes of the 7th Hokage, as they meandered through the event, they purchased beloved figurines, their small hands sweeping up everything. For they had many friends to consider, and these unique creations were crafted with heartfelt devotion by fellow anime enthusiasts, making them quite rare. Furthermore, they were not short on funds. Draco, feeling somewhat fatigued from their explorations, took a seat on a bench designated for resting, while Harry and Ron still brimmed with energy. Draco encouraged them to continue their wanderings alone. Harry, a bit apprehensive, was reassured when Draco revealed the necklace hanging from his neck. They both understood that it was likely the fool who would attract trouble. Harry and Ron hastened to conclude their shopping so they could rejoin their companions. Utilizing a confundus charm, Harry made the surrounding crowd oblivious to their presence, stowing their purchases in a bag enhanced with an undetectable extension charm, leaving only a Naruto figurine in Draco's hands. You must wait here for us, all right? I know. Harry, you're so nagging. I'm not a child anymore. Draco pouted, aware that Harry meant well, yet feeling he ought to be the protective older brother. Once Ron and Harry departed, Draco busied himself with his newly acquired phone, capturing photographs of his favorite Naruto. Just then, an elderly gentleman approached him. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" Draco looked up at the unfamiliar old man, nodding politely and vacating the spot, as he had always been taught to respect his elders. He then resumed positioning his figurine in various poses. "Do you have a fondness for these things?" the old man suddenly inquired. Draco glanced up to notice the man had heterochromatic eyes, and despite the beard obscuring his features, it was evident he must have been a striking gentleman in his youth. Draco thought it peculiar for this elder to be interested in anime, suspecting he might be lost. He patiently began to explain, enthusiastically sharing insights about Naruto's origins, the Uchiha clan, the role of the Hokage, and the concept of the infinite Tsukuyomi. "I truly admire Naruto, not merely because he shares my eye and hair color, but for his unwavering spirit of resilience," Draco expressed. The old man listened intently, captivated by the sparkle in the child's eyes as he spoke of his passions. Although Naruto faced failures and tears, he always confronted challenges with a smile, embodying tenacity and integrity. "What if someone committed a wrongful act in the name of protection? Would you consider them a villain?" the old man suddenly asked. "Like Uchiha Obito?" Draco pondered before querying. The elder appeared taken aback. "Ah, yes, just like Uchiha Obito. Does the perfect world he sought truly exist?" Draco's words resonated like thunder in the old man's ears. Gellert Grindelwald, the legendary dark wizard, gazed at the child before him, whose destiny was foretold to bring about remarkable change, his expression a complex mixture of intrigue and contemplation. Indeed, this old man was Grindelwald, who 6 years prior had prophesied the arrival of the golden child destined to usher in a new era, endowed with extraordinary powers. In his visions, he even saw a younger version of himself alongside Albus. Having long sought this child, he was determined to witness him in person, especially as the prestigious Malfoy family was renowned in Britain. This year, he resolved to emerge from Nurmengard, yet a mysterious force prevented his followers from approaching Malfoy Manor. Even he had never encountered such magical barriers, and, not wishing to draw attention through force, he had quietly gathered information and observed. Until today, when his disciples reported that these 3 children had ventured into the Muggle world, he had come to see for himself, only to find a child imparting a lesson to him. He found the boy fascinating and suddenly felt a keen interest in this Naruto phenomenon, deciding he would delve into it upon his return, wondering if Il had received news of his escape. "Grindelwald, the dark wizard of your, stay away from my son." Lucius and Severus stood nearby, shielding Harry and Ron, whose faces were etched with anxiety. Severus gripped the necklace Draco had gifted him, while the tip of his wand glimmered ominously. Narcissa had already cast a protective barrier upon sighting Grindelwald, preventing Muggles from entering and ensnaring the notorious dark wizard. The 4 of them watched Draco with concern, their worry palpable, as they hesitated to act. Lucius was particularly anxious that Grindelwald might harm his son. He had been frantic upon receiving news from his subordinates about spotting the young master in the shopping district. Recently, they had noted an increase in the activity of the followers, leading the Malfoy couple to restrict Draco and Harry from venturing into the Muggle world without adult supervision. Diagon Alley had become significantly cleaner due to Dumbledore's presence, which was why they reluctantly permitted the boys to go out, never anticipating that these audacious children would take such risks. Initially, they encountered Harry and Ron meandering about, and ultimately, under the guidance of 2 rather wilted youngsters, they located the resting Draco. With a single glance, Lucius and Severus recognized the infamous dark wizard. Their eyes widened with alarm as they swiftly shielded the children behind them. Yet fearing for Draco's safety, they refrained from launching an attack and sought to negotiate instead. Chapter 35, Grindelwald and the Convention. Grindelwald rose leisurely, allowing Draco to sprint back to Lucius and the others. "So young, still just a child." Turning his back on someone with ill intentions, doesn't he realize he's inviting trouble? Grindelwald mused, merely raising a hand to adjust his sleeve. 3 wands were immediately aimed at him, the green light emanating from one eliciting a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "You British wizards are rather perplexing. That Savada, isn't it? It must be." He stood still, waiting for the little one to return to his friends, where he was met with affection and comfort, entirely disregarding the presence of the living man before them. "Ahem, no one is paying me any mind," he coughed, finally capturing the attention of the crowd. "I believe you can discern that I harbor no malicious intent." Standing with his hands clasped behind his back, he appeared to embody the guise of an ordinary old man, devoid of any threat. However, Lucius understood all too well that this was not a figure to be underestimated. Although only one person stood before him, the followers were undoubtedly lurking nearby, their absence a mystery. Unbeknownst to Lucius, Narcissa's enchantment barred entry and exit, leaving the followers outside in a state of anxiety, compelled to obey Grindelwald's commands and refrain from any rash actions. After careful deliberation, Lucius gradually lowered his wand, exchanging a knowing glance with Severus and Narcissa. Severus, lips pressed together in a serious expression, though disapproving of Lucius's impulsiveness, also relinquished his wand. He discreetly shifted his position to shield the few children who had devolved into blubbering messes behind him. In truth, they required no wands, for they possessed a more fitting magical instrument, yet they wished to avoid revealing too much in front of Grindelwald, since he had clearly set his sights on Draco. They were particularly cautious about exposing any of Draco's extraordinary attributes. Utilizing a wand would allow for more precise control over their magic. Having previously feared injuring Draco, they now felt emboldened. Draco curiously peeked out and noticed that the atmosphere was not as tense, as Harry and Ron were also glancing towards the adults. Snape, sensing the restlessness of the young ones, cast a fleeting glance at the three boys, his eyes brimming with warnings and the promise of future reckoning. Draco and his companions received the signal and, feeling guilty, shrank back. "Oh dear, what have we done?" A sudden explosion echoed through the air, and a fiery red figure appeared, accompanied by an elderly man clad in a dark red starry robe, none other than Dumbledore himself. Upon seeing Lucius's hastily sent message, he initially believed he had found a Horcrux, only to turn and find Grindelwald's piercing gaze fixed upon him. "Apologies, Mr. Grindelwald. I just triggered a distress signal." One can hardly blame a father, concerned for his son, upon seeing a dark wizard, who should not be here, seated beside him. And feeling compelled to seek the assistance of the greatest white wizard of this century, Lucius said with a feigned smile. He was well aware of the implications. "Albus, it has been a long time," Grindelwald remarked, unable to divert his attention from Dumbledore since his arrival, disregarding Lucius's sardonic remarks. "Ah, Gellert." Dumbledore's expression was complex. He had been preoccupied with searching for and destroying Horcruxes, as well as mending relations among the four houses, and had indeed neglected news from Nurmengard for some time. Perhaps he should have anticipated this, given that Grindelwald was a seer. "Shall we discuss this in a different setting?" Dumbledore turned to Lucius. "Perhaps we could visit Malfoy Manor? I assure you I will keep him in check." He winked at Lucius, who felt a chill run down his spine. "Very well, let us proceed," Lucius ultimately acquiesced. Recognizing the necessity of discerning Grindelwald's intentions, he could not permit someone with unclear motives, especially one with designs on Draco, to lurk in the shadows. However, they needed to assert themselves, showing this dark wizard that they were not soft targets, but rather equal partners in negotiation. "West," he called, and his wife, Narcissa, instantly understood his intent. With a flick of her wand, a massive magical circle appeared beneath them, enveloping the group and causing them to vanish from their previous location. The bewildered followers, caught in the confundus charm, erroneously believed their leader remained behind and remained dutifully fixated on the empty space, awaiting his signal. They arrived in the grand hall of Malfoy Manor, where the Weasley couple and Sirius had already received word and anxiously awaited their arrival on the sofa. Upon their entrance, their faces lit up and they rushed forward. "Ronald Weasley, how could you bring Draco and Harry to the Muggle world without permission? Do you have any idea how many dangers lurk outside?" Molly scolded Ron, before embracing the three boys. "Oh, I was so worried. What would happen if you got lost and couldn't find your way home?" Sirius nodded in agreement with Molly's sentiments, but shot an accusing glance at the trio for not including him. "You are." Arthur, although concerned, was drawn to the silent elder standing at the edge, whose mismatched eyes suddenly reminded him of someone. He instinctively shielded his wife and children behind him. He had indeed noticed Dumbledore, yet his inner caution caused him to grip his wand tightly. Well, relax, Weasley," Lucius interjected. "This is a guest from afar. Although he has arrived uninvited, I trust he is not foolish enough to wield his formidable magic in the home of his host. Right, Mr. Grindelwald?" Grindelwald shrugged resignedly. "Grindelwald," Molly gasped, covering her mouth in shock. Unlike Arthur, who was always embroiled in quarrels with Lucius, she often shared afternoon teas with Narcissa, who had even revealed the secrets of the manor's magical wards to her. Molly was tempted to replicate them in her own humble abode, and Narcissa had readily agreed to assist. However, the thought of the materials gave Molly a headache. Although their family was well off, they lacked the deep-rooted wealth of typical pureblood families. Each component was exorbitantly priced. Molly declined Narcissa's generous offer to help, believing that one should not always rely on the kindness of others, especially since the Malfoys had already extended so much assistance to them. Thus, while Molly was surprised by the identity of the elderly man, she did not feel threatened. After all, even a wandless spell required a mental incantation, while the magical wards could be activated instantly. Draco Malfoy, Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, I will address your unauthorized excursion to the Muggle realm later, Snape declared, drawing everyone's attention to the culprits in this awkward atmosphere. Now, immediately upstairs. If your brains are not muddied with troll snot, I trust you can present us with an apology letter after our discussion, correct? Draco and his friends had been striving to diminish their presence, but were unexpectedly singled out by Snape. They turned their pleading eyes towards Narcissa, the invisible matriarch of the household, hoping she might intercede on their behalf. They despised writing apology letters. Ron, accustomed to mischief with his brothers, was somewhat unfazed. While Draco and Harry were experiencing this for the first time, Narcissa turned her head away. Every time those two looked at her like that, she felt her heart soften. However, this time was different. They needed to learn a lesson. Dejected, Draco and his companions trudged towards Draco's study, glancing back mournfully. Sirius, itching to follow, was rooted in place by Narcissa's cold glare, too frightened to move. Everyone, please take a seat. I believe our esteemed Mr. Grindelwald has something he wishes to convey to us, Narcissa stated, finally adopting the demeanor of a gracious hostess. Guiding the conversation once Draco and the others were out of sight. Doris, please prepare some refreshments for our esteemed guest from afar. The elegantly clad house elf, Doris, bowed respectfully before retreating to prepare. After everyone was seated, Grindelwald, positioned beside Dumbledore, finally spoke. There is no need for such wariness, young ones. I harbor no ill intentions towards anyone present. I am simply an old man who does not intend to enact any further schemes. As you all know, I am a seer, and I trust that makes my purpose clear. Grindelwald's gaze settled on Narcissa. I have come for you and Draco Malfoy. The revelation sent shockwaves through the room, and not just among the gathered crowd. Lucius and Sirius reacted most vehemently, immediately placing Narcissa behind them. It was the first time their thoughts and actions aligned so perfectly. How dare this old fool harbor such thoughts towards my wife? Chapter 36. Grindelwald and Narcissa. Grindelwald observed the peculiar expressions of those present and the foolish man across from him who was glaring at him defensively. Unable to suppress a twitch at the corner of his mouth, one thought echoed in his mind. The British wizarding world was truly insufferable. I believe Mr. Grindelwald did not mean it in that way. Narcissa interjected, rubbing her temple and firmly pressing her foolish husband and brother down into their seats. Forgive the misunderstanding, Mr. Grindelwald. Gellert, perhaps you ought to clarify. Your words indeed carry a certain ambiguity, Dumbledore remarked, his usual smile absent, or perhaps it had never appeared since he encountered Grindelwald. He did not misunderstand, but why Draco and Narcissa? Grindelwald gazed deeply at Dumbledore. I have come to see the boy who will bring significant change to the wizarding world. And you, Narcissa Malfoy, who has taken over my former disciples. This declaration was akin to a thunderclap. Who? Narcissa Malfoy? Was it not Lucius Malfoy or Draco Malfoy? Lucius had his suspicions and remained relatively calm. Only Narcissa smiled, her lips curling into a subtle grin. Ah, this truly is the finest news I have heard today. Her expression remained serene, as though she was not the least bit surprised. The complex emotions flitting across Molly's face betrayed her thoughts. Anyone aware of the Saints would be astonished to learn who could accept the power of the Saints. Unlike the Death Eaters, who wield brute force without the capacity for wisdom or strategy, the Saints were a different breed entirely. A flicker of suspicion ignited within her, but could it be possible? Molly, among the witches I have encountered, you stand out as exceptional, Narcissa spoke calmly. Have you ever pondered why, apart from the school, the Ministry of Magic, Diagon Alley, and even Nocturne Alley, it is perpetually wizards who hold dominion? She rose, her posture impeccably straight. Is it due to witches' lack of ability, their smaller stature, their weaker magic? Or is it simply that a witch's purpose is to manage a household and raise children? No. We possess individuality, intellect, ambition, fairness, and magic. We are self-sufficient. Surely, we are no less than anyone else, are we? Is not the issue of gender merely a form of prejudice? Labels are affixed to us. We are not merely someone's mother, wife, or daughter. I am still Narcissa. I am simply myself. Given my capabilities and strengths, why should I bow to others? Just because everyone else does? Must I conform to the mainstream? Is the mainstream always correct? I refuse to abide by the rules. I shall create the rules. Women are not delicate flowers, but rather the sparks that drive societal progress, and ambition is the wellspring of this power. In Slytherin, ambition is never a pejorative. It is a call to action. I must rise to prominence so that my voice may be heard and my words may resonate. When people begin to value me, to recognize my worth, they will delve into my experiences, and the seeds of change will germinate within their minds. More women will rise, not as mere tools for alliances nor as idle beings, but as individuals entitled to pursue their dreams. Muggles are advancing and awakening. What of the wizards? Shall we remain confined to our corners? Must I endure the incessant meddling of fools? And when the Muggles' artillery breaches the wizarding world, shall we then blame those who did nothing? If they will not act, then I shall. No witches in leadership? Then I shall step forth. After Narcissa's declaration, the room fell into a profound silence, clearly struck by her words. Sirius, rendered speechless by shock, felt as though he was meeting his sister for the first time. Curiously, he glanced at Lucius, eager to gauge the reaction of the brother-in-law he had always found disagreeable. Lucius regarded Narcissa with an expression filled with tenderness and fascination. He noticed Sirius's gaze, but did not turn away. Isn't she radiant? Are you truly listening to what she says? Why are you so calm? Sirius pondered, suspecting that his brother-in-law was smitten, likely preoccupied with his thoughts. I heard her, and she speaks no falsehoods, Lucius replied. She is capable, shrewd, and resourceful. Should I stifle her dreams and freedom simply because she is my wife? She is an independent entity. Grindelwald regarded Narcissa with deep appreciation, sensing a quiet fire within her, one that would not incinerate but rather rejuvenate, akin to the flames of a phoenix. He realized why he entrusted the saints to her. They were alike yet distinct, one seeking dominion, the other striving for unity. He comprehended the implications of Narcissa's words, to develop the wizarding community and liberate more of its labor force. Only by becoming formidable and broadening one's horizons could one avoid being blinded by the superficial peace imposed by the elite. Excellent, splendid. My assistant, Vendel Rosiel, is renowned as the Black Rose of France. I believe you will find much common ground, Grindelwald subtly invited. Indeed, I would relish the opportunity to converse with more remarkable women, Narcissa graciously replied. The two engaged in conversation, seemingly oblivious to their surroundings. Dumbledore did not perceive Narcissa's ambition as problematic. Perhaps in the past, he might have arrogantly considered Muggles as weaklings in need of protection. But after being invited by Lucius to tour an underground base in Britain and nearly being discovered, he began to reassess his views. But aren't you all a bit too dismissive of those around you? Are we already discussing the overthrow of the Ministry of Magic? Must we speak of this in front of a white wizard, a current ministry official, and a family member? Ahem. I believe there will be ample opportunities for discussion, Dumbledore remarked, disregarding any discomfort at the mention of the Black Rose of France. Gellert, there has been no news from Nurmengard regarding your escape. I trust you have contingency plans, for I doubt you wish to return to Nurmengard, but I believe you would be willing to converse with me, yes? Dumbledore's gaze fixed on Grindelwald, filled with an unyielding insistence. Of course, I have never refused you. Have I, Albus? Grindelwald replied, maintaining his composure. Kindly provide me with a private space for our discussion. Certainly, please follow me, Lucius responded, leading the two to a parlor. After instructing a house elf to prepare tea and snacks, he thoughtfully exited, leaving the space for these two lovers. Long separated, perhaps? What transpired within remained a mystery. Yet Grindelwald's demeanor suggested he was in good spirits. Passing by Snape, he patted his shoulder encouragingly, urging him to strive for success in his endeavors. Among those present, aside from the Weasley couple and Sirius, were individuals in the know, who exchanged glances of understanding. As it appeared, Grindelwald foresaw a successful outcome for Snape's research. An excitement ignited within. This was a groundbreaking invention. Eyes turned toward Snape, making him feel quite uneasy. He scoffed at the sight of Dumbledore engaged in fervent debate with Narcissa and Lucius, while Molly sat beside Narcissa, lost in thought. And you, foolish dog, are off to guide your little companions in writing self-reflections, he muttered. Snape was taken aback. Trouble was the last thing he needed, and now he was to guide them? Surely, they wouldn't be playing tricks? Using the partial permissions Narcissa granted him over her estate, he discerned 4 small red dots idly lingering in the potions room, which eased his trepidation. But wait, his relief was short-lived. Something was amiss. The potions room. He sprang to his feet, striding purposefully upstairs. Narcissa, as if recalling something, carefully attuned herself, her face betraying a hint of sympathy. To those startled by Snape's sudden behavior, she remarked, "It's nothing. Just Sirius taking a few children to play in Severus's potions room." Is Sirius so audacious? Even the Weasley couple, who had not spent much time with him, were aware that the potions master detested anyone intruding in his domain, save for the exceptionally gifted Draco. Sirius Black, came Snape's thunderous voice from upstairs. The group exchanged glances, then resumed their conversations as if nothing had happened. Merlin knew how much pain Snape felt upon seeing the chaotic disarray of potion ingredients in his laboratory. A large black dog lowered its head, looking quite sheepish, while Draco and the others trembled in silence. They were merely writing reflections, benefiting from the mixed aromas of herbs and potions that made for a conducive atmosphere. Yet, the moment Sirius arrived, he enthusiastically transformed into a dog, inviting the children to pet him and inquiring about their experiences in the Muggle world, even rolling around and demanding to be included in their next adventure. During this, Draco keenly observed as Sirius knocked over a glowing potion recently concocted by his godfather, a potion that would cause anyone touched by it to emit a green glow at night. His exuberant tail swept through the workspace, scattering the ingredients haphazardly, some of which were trampled underfoot. He gazed at Sirius with a hint of pity, allowing him to throw a tantrum while subtly retreating with Harry and Ron. 3, 2, 1, Draco silently counted in his mind. With a loud bang, the door to the potions classroom swung open, backlit so that the expression of the newcomer was obscured, revealing only the fluttering black robes and the thunderous shout. Sirius Black. Snape, with a sardonic smile, gestured for the trio to leave, and at the doorway, Draco and his companions could only catch a glimpse of the terror in the black dog's eyes and the malevolent curve of the potion master's lips. They stood frozen, a chill running down their spines, simultaneously questioning, Sirius can't possibly die, can he? Chapter 37, The Sorting Ceremony. Recently, Draco had scarcely seen his mother, father, or godfather. While it was understandable that his godfather, being a professor, was busy before the start of term, it seemed as though everyone had suddenly become preoccupied, leaving Draco, who had always been sheltered and accompanied by family, feeling somewhat disoriented. However, he was grateful for Harry's companionship, despite their parents' and godfather's busyness. They still received a good morning kiss and a nightly check-in to ensure they were sleeping well. How did they know? Because Draco and Harry had not been sleeping at all. Yet today his parents and godfather had gathered together, and oh, there was also a large black dog. Today marked the day when Draco and Harry would embark on their journey to Hogwarts. This meant they would only be able to see their families during the holidays. Lucius and Narcissa felt a pang of reluctance as the dog pawed at Harry's leg, desperately wanting to accompany them, but Snape remained unfazed, chuckling softly. For he saw no reason to feel sentimental about sending them off. After all, they would soon reunite after disembarking. Harry helplessly argued with Sirius about whether he could go to Hogwarts, while Draco found himself in Narcissa's embrace as she offered meticulous advice, with Harry being pulled over to listen as well. Meanwhile, Sirius was impatiently restrained in place by Lucius, casting a pitiful glance at the affectionate family. Harry and Draco listened intently, displaying no signs of impatience. To be honest, the anticipation for life at Hogwarts was palpable. Yet overwhelming feelings of reluctance towards their families and anxiety about the unknown prevailed. As the train arrived, Narcissa kissed their foreheads, and Lucius encouragingly patted the shoulders of the two young boys. Snape, however, uttered a phrase about waiting for them at Hogwarts before disapparating away. Unable to endure the overly warm atmosphere, Merlin, it was more unbearable than death itself. He planned to return to Malfoy Manor first before making his way back to the Hogwarts professor's office through the estate. He also took Sirius with him, who was becoming an obvious distraction. Hadn't he noticed the scrutinizing gazes of parents all around? Draco and Harry bid farewell to Narcissa and Lucius, boarding the train with their small suitcases. One possessed a systematic space, while the other had a necklace with a concealed extension charm. The small suitcase was merely a facade, containing some snacks made by Narcissa and a few small toys brought from home. They had heard that the Hogwarts Express would take quite some time, providing ample opportunity to pass the hours. Upon reaching the Malfoy family's exclusive compartment, they had scarcely settled when Ron appeared. Harry, Draco, come help me. Ron puffed, struggling with his two large trunks. Draco casually performed a levitation spell. Wingardium Leviosa. Come on, Ron. Don't tell me you've forgotten the levitation charm? Is your wand merely a decoration? Draco pondered the perplexing logic of Ron's thought process at times. George and Fred had mentioned that young wizards couldn't cast spells outside of school, as the trace in their wands would detect magical fluctuations and lead to their capture. My wandless magic isn't as proficient as yours and Harry's, Ron replied, sitting down to catch his breath while explaining to Draco and Harry. Draco remained skeptical, recalling the twins' antics. Oh, George, look at our innocent little Ronnie. He clearly believed their words. Ha ha. The Weasley twins materialized from nowhere, exchanging mischievous glances as they teased Ron. George, Fred, if Ron hasn't realized he's been duped, that would be surprising. He sulked, crossing his arms in frustration. You just sit there watching me struggle with these heavy trunks, and instead of helping, you trick me. Next time you pull a prank on Percy, don't expect my cover. Don't be upset, little Ronnie, Fred chuckled. We didn't deceive you. George chimed in. It's just that before the little wizards start school, it's still fair game. Ron found it difficult to stay mad at Fred, as the cunning twins had already seen through him. Thus, whenever George stirred up trouble, Fred would extinguish the flames. After a few more pleasantries, the carefree Ron forgot his displeasure and made plans with the twins for post-school adventures. Eventually, they parted ways when their friend Jordan called out to show them his new pet. Draco produced Narcissa's meticulously crafted delicacies, laying them out on the table, while Ron unveiled Molly's delicious fried chicken legs. The four shared delightful conversations and delectable treats. Where are Blaise and the others? Ron inquired, munching on a chicken leg. Remembering a few friends. They're likely in the Parkinson's compartment, Draco replied absently, examining a hefty tome that made Ron's head ache. After finishing his chicken leg, Ron habitually cleaned himself up. Draco, stop reading. Let's play werewolf instead. But you need more players for that. Let's wait until school starts and invite Blaise and Pansy to join us, Harry suggested, noting Draco's evident fatigue and dwindling interest. All right then, how about this? Ron raised a game in his hand to indicate Harry and Draco, but before he could finish, the compartment door swung open. The three frowned at the interruption, clearly unimpressed by such an impolite entrance. A young girl stood at the door, her chin held high, sporting a mane of thick brown curls and a pair of large rabbit-like front teeth. Has anyone seen Neville's toad? Neville's toad is missing. Behind her stood a dejected Neville Longbottom. This classmate of ours, Ron remarked. I believe a courteous person would knock before entering rather than barging in with their nose in the air. He harbored a dislike for the sudden intrusion, as her haughty demeanor reminded him of those upper-class snobs at parties who looked down on the Weasleys, yet begrudgingly approached them for social interaction. Oh, I certainly didn't mean any offense to Draco and the others. He and Draco are friends, after all, and Pansy, while a bit sharp-tongued, is quite decent and wouldn't put on a false smile while secretly looking down on him. You, the girl, Hermione Granger, flushed with anger, but found herself unable to retort due to her own fault. Neville, hearing the familiar voice, looked up in surprise, his eyes lighting up as he spotted Harry and the others. Harry, Ron, and Draco. Neville, I had been focused entirely on this girl before me and hadn't noticed you standing behind her, he admitted, having not paid close attention to what Hermione had said. Come in and sit down. It's rather awkward just standing there. Neville and Hermione took their seats, and Hermione, awkwardly addressing Ron and the others, introduced herself. I'm Hermione Granger. I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Ron, observing her discomfort, felt he might have been too hasty in his judgment. Perhaps she simply didn't know how to express herself properly. He sheepishly rubbed the back of his head. It's all right. I was a bit harsh too. By the way, I'm Ron Weasley. These are my good friends, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. Harry Potter? You're the boy who lived? Hermione's gaze flitted back and forth before finally settling on Harry, whose black hair, green eyes, and lightning-shaped scar confirmed her suspicions. The platinum-haired boy beside me must be Draco Malfoy, possessing a certain charm about him. I had come across his story in Hogwarts, a history, and Hermione was gushing about it, perhaps oblivious to the fact that her anxiety was causing her to crumple the hem of her robe. Draco noticed her fidgeting. Just a girl who struggles to express herself? Masking her insecurities with arrogance, he concluded politely, averting his gaze, unaware of Hermione's suddenly flushed cheeks and Neville's astonished expression. An unexpected hush fell over the compartment, and in a moment of inspiration, Harry suggested, since there are four of us, let's play a game. Draco, you must be tired from waking up too early. Rest a while, and I'll wake you shortly. Draco nodded in agreement, reclining onto Harry's lap as Harry tenderly tucked a blanket around him to ward off the chill. He then discreetly signaled to Ron, who had just been holding a Monopoly game. Hermione and Neville swore that Draco had not uttered a word moments ago. After all, their peripheral vision had been fixed on him. Who could resist the allure of a charming and radiant child? They were filled with questions, yet found themselves unable to voice them, their mouths seemingly glued shut. They keenly observed Harry and Ron's actions, sensing that the duo was privy to some secret, while Draco appeared blissfully unaware. Thus, they waited in quiet anticipation for an answer. As Harry explained the game rules, he surreptitiously retrieved a card from a necklace and discreetly handed it to Hermione for her and Neville to see. 1. What you hear are Draco's innermost thoughts. Such thoughts cannot be revealed to those who cannot hear them, with certain exceptions. You may express yourself subtly, but if that person cannot even perceive your subtle cues, it is best to distance yourself from them. They surely harbor ill intentions towards you or Draco. However, do strive to keep this knowledge confidential. 2. Research indicates that those who can hear are not malevolent. They are generally connected to the fabric of the world. Certified by Dumbledore, those who can hear cannot harbor any ill will towards Draco. Feel free to test this assertion. 3. If you hear him, feign ignorance. Do not indicate to Draco that you can hear his thoughts, and keep this a secret. 4. You may devise reasonable justifications to communicate any dangerous thoughts without arousing suspicion, thereby alerting everyone. 5. This card must be destroyed after reading. For further inquiries, please consult Harry Potter, Ron Weasley, or Professor Dumbledore privately. 6. Your name has appeared in the secret book of Malfoy Manor. Please be cautious with your words. As Neville and Hermione exchanged anxious glances, 2 names slowly appeared on the back of the card. Hermione Granger, Neville Longbottom. They then abruptly dissipated into a swarm of luminous particles. Chapter 38. Sorting ceremony too. Really? Hermione felt an unbearable dryness in her throat, yet to others, her voice remained unchanged. After Harry concluded the game rules, she asked, with double entendre, "What a marvelous form of magic." Indeed, magic has transformed so much, safeguarding us from peril while ushering in good fortune, Harry replied, his words laden with meaning. Confident that Hermione and Neville would grasp the implication. They certainly did. Danger in life, good fortune? They found themselves deep in thought. Ron, feeling the serendipity of the moment, remarked, "How coincidental that both new acquaintances can hear little Draco's thoughts. It feels like fate has drawn us together here." Unbeknownst to him, Harry and Hermione exchanged a knowing glance, silently recording their suspicions. When Draco groggily awakened, there was still some time before they reached Hogwarts. He sat up with a dazed expression, the remnants of sleep etched on his cherubic face, and rubbed his cheek against the blanket like a kitten. Hermione couldn't help but find his appearance irresistibly adorable, her hand instinctively reaching out to pinch his cheek gently. Clearly, she was not alone in this sentiment. Ron placed a cup of fruit tea, prepared by Narcissa, beside Draco, while Harry tidied Draco's hair and affectionately stroked his cheek. Oblivious, Draco sipped the warm tea, only then regaining his senses. Ding! Encountered a key character. Main world future segment information triggered. Harry thought, finally, it has arrived. Ron, Hermione, and Neville lowered their heads to sip tea, concealing their expressions from scrutiny. Curiously, Draco opened the document. Segment information? How peculiar. Is it about Hermione and Neville? He clicked on it and read intently. The content was brief, yet profoundly shocking to him. Hermione Granger entered school on September 1st, 1991, and was sorted into Gryffindor. She excelled academically, was diligent and studious, and was regarded as a genius, albeit with a hint of bookishness. Throughout her studies, she forged a close friendship with Harry Potter and Ron Weasley, forming the renowned trio. Like Harry and a few others, Hermione rarely flinched at Voldemort's name. After 1995, she boldly referred to him as such, rather than as you-know-who or the Dark Lord. Hermione played a pivotal role in the fight against Voldemort, her vast magical knowledge repeatedly saving the trio from peril. After graduation, she served in the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures, then as deputy head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, and ultimately became the Minister for Magic. Wow, how cool. The reason Hermione did not go to Ravenclaw must be the courage she harbored deep within. Draco mused, astonished that an acquaintance could possess such an impressive history. Ron and Neville silently agreed. Meanwhile, Harry and Hermione exchanged glances, further solidifying their assumptions. Was this destined encounter orchestrated by fate? Neville lacks talent in magic and studies, with the exception of herbology. He is also notably forgetful. Once, he received a memory ball from his grandmother, which revealed forgotten memories, yet he could not recall what he had forgotten. To help Neville forget the painful memories of his parents being tormented by Bellatrix, his grandmother had cast a forgetting spell on him, resulting in impaired memory. Tragically, his parents, both Aurors and members of the Order of the Phoenix, were captured by Death Eaters shortly after Voldemort's fall and tortured into madness by Bellatrix Lestrange. For 15 years, they resided in St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. During the Second Wizarding War, Neville, as the leader of the D.A., conducted underground resistance against the Death Eaters at Hogwarts. He displayed remarkable bravery during the Battle of Hogwarts, wielding the sword of Gryffindor to slay one of Voldemort's Horcruxes, Nagini. Ultimately, he became a herbology professor at Hogwarts. This passage contains so much information that Draco was momentarily at a loss as to what to be astonished by. Draco. Neville suddenly called, breaking through Draco's reverie. "Thank you," he murmured softly. Draco was perplexed by his gratitude, replying, no need to mention it? Neville recognized that Draco likely did not comprehend his meaning and offered a shy smile. "That potion was given to me by Harry, right? I truly appreciate it. My parents have improved significantly since using it, and now they can recognize me. The doctors at St. Mungo's said they would be discharged soon, and my grandmother mentioned that they would celebrate Christmas with us." His eyes sparkled with hope, as spending Christmas with his parents was his lifelong wish. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something, shyly inquiring, "Could you ask if there is any more of that potion available? Grandmother once recounted that during my childhood, she had cast a forgetting charm upon me, uncertain of its potential efficacy. Should it prove effective, she would willingly expend any resources to procure it." Draco, harboring a profound empathy for this boy with a tumultuous past, promptly retrieved a vial of the potion from his trunk, or rather, from a hidden space. "You must have encountered my godfather's paper in the latest Potions Weekly. This is a concoction that only he could create, yet it is not exorbitantly priced. My godfather intends to keep it as affordable as possible, as there are many who, like your parents, are in dire need of it. Consider this a gift." A gesture of friendship. Draco beamed, extending his hand amicably. Is he an angel? Neville pondered, lost in thought. Indeed, he is an angel, Hermione affirmed with conviction. For reasons unbeknownst to him, Harry felt an inexplicable urge to grasp that hand, despite the countless times they had held hands before. Yet, in this moment, aboard the Hogwarts Express, within this compartment, a voice within urged him to seize the opportunity, to not let it slip away. He shook his head, dismissing the sudden, amusing thought, and joined Draco in persuading Neville to accept the gift. Ron, meanwhile, resumed munching on snacks, eagerly sharing with his newfound companion. After all, they all shared a secret, which surely made them friends. Do you know how the sorting works? Ron inquired curiously. George and Fred chimed in, claiming that all new students would have to battle a dragon, after which they would be sorted into different houses based on their performance. What? But my parents said the sorting involves dueling in front of the upperclassmen, and the winners get to join their desired house, while the losers cannot attend school, Neville retorted. Steadfast in his belief that his parents would not deceive him, and even grandmother had agreed with what they said. Sirius mentioned that we must venture into the forbidden forest to retrieve a certain herb. That was their experience, Harry countered, convinced of Sirius's credibility, believing he could not fabricate such a realistic lie. But my parents said they had to slay a troll to gain admission, Draco echoed, equally reluctant to believe that his parents would mislead him. A moment of silent exchange ensued among the four. Perhaps they all spoke the truth, albeit from different years. The examination content might indeed vary from cohort to cohort. The sole outsider, Hermione, calmly interjected, "Ah, indeed." The four suddenly realized this, only to be ensnared by furrowed brows once more. Considering recent events, George and Fred were already grappling with dragons, which might be even more daunting. Draco contemplated the new task ahead, feeling a flicker of confidence. He would protect his friends. He resolved to speak with Blaise and Pansy next door to prepare them mentally. Ron, upon learning this, volunteered, feeling oddly unsettled by not having seen Blaise that day. Thus, Ron took on the responsibility and decided to inquire about how Blaise's parents had navigated the sorting. Draco confidently proclaimed, "Ron must surely be a Gryffindor." "Have you all decided which house you wish to join?" he asked. "I think I should be a Slytherin. Ravenclaw would also be splendid. Both my parents are Gryffindors. But I wish to be a Slytherin, as my godfather is one." Harry mused, apprehensive about the potential disappointment on his godfather's face if he were to end up in Gryffindor, and he yearned to be with Draco. "We might not know, perhaps Gryffindor?" Hermione and Neville exchanged glances, seeking Draco's opinion. "I feel that your character aligns more with Ravenclaw," Draco mused, tilting his head as he regarded Hermione. "The girls of Gryffindor might not resonate with your temperament. If you were to join Gryffindor, you might face some exclusion. As for Neville, I believe Hufflepuff would suit you splendidly. They are warm and welcoming. You are far too shy and timid, making you vulnerable to bullying." Draco dismissed the recent gossip about parallel universes, concluding that Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff would indeed be more fitting for Hermione and Neville. Moreover, consider this. If we each belong to different houses, when mischief arises, our points will be collectively deducted or added, and perhaps we might even win the House Cup together. They had all heard of the House Cup, determined by the points accumulated by the end of each academic year. Upon reflection, being sorted into 4 distinct houses seemed rather brilliant. With diligence, they might achieve an unprecedented accomplishment. The thought alone filled them with delight. Hermione, however, perceived this as an opportunity to gather information from all 4 houses, her keen senses detecting an impending storm. The enigmatic Draco Malfoy, coupled with the subtly different savior, Harry Potter, left Hermione yearning to untangle the threads of this chaotic web, though she found herself lacking some crucial insight, forcing her to reluctantly set aside this tangled mess for the time being. Chapter 39, The Sorting Ceremony 3. Ron returned to the compartment just as they were nearing their destination. Trailing behind him were Blaise Zabini and Pansy Parkinson. Hermione, realizing they needed to change into their robes upon arrival, was invited by Pansy to her compartment, suggesting it would be more convenient for the girls. Oblivious to Pansy's scrutinizing gaze, Ron, with his usual clumsiness, failed to notice. Hermione, however, caught the subtle exchange but met Pansy's gaze unflinchingly, surprising her with a raised eyebrow. "Miss Granger, a pleasure to meet you. I am Pansy Parkinson," she said, executing a slow, aristocratic bow. "Perhaps we could discuss topics these boys find uninteresting in my compartment?" "It would be my honor," Hermione replied, though she had never learned the intricacies of noble etiquette. She simply returned the gesture with poise, and the 2 girls departed together. By the time the boys had changed and stepped onto the platform, the 2 girls were already engrossed in a close-knit conversation, exemplifying the often inexplicable nature of female friendship. "First-year students, gather here," boomed a voice belonging to a towering figure. Robust in stature, Draco estimated he barely reached the man's thigh. Goodness, How many Dracos could one grow to such a height? The man, with unkempt hair and a beard that obscured much of his face, bore a somewhat fearsome appearance. His eyes gleamed like polished obsidian, reminiscent of beetles hidden beneath a canopy of hair. He scanned the surroundings, and the young witches and wizards hesitated, intimidated by his imposing height. He was Rubius Hagrid, the keeper of keys and grounds at Hogwarts, a half-giant. Draco and Harry exchanged glances, knowing that while their fathers discussed such matters, Harry was likely in the potions classroom, laboriously assisting his godfather with snails. A thunderous voice interrupted their thoughts as a vast shadow loomed overhead. Hagrid had moved beside them without their notice. Harry? You must be Harry. Without your glasses, you resemble your father less. But there is a striking resemblance to your mother, Hagrid exclaimed. His gaze fixated on Harry and the lightning-shaped scar upon his forehead. The emotional half-giant could hardly suppress his tears. I held you in my arms when you were just a child. Perhaps we have lingered here for some time. You are our guide to Hogwarts, correct? Hermione calmly adjusted her glasses, gently pulling Harry, who appeared somewhat flustered, to face the enthusiastic guide. Oh yes, yes, I nearly forgot. If I am late, Professor McGonagall will turn me into a map, Hagrid stammered, hastily moving to the front of the line and instructing the young witches and wizards to follow closely. They arrived at the water's edge, and at Hagrid's bidding, the four of them boarded a boat together. Hermione, Ron, Blaise, and Pansy settled in one, while Neville, initially intending to sit with Draco and Harry, hesitated. Mistaking his hesitation for loneliness, a kind girl invited him to join her vessel, prompting laughter from the others as he climbed aboard. Thus, Draco and Harry found themselves fortunate enough to share a boat. The Black Lake stretched endlessly beneath them, its depths unfathomable, yet the surface remained tranquil, mirroring the starry night sky above. All the young witches and wizards gazed in awe, captivated by the enchanting scene before them. Draco, filled with curiosity, reached out to stir the stars reflected on the lake's surface. Harry sighed, withdrawing his hand to dry it with a handkerchief, disregarding Draco's protests as he tucked his hand into his coat. Be careful not to freeze it off, he cautioned. I'm not that fragile, Draco muttered quietly. And the two exchanged a glance before breaking into laughter. Harry, I'm feeling a bit nervous. It's perfectly fine, little dragon, with your brilliance. You will undoubtedly pass the exam, Harry reassured him. In his heart, he truly believed Draco to be exceptional, a fervent learner, capable of conquering any challenge. If you can't pass the entrance exam, then I might as well give up now, he feigned disappointment. That's out of the question. Harry is incredible too. Draco quickly countered. You ride your broom with finesse, grasp potions effortlessly, and you're a formidable lightning mage. I'm merely a support mage specializing in light, Draco enumerated, unable to bear the sight of Harry's despondency. Well then, little dragon, don't be anxious. I shall protect you, Harry declared, producing his lightning wand from his cloak. It dawned on Draco that Harry's earlier display of disappointment was merely a ruse to alleviate his own tension. He let out a soft hum, a blush creeping into his ears. Harry lingered on Draco's face for a moment, and to prevent Draco from becoming embarrassed, he quickly changed the subject. Look, Hogwarts is just ahead. Amidst the starry sky, the majestic ancient castle loomed atop the mountains, exuding a serene and timeless aura, brimming with stories waiting to be unveiled. After disembarking, they stumbled along the winding path until they arrived at a grand entrance, where a witch clad in deep green robes stood solemnly. Professor McGonagall. I've brought the first-year students. Hagrid scratched his head with a goofy smile. Thank you, Hagrid. I shall take over from here, she replied, gently pushing open the doors. The curious little wizards stifled their excitement, cautiously surveying the place they would call home for many years to come. Professor McGonagall led the young wizards into an empty room. Though the newcomers were somewhat bewildered, they obediently remained in place, awaiting further instructions while whispering among themselves. Welcome to Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall's voice resonated clearly, imbued with a magical quality that compelled all to silence. The feast is about to commence, but before you head to the dining hall, I will first introduce you to with a graceful wave of her wand. A dazzling light appeared in midair, revealing 4 enormous emblems. These emblems represented the 4 houses of Hogwarts: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin, shifting in accordance with Professor McGonagall's words. The little wizards gasped in awe, their eyes shining with admiration. Professor McGonagall meticulously explained the significance of the sorting ceremony, expressing her hope that no matter which house they were assigned to, they would bring honor to it. Soon, the sorting ceremony will be officially held before the entire school. I advise you to compose yourselves and maintain a positive demeanor while you wait. Her gaze inadvertently flicked over Harry and Draco, finally resting on Draco. Is this the child Albus spoke of? The Malfoy heir? Before being noticed, she averted her gaze. I will come to get you when everything is ready, she said, but was interrupted by a sudden exclamation. Trevor. Neville struggled through the crowd, carefully cradling a toad he had found on the floor, casting a timid glance at Professor McGonagall. He looked somewhat disheartened, explaining he had forgotten something in the carriage. Draco and the others recalled Hermione's earlier embarrassment. She had intended to assist, but I will come to fetch you. Please remain quiet while you wait, Professor McGonagall stated calmly, leaving the room without further ado. Suddenly, numerous ghosts erupted from the walls behind them, startling many of the first-year students. These apparitions, with their pearlescent whiteness and slightly transparent forms, glided through the room like specters, seemingly engaged in a heated debate over something significant. Draco swiftly cast a confusion charm, uncertain if these spirits were part of their entrance examination. Hoping to avoid drawing their attention, his formidable prowess immediately caught the eyes of several young wizards, who gazed at him with sparkling admiration. In any case, none of the ghosts noticed the newcomers. One by one, the apparitions languidly drifted through the opposite wall, vanishing from sight. The sorting ceremony was about to commence. Unbeknownst to them, Professor McGonagall had returned. Now, please form a single file line and follow me in an orderly fashion, she instructed the first-year students with an expressionless demeanor. Her tone serious and authoritative. They slowly traversed the entrance hall, taking careful steps as if afraid to awaken some slumbering secret. Soon, they arrived before a pair of double doors, faint sounds emanating from within. Upon pushing the doors open, all eyes were drawn to the breathtaking scene before them. Mouths agape in awe. Students from other classes had already gathered around 4 long tables, their faces radiating excitement and anticipation as they eagerly gazed at the newly arrived first years. Countless candles floated in midair, twinkling like distant stars, casting a warm glow that illuminated the entire dining hall. These candles seemed to possess a life of their own, gently swaying as if performing a silent dance, evoking a dreamlike ambience. The 4 long tables were adorned with gleaming golden platters and exquisite goblets, shimmering charmingly under the candlelight. At the slightly elevated head of the hall stood a long table designated for the faculty. In this special setting, every detail appeared particularly solemn and dignified. Seated at the center was Professor Dumbledore, his white hair and kindly visage exuding warmth and authority, while Professor Snape, with his stern expression and penetrating gaze, commanded attention. As Draco and Harry entered the dining hall, they immediately felt the scrutiny from the faculty table. Professor Dumbledore smiled and nodded in their direction, as if conveying trust and encouragement. Meanwhile, Professor Snape, though still aloof, offered a slight nod of acknowledgement. Professor McGonagall guided the first-year students towards the elevated platform, leading the innocent children to face the assembled upperclassmen lined up before them. The newcomers exhibited a mix of curiosity and trepidation. They might not fully comprehend the significance of this gathering, yet they sensed the gravity of their surroundings. Professor McGonagall placed a stool before the little wizards, then set a tattered, patched, and exceedingly dirty pointed wizard hat upon it. The hat appeared ancient, bearing the marks of countless wear and tear, yet it emanated an air of mystery and antiquity. Draco scrutinized the hat with a critical eye, a flicker of disdain evident in his gaze. He noted that some of the upperclassmen had adeptly covered their ears, and an ominous premonition bubbled up within him. It seemed these older students possessed a particular understanding of the hat, and their reactions made Draco realize that unexpected events might soon unfold. Chapter 40. The Sorting Ceremony. The restaurant was enveloped in a profound silence, as if everyone were eagerly anticipating the unfolding scene. Suddenly, the hat appeared to come alive, beginning to twist and turn slowly. A wide fissure opened up in the center of the once unremarkable hat, transforming it into a gaping mouth. Almost immediately, a deep, raspy melody emanated from within, causing Draco to furrow his exquisite brow, wondering how such an unpleasant sound could feel so familiar. Does the Sorting Hat watch television, Headmaster? He mused. Who dwells in the splendid Hogwarts? It is the Sorting Hat. Who dwells in the splendid Hogwarts? It is the Sorting Hat. Gryffindor, the epitome of courage, Hufflepuff, sincere and kind. Ravenclaw, clever and witty. Slytherin, ambitious and proud. Do not fear Dunme. As the hat concluded its song, the lingering, melodious echoes resonated throughout the hall. The enchanting tune seemed to possess a magical quality, captivating all present in its embrace. It was not until long after the song ended that the room erupted in thunderous applause and cheers, with students rising to express their heartfelt admiration for the hat's splendid performance. In the face of such fervent appreciation, the hat appeared humble and graceful. It slowly turned to face the 4 long tables, bowing deeply to each one in turn, conveying its gratitude to the audience. Each bow was filled with sincerity and respect, revealing the hat's inner humility and politeness. After its final bow, the hat suddenly stood still as if bewitched, frozen in place. Draco's eyes glazed over. This was the long-awaited sorting ceremony? How disappointing. And did he truly have to wear this dirty, old, and dissonant hat? His inner prince, plagued by a sense of cleanliness, felt a twinge of discomfort. Noticing Draco's unease, Harry gently squeezed his hand to reassure him. Professor McGonagall cleared her throat, standing beside her chair with a parchment filled with names in hand. When I call your name, step forward, place this hat upon your head, and sit on this stool to await your house assignment. Hannah Abbott. As her name echoed, a petite girl with 2 golden braids nervously stepped out of the line. She was the same girl who had invited Neville to sit with them. Glancing in Hannah's direction, it was clear Neville was anxiously gazing at the stage. Hannah donned the hat, and after a brief pause, it declared, Hufflepuff, Neville Longbottom. Oh, I see, Hufflepuff, the hat proclaimed again, as Neville hastily joined Hannah at her side. Pansy Parkinson, Slytherin, Ron Weasley. You, like the previous Longbottom, are Gryffindor. The Gryffindor table erupted in enthusiastic applause, with the twins boasting, this is our youngest brother. I told you he would end up in Gryffindor. Hermione Granger. Ravenclaw. The hat paused for a moment before loudly announcing. Hermione walked over to the Ravenclaw table, engaging in conversation with a nearby girl. Draco Malfoy. Draco hesitated, reluctant to convince himself to wear the hat. Under McGonagall's urging gaze, he suppressed the urge to give it a cleansing charm to see if it would become cleaner. The sorting hat was gently placed upon Draco's head. Oh, a natural-born brain blocker? No matter, I can sense your emotions. Several children have insisted on joining their preferred houses, and they must have taken your opinions into account, right? Disdainful. The sorting hat exclaimed loudly, echoing throughout Hogwarts. Hey, my song is so beautiful. You little ingrate. Slytherin. Laughter erupted from the audience as Draco, irritated, tossed the sorting hat onto the stool, his cheeks flushed like a cute little kitten that had been ruffled. Many felt a pang in their hearts. I think I've fallen in love, a Gryffindor boy murmured. A sharp gaze suddenly pierced through the teacher's table, causing him to snap back to reality, drenched in cold sweat. He stiffly looked up to find the most intimidating potions master in the school, Professor Snape, watching him with a chilling glare. His friend patted him sympathetically. Draco Malfoy is Professor Snape's godson. Good luck. Harry Potter. Amidst the scrutiny of his peers, Harry walked up confidently. A faint voice whispered in his ear, you, like several others before you, possess memories that I cannot perceive. You are courageous, talented, and harbor a strong desire to prove yourself, along with a pursuit of power. Quite intriguing. Where shall I place you? Slytherin. The students at the Slytherin table clapped politely, well aware that the boy who lived had grown up alongside the only son of the Malfoy family. It was undeniable they would be sorted into Slytherin. The other houses offered courteous applause, but only Gryffindor cast a mournful gaze at Harry, as if they had lost something dear. Puzzled by this attention, Harry took his seat at the Slytherin table and turned to Draco, who had saved him a spot. Why is that Gryffindor upperclassman looking at me like that? Draco had already noticed the Gryffindor upperclassman's unwavering stare at Harry and stifled a laugh as he shared the news with Harry. Many know you are starting this year. That upperclassman's girlfriend is a Slytherin, and he bet with friends on which house you would be sorted into. She overheard. Surely losing a bet doesn't warrant that kind of look. As if I've stolen his girlfriend, Harry quietly remarked, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny. Pansy, overhearing their conversation, chimed in teasingly, but isn't it just like stealing a girlfriend? You must know that Gryffindors can be a bit thoughtless. That upperclassman swore on his love for Amelia that you would definitely end up in Gryffindor. My word, Amelia must be furious. Harry realized that no girl would appreciate her boyfriend treating their relationship so casually. Even if that upperclassman intended to convey that his chances of being sorted into Gryffindor were slimmer than his chances of breaking up with Amelia. The Slytherin aristocrats were known for their pride and sensitivity. I heard he stormed up and slapped him, eyes red, declaring they were done. Claiming he had turned their relationship into a wager, Pansy gossiped, half sympathetic, half amused. How tragic. After all, Amelia was someone he pursued for a long time. The relationship between Slytherin and Gryffindor has always been tumultuous. It seemed like 5 years ago when the Sorting Hat's lyrics changed, prompting the headmaster to show an unprecedented concern for Slytherin, no longer favoring Gryffindor. Blaise, who had quietly finished his sorting and had been listening for quite some time, interjected meaningfully, glancing at Draco and Harry. Initially, the two houses were quite awkward until upperclassman Oliver bravely pursued Amelia. And only then did they begin to appreciate each other's virtues. How do you know so much when you just finished sorting? Draco asked, bemused by Blaise's scrutiny. His attention diverted elsewhere. Come on, my little prince. If you had taken the time to converse seriously with those noble children who fawn over you, you would know this is not a secret, Blaise replied, rolling his eyes elegantly. He intended to place a hand on Draco's shoulder, but Harry swiftly swatted it away. He shrugged, reflecting on those who harbored peculiar sentiments towards the little prince, and could only lament in silence. The little prince was not easily approached. guarded as he was by a fierce dragon. After the sorting ceremony concluded, Professor McGonagall gently tapped the cup before her. The clear and resonant sound, akin to a magical incantation, instantly captivated the attention of everyone present. The previously raucous hall fell into a profound silence, with all eyes converging on Professor McGonagall's direction. Subsequently, Dumbledore, seated at the head of the staff table, slowly rose to his feet. Clad in a long, flowing purple robe, his face radiated warmth and kindness. His deep-set eyes shimmering with wisdom and affection. He smiled down at the assembled students, extending his arms as if to embrace them all. "Welcome to Hogwarts," he proclaimed, expressing his hope that everyone would enjoy a joyful and fulfilling school life. "I have a few words to share with you, fool, crybaby, scum, twist," he concluded, before resuming his seat and winking at Harry and Draco. Both Draco and Harry distinctly sensed that, following Dumbledore's words, the very essence of Hogwarts enveloped all the new students with a protective magic. Draco was intrigued and wished to investigate further, but realized that such knowledge was likely reserved for the current owner of Hogwarts. He attempted to perceive the magic with his own powers, but ultimately resigned in disappointment. Harry had already placed his favorite foods on Draco's plate, and upon noticing Draco return to his senses, handed him a glass of green apple juice. "Eat up. This tastes quite similar to what you have at home. You'll love it." Harry smiled as he observed the picky Draco gradually finish his meal. As Harry's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the staff table, a sudden wave of searing pain surged through his forehead scar. Nervously, he placed his trembling hand beneath the table, his eyes fixated on the professor adorned with a purple turban. It was at the moment his gaze met that of this individual that the pain in his scar intensified. "Quirrell? Who is he?" Harry whispered to himself. He recalled the day Uncle Lucius and his godfather had solemnly summoned him to the study, expressing that they sensed Voldemort's presence within his scar, and subsequently explaining the concept of Horcruxes. He would never forget the panic that had overwhelmed him then. Believing he was on the brink of death, Uncle Lucius reassured him that it was of no concern, that he could banish it and let it dissipate. Yet, after Lucius spoke, an odd calmness washed over him, prompting him to inquire whether encountering Voldemort or his Horcruxes would elicit a reaction. His godfather understood his implication and, after much hesitation, confirmed it, but expressed his desire for Harry to remain uninvolved, as it was perilous. Harry insisted on keeping this fragment on his forehead, and as a precaution, Lucius used the weakest form of the holy light to cleanse the fragment, rendering it incapable of harming Harry. Narcissa scoured the library, procuring a magical array that she inscribed on Harry's forehead with her magic. If Voldemort ever attempted to invade Harry's consciousness through this fragment, Harry would immediately sense it, while Voldemort would only perceive what Harry chose to reveal. At that moment, Harry felt immensely fortunate to have encountered the one responsible for his parents' demise. Draco cast a curious glance at Harry, having not fully comprehended his words, nor noticing the cold glimmer in Harry's lowered eyes. He followed Harry's gaze and exclaimed, "Hey, it's my godfather," as he beamed at Snape. Snape wore a soft smile, his demeanor gentle, leaving some professors and students who had been quietly observing their interaction in a state of astonishment. Coughs erupted throughout the hall, causing Snape to darken his expression. Draco stifled a laugh, sensing a malevolent gaze upon him. Turning to investigate, he found only a peculiar man with a purple turban, meekly bowing his head. Ding. Key character Quirinius Quirrell activated. Main world future information extracted. Dumbledore and Snape exchanged subtle glances, their brows furrowing in unison before they quickly resumed their indifferent expressions. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout widened their eyes in astonishment, striving to maintain composure under Dumbledore's discreet guidance, their peripheral gazes instinctively drawn to Draco. Dumbledore had previously alluded to him as a remarkable child. Was this the revelation? Snape and Dumbledore exchanged knowing looks, as anticipated. They surveyed the students and identified several targets. The first-year Neville Longbottom, Hermione Granger, and the third-year Cedric Diggory. Professor Quirrell served as the defense against the dark arts teacher before the conclusion of Harry's first year. He was renowned for his talents, possessing a solid theoretical foundation, yet yearning for first-hand practical experience. Thus, prior to the 1991 Hogwarts term, he ventured into the Forbidden Forest, where he encountered peril, crossing paths with a few vampires and witches. Upon returning to the school to continue teaching, he developed an irrational fear of everything, including his students, becoming increasingly stutter-prone, his cowardice and helplessness glaringly evident. In truth, during his travels to Albania, he had encountered Voldemort, who was then residing within small rodents. This unexpected encounter led Quirrell to be persuaded into joining the Dark Forces, becoming Voldemort's servant. Around August 1991, Quirrell began wearing a purple turban, which emanated a peculiar odor, effectively concealing Voldemort. Quirrell endeavored to serve his master as best he could, though he felt he fell short of the required standards. During the first Quidditch match of the year, Quirrell cast dark magic upon Harry's broom in an attempt to dislodge him. However, Severus Snape intervened with a counter curse, saving Harry's life, albeit inadvertently allowing for a misunderstanding, while also giving Hermione sufficient time to distract Quirrell as she accidentally collided with him while casting a spell on Snape's robes. On Halloween, Quirrell unleashed a troll into Hogwarts, hoping to create an opportunity to access the third-floor corridor via the three-headed dog Fluffy to steal the Philosopher's Stone, but he failed. As the first year approached its conclusion, he finally seized an opportunity. Under the pretense of sending a letter in the name of the Ministry of Magic to summon Dumbledore away, he successfully passed Fluffy. He used music played on a harp to lull Fluffy to sleep, a method he had learned from Hagrid. He navigated various spells cast by the teachers before reaching the room containing the Philosopher's Stone, standing before the mirror of Ariste. He was taken aback to see Harry following him, as he had been too absorbed in his own elation. There, Quirrell unveiled the facade of his stutter, attempting to present himself as innocent. He confessed his allegiance to Voldemort, asserting fervently that there was no such thing as good or evil in the world, only power. Later, he removed his turban, revealing Voldemort lurking behind his head. The stone could only be claimed by someone who sought not to use it. Thus it fell into Harry's pocket rather than Quirrell's. Voldemort immediately comprehended this, commanding Quirrell to retrieve it, but Quirrell found he could not touch Harry's skin. Doing so inflicted a searing pain upon him, leading him to realize he could not obtain the stone, while Voldemort abandoned him to perish. What? Draco had not anticipated such a grand revelation. Voldemort residing on the back of Quirrell's head? How do they sleep together? Draco suddenly entertained an inappropriate thought. The previously tense professors and a few students found themselves frozen in place, only to be inexplicably amused by Draco. Their spirits lightened. Especially the twins. Who could have guessed that cold sweat would trickle down their backs upon hearing that Quirrell harbored Voldemort in the back of his head? They had certainly contemplated taking a few swings at Quirrell's noggin. Should I inform my father? But how could I explain how I came to know this? Moreover, while holy light may have an effect on dark magic, I cannot guarantee its efficacy on the soul. A reckless strike might only serve to alert the serpent. I believe I read somewhere that memories among Horcruxes can resonate when they return to their original forms. Draco pondered, furrowing his brow. Dumbledore found this reasoning quite sound, and as thoughts of the Philosopher's Stone filled his mind, an idea began to take shape. However, he decided to wait and discuss it with Severus later. Harry and Ron exchanged glances from afar, planning to approach Professor Dumbledore shortly. They were not fools. Charging directly at Quirrell was hardly a wise course of action. One could say that many at the table were unable to savor their meal. Eventually, as the dessert vanished, Dumbledore rose once more, restoring silence to the Great Hall. Oh, now that everyone has feasted and sated their appetites, I have a few words to share with you all. First-year students, please take heed. The forest adjacent to the school is forbidden. No student is allowed to venture there, including some of our nocturnal upperclassmen. Dumbledore cast a knowing glance at the Weasley twins. Additionally, our caretaker, Mr. Filch, has requested I remind you all not to enter the corridor on the right side of the third floor, unless you wish to meet with a most unfortunate fate. This was almost an open hint that something was amiss on the fourth floor. Draco whispered to Harry. You must not go there, Harry, Draco thought anxiously. Although Harry was formidable, what if something unexpected were to occur? He had long understood that this information could only serve as a reference. Their world was simply different. Before Harry could respond, they moved on to the chaotic singing of the school song, and Draco, assaulted by the cacophony, lamented the wretched music that threatened to render him deaf. Yet, music possesses a profound power to evoke emotion. Dumbledore dabbed at the corner of his eye. Well, children, it is time for bed. Please follow your prefects back to your dormitories and rest well. Oh, Hermione, Neville, Ron, and Harry, could you come to my office for a moment? I believe no one among the first years would be more suitable. He winked playfully. Draco, perplexed, discreetly inquired of Pansy if she understood Dumbledore's meaning. The first-year prefects had been chosen after deliberation among the heads of houses, and it was likely they would be discussing this. Pansy admired her freshly painted dark green nails. Huh, then why not select me? Draco huffed, gazing mournfully at his godfather. You certainly wouldn't want it, would you? You would be responsible for guiding the first years to the office, classrooms, and regularly reporting their suggestions and concerns to the headmaster, among other tedious duties. Can you handle that? Pansy regarded Draco with skepticism. Fine. But being a prefect sounds so cool. If only it didn't come with all these bothersome responsibilities, Draco mused. George, Fred, Cedric, you too, please join us. Dumbledore kindly added. These three were exemplary students, well suited to guide the younger students through their new environment. As the others followed their prefects out, Draco turned back to give Harry an encouraging gesture, his steps light as he anticipated exploring the place he would call home for the coming years. Chapter 42. A Conversation in the Headmaster's Office. Albus. Professor McGonagall declared as she entered the headmaster's office, ensuring the portraits were all turned away, thus guaranteeing her words would remain unheard. She had not finished her thought about the child, realizing that several young wizards trailed behind her. Please, take a seat, everyone. Minerva. Do not be in such a rush. Perhaps you would like a cup of hot cocoa? Dumbledore waved his wand, transforming the headmaster's office into a spacious parlor. Once seated, the children exchanged glances, their eyes darting toward the four heads of houses and the headmaster. Dumbledore placed a marshmallow into his cocoa, its sweetness eliciting a nod of satisfaction as he cast a reassuring smile at the three anxious heads of houses, then turned his attention back to the young students. Neville. Hermione. I believe you have both heard some whispers of this before, have you not? Although the two children displayed fear, it stemmed more from Voldemort and Quirrell than from any surprise regarding Draco. Yes, Headmaster. Indeed, we heard Draco's thoughts on the Hogwarts Express. Hermione eagerly recounted the train incident, raising her queries. This is simply unbelievable. Isn't it? How could Draco possess such abilities? What he witnessed, those prophecies, are they true? I don't mean to dismiss their authenticity, but it does seem a tad far-fetched, especially considering the Minister of Magic and that peculiar card. Of course. No need for doubt. I have every confidence that our Miss Granger is destined for great achievements. Every remarkable woman I know is bound for extraordinary success. Dumbledore reassured her, his gaze admiring the resolute young witch before him. Allow me to elucidate further. Your headmaster's mind has been somewhat dulled by the sweetness of candy. Severus Snape, accustomed to the old wizard's roundabout way of speaking, felt it best to take the reins when matters concerning the young dragon arose. Oh, Severus, do not be so harsh. McGonagall rebuked him, albeit with a hint of amusement in her smile. Listen closely, Mr. Longbottom, Miss Granger, and Mr. Diggory, Snape began, striding toward the students, his black robes billowing dramatically. Harry noticed the poor Professor Flitwick being inadvertently struck by Snape's robe due to his height, and he quickly lowered his head to stifle a twisted smile. Do not laugh. I might be assassinated by my godfather, surely. Firstly, what you heard was indeed the thoughts of Draco Malfoy, without a doubt. Secondly, this insight is limited to matters concerning prophecies. You should realize that it is impossible to disclose this information to those who are unaware. Even a master of legilimency would not uncover anything pertaining to Draco Malfoy. Snape shot a glance at Harry, concerned that Voldemort's matters might have frightened him. You ought to understand that those who can hear this are all seated here in this office. Should such an incident arise again, do not remain petrified in your seats. In a place that prides itself on being the safest in all of England, what could you possibly fear? Snape directed his gaze toward Neville, who had lowered his head in shame. Furthermore, Miss Granger, Mr. Diggory, do not cast furtive glances toward the faculty table, thinking you are concealed. Are you trying to attract someone's attention? Snape redirected his focus toward the two bolder students after Neville had averted his gaze. George, Fred, cease your antics. Do not play pranks on Quirrell's head. He may tolerate you in school, but what if he does not? Consider Mrs. Weasley, Snape lamented, a headache brewing as the twins' mischief had become a bane for the entire school, save for the professors. Thus, in any circumstance, do not hesitate to consult with your humble and pitiable headmasters. Do you understand? Do not presume to act recklessly with the sudden flashes of insight from your minds, which have been licked by trolls, Severus Snape warned ominously, his voice deep and melodious. Furthermore, do release your grip. Foolish girl, he directed at Hermione. Essentially, this is the gist of it. You may choose not to believe, but this is merely a possibility from another world. Destiny is not immutable. It is not virtuous to pry into the secrets of others. What do you say? He crossed his arms, casting a threatening glance at the group of children, his handsome visage shadowed with gloom. Except for Harry and Ron, who had known him since childhood, the others shrank back, somewhat intimidated. I believe they have acknowledged their previous shortcomings. Severus, let us not be overly harsh on our new students, Dumbledore interjected, observing the quaking children. Snape snorted softly but refrained from further comment. Headmaster, Harry, who had remained silent until now, suddenly raised his hand and inquired, is it true that the Philosopher's Stone is hidden deep in the fourth-floor corridor? He gazed intently at Dumbledore, as if attempting to peer into his very soul. Indeed. My child, Dumbledore replied kindly, looking at Harry with warmth. Then, did you already know that Quirrell was a vessel for Voldemort? Harry had long harbored this question. As the headmaster, could he truly be unaware? In Draco's vision of the future, Dumbledore seemed dismally inconspicuous. Mr. Potter, you cannot, Professor McGonagall exclaimed. But her words were swiftly interrupted by Dumbledore. Yes, Harry, if we speak of Quirrell's peculiar behavior, I did indeed harbor suspicions, Dumbledore stated. his composure unwavering amidst the astonished and understanding gazes of those present. Dumbledore, have you considered the safety of the students? The first to voice this concern was the seemingly mild-mannered Professor Sprout, her usual amiable demeanor replaced with seriousness. Allow me to finish, everyone, Dumbledore sighed, rubbing the bridge of his nose. These are merely suspicions, my friends. It was only upon seeing this child today that I began to doubt him. He bore the unmistakable marks of dark magic, and I feared he had encountered the elusive Voldemort, becoming a Death Eater, seeking to trace him back. Thus, the Philosopher's Stone was a trap set for Quirrell. If he were indeed a Death Eater, he would certainly go to great lengths to obtain it for his master. Professor Flitwick deduced calmly, removing his spectacles and exhaling deeply. Albus, do you not trust us? When should we expect to learn the truth? After your demise? Or perhaps never? This question was piercingly sharp, yet Professors McGonagall, Sprout, and Snape remained silent, while the children endeavored to diminish their presence, fearful of drawing attention. Filius Dumbledore appeared struck, as if he had indeed been alone for too long, his arrogance leading him to believe he could control everything single-handedly. I am merely accustomed to it, he murmured. Please, Dumbledore, we do not wish to be treated as children, Professor McGonagall asserted resolutely. Let me think, Minerva, Pomona, Filius, Severus, before we proceed, my dear students. Dumbledore continued, not forgetting the presence of several students in the headmaster's office. I trust that today's conversation will remain confidential, correct? The children nodded in silence. Dumbledore instructed the twins and Cedric to brief them on the significance of the prefects and to help them familiarize themselves with the various classrooms. Get some rest, children. Do not worry, we will handle everything. Fear not. Once the group departed, the specifics of the conversation in the headmaster's office remained unknown. Regardless, Ron began gasping for breath as soon as he stepped out. Ron, what is the matter? Harry asked curiously. I think he might have been holding his breath for too long. A melodious voice chimed beside Harry. Turning, he saw a handsome boy clad in Hufflepuff robes smiling at them. Hello, I am Cedric Diggory. You must be Harry Potter, correct? Hello, yes. It is a pleasure to meet you, Harry replied. He had heard from older Slytherin students that Cedric was the light of Hufflepuff. A perfect boyfriend in the eyes of many girls, sincere and kind, though he had to disregard the slightly envious tone in the seniors' voices. Perhaps you would be willing to explain a few things to me? To be honest, there are some aspects of what Professor Snape said that I find difficult to comprehend. But I will not pry into anything private, Cedric said earnestly, as Hermione and Neville gathered around curiously. All right. But I think we first need to find a place to sit, and we cannot ask too many questions, okay? After all, Hogwarts is quite vast. And we still need to get acquainted with your classrooms. The twins chimed in, one on each side of Harry, grinning as they noted his lack of reluctance. You can ask me too. I grew up alongside Harry and Draco, Ron boasted, though Harry knew Ron didn't have much to share, so he let it be. Well aware of Ron's tendency to speak freely. However, Ron was also the most reliable when it came to keeping secrets, particularly regarding Draco's privacy. Really? So you all grew up together? What is Draco Malfoy like? Draco is quite a good person, was Harry's response. Chapter 43, Amelia and Oliver. A small incident occurred as Draco followed the older students back to the dormitory. Amelia, Oliver, a tall and handsome boy with golden hair, pushed through the crowd and knelt before a petite Slytherin girl. His eyes were filled with earnestness. I am sorry, Amelia. It was my fault. I should not have spoken without thinking. You may punish me as you wish, but please, let us not break up. His eyes glistened, and to be honest, it was quite a test of resolve to see a tall, handsome boy kneeling before you with such a puppy-like expression. At least Draco believed Amelia would find it hard to resist. What are you doing, Oliver? Get up, Amelia exclaimed, feeling the teasing stares from all directions. Her usually composed face flushed with embarrassment as she glared at the foolish Gryffindor. No, please forgive me, Ollie. I cannot lose you, Oliver insisted. Tugging at Amelia's hand and rubbing his face against it, his voice tinged with despair, his golden locks appearing dulled by his mood. Amelia truly could not withstand Oliver in such a state. She adored seeing his spirited demeanor and those sparkling, expressive eyes. She realized that affection could indeed emanate from one's eyes. Thus, when she caught wind of a bet regarding the savior not being in Gryffindor, she nearly lost her composure as a Slytherin. Approaching Oliver, she slapped him, avoiding his gaze, and told him they were breaking up before turning and fleeing. She feared looking into those eyes she once cherished so dearly. It was not until her friends, unable to bear her melancholy, inquired with their Gryffindor companions that they learned Oliver had remarked that the possibility of the savior not entering Gryffindor was smaller than that of him breaking up with her. Amelia was at a loss on how to face Oliver and had been actively avoiding him. This was the pride unique to Slytherin. They would never easily bow their heads. However, thankfully, those who loved her understood her better than she understood herself. Get up, Oliver. Let us move somewhere else. You know I dislike being the center of attention. Amelia sighed lightly, not denying the joy that was nearly overflowing within her as she spoke to Oliver. Oliver rose with palpable excitement, towering over Amelia by nearly 2 heads, circling her like an exuberant pup. Amelia, have you forgiven me? May I embrace you? I have missed you so much. Perhaps tonight. Shut up. You fool. Amelia hastened her pace, embarrassed by his antics in such a public setting. Observers, realizing there was no spectacle to enjoy, returned to their previous activities, while several upperclasswomen exchanged knowing smiles. It seemed Amelia would not be returning to the dormitory that night. Why do you say that? Draco, who had inadvertently found himself amidst them, tilted his head in confusion, unable to grasp the meaning behind the upperclasswoman's remarks. Oh, goodness. It's just, the upperclasswoman, suddenly aware of Draco's presence, recalled the impressionable first year, the only son of the Malfoy family. Yet, what captivated them more was his exquisitely ethereal visage, pure and angelic in its beauty. How could she articulate such admiration? They will be studying late tonight, one of the 5th years stated calmly, deftly covering for her friend. Draco felt certain that was not the essence of the upperclasswoman's statement. But is romance truly like that? Studying together? How arduous it must be for senior Amelia, he mused. Why do you say that? To be honest, the upperclasswoman broke out in a cold sweat at that moment. The speaker may have been oblivious, but the listener was acutely aware, especially with ulterior motives at play. This was particularly true since Oliver seemed to be struggling academically. Draco cast a puzzled glance at the slightly stammering upperclasswoman. While he certainly found her attractive, her speech should not warrant such nervousness, should it? Oh yes. He isn't doing well. No, I mean he is doing quite well, the flustered upperclasswoman stammered, oblivious to her own words. Up close, her expression was indeed overwhelming, though perhaps a touch too small. Draco remained perplexed by her meaning, while Blaise cheerfully approached and draped an arm over Draco's shoulder, subtly steering him away from the upperclasswoman. Blaise, unlike Draco, was not sheltered from the realities of life. After all, he had endured the upheaval of 6 stepfathers. They arrived at a concealed stone door in the basement. The 5th year turned to the door and declared, "Honor. The password changes bi-weekly, so please remember it." He scanned the first years before entering. The lounge's most striking feature was the floor-to-ceiling window emanating an eerie green glow, with giant squids and grindylows occasionally drifting by outside. The rough stone walls and intricately carved furniture exuded a chill, while the fireplace blazed with relentless heat. The 5th year pointed to a blackboard beside the fireplace. The password changes will be written there in advance, along with various class schedules for all grades. You may refer to it later. Remember, Slytherin will lead you to glory. He elegantly bowed. You may now find your dormitories. Your names are posted at the entrance, and your belongings have been placed in your rooms by the house elf. He refrained from lengthy explanations. Everything essential would soon be revealed. He suggested the first year's rest after a long day of travel. Harry and I are in the same room. Splendid. Blaise, where's yours? Draco discovered his dormitory, sharing it with Harry, likely arranged by their godfather. You're next door, with Theodore Knott. Blaise Zabini pondered the name. He recalled that old Knott was decidedly a Death Eater, yet if that were the case, the headmaster would not place his son in the same dormitory. How intriguing. Draco happily entered his room to organize his belongings. He laid his items on the floor, feeling a twinge of anxiety about how to arrange them. Suddenly, he recalled his mother's advice and snapped his fingers. Dobby. Hello, young master. A house elf appeared before Draco, gazing up at his noble master with adoration. The Malfoy family treated him well, even paying Dobby a wage. He was a working elf. Please help me tidy up the room. Draco felt no guilt in his request. He had always been polite. The esteemed young master said please. No one has ever said please to Dobby. The young master has given Dobby respect. Dobby is truly honored. The scene was bizarre, as a house elf wept inconsolably while swiftly organizing the items, cleaning the room to ensure not a speck of dust remained. Draco was bewildered by the odd little elf's tears. The Malfoy family employed many house elves, indeed. Lucius, well versed in the tales of Draco's childhood, believed that where there is oppression, there is resistance. The Malfoys would not make such a fundamental error. Mother said she found a house elf to care for us at Hogwarts. But she did not mention he would cry so much. Please stop crying, Dobby. Yes, esteemed young master. Is there anything else you require? Dobby's eyes widened with anticipation. Draco surveyed the room. Dobby had done exceptionally well. The space was immaculate, with fresh pillowcases and bed covers. His clothes were neatly hung in the wardrobe, and his favorite rose-scented candle adorned the central table. His bed was arranged with the figurines he had purchased with Harry and Ron. Draco nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Dobby. You did splendidly. Do not stop. Dobby, I command you. Observing the elf's impending tears once more, Draco, feeling drained, sent Dobby away to rest. After a moment of waiting for Harry's return, he decided to take a bath. Indeed, Slytherin was the only house with double rooms, complete with a small bathroom. While not as grand as his home, it boasted a clean bathtub, and the prince, who had a slight aversion to odd smells, could not bear it any longer. As he lay in the tub, he pondered the extraordinary magic of house elves. What distinguished their composition from humans? How did they perform magic? What were the principles behind it? How did their magical flow differ from that of humans? Draco suddenly slapped his face with both hands. No, he must not dwell on this. His parents would never permit him to conduct experiments. But with just a small sample, he could experiment in the system space. Draco, are you in there? Fortunately, Harry returned just in time, interrupting Draco's perilous thoughts. He knocked on the door, concerned that the young prince might have fainted in the bath. I'll be out shortly. Draco hastily finished his bath, drank the cold milk Harry handed him, and joyfully rolled into the soft bedding. So comfortable. Harry, hurry and take a shower. I have some sensational gossip to share. Harry shook his head in amusement. He had initially intended to share his recent observations within the castle. But upon emerging from his shower, he found Draco already asleep. He gently tucked Draco in and placed a soft kiss on his forehead. Sweet dreams, little prince. Chapter 44, The First Class. In the morning, after sending a letter for Uncle Lucius at the Ollery, Harry led the still drowsy Draco to the great hall for breakfast. Almost all the first years had gathered there. Indeed, they would attend classes together as four houses. With so few students, why separate classes? Someone remarked to Professor Dumbledore. Thus, each year, with a limited number of first years, this year, only 30 or so, they attended classes together. After breakfast, the first years, in small clusters, followed their upperclassmen. A mix from all houses. The animated Draco animatedly recounted the love story that transpired at the Slytherin dormitory door to several friends who had missed the excitement. While Blaise chimed in with additional details, Pansy secretly whispered to Hermione, occasionally eliciting gasps and laughter. Ron savored his pancake, his eyes brimming with curiosity. He was taken aback by the fervor for learning displayed by everyone. Did they truly dive into their studies with such zeal right from the start of the term? What if he performed poorly on exams? His mother would undoubtedly have him severed into pieces and tossed into the fireplace. A wave of melancholy washed over Ron. Though the pancake in his hand still exuded an enticing aroma, he relished a bite, and Blaise couldn't resist tidying the sauce at the corner of his mouth with a handkerchief. Thank you, Blaise. No need for thanks, Blaise replied, his eyes sparkling. Ron, believe in yourself. You can surely do it, Draco encouraged, giving his friend a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Though Ron was quite intelligent, he lacked enthusiasm for subjects that did not pique his interest. What classes do we have today? Draco realized he had forgotten to note the schedule. It's Wednesday. This morning we have Transfiguration and Charms, followed by a herbology class at 3:30 p.m. Tomorrow morning, we have Defense Against the Dark Arts, and in the afternoon, flying lessons. The day after, there are 2 potions classes in the morning, Harry recounted after inspecting the schedule. I've taken care of your books, he added, tenderly ruffling Draco's hair, which drew a protest from him. In the afternoon, he exchanged a glance with Ron, Hermione, and Neville, who were looking over. They arrived at the classroom punctually. Professor McGonagall had yet to arrive, and a tabby cat sat regally at the podium. Draco's eyes lit up as he unexpectedly scooped the tabby cat into his embrace. How adorable, he cooed, gently stroking its back, cautious not to apply too much pressure. Ding. Touching a key character, triggering fragment information. The tabby cat, initially poised to escape, froze in place, paralyzed by uncertainty. Whom did I touch? Draco pondered, somewhat bewildered. Whose fragment information is this? Minerva McGonagall? Has she arrived? Curious, Draco wished to investigate while class had not yet begun. He was intrigued by Professor McGonagall as well. After the passing of Headmaster Dumbledore, McGonagall did not ascend to the role of headmaster, as during Voldemort's reign. The position had to be filled by a Death Eater, who turned out to be the undercover Severus Snape. Throughout the period when Death Eaters controlled Hogwarts, Professor McGonagall endeavored to protect the students to the best of her ability until Harry and his friends subdued the Carrows. Realizing war was imminent, McGonagall could no longer tolerate the situation and confronted Snape, unaware of his true identity. Her actions ignited the fighting spirit of the other 2 heads of houses, and together they expelled Snape from the school. This battle not only rid them of the headmaster, but also liberated Hogwarts from Death Eater control, paving the way for the final showdown. During the climactic Battle of Hogwarts, to buy Harry more time, McGonagall resolved to stand her ground against Voldemort and his army. Calmly preparing for battle, she faced the enemy's onslaught with poise, ultimately confronting Voldemort himself. While Harry Potter was pivotal to the victory, Minerva McGonagall served as the war's commander. She led numerous Hogwarts students and members of the Order of the Phoenix to withstand the primary assault, granting Harry the opportunity to ultimately vanquish Voldemort. Though Professor McGonagall may appear stern and unapproachable, she is undoubtedly a true Gryffindor, fair-minded and unyielding, never showing favoritism, with a clear sense of right and wrong. She is the most respected professor at Hogwarts. Notably, she relishes transforming into a tabby cat during transfiguration classes to frighten her students. Draco stiffly lowered his gaze, locking eyes with the tabby cat in his arms. Harry and the others wore blank expressions. How do we get out of this? Draco feigned calmness as he averted his gaze. Oh dear, class is about to start. The little kitty can't come into the classroom. He awkwardly shuffled to the door and set the tabby cat down. Under the subtly admiring gazes of his friends, he closed the door and took his seat. Truth be told, everyone's mind was still occupied with the image of Professor McGonagall being cradled by Draco, laughter bubbling up, momentarily overshadowing thoughts of battling Voldemort. Blaise and Pansy found Draco's clumsy demeanor endearing. You don't have to be so reluctant, Draco. You could have held her during class. Professor McGonagall wouldn't mind. Indeed. She wouldn't say anything. She would simply transform and scare you, Ron muttered, though Blaise, closest to him, barely caught his words. At last, the class bell rang, and Professor McGonagall entered the room, casting a meaningful glance at Draco, who felt too sheepish to meet her gaze. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous spell you will learn at Hogwarts, McGonagall proclaimed. Anyone who dares to misbehave in my class will find me less than gracious. She then proceeded to transform the podium into various creatures, leaving the first years in awe. After jotting down copious notes, a match appeared on their desks, one for each student. And Professor McGonagall began instructing them to attempt transforming the match into a needle. Draco and Harry accomplished this with ease, prompting a delighted McGonagall to award them each 5 points. Ron completed the task swiftly as well, albeit slightly slower than Hermione, yet he remained undeterred. Fully aware of his own capabilities, why compete with a Ravenclaw prodigy? McGonagall happily awarded him 3 points and Hermione 2. After consuming the draught of living death, Neville no longer exhibited his previous forgetfulness. However, he had yet to discover the secret. Harry initially intended to offer assistance, but instead observed Neville blushing as he took a seat beside Hufflepuff's Hannah Abbott, too far away to hear their conversation about visiting the library together. Harry sighed, turning his attention to Blaise, who was consulting Ron, and Pansy, who was whispering something to Hermione. He settled back at Draco's side, watching as Draco transformed the match into an array of shapes. McGonagall, noticing this, lavished praise upon him, awarding Slytherin an additional 10 points. As soon as transfiguration concluded, Professor McGonagall hurriedly departed, neglecting to assign any homework. She seemed to be headed for the headmaster's office, and Harry and his friends understood the implications. They then proceeded to the charms classroom, where Draco anticipated unlocking the information of all 4 heads of houses. As expected, he unlocked the revered and sensitive dueling champion, Professor Flitwick, due to his and Harry's brilliant performance, earning Slytherin another 20 points. In the afternoon, during Professor Sprout's herbology class, Draco also unlocked the kind, optimistic professor who adored plants. What resonated with him profoundly were the final remarks. At the onset of the war, Hufflepuff was the first to propose remaining to fight, and their numbers in the battle were on par with those of Gryffindor. They were not the reckless, boastful lions. Their actions were the result of thoughtful and resolute choices. Draco sensed that Professor Sprout's eyes and face appeared somewhat flushed as class concluded. To be honest, due to Draco's slight obsession with cleanliness, he could only say that herbology was passable. He knew all the weaknesses and effects of the plants by heart. Yet he refused to handle them without dragonhide gloves. Neville, however, shone brightly, as he indeed possessed a natural talent for herbology. I told you he was a Hufflepuff, Draco said proudly to Harry. Harry didn't contest this, simply smiling and ruffling Draco's hair, though he clearly forgot that his hands were still stained with dirt from herbology class. Thus, the fortunate onlookers by the Black Lake witnessed the spectacle of the Slytherin prince pursuing the savior. After dinner, Blaise dragged Ron to see the treasure map he had discovered the previous day, and upon hearing about it, Ron eagerly joined him. Pansy and Hermione planned to meet at the library. However, Pansy was more interested in fashion magazines, while Hermione sought knowledge she had yet to comprehend. Dissatisfied with her performance that day, Hermione pondered how she could ever achieve the scene of all 4 houses celebrating together. She resolved to diligently enrich herself. Neville was summoned by Professor Sprout, likely having discovered his remarkable talent for herbology, which piqued her interest. Draco, with Harry seated beside him by the edge of the Black Lake, enjoyed the warmth of the gentle summer breeze that had just concluded. He comfortably leaned back against Harry, momentarily detached in thought. Tomorrow marks the defense against the dark arts class. I must devise a means to inform them of our knowledge. Draco's gaze subtly lingered on Harry behind him, a silent smile gracing his lips. Chapter 45. Would you care to play a game? Harry embraced Draco, contemplating the necessity of inquiring with the headmaster regarding their thoughts, especially with the impending defense against the dark arts lesson. He genuinely feared he might be unable to refrain from unleashing a bolt of lightning upon Quirrell. How should he articulate this? He also needed to let Draco know that they were aware of the situation. Ah, how delightful. Draco always emanated a faint floral fragrance. Perhaps he could mention how perceptive Headmaster Dumbledore was, and how endearing little Draco was. Harry, Harry, Harry. He instinctively lowered his gaze to meet Draco's clear, slate-blue eyes. Wow. From this angle, little Draco looked even more handsome. Oi, I've called your name numerous times. What has you so entranced? Draco tilted his head back to gaze at Harry, petulantly tugging at his face. Huh, nothing much. I was just pondering what to include in the prefect's daily report. Harry felt a sharp sting on his cheek and dared not lose focus. When Draco was angered, it could take days for him to recover. Harry, do you not find Professor Quirrell a bit peculiar? Draco diligently played the role of a conversation guide. Indeed, when he turns his back to me. My scar seems to ache slightly, Harry replied, feigning nonchalance. He was at a loss for words. He carries a negative aura, you know. The light elements gravitate towards me. I often sense their moods. They are distancing themselves from Professor Quirrell. They detest him. Draco remained composed, unperturbed by Voldemort, viewing him merely as a failure. Perhaps we should inform Headmaster Dumbledore. If Quirrell poses a threat, we might not be able to confront him. Harry's mind sparked with inspiration. Ah, this seems to connect. All right, it seems we've played enough, or perhaps our little prince's neck has grown weary. In any case, the little prince graciously spared poor Harry's face. Harry led Draco to the entrance of the headmaster's office, both staring blankly at the gargoyle that guarded the entrance. What is the password? I've never heard of it. Just as they hesitated about retreating, the door swung open, and Dumbledore's voice resonated. Draco? Harry? Come in. Upon entering, they found Dumbledore comfortably seated at his desk, blissfully ignoring the array of Honeyduke's latest treats, and promptly got to the point. Headmaster, we've discovered that Professor Quirrell is problematic. My scar aches when I see the back of his head. Harry divulged. I too sense an ominous presence, Draco added, a hint of concern in his tone. Fearing that Harry's scar, marked by that individual, might hold some connection, Dumbledore exchanged a knowing glance with Harry, both understanding without words. Relax, Draco, he said, picking up an ice mouse. Perhaps you'd like to sample this ice mouse? Although the weather has turned a tad chillier, it possesses a unique flavor. No, thank you. Headmaster. Draco discerned a sense of confidence emanating from Dumbledore. You knew all along, didn't you? You crafty old man. Not long before you, I assure you. Dumbledore responded with a smile. Yesterday, I engaged in extensive discussions with several heads of houses, candidly sharing some of my previous strategies, only to be met with considerable criticism. After much effort to placate them, disputes arose again regarding Quirrell's situation. Aside from Snape, who remained silent, lost in his thoughts, the other three heads of houses opposed allowing Quirrell, a ticking time bomb, to remain at Hogwarts. Have they gone mad? There are so many defenseless young witches and wizards here. They wouldn't even stand a chance. The best they could hope for is a few missing front teeth. It's absurd. He is a dark wizard. Can Dumbledore split himself into thousands of pieces? Protect every student? Snape does not oppose this. He does. Yet he recognizes that Dumbledore is steadfast in his beliefs. Opposition would yield the same outcome. He scoffed, drawing the attention of the group. Severus, my child. Do you have a differing opinion? Dumbledore quickly shifted his gaze. Oh, Minerva, your temper remains as fiery as ever. What could I possibly say? The great white wizard does not easily alter his convictions. I am very curious about the confidence you possess in leaving a dangerous individual at Hogwarts. Snape's gaze was piercing. He had witnessed Dumbledore's changes over the years. It was not a matter of belief, after all. This old chap could scheme even his own demise into the mix. Rather, it was the assurance that he dared to do so without fearing the Malfoy couple finding out, which could lead to their wrath upon the school. This was a well-known fact among all previous headmasters. Dumbledore understood there was nothing to conceal. Every incoming young wizard would be enveloped in Hogwarts protection. As long as the Hogwarts magical barrier remained intact, those within the school would be safeguarded. Dumbledore recalled Narcissa. I engaged a specialist in this field before the academic year commenced, reinforcing the core of the enchantment. No wonder you are so unyielding, Snape deduced, quickly grasping who the specialist was. Is it possible to guarantee the absolute safety of our young witches and wizards? Professor McGonagall inquired, genuinely concerned for the well-being of all students. Flitwick and Sprout, though silent, shared the same sentiment in their expressions. Oh, that is certainly impossible. Dumbledore responded cheerfully, observing the subtle shifts in the professor's expressions. We cannot prevent young witches and wizards from injuring themselves during their explorations of dueling, can we? My dear colleagues, I too hold deep affection for Hogwarts, so rest assured, I shall endeavor to ensure the safety of every student. I hope you will proceed with the original plan to create obstacles for Quirrell, allowing him to walk into his own trap. Since we are aware of the future, perhaps we can exploit this knowledge. His words carried a significant weight. Fine, but I believe there will be no next time, correct? The rational head of Ravenclaw was the first to extend an olive branch, knowing he could not persuade the obstinate Dumbledore. But that was acceptable. He would ensure the safety of his students. Subsequently, Professor McGonagall and Professor Sprout also relented, as they too found it impossible to sway Dumbledore, and instead were convinced. Snape, however, was not so easily appeased. And who is the champion you have chosen? Dumbledore did not respond directly, merely stating, "Oh, I've heard that our young Mr. Malfoy has a rather splendid idea, jointly winning the House Cup for all 4 houses." Dumbledore momentarily lost his train of thought, but quickly regained focus. He looked at the 2 exceptional children before him, who surpassed their peers, aware that they carried secrets he did not comprehend. Yet, one should not pry too deeply into others' secrets, should they? Would you care to partake in a game, my young gentleman? Thus, the headmaster invited them to engage in a grand live-action endeavor to thwart Quirrell from acquiring the Sorcerer's Stone. Hermione summarized, "Goodness, I can hardly fathom it. He must be. Oh, very well, while I am intrigued, do you truly think we 5 can manage it?" Hermione could not help but lament, "We only know one levitation spell. Quirrell is a distinguished graduate of Ravenclaw, not to mention the entity lurking behind him." In recent days, Hermione has diligently researched a wealth of information regarding Quirrell and Voldemort. Meanwhile, Ron, brimming with excitement, exclaims how astonishing it is that Hogwarts possesses such magical contracts. He cannot help but indulge in daydreams of nocturnal escapades with George and Fred. Though Neville is inherently reserved, he harbors an adventurous dream within, his eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. "I came across a plant in a book, known as the Chinese snapdragon. Renowned for its fierce aggressiveness, I believe I could attempt to cultivate a few. As for Harry and Draco, their tales need no embellishment. Even a resurrected Voldemort might struggle to breach their formidable defenses. Here, take this. It is a protective item I have concocted myself, capable of withstanding Dumbledore's full-throttle assault 3 times. Draco produced several dragon-shaped badges, their silvery Australian eye proteins unfurling gracefully, each merely the size of a half-palm, yet so vividly lifelike that one might expect them to spring to life at any moment. This is far too precious. Hermione hesitated to accept it. Although unfamiliar with those alchemical materials, she was well aware that alchemists are notoriously extravagant, let alone something that could withstand the might of a wizard of Dumbledore's caliber on 3 occasions. Before Draco could utter a word, Ron interjected, "Hey, I know this one. Let me take a crack at it." He cleared his throat, mimicking Draco's demeanor with a hint of pride. "Such matters are trivial for Malfoy." "Ronald," Draco exclaimed, a mixture of embarrassment and anger coloring his face, which turned crimson, even his ears blushing. The adorableness of his expression provoked a sudden urge in Harry to reach out and ruffle his hair. Hermione and Neville, albeit shyly, accepted the gift, while Ron never hesitated to be forthright with his companions. "Is there anything you cannot do?" Hermione's growing sense of frustration deepened. The interhouse celebration seemed a distant dream. Yet, she promptly shook her head, chiding herself. "No, Hermione, you must not abandon hope so swiftly. It is time to rally the enthusiasm of all Ravenclaws." Chapter 46, Side Story, Werewolf Game. On a night dedicated to nocturnal adventures, Draco, Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, George, Fred, Cedric, Blaise, and Pansy, 10 young magical apprentices, gathered together, preparing to engage in an intense game of werewolf. In this round, there were 4 wolves, 3 seers, and 3 villagers, with the Wolf King concealed among them. Known solely to the village leader, the Wolf King and his comrades were unaware of each other's identities. The Wolf King possessed a unique ability to connect 2 individuals. When one perished, the other would inevitably follow. The king could also self-destruct, taking 1 individual with him. A palpable tension enveloped the room, as if the sound of each heartbeat could be heard. Every gaze was as sharp as an eagle's, attempting to discern the expressions and movements of others, searching for clues. They understood that this game transcended mere entertainment. It was a contest of wits and strategy. As the game commenced, everyone closed their eyes, awaiting the village leaders, played by Professor Snape, instructions. When they reopened their eyes, their glances met, laden with vigilance and suspicion. The werewolves stealthily concealed themselves within the crowd, intent on sowing confusion and hiding their true identities, while the villagers united in their efforts to deduce the whereabouts of the wolves through reasoning and analysis. The village leader's voice shattered the silence, gradually announcing, "Last night, Player 6 was eliminated. Player 3 has a legacy. Player 3, you may now speak." "Ron, Player 3, I am just a card without an identity. I have been a blind player without vision all along. Will the witch not save me? Using poison on the first night. George, player 6, did player 3 just slip up? Ahead. You must be a wolf. Trying to deceive the witch into using her potion on herself? Either I'm the witch's target for poison, or I'm linked to this little wolf. So it seems I am not at a loss. Oh, by the way, I am a villager. Snape, the village leader, all right. The legacies have been spoken. Player 7. Please begin speaking in a clockwise manner. Fred, player 7, player 3 must be the wolf who has spoken out, seeking the witch, attempting to expose their wolf companion. 6's speech seems rather convincing, but I know him all too well. He is indeed a wolf. I was the one who spread poison last night. I am the witch. Over. Cedric, player 8, I am a villager, with little information. Player 3's speech is undoubtedly suspect. Player 6's identity is questionable, but if player 7 is truly the witch, then I will vote with player 7. Over. Blaze, player 9, though player 7 claims to be the witch, their identity remains dubious. If no one else jumps to claim a role, I might reluctantly trust them. Player 3 is undoubtedly a wolf. After assessing the positions, 1 or 2 wolves must be in the back positions. Pansy, player 10, I am a card with an identity. Player 9, do not bother me. I have little information. Draco, player 1, I am the seer. Last night I checked player 2, and they are a wolf. If player 2 and player 3 are wolves, then the remaining wolf must be in the back positions. The Wolf King can shoot, allowing him to masquerade as a divine card. Thus, player 10, you with little information, are quite suspicious. I am likely to be targeted tonight, which, remember to use your antidote. Player 2 is my confirmed kill. Tonight, I will verify player 7's identity. Harry, player 2 actually, I am the seer. Player 7 is my confirmed kill. Draco, player 1, I choose to self-destruct, activating my ability to take player 10 with me. Snape, the village leader, player 10, player 9 is out. Please activate your ability. Pansy, player 10, huh? I take Fred. Oh no, player 7. Snape, the village leader, players 1, 9, 10, and 7 are out. The game continues. Night falls. Please close your eyes. Snape, the village leader, last night. Player 2 was eliminated. The game ends. Identities are as follows. Wolf King, Draco. Little Wolves, Ron, Fred, Cedric. Seer, Harry. Witch, Blaze. Hunter, Pansy. After the game concluded, Snape bore a sinister smile. Gryffindor loses 30 points. Hufflepuff loses 20 points. Ravenclaw loses 10 points. Slytherin, he paused dramatically, loses 50 points. For your audacious mockery of dear Potter and Malfoy. With that, he stormed off, muttering something about needing to attend to his godfather, lamenting the loss of his beloved potion class to witness this chaos. Truly maddening to partake in such a trivial game with these little giants. Yet, credit where it is due, my protege performed splendidly. Once Snape departed, the group exchanged glances, unsure who first succumbed to laughter, but soon they were all in stitches. It's you two, Draco and Harry. You managed to get Professor Snape to be our village leader. Absolutely brilliant. The twins chimed in unison, high-fiving for their seamless camaraderie. Will it have any repercussions? Slytherin lost so many points. Will it affect you? Hermione fretted. Rest assured, who would dare oppose our little prince from Slytherin? Besides, we can easily regain those points during class. Pansy waved dismissively. Slytherin excels at adapting to circumstances. Draco, how did you ascertain the identities? I thought I had concealed my role as the witch quite well. Blaze believed he spoke with utmost caution, unable to fathom how he had been exposed, while Draco maintained an air of nonchalance. It's rather simple, Draco innocently smiled. Upon receiving the identity badge, I noticed that you and Pansy displayed a momentary surprise, followed by an expression of unwavering confidence. Though it was but a fleeting instant, I observed it. Thus, on the first night, I aligned with the two of you. During the day, Fred donned your attire. Although you did not engage him in a dance, your words clearly denied Fred's identity as a witch right from the outset. Draco casually analyzed. As for Pansy, she certainly made no effort to conceal her intentions. Ron was indeed a wolf, and George articulated his thoughts well. The wolf's presence grew larger after your statement, Fred. Given that I had confirmed one of my wolfish companions had been eliminated, I boldly declared myself a seer. There must certainly be a seer among my positional allies. Harry's investigation perfectly aligned with my suspicion of the wolfish teammate, and thus, upon confirming that the seer was indeed Harry, I self-detonated, taking both of you with me. Pansy would undoubtedly choose to fire her shot. Her target would be Fred, while the remaining, more concealed werewolves would certainly aim for the seer tonight. It is as simple as that. Upon concluding his thoughts, Draco realized the surrounding silence. All eyes fixed upon him in astonishment. He chuckled wryly. Oh dear, I inadvertently revealed my hand, but it poses no problem, for I have always been rather clever. Shall we play another round? I shall take on the role of mayor and nullify the werewolf ace, Draco proposed. Yes, yes. The first round was utterly devoid of excitement. I had no sense of participation at all, Ron lamented. That is still better than my case. I truly felt invisible, not having uttered a single word, Neville retorted. Let us go again. Hand me a roll. I refuse to be a player with closed eyes. Who wouldn't he? They laughed heartily. Chapter 47. The battle plan. After an enjoyable week, everyone, except Harry, gathered in an abandoned classroom on Sunday. He found it exceedingly difficult to suppress the urge to obliterate Quirrell during defense against the dark arts class, especially when Quirrell turned his head, always followed by a repulsive, malicious gaze. Hermione, still wary, had Draco erect a small barrier to prevent eavesdropping. To be fair, Draco, the alchemist, possessed an abundance of peculiar items, which left them all quite astonished when summoned for discussions that evening. First, let us devise a battle plan. Hermione adjusted her glasses, which she had procured from an unknown source, standing at the podium. Professor, may I ask why we need to formulate a battle plan? Neville, seated below, raised his hand obediently. An excellent question, dear student. Hermione gestured for Neville to lower his hand, observing that the others were either munching or whispering. Neville's compliance pleased her immensely. According to the information graciously provided by Professor Dumbledore, we know that lurking behind Quirrell's head is a fragment of Voldemort. His objective lies within the door at the end of the fourth-floor corridor, which conceals the Philosopher's Stone. Inside, there are several challenges set by other professors, and Quirrell must first contend with Hagrid's three-headed dog. She presented a picture depicting a bizarre creature, vaguely discernible as having 3 heads. Observing the audience's mixed reactions, Hermione awkwardly cleared her throat. Please disregard my artistic skills. Can any of you draw it more clearly? Noticing Hermione's slight embarrassment, Draco cleverly redirected the conversation. So, Professor, how does one get past the three-headed dog? Ah, splendid inquiry. The three-headed dog succumbs to slumber upon hearing music. The only individuals aware of this secret, apart from Professor Dumbledore, are Hagrid and myself, Hermione replied, slightly flustered, avoiding Draco's gaze, fearing he might uncover her slip. Professor Dumbledore hasn't said much, for they are all aware. She continued, if Quirrell intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone, then Christmas, Halloween, and the end of term are the most opportune times, Hermione analyzed, combining her gathered knowledge. Both Christmas and Halloween create chaos and panic among the students, providing the perfect distraction for him to seize the stone while the professors are preoccupied with calming the students. As for the end of term, it serves as a final deadline. As a parasitic entity, Quirrell's condition has deteriorated to the point where he cannot afford to wait until the next semester. And the longer he delays, the more likely he is to be discovered by Professor Dumbledore. Thus, he will surely act before the semester concludes. What is our course of action, then, Professor? Draco couldn't help but admire the young witch's acumen. It was akin to traversing parallel dimensions. He regarded Hermione with respect. She blushed, as all her insights stemmed from Draco's own teachings, and she averted her gaze from him. First, we must keep an eye on Hagrid. He appears quite susceptible to being led astray, Hermione remarked. We cannot follow Quirrell overtly, as he would undoubtedly sense something amiss. Therefore, Ron, I entrust you with observing Hagrid for any unusual behavior. Report back immediately if you notice anything out of the ordinary, understood? Hermione instructed Ron with concern. Leave it to me. Ron patted his chest, forgetting he still had food in his mouth, leading to a brief choking episode. Cough, cough, water please. Neville hurriedly passed him the cup from the table. Hermione sighed, rolling her eyes in exasperation, forcibly steering them back to the topic at hand. Moreover, Quirrell is also a guardian of the Philosopher's Stone. From what I understand, he has provided a troll confined in a room within the dungeons, inaccessible to students. Therefore, should a troll emerge and cause chaos, there is no doubt that Quirrell is behind it. We must swiftly neutralize the troll before it incites panic. Otherwise, Quirrell will have the perfect opportunity to steal the stone. Hermione was uncertain of the troll's location within the dungeons, nor did she have any reason to resolve the matter prematurely. Isn't it located not far from the Slytherin dormitory? If a troll were to appear, the first victims would be the Slytherin students. Harry frowned. He indeed knew the troll's whereabouts, having inadvertently passed by it with his godfather. It was not that he had any innate sense of compassion. Rather, as a prefect, he represented the new Slytherin students. Personally, having grown up in Malfoy Manor, with his godfather being the youngest potion master and head of Slytherin, he was, after all, the so-called savior. If he had no aspirations of grandeur, it would be one thing, but since he did, he must begin to build his influence from now on. This was the first lesson his uncle Lucius had taught him during their time together in the study. I must occupy a position of power to protect those I cherish, ensuring their eternal happiness. Harry had stated this resolutely. In Lucius's eyes, he had glimpsed a vision of himself, shimmering with ambition. The savior? What a remarkably advantageous identity. I shall take on the responsibility of dealing with the troll. It is my duty to ensure the safety of my fellow students. Harry smiled faintly. It must be said that he possessed remarkable good looks. His handsome features were still softened by boyish charm, and when he smiled, a gentle aura enveloped him. Rarely had anyone witnessed him in a state of anger. Some classmates claimed this was merely the inherent charm of a savior. It was unclear what thoughts Harry harbored. But Draco certainly scoffed at the notion. Very well, I shall reiterate the plan succinctly. Ron, you are responsible for observing Hagrid for any suspicious behavior, such as the sudden appearance of unusual items. Ron nodded enthusiastically. Harry, await Ron's updates. Pay close attention to the dungeons to prevent the troll from causing chaos. Harry nodded in agreement. Neville, you handle the logistics, nurturing some potent plants. In the end, they may prove invaluable. Neville responded with a heavy nod, delighted that he could be of assistance. What about me? Draco inquired after a moment, sensing his own role seemed unclear. Well, Draco, once the troll is dealt with, you shall inform Professor Dumbledore and request that he find a reason to take a brief leave, Hermione instructed. Draco pondered this, accepting it thoughtfully. But why? Ron asked, perplexed. Foolish boy, Hermione rolled her eyes. Quirrell won't he give up on the Sorcerer's Stone just because he couldn't retrieve it from the troll. He will temporarily seek another method. Harry interjected, and what if Voldemort takes action against other students in the meantime? I will notify Professor Dumbledore. As the reasons are readily available, the entire wizarding world is aware of the collaboration between the Malfoy family and Dumbledore, not to mention Voldemort. Draco seamlessly continued, thus, Quirrell will not let this opportunity slip. Hermione added, and we must follow him once he enters, navigating through the Devil's Snare, the giant wizard's chess, the Room of Many Keys, and Professor Snape's Potions Challenge. She paused briefly before elaborating. This is according to Professor Dumbledore. I've heard that Professor Snape has developed a potion targeting ghosts based on the Soul Stabilizer, though it remains in the experimental stage. Hermione admired the intellect of the scholars. There was no doubt regarding Professor Snape's aptitude in potions. Draco, this potion will be entrusted to you, she remarked, patting Snape's proud apprentice. We must ensure Voldemort remains oblivious to our actions and plans, particularly regarding Draco, who bears the mark of the supposed seer. Hermione exchanged glances with Harry. That is the gist of it. Our adaptability will depend on everyone's quick wits, she concluded decisively. This was an immature and rudimentary plan, thought Dumbledore and Snape, who were secretly observing from the shadows. Dumbledore regarded Harry with a complex expression. It was all due to the prophecy. While others reveled in the joys of school life, such a young child was compelled to confront a malevolent dark wizard. He did not wish to burden the child. Yet that day in the Great Hall, he had extracted vital information from Draco's heart. Quirrell could not harm Harry. Why? Because a fragment of Voldemort resided in Quirrell's mind. Because of Lily. Because of the magic of love. He realized the terrifying power of the prophecy. Voldemort believed the prophecy, which led him to choose the Potter family. By choosing Harry, a fate of mutual destruction was sealed between them. If he could, he would wish to grant this child a blissful childhood rather than one marred by the loss of a parent and the abuse from those who should care for him. How much he and Tom had once mirrored each other. Fortunately, Draco had appeared. Dumbledore was not blind to the ambition in Harry's eyes. Yet he was more acutely aware of love. He questioned himself. Did he truly owe nothing to Tom? He felt no debt to the current Voldemort. But he owed a debt to that 11-year-old boy, filled with hope for magic, whom he had welcomed to Hogwarts. Ah, in the darkness, who sighed wearily. Chapter 48. Gossip spreads the swiftest. This morning, upon entering the Great Hall for breakfast, Snape found it filled with students. How curious. Why were all these Gryffindors gathered today? The moment he took his seat at the staff table, he was met with peculiar gazes from across the houses. With so many voices, he could only catch snippets of conversation, such as, who would have thought Professor Snape had this side to him? And I want to play werewolf too. And Professor Snape is quite handsome. He quickly deduced that his recent reprimanding of several night-wandering students had led to rumors of him playing games with them. At this realization, his expression darkened further, casting a palpable tension over the hall. Severus, I hear you played an intriguing game with our lovely young witches and wizards a few days ago. Called werewolf, is that correct? Dumbledore remarked with a jovial smile. Ah, youth is indeed splendid. Would you like me to concoct a youth potion for you? You too can experience the joys of being young again. Snape replied dryly, while his mind swiftly unraveled the threads of suspicion. Ron Weasley, George Weasley, Fred Weasley. Ah, indeed. It must be those foolish Gryffindors, he thought coldly, casting a sharp glance at Ron, who was mingling among the Slytherins. His icy gaze left Ron frozen in place. Sweeping past a tightly knit group of Hermione, Neville, Blaise, and Pansy, who all averted their eyes. You're finished, Weasley. Pansy lowered her head. equally hesitant to meet her house head's gaze, knowing full well that the serpent's venom was indiscriminate. I only mentioned it casually while returning to the dorm, Ron lamented, his eyes brimming with tears. He had always feared his godfather, though it was somewhat less intense now. Faced with that penetrating gaze, he felt his doom was sealed. How had this news spread throughout Hogwarts? Just look at Gryffindor. Who dares to meet your gaze now? Blaise whispered. Ron looked around and noticed only one person, head bowed. Too timid to glance at him. Seamus? That big mouth. You two are equally matched. How dare you speak of others? Draco elegantly savored his delectable apple pie, casting a disdainful glance at Ron. Godfather is particularly concerned with his reputation. One wonders why he insists on evoking disdain. It seems unbearable to him that any student might admire him. We have potions class today. I'm doomed, Ron lamented. Indeed, you are, Harry replied knowingly. Godfather will keep a close watch on you today. As predicted, during the ensuing potions lesson, Snape unleashed his full wrath, even when a Hufflepuff accidentally knocked over a cauldron. Snape merely remarked, Hufflepuff loses 2 points, without further comment. The new Gryffindors faced one of the most unfriendly days of their lives. Oh, dear lady with your head full of weeds, do spare your poor cauldron. It appears to be on the brink of death. Oh, what a foolish troll you are. Excellent. Due to Mr. Finnegan's remarkable actions, you have earned yourself a detention. You may choose between a visit to the hospital wing or a session with Professor Snape. Your potions class may have garnered a grade of 0, but what a genius idea that is. Take heed. Such cauldron-exploding antics will only lead you to a day in the infirmary. Oh, let me see which self-important little wizard has begun to get carried away again. You will certainly pay the price for your foolishness. 10 points from Gryffindor. Snape paused, his smile devoid of warmth as he addressed them. For all the trouble you have caused, I shall be the one cleaning up after you. As he departed, Snape felt an unexpected lightness in his heart, leaving behind a gaggle of half-drowned Gryffindors, as well as the sympathetic, yet gleeful, Hufflepuffs, Eagles, and Slytherins. It was no wonder upperclassmen warned against provoking Professor Snape. Those who did could only expect misfortune. Why didn't I heed the warnings? A Gryffindor boy cried. His desk mate nodded, trembling with trepidation. Though Snape had been somewhat aloof in their first class, he hadn't been this harsh. But his insults were quite entertaining. A Gryffindor girl, lost in her own world, suddenly remarked. Her voice was soft, yet it rendered the classroom utterly silent. Her Slytherin desk mate shot her a bewildered glance. What is wrong with you? Especially when Professor Snape bent down beside me and addressed me as lady. I had already decided on the name for my future child, Talia. The very name that this little lioness, cradling her face in delight, exclaimed. I, too, feel the same, a brave badger ventured forth. Indeed, Professor Snape's voice possesses an exquisite timbre, as the little eagle rationally deduced. You cannot fathom how gentle Professor Snape is with our house's Malfoy. I witnessed him lifting Malfoy into his arms just like one would a child, do you understand? A little snake could not help but spill the tea. What? Pray elaborate. Sister. And then what happened? At this, the remaining girls surged forth, pushing the nearby boys aside. I stood a distance away, only catching a glimpse of the little prince seemingly whispering something in the professor's ear, and to my utter astonishment, the professor actually smiled. Though it was a mere 1 millimeter, I swear upon my boyfriend's abs, I truly beheld it. Wow, oh my. Huh. Where have you placed my savior? Is it not acceptable to ship childhood sweethearts? Sister, do you have any idea how strong the possessiveness of the savior is? The moment I laid eyes on the little prince during the sorting ceremony, I knew I was doomed. Summoning my courage, I attempted to initiate a friendship with the beauty by sending a letter. The result? Rejection. If only it had been a simple rejection. But it was the savior himself who returned it to me, his expression utterly devoid of emotion, an overwhelming aura that still haunts my dreams every night. You must be terrified, the innocent little badger attempted to console the little snake. No, I feel as though I have fallen in love once more. Ah, indeed. I find myself more envious of the sisters from Slytherin. Yes, I envy how you Slytherins can appreciate so many handsome fellows up close, while also indulging in the freshest gossip. I envy you badgers. I heard the kitchen is nearby, surely brimming with delicious treats. Come find me next time you're hungry. I'll take you there. Ah, but this is the downside of the wizarding world. No electricity, no internet, and phones are utterly useless, making communication rather cumbersome. What is a phone? Clearly, you are a noble lady from Slytherin. Let me enlighten you. The glances from the back of the classroom were laden with unspoken resentment. Hey, do you think they have forgotten about us? A boy from Gryffindor lamented. What is there about you that deserves remembrance? A bold little snake queried. Woe is me. But the one chatting merrily inside is my fiancé. The little lion lamented, utterly despondent. Is he not an insufferable person? Why must I endure hearing how my fiancé has fallen for 2 boys at first sight? Ah, my condolences. The little snake hesitated to speak further. He glanced at the little badger nearby. Is your fiancée in there as well? No, she isn't, the little badger replied innocently. I only wished to hear the gossip, but couldn't squeeze in. The little snake fell silent, only then realizing they were the only 3 boys present. Where's everyone else? The prefects left as soon as class ended, and the boys who were chatting were scared off by the girls. The little badger inquired curiously, why are you still here? What do you think? You two have trapped me in the middle. How am I supposed to get out? The little snake, feeling wronged, exploded. Oh, my apologies. The little badger slowly shifted aside. The little snake, huffing in indignation, stood up, and as he walked out, he muttered a barely audible thank you. He then strode away, feigning composure. Oh, how amusing. The little badger chuckled, observing the little snake's flushed ears peeking through his tousled hair. What is amusing? Protested the lion, just returning to his senses, still steeped in sorrow. Oh, nothing, the little badger replied, as if recalling something. By the way, do you know the name of that Slytherin student we just saw? Huh, I think I heard his friend call him Oswald. The lion, whose brain was sluggish to respond, pondered for a moment before it finally clicked. Thanks. The little badger departed with a light step, leaving the little lion alone, awaiting the moment when his beloved fiancée might graciously remember him. Little theater, after everyone is satisfied with their gossip. Darling. A soft call echoed from the corner. I was startled. Oh, Charlie, what are you doing here? Exclaimed Edra, a Slytherin girl, who had just been surprised after indulging in gossip. I've been right here, Charlie replied, casting a mournful glance at his fiancée. You were so engrossed in chatting that you forgot we promised to stroll by the Black Lake at noon. Oh dear. I accidentally forgot. Shall we go now? The little snake attempted to evade responsibility. Have you forgotten that you haven't eaten yet? Truly, I don't feel hungry at all. Have you eaten, Charlie? I've been waiting for you. There won't be any food left if we go now. Come, I'll take you to the kitchen. I just asked some Hufflepuff students. Oh, Charlie, you are the best. Humph, not as good as the little prince you fell for at first sight, nor as splendid as your dream savior. How can that be? They are merely passing figures in my life, but you are my fiancé. Charlie, your face is quite red. Are you feeling shy? Hey, admit it, fiancé, you are also quite enchanted by me, aren't you? Please, don't say that, Edra. Such innocence. What will we do once we are married? Oh, Charlie, wait for me. Chapter 49, The Mirror of Ariste. Hey friends, I have discovered something marvelous. Ron mysteriously announced as he squeezed between Draco and Harry at the Slytherin table. What could be so secretive that I cannot hear, little Ronnie? Blaise interjected, clearly irritated by Ron's presence. Blaise, if you lean in closer, you'll hear just fine. I need to be in the middle for you to understand. Ron retorted quizzically. Standing next to you, Blaise. One T that make it hard for Pansy to hear? And who are you, anyway? He scrutinized the boy clad in Slytherin robes, with black hair and blue eyes, emanating an aura of aloofness. A new friend? He wondered, tilting his head. Greetings, Theodore Knott, the boy replied, his voice as cold as his demeanor. Ah, hello? I'm Ron Weasley. Ron cheerfully extended his hand to shake with Theodore. He was unfazed by Theodore's chill. After all, he had yet to meet anyone quite like him among his friends. Cool. Theodore was taken aback by Ron's friendliness. He was brought into this little group by Blaise, and truthfully, he thought being alone was just fine. However, for some unknown reason, his roommate had invited him to join them after observing him for a while. He pressed his lips together, unsure how to interact with them, especially considering that the Malfoy family surely knew his father was a loyal Death Eater. Let me tell you, Ron whispered conspiratorially, glancing around. I have discovered a splendid place, and there's a magical mirror inside that can show the future. How many times have you said that today? Draco asked, poking at the steak on his plate, clearly lacking appetite. Draco, how dare you slander me? I am not one to make baseless claims, he said, shifting his gaze away under Draco's knowing stare. Only Hermione and Neville are aware of it. Why did you all come so late today? It's a day off. I'm lucky to have not slept the entire day. Draco retorted. It can show the future? Blaise asked with newfound interest. What did you see, little Ronnie? Pansy and Theodore feigned indifference, but were straining to hear. When it came to this topic, Ron was eager to share. I saw myself becoming a world-renowned explorer. Countless news articles detailing my exploits. Pansy scrutinized Ron with an inscrutable expression before delicately suggesting, Ron, did you forget to cover yourself with a blanket while sleeping yesterday? I certainly did not speak nonsense, Ron retorted, taking a moment to comprehend Pansy's implication, his irritation evident. In truth, Ron had not uttered any absurdities. Harry interjected suddenly, methodically setting down his utensils and wiping the corners of his mouth. However, that mirror is not one that reveals the future. It is known as the Mirror of Ariste, capable of reflecting your innermost desires, Harry elucidated. He had stumbled upon it in the Malfoy family's library, where Draco had a penchant for collecting rare artifacts. And Harry wished to learn more about wizarding treasures to eventually gather some for Draco. Well, that piques my interest, Where is it? Even Draco found himself intrigued. He was unaware of what desires he harbored. Could this mirror truly be so extraordinary? Observing Draco's newfound curiosity, Ron could not help but feel a sense of pride swell within him. After we finish our meal, let us summon Hermione and the others, and we shall go see it together. In the ensuing moments, Ron fidgeted restlessly, urging Draco to hasten as he savored his meal, practically wishing to assist him in finishing. Didn't you say you wanted to see it? Why the delay? He exclaimed, exasperated. Honestly, it's like the Emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuchs are. Not that the expression was used correctly. Draco, though feigning disdain, bore a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. Harry shook his head in exasperation. Draco had taken to teasing Ron of late, likely still harboring resentment over Ron's revelation of his lost tooth. After their meal, they called for Hermione and Neville, inadvertently joined by the uninvited twins, creating a peculiar assembly of four houses that drew considerable attention. It was not merely the rarity of four houses mingling, but rather the striking beauty of the individuals involved that captivated many gazes. Draco shifted uncomfortably closer to Harry, accustomed as he was to being in the limelight, yet today, the stares felt unusually intense and fervent. He tugged at Harry's sleeve, trying to dismiss the increasingly heated glances, and softly inquired, Harry, is there something peculiar about me? Why is everyone looking at me so intently today? He wondered if he appeared inappropriate in some way. Harry scanned the room meticulously, finding nothing amiss. He wore a stern expression, surveying the source of the scrutinizing stares. He then lowered his gaze to meet Draco's. No, Draco, you are as radiant as ever. Truly the epitome of a Malfoy. Relieved, Draco sensed the gazes dissipate and exhaled, concluding it was not his fault. Perhaps he was simply too perfect today. He lifted his chin proudly, resembling a haughty peacock. The group ascended to the 8th floor of the castle, standing beneath the portrait of the giant troll that had been knocked out by the formidable Barnabas. Next comes the moment of revelation, the twins declared. Feigning an air of mystery, Ron, brimming with excitement, pushed past them, exclaiming, Let me. The twins exchanged glances and shrugged, indicating Ron to commence his performance. Ron paced before the portrait 3 times, and to everyone's astonishment, a door appeared opposite the painting. Come on, the mirror I mentioned is right inside. Ron exclaimed enthusiastically as he dashed through the doorway, peering back to beckon the others after a moment of waiting in vain for them to follow. Hesitantly, the others entered, revealing an excessively large room cluttered with a myriad of items. This place resembles a junkyard, Pansy critiqued, eyeing the disarrayed space. Don't let the chaos fool you. It's filled with treasures, George grinned. They had stumbled upon this place while evading Filch. However, be cautious. Some items here are imbued with dark magic, Fred cautioned, preventing the inquisitive Neville from wandering too far. Be careful, and remember to cast a detection spell first. A detection spell? I've never come across that in the charms textbook. Is it particularly difficult? Or perhaps Hermione would be intrigued, she remarked, always the one to dwell in the library. I must admit, I've memorized most spells, though I am yet to master them. No, this is our esteemed Mr. Draco Malfoy's original spell. The twins chimed in unison, astonishingly attuned to one another's thoughts. Draco, you've invented a spell at your age? I must strive harder, Hermione exclaimed, igniting a competitive spirit within her. Please, dear girl, you are already quite remarkable. Spare me the pressure of accompanying you to the library, Pansy sighed in exasperation. Blaise observed the chaotic space with keen interest. How fascinating. You merely walk back and forth 3 times to gain entry. Why has no one mentioned this before? Actually, you must silently think. I need a room to store my belongings while pacing thrice, Ron elucidated. You could envision other things, such as a room filled with delectable food or a space for practicing spells. It will manifest accordingly. Hence, Fred, George, and I have dubbed this the room of requirement. However, if someone is inside, you cannot enter unless you share the same desire as that person, Ron earnestly explained to Blaise, while Hermione and Draco, now intensely curious, began inquiring about the detection spell, drawing everyone's attention. After all, it appeared to be a spell even first years could wield, and an original one at that. Most impressive. Draco took out his wand and tapped himself lightly, releasing an invisible wave that radiated from him. To his eyes, all surrounding objects glimmered with a faint glow. Hermione and the others emitted a warm yellow light, unobtrusive. Harry, however, shone a deep purple, likely linked to his lightning affinity. Ordinary individuals devoid of magic would appear shrouded in a pale white hue. He scanned the room. Most items bore a faint white light, indicating they were damaged but not dangerous, while some glowed a soft red, suggesting they were still functional and protected by wards, and others shone a deep crimson, signaling perilous dark magic. The object that piqued Draco's interest was ensconced in a swirling black mist. George and Fred appeared oblivious, for even Draco had nearly overlooked it. As for the sudden disappearance of a large luminescent sphere nearby, it was likely Professor Dumbledore. Draco contemplated many thoughts in an instant before redirecting his focus to the eager faces before him. Even Theodore, who had been reluctantly swept along, gazed at Draco with anticipation. He meticulously explained the spell, intentionally ignoring the large light source that had inadvertently revealed itself beside him. With a heightened sensitivity to the unseen waves, Draco cast the detection spell once more. One need not have a wand or speak, merely a hand would suffice, right? Indeed. The item surrounded by black mist vanished alongside the glowing sphere. As Harry successfully cast the spell first, a smile broke across Draco's face. Chapter 50, The Mirror of Eris II. As the group, now proficient in the spell, eagerly sought to explore this treasure trove, Ron abruptly recalled their original purpose. Wait, aren't we here to see the Mirror of Eris? Ah, it seems there was indeed such a matter, Pansy replied, feigning innocence as if she were not among those eager to seek treasures. Ron led them in circles until they soon discovered the Mirror of Eris not far away. The grand, intricately carved mirror stood imposingly, appearing no different from an ordinary mirror aside from its majestic presence. The area surrounding the mirror had long been cleared, ample enough for the 10 of them to stand comfortably. It was likely the handiwork of the Weasley twins. At first glance, it appeared rather ordinary. Pansy surveyed it with a hint of disappointment. Hermione nodded in agreement, having expected something distinctly magical. After all, her mother had regaled her with tales of Snow White during her childhood, and she had long been captivated by the magic mirror within those stories. Oh, come quickly and stand before the mirror. Hey, I see today as great adventurer Ron successfully unraveling the mysteries of the Egyptian pyramids. Ron gazed at the mirror with delight. Although he understood that it was not a mirror that revealed the future, wouldn't it still be wonderful to know one has dreams? Blaise curiously leaned in for a glance, his expression growing somewhat dazed. So, this is what I have always wished for. He beheld a vision of his young mother. Radiantly happy, leaning against the man he had only seen in photographs, his biological father. Their affectionate gazes seemed to sear into him. Blaise suddenly comprehended. He yearned for that father, whose image had grown increasingly vague in his memory. He had watched his mother bustle around to protect the Zabini estate, and he had seen her navigate a myriad of admirers in her quest to provide him with a better life. Each marriage had stripped her of that blissful, innocent smile captured in the photograph. He ached for the father he scarcely remembered. He felt a pang of sorrow for his mother. He endeavored to make her proud, hoping to be her pillar of support, yet he understood that some people could never be replaced. Blaise. Ron's voice jolted Blaise from his reverie. What did you see? I saw a scene of adventure with Ron the Great Adventurer, Blaise replied, reverting to his usual nonchalant demeanor, although Ron sensed something was amiss. All right, Blaise, not every secret needs to be pried into. You can share it with me when you're ready. I'll be here. Ron didn't know what Blaise had seen, but that was fine. Friends also needed their secrets. Blaise stared blankly at Ron for a moment before breaking into a smile. He focused intently on Ron and softly responded, Pansy rolled her eyes at the 2 tall boys before her. Move aside, gentlemen. Can't you see there are 2 ladies standing behind you? She unceremoniously shoved the boys away and pulled Hermione to stand in front of the mirror. Not bad. A manor larger than Hogwarts, filled with precious jewels, an endless supply of new clothes, and exquisite afternoon teas. Well, that seems fitting for me. Pansy nodded approvingly at the splendid life reflected in the mirror. Hermione, what do you see? Pansy turned to Hermione, curious about what this little witch envisioned. Hermione, somewhat shy, murmured something that Pansy couldn't quite catch. What? No need to feel embarrassed. Is it because you're standing next to the dazzling version of yourself? Pansy teased, giving Hermione an understanding pat. I said, I see everyone earnestly exploring the vast ocean of knowledge with me. Hermione felt a bit flustered. She was okay with her own aspirations, but would her friends ridicule her? She discreetly gauged Pansy's reaction. That's quite a glamorous desire. But I only read beauty books and fashion magazines, Pansy remarked. She couldn't focus on anything else. Being a student was exhausting. She had used 3 different beauty products today just to conceal the dark circles from a late night of homework. Truly impressive. Hermione, the Ravenclaw bookworm, Neville sincerely praised her. He genuinely thought Hermione was remarkable. The title of Ravenclaw bookworm originated from the younger students. Ravenclaw was not lacking in academic achievers, but someone like Hermione, who could spend nearly 24 hours in the library and still find joy in it, was indeed rare. Moreover, Hermione was practically a walking bonus point machine, giving them a glimpse of hope for Ravenclaw to clinch the House Cup. This title spread among the younger students, but without any malice. One could say it was a term of endearment. Hermione blushed deeply, yet she felt genuinely happy. Ravenclaw resonated with her so perfectly. No matter what she said, the younger students always seemed to understand her. Neville, why don't you come take a look? And you too, Theodore, Hermione urged. Pulling Pansy aside. She didn't understand why everyone seemed to be taking turns in pairs. Was there some sort of rule? The Weasley twins stifled their laughter from the side. They hadn't stipulated that it had to be 2 at a time. Neville hesitated before stepping up to the mirror. He saw his parents and grandmother gathered around the fireplace, watching him unwrap gifts beneath the Christmas tree, and a smile involuntarily crept across his lips. Theodore felt a twinge of apprehension as he approached the mirror. He was uncertain what he might see. Catching a glimpse of Neville's cheerful expression, he decided to slowly lift his gaze. In the mirror, a delicate, beautiful woman stood beside him. Her hands rested on Theodore's shoulders, her eyes sparkling with laughter, her lips moving as if she were saying something. Theodore widened his eyes, which were beginning to glisten with unshed tears, and listened carefully. She was saying, "My darling has grown so much." "Mama," Theodore murmured, until he felt a chill on his face and stubbornly averted his gaze, retreating into a shadowy corner as if lost in thought. Everyone tacitly ignored the faint sound of his sobs. At that moment, it was best to leave him undisturbed. "Come on, Harry and Draco, you're the last ones," George called out. "We've seen our joke shop opening branches all over the world," Fred said with a grin. Harry and Draco were equally curious about what they might behold as they stood before the mirror. Harry saw himself at Malfoy Manor, with his parents and Uncle Luke chatting happily with Aunt Sissy. He watched as his godfather engrossed himself in a potions book, muttering something that sounded like a potion recipe. He caught a glimpse of Sirius in his animagus form frolicking in the yard. He also saw himself, now grown, attending to matters in the study, with an even more refined and charming Draco lounging on the nearby sofa, engrossed in a novel, occasionally interjecting his thoughts. Harry, with a fond smile, set aside his work to respond earnestly to each of Draco's remarks. Only when Draco, satisfied with his input, returned to his book, did Harry resume his tasks. As he watched, a smile crept onto his lips. How wonderful it was. He had successfully protected those he cherished. Yet, as he came back to reality, he realized that whatever the mirror displayed was merely an illusion. He would strive to safeguard his treasures through his own efforts. He turned to Draco. Noticing that Draco appeared to show no emotional change, curiosity surged within him. "What did you see, Draco? What are your desires?" Harry truly couldn't fathom what Draco longed for. Draco shook his head. As he approached, he too was intrigued. What could his desires possibly be? Was it the glory of the Malfoys? His father had said that Draco was first and foremost a Malfoy, and as long as he lived, he would uphold the Malfoy legacy, which he was destined to do for a long time yet. Or was it the realization of some lofty ideal? Yet he didn't share his mother's grand aspirations. She was already on that path, and he was well aware of her struggles. But when Draco saw the unquenchable flame within his mother, he understood that she would surely succeed. After all, she was not alone. Most likely, he would see family. For the Malfoys had always placed family above all else. His family carried within them the small tokens he had secretly placed, ensuring that even if the world were to crumble, they would not perish simultaneously. He felt no concern for their safety. Wealth? Power? Status? A Malfoy could never lack such trifles. Draco was utterly at a loss regarding his own desires and yearnings. He gazed into the mirror of Ariste, which reflected no images, only his own countenance. Bored, he twirled a lock of hair, and the mirror's reflection mirrored his every move. "Is this mirror broken?" Draco remarked with dissatisfaction. "It's just an ordinary mirror. I only see myself," he continued. How can that be?" Harry turned, observing the same unremarkable reflection. "It's perfectly fine, isn't it?" The others gathered around, intrigued, as Draco's predicament was indeed unique. Why was it that only Draco could not see anything? As the group pondered this mystery, a voice suddenly chimed in. "I suppose it's because Draco is the happiest child in the world." Chapter 51, The Mirror of Ariste 3. The crowd turned to see Dumbledore cheerfully standing behind them, having arrived unnoticed. Accompanying him was Professor Snape, his expression somewhat dark. "Headmaster, Professor," Hermione said, a hint of guilt in her tone, "we might have intruded upon a room that could contain remnants of dark magic." The 4 new prefects from the 4 houses were exploring this mysterious chamber imbued with a sense of dark magic, not to mention the presence of 2 third-year students. "I suggest the headmaster award them 10 points each for their bravery." Snape's sardonic tone was unmistakable. Draco and Harry exchanged glances. Indeed, they needed to navigate this situation carefully. Their godfather had a peculiar way of expressing concern, always laced with sarcasm. "Godfather." Draco and Harry each grasped one of Snape's hands, gazing up at him with innocent eyes. Snape, feigning annoyance, attempted to shake them off, though his gentle force belied his irritation. "We were just too curious," Harry implored, his emerald eyes sparkling. Since childhood, his mother had advised him to protect his eyes, warning against wearing glasses. When he donned them, He bore an uncanny resemblance to his father, which had made his godfather uncomfortable back then, though that awkwardness had dissipated as he grew older. Whenever you misbehave, if Severus looks like he's about to get angry, just keep your eyes wide and unwavering, understood? Never retort. Lily had repeatedly cautioned him in her letters. He had committed her words to memory. Lily, wishing to prevent Severus from recalling James and disrupting the family harmony, understood that James's antics had indeed been excessive, and Severus's resentment was warranted. Yet, she had not foreseen the mirthful exchanges that transpired between the two in private, even if James could never quite best Severus in their verbal sparring. However, she was somewhat worried about little Harry, who had once closely mirrored James, but now she wished he bore more resemblance to her. Severus chuckled as he flicked the little troll on the head, watching it feign pain. That must be something Lily taught you. When you err, widen your eyes and stare without blinking. In truth, his leniency towards Harry's mistakes did not stem from those eyes, but rather from the sincerity they held. Harry was indeed quite perceptive, seldom repeating his missteps. Perhaps this peculiar bond between him and Lily had muddled his perceptions, after all these years. Could he not distinguish between Harry and Lily? Godfather, Draco noted, observing a slight softening in Snape's demeanor. He gently shook Snape's hand and, feigning grievance, added, "That mirror is targeting me. I alone see nothing." He conveniently ignored Dumbledore's earlier comment and sought to tattle on Snape. "Please don't be upset. I know you care for us. We conducted a thorough reconnaissance, just like this, scope exploration." Draco waved his wand at Snape, indicating his caution. Snape had always been indulgent towards Draco, despite often remarking that Lucius and Narcissa spoiled him excessively, inevitably creating a little brat. However, in truth, it was Severus who found himself most helpless against Draco. He had painstakingly brewed potions day and night to pull him back from the brink of death during his childhood. Before Draco turned 5, he had spent the most time with Severus. Severus never denied Draco any request. Only after Draco's health improved did he take on the responsibility of disciplining the two children, observing how Lucius and Narcissa's indulgence had spiraled out of control. Ahem. Let this be the last time. Severus sensed the few dark magical artifacts within his purview. Their intensity suggested they were harmless curses at worst, perhaps merely causing hair loss. His worries began to ease. Pansy, Ron, Hermione, and Blaise exchanged discreet thumbs-ups towards Draco and Harry, impressed by their audacity. Dumbledore's lips twitched. Indulging children was perilous, Severus. Had he forgotten why he was meant to visit the office? Who knew if there were hidden treasures still lurking in this room? "I do not believe it is directed at you, Draco." Dumbledore elaborated on the mirror of Erist's purpose. "Only the happiest, most joyful children can see themselves in this mirror." "You are a good child, Draco." Everyone listened intently to Dumbledore's explanation, gaining a deeper understanding of the mirror's nature. "Only a pure heart." Pansy's expression contorted, caught between laughter and restraint. Draco's face flushed crimson. As a boy concerned with his image, he fancied himself described as beautiful, handsome, elegant, reliable, mature, and exceptional, not with the term pure heart, which sounded like a description of the female protagonist from the anime they had watched with Ginny. Knowing was one thing. Voicing it was a matter of social demise. Observing the others' mixed reactions, particularly Pansy's struggle to contain laughter, his face puffed up in indignation. Glaring at them with a harmless pout. Headmaster, how did you know we were here?" Blaise skillfully redirected the topic, genuinely curious. "Well, as headmaster, I possess a few minor privileges," Dumbledore replied, winking mysteriously. He could hardly admit that he had been present from the start, only to hastily depart upon discovering something remarkable. Initially intending to bring Severus along to search for any overlooked items, only to find them still there. "Children, I will relocate this mirror to another place. Do not become enchanted by false desires. Reality is what you should focus on. Do not overlook the little details," Dumbledore added with a knowing glance. Theodore, having regained his composure, felt as though Dumbledore's words were directed at him. He was undoubtedly a clever child. What had he overlooked? "All right, children. Perhaps you have lost track of time in your play. Lunch is soon, and you should return to tidy up, lest Professor McGonagall scold you," he pointed out, gesturing at the dust on several young wizards' robes and the smudges on their unaware faces. Pansy, perplexed, produced a small mirror from her belongings to check her appearance. Her shrill soprano startled everyone. Hermione swore she saw Dumbledore flinch. Pansy, aghast at the dust smudges by her nose, could hardly accept that she had been in the presence of others in such a state. She quickly retrieved her makeup kit, oblivious to her surroundings as she began to touch up her appearance. "My apologies, Headmaster, Professor Snape." She meticulously scrutinized her flawless visage in the mirror, and only then did she exhale in relief, gracefully lifting the hem of her skirt to curtsy before the two elders. "It is quite understandable, Miss Parkinson. The beauty of a young lady holds great significance. Dumbledore remarked with a playful wink. He seemed to relish this gesture. Did his eyes truly never tire? Draco pondered. Once the children had departed in pairs, Dumbledore's smile faded, and he exchanged a serious glance with Snape. Together, they commenced a thorough search of the expansive room, exhaling in relief only after meticulously inspecting every corner. Severus, why not join me for a cup of tea in my office? Lucius should be arriving shortly, Dumbledore invited. Snape merely huffed in acknowledgement. Are you in such a hurry to see me because you have leads on the Horcruxes, Professor Dumbledore? Lucius elegantly stepped from the fireplace of the headmaster's office, not a speck of dust upon him. What is this? He inquired, noticing the heavily tainted diadem on the table, which immediately became a vessel for a powerful cleansing charm. It was not until the dark mist had painfully dissipated, leaving no trace behind, that he settled onto the sofa, lifted the teacup to his lips, and grimaced momentarily before setting it down in disdain. Still as cloyingly sweet as ever. Do take care of your teeth. Mr. Grindelwald sends his regards, he continued, disregarding Dumbledore's complex expression. Were it not for Scorpius's association with that dark wizard, he would not involve himself in the tangled affections and rivalries of these two old men, as if he were not busy enough. Dumbledore popped a lemon drop into his mouth to mask his intricate emotions. Lucius, the reason for your summons pertains to the Horcruxes, he indicated towards the diadem, now restored to its original luster. This is Ravenclaw's diadem. Do you recall that among the Horcruxes we purified, there exists a Hufflepuff's cup? He had discussed with Severus. And if their conjectures are correct, there is another item that must also be a Horcrux, Slytherin's locket. Lucius's expression turned grave, his mind racing. The diary had been his first unintentional endeavor. Later, he chose items of significance that matched his status. Hufflepuff's cup, Ravenclaw's diadem, and Slytherin's locket. Were it not for Gryffindor's sword being missing, he would have gathered all 4 treasures of Hogwarts. My dear boy, Gryffindor's sword has remained within this school, never straying. I assure you, it is not a Horcrux, Dumbledore replied, unfazed by Lucius's subtle probing. Ah, the cunning Gryffindor, Lucius scoffed lightly, recognizing the implication of non-disclosure. Though he did not mind, merely engaging in verbal sparring. I will investigate Slytherin's locket. Was it not hypothesized that there are 7 Horcruxes? Do you have a lead on the remaining one? I thought Harry had informed you. Nagini, a blood-cursed beast. Dumbledore's expression grew complex. You may inquire with Gellert. He is aware as well. Nagini, indeed, should be one of the 7. However, this was merely a premonition. Yet, everyone understood that a wizard's intuition seldom faltered, especially among the powerful. 7 Horcruxes, Lucius realized with astonishment at Voldemort's madness, far exceeding his expectations. Chapter 52. I must tell my father. Following the conclusion of the discussion in the headmaster's office, Lucius found himself yearning for his precious little dragon and for Harry. Though only 2 weeks had passed, he and Scorpius felt as though several months had elapsed. They must be dining in the Great Hall. Shall we go and take a look? Dumbledore discerned Lucius's thoughts and extended the invitation. It is an opportune moment for our board member to reminisce about his student days. Then it would be remiss not to comply, Lucius readily agreed. He and Snape followed closely behind Dumbledore, engaging in conversation about the recent antics of the little ones as they made their way to the Great Hall. The students dining in the Great Hall noticed Dumbledore entering with Lucius in tow. Lucius's striking appearance clearly left an impression on the naive young ones. Even the Slytherin serpents appeared taken aback by Lucius's relaxed demeanor and gentle expression. Merlin, no wonder the Malfoy patriarch never smiles at banquets. Who could withstand such presence? Compared to Draco's yet-to-bloom features, Lucius exuded an aggressive allure, his exquisite features paired with an ethereal aura that was undeniably captivating. A certain Gryffindor girl recognized him by his signature platinum locks, whispering to herself, "No wonder they say Malfoy must be under a soul-binding curse from the Dark Lord. If it were me, I would be enchanted as well." Such good fortune for the Dark Lord. The usually boisterous Great Hall had never experienced such tranquility. As Draco's gaze fell upon his long-adored father, his eyes lighting up, with a joyful sprint, he leaped into Lucius's embrace, who caught his precious child with a tender smile. "Father, I missed you and Mother so much." Lucius cradled Draco in his arms, hearing him softly whisper, "Mother and I have missed you too, but you mischievous little scamp. You seem to have forgotten us." Not a single letter sent. Lucius affectionately pinched Draco's chubby, smooth cheek. Though the little dragon appeared slender, his cherubic face was irresistibly plump, prompting the urge to squeeze it a little more. Lucius, of course, had not overlooked Harry, who sat at the dining table observing them. He waved cheerfully at Harry. Yet, Harry appeared somewhat hesitant. Not at all. Draco, like a deflated balloon, slumped in Lucius's embrace, his voice muffled. "If I were to write to Father and Mother, I would inevitably yearn to return home. I truly, truly miss them." If Father and Mother replied, I wouldn't be able to restrain my tears. Human emotions are indeed peculiar. Once longing and affection begin to swell, they rush forth like a flood, overwhelming the individual. Fortunately, with Harry and Snape also present at the school, their care and affection kept Draco's anxiety at bay. Lucius gently patted Draco's hand, suddenly pausing, realizing that this child, who had never been separated from his parents for such a duration, had learned to suppress his emotions. This revelation brought both comfort and a twinge of sorrow. After all, Draco only needed to be himself, with his parents by his side. Whatever might occur, father and mother could resolve it. If anyone troubled you, simply declare, "I will tell my father." Lucius imagined the indignant little dragon would be quite adorable. Longing for home was not a concern, as long as, fearing that the conversation between father and son would lead to Draco being the fastest child to withdraw from Hogwarts in history, Dumbledore quickly interjected. He was not jesting. Lucius could certainly follow through. "Perhaps we might sit at the staff table? I have noticed many students are being disturbed and unable to enjoy their meals." Dumbledore also displayed a hint of mischief. Totally ignoring the resentful glances of students seated further back, Dumbledore disrupted the heartwarming scene. "Harry, come here. I wish to hear about your little adventures." Lucius observed Harry, who was clearly making space for Draco and him to converse, and smiled as he waved him over once more. This time, Harry did not hesitate, joyfully running to Lucius. They settled at the staff table, with Draco and Harry exchanging delightful tales of their recent escapades. On the train, there was a taciturn Hermione by the Black Lake. They beheld a boat filled with dreams that pressed against the starlit river. They recounted the discordant melody of the Sorting Hat. "Sorting Hat, are you being polite?" They spoke of Snape joining them in a game of werewolf. "Snape, you two are to come to my office for detention today." Some of the tales had been encountered in letters written by Harry, while others were new to him, yet he listened intently, cherishing the moments spent with the children. When the subject of the shared goal among the four houses arose, Lucius instinctively glanced at the hourglass of points, exclaiming in surprise at the negligible difference in scores. However, he found it somewhat amiss, questioning, "You and Harry?" The four houses seemed to be quite evenly matched, and one could envision the lively competition that ensued. Draco discerned the underlying implication in Lucius's words. Proudly lifting his chin, he declared, "I have faith in my friends. They are all exceptional. To deliberately lower their scores would be a disservice to them." Yet, a pang of guilt followed, as he noted, "But there are just the two of us. Whenever we are caught during our nightly escapades, they only lose 10 points, whereas we start at a minimum of 20 points and cap at 50. The little prince of Slytherin was unaware that his hope for the four houses to jointly win the House Cup had already been quietly disseminated by the mischievous twins, who thrived on chaos, regardless of whether individuals agreed or disagreed with the notion or remained unaffected. The four houses began to engage in a competitive frenzy from top to bottom. After all, with the other three houses striving so fervently, how could they afford to languish in the bottom ranks? Moreover, deep down, they might not have been entirely devoid of such aspirations. Under this atmosphere, even the nocturnal wanderers became a rare sight. After bidding a reluctant farewell to Lucius, who had matters to attend to that afternoon, Draco found his previously somber mood significantly uplifted. Harry, who had been observant of Draco's demeanor, could not help but notice the change. With a sigh of relief, he acknowledged that although the little dragon appeared to be untroubled, even Ron had perceived Draco's discontent, let alone himself. He disliked witnessing Draco's unhappiness. All he desired was for the little prince to remain joyful and content. "Are you going to take a nap this afternoon, little dragon?" Harry inquired, walking beside Draco and grasping his hand. "I suppose I am a bit tired. What about Ron and Hermione?" Draco rubbed his eyes, suddenly feeling the weight of fatigue as Harry mentioned it. "Hermione and Pansy have gone to the library, and it seems Ron took Blaise to the room of requirement for further adventures. Neville is tending to the Chinese chomping cabbage he has been nurturing, as it is nearly mature." Harry pondered for a moment before saying, "As for Theodore, I am not quite certain, but he appears to be heading towards his godfather." Draco yawned. "Then I think I shall return to rest for a while. Shall I carry you?" Just like before, Harry suggested, noticing Draco's increasing weariness. "I am not a child," Draco muttered, yet he honestly halted in his tracks. Harry suppressed a smile, not perceiving Draco as a child, but rather feeling an overwhelming desire to carry him. "Very well, I shall grant you an opportunity to revisit your childhood." Alas, Harry is still just a child. Draco feigned maturity, shaking his head. All right. Harry adeptly crouched down and lifted Draco onto his back. "You're quite light. It must be because you're not eating properly. Are you merely humoring me?" Draco mused, feeling the serene afternoon sun gently cascade over the path from the school gate back to the dormitory, warming the surrounding air. He relished the pleasant warmth, a faint scent of cedar lingering in the air. In this drowsy moment, a sudden thought flickered through Draco's mind. Did Harry wear cologne today? However, the query merely flitted across his consciousness, soon drowned by an overwhelming wave of fatigue. Hypnos seemed to summon him, and Draco succumbed to the encroaching drowsiness, gradually drifting into a deep and tranquil slumber. Meanwhile, Harry quietly savored the rhythm of Draco's steady breathing, his movements instinctively becoming slower and more delicate, as if fearing to awaken the slumbering butterfly resting upon him. Upon arriving at the door of Snape's office, Theodore hesitated, still preoccupied with Dumbledore's insinuating words from the morning. A vague suspicion lingered in his mind. Yet he struggled to believe that the man could truly care for her and him, for he appeared so devoid of compassion. He tightened his grip and was about to knock when the door swung open from within. "Come in," a voice, low and elegant like a cello, reached Theodore's ears. His expression shifted multiple times before he resolved to seek clarity. Chapter 53, Theodore Not. As Theodore entered the office, he saw Professor Snape glance up from behind his desk. "Take a seat. I assumed you would come," Snape remarked coolly, setting aside the graded papers and rubbing his brow. "What do you wish to inquire?" Although he already knew, he felt compelled to ask nonetheless. "Do you know about my mother?" Theodore hesitated, initially intending to ask if there was an agreement with his father regarding why he and Blaise were separated, as if to facilitate a connection with Malfoy. But the words inexplicably morphed into this. "Are you referring to whether I know that Cantankerous killed your mother?" Snape gazed at Theodore, uncertain of how to convey the truth to the boy. "Do you know?" Theodore found his voice unexpectedly hoarse. His mother, the gentle companion who had showered him with love. Indeed, he had not misheard. "Do you know why he did it?" Theodore was astonished at his own ability to maintain composure, as if his soul had detached from his body, one part calmly questioning while the other was consumed by a tempest of rage. He recalled that fateful night when he was awakened by a nightmare, yearning to seek comfort from his parents, only to overhear them in a fierce argument at the door. He pressed his ear against the door, struggling to comprehend the muffled words. "Cantankerous, Theodore is ill," his mother's sharp voice. Was that really her? He had never heard her speak so harshly. She had always been gentle and beautiful. "I cannot lose you, Di?" Theodore heard his father's voice, heavy and ominous. He had never known his father to speak in such a manner, always authoritative and tempestuous. Did his father wish for his mother to perish? "Why, Cantankerous, please. I care for Theodore." Why did his mother's voice grow fainter? "Avada." Theodore missed the concluding words, catching only a glimpse of a green light through the crack of the door. After that, silence enveloped the space, devoid of his parents' voices. Surely they had reconciled? Was his father performing magic for his mother? He hoped that upon waking the next morning, they would have mended their differences. Theodore did not wish to disturb them. He returned to his room, embracing a hopeful slumber. How wonderful it is to sleep without coughing tonight. How dreadful that they all keep offering their condolences. What do they mean? Theodore stood numbly, concealed behind the flowering shrubs in the garden. Where was his mother? She always found him so quickly. The footsteps approached, stopping beside him, and Theodore looked up in surprise. "Mother, why did you take so long, Theodore? Why are you being so willful? Can you not behave and stop causing me trouble?" His father, Cantankerous Not, stood there, his countenance more fearsome than the ominous weather. He scooped Theodore into his arms. Yet Theodore thrashed violently, shouting, "Let me go. You wicked man. Did you kill mother? Did you?" He struck and kicked at Cantankerous, biting fiercely into his shoulder. Tears mingling with blood as they filled his mouth, leaving a bitter and acrid taste. All of this was for the glory of the Nate family. The last words he heard from his father echoed in his mind. "Do you know? Wizards do not experience premature births." Snape did not respond to his queries. Instead, he uttered something entirely unrelated. Theodore instinctively retorted, "That's impossible. I am a premature birth, which is why my body is so frail." His voice dwindled to a whisper, barely audible. Was his health truly that poor? Hadn't he been free from illness for quite some time? "You are a clever child, Theodore," Snape remarked, his tone calm, devoid of the usual venom, sending a chill through Theodore's spine. He couldn't recall how he had clumsily fled that suffocating office. When he regained his senses, he found himself in an abandoned classroom. Finally unable to hold himself up, he collapsed onto the floor, burying his head between his drawn-up knees. "Ha ha 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 ha." After a moment of silence, Theodore let out a low laugh. Indeed, how could wizards be born prematurely? Why, despite his frequent childhood ailments? Did he now appear weak without having been unwell? Tears streamed down his face. Was it his fault? What had he selectively forgotten? He needed to remember. That night he had heard it. He had heard his mother plead for his father to kill her. "Please, kill me," she had said. He recalled his mother's increasingly frail body, his father's sorrowful weeping at her funeral, and the glimmer of lost hope in his father's eyes when he found him again. Ultimately, he was merely a cowardly, selfish wretch. He feigned ignorance of his father gently embracing him. He pretended not to see the tears cascading down his father's face after his accusations. He ignored the words, "Then hate me." All of this had been willfully disregarded. He remembered his own frail form as a child, sitting by his bed in the dead of night, anxiously watching his parents, and his mother lovingly telling him, "Theodore, you are a precious gift bestowed upon us by the heavens." And his father, who had lifted him high, extolling his intelligence, proudly proclaiming him the pride of the Nate family. He immersed himself in this world of memories, pretending that the recollections of that day had grown hazy. He told himself, "Father killed mother. Yes, it was father who killed mother. Not me. It is all father's fault." Theodore stared blankly at the ground, his gaze devoid of focus, as if his very soul had departed. He silently pondered how long it had been since he last called out to his father. This simple and endearing term had become so foreign to him. Deep within his memories lingered only the echoes of a distant, cold father. Once, perhaps there had been warmth and intimacy between them, but now only endless estrangement remained. "Your father and mother love you dearly," Professor Snape had said to him before he fled, always. Theodore's mind was a tumult of confusion, now that he had grasped part of the truth. How was he to confront his father? His mother had died because of him, because of his frail body. The headmaster seemed to know something, but surely he wouldn't share it with him. What kind of deal had his father struck with the headmaster? On the surface, his father was a loyal Death Eater, yet he had pushed him toward the openly aligned Malfoy family. What had he sacrificed in return? His father did not want him to grow up burdened by his mother's death, meticulously shielding him, even as he faced indifference from Theodore, ensuring everything was taken care of. A torrent of thoughts plagued him. He yearned to see his father. But what would he say? "Father, I know mother died because of me." And then what? It had been far too long since he had exchanged words with his father. Yes, the library. Hogwarts library must hold the answers regarding why his mother had perished. Surely he was not the only premature birth. I must find the truth. Yes, I will find the truth, and then return home to tell father, "I'm sorry." He paid no heed to wiping his tears, nor his disheveled state. He hastily attempted to rise, but did not realize his legs had gone numb, and in an instant, he toppled forward. A figure appeared beside him, catching him. "Are you all right, classmate?" "Thank you." He looked up to see Cedric Diggory, a third-year Hufflepuff and a prominent figure within the school. "Wipe your face. Aren't you Slytherins supposed to care about appearances?" Cedric pulled out a handkerchief and offered it to Theodore, concern etched on his face. "Has someone bullied you?" Theodore paused as he accepted the handkerchief, suddenly gripping it tightly. "When did you arrive?" "I'm sorry, I was here the whole time. It's very quiet and suitable for studying, isn't it? I mean, I didn't intend to see you in such a state." "Oh, I apologize." Cedric attempted to explain, but found himself at a loss for words, ultimately expressing his regret to Theodore. "No, it's nothing. You arrived first." Theodore averted his gaze, uncomfortable with the sincerity radiating from Cedric. Besides, it was his own fault for being so vulnerable. "Please keep this a secret. Thank you." He awkwardly expressed his gratitude and hurriedly brushed past Cedric, making his way toward the library. "Hey!" Cedric watched as the boy, resembling a startled rabbit, dashed away without looking back. "What about you, Cedric?" "Well," Cedric felt a twinge of disappointment. He didn't even know the other boy's name. Had he been bullied? To cry so sorrowfully alone, and not even ask if he needed help. Surely Harry must know. He needed to address the issue. Bullying was unacceptable. Chapter 54, Hagrid and the Dragon. After Theodore rushed out, Snape let out a resigned sigh, reflecting that the boy should have grasped some understanding. When Theodore was born, Cantankerous had pleaded with Lucius, hoping to meet with Snape. In his desperate entreaties, Lucius recalled the precious little dragon at home and, moved by compassion, ultimately took Snape to the Nate estate. Upon arrival, however, Snape quickly understood why Cantankerous had sought him. His wife and child were cursed, and St. Mungo's could not provide a cure. Cantankerous had sought many remedies, unwilling to surrender. He did not wish to lose his beloved wife or the precious treasure he had gained. Thus, he placed his hopes upon Snape. Unfortunately, it was a curse that even Snape, master of potions and dark magic, could not unravel. Only the death of one party could break the spell. Even Snape was rendered powerless, able only to brew potions that sustained life. Yet this was merely a temporary measure. Either the caster of the curse must be found to lift it, or one of the two would have to die. Otherwise, both would continue to weaken. Driven by desperation, Cantankerous frantically sought the one who had cast the curse, even drawing the attention of Voldemort. 7 days later, they found him, a survivor from a family ravaged by Voldemort's wrath. When they discovered him, he was already dead amid the ruins of what had once been his home. Beneath him lay an eerie pattern drawn in blood, and he smiled as he lay in the center, devoid of a single drop of blood. Ironically, it was Cantankerous who had been sent to kill his entire family. Upon the mention of Cantankerous, Snape furrowed his brow, recalling that transaction. He shook his head, as if attempting to purge the distractions swirling in his mind, redirecting his focus back to the parchment before him. His frown deepened as he contemplated a gaggle of vacuous Gryffindor students. A plethora of P's, a scant few A's, and even a T. How on earth did such abysmal grades come to be? He could pan a better result with his foot, sooner or later. This band of flobberworms would drive him to madness. When Draco and Harry arrived, they beheld their godfather, whose hands seemed to have left ghostly imprints upon the papers he was grading. Snape's piercing gaze softened upon their entrance. "Come in. We're here for detention, Professor," Draco said with a mischievous grin, while Harry placed the lunchbox and the treats prepared by Narcissa onto Snape's desk. Without hesitation, Draco swept aside a pile of papers, rather considerately separating the graded from the ungraded. "When there are no others present, you may call me Godfather," Snape replied, rubbing his brow. He was somewhat unaccustomed to being addressed as Professor. "You haven't eaten, have you? What time is it? If you continue this way, Draco will surely become upset." Harry chattered as he busily unpacked the meal, while Draco feigned annoyance beside him. Snape could not help but chuckle at their antics. Did they truly think he would be intimidated? It was merely a matter of them disarranging his potions lab and wasting his precious stock of ingredients. Simply a matter of being slightly peckish. After the trio enjoyed a delightful dinner, Harry calmly dealt with a pile of snails while Draco and Snape debated animatedly over a concoction of peculiar hue. Well, Harry was only able to manage a passing grade in potions, and truly fell out of his depth in the conversation between Draco and Snape. Thus, he volunteered to handle the snails. The Australian eye on his chest vibrated slightly, and Harry glanced at Draco, who certainly felt it too. This was their established signal. A nudge indicated progress, while 3 nudges signified an emergency. The badges could also sense the locations of other holders, facilitating a swift response. Draco nodded slightly at Harry, indicating it was Ron's badge, currently located at Hagrid's hut. Harry hastily finished with the snails and, along with Draco, pretended to yawn dramatically. Sure enough, their godfather insisted they return to their dormitory for an early night. As they turned the corner, Draco produced the invisibility cloak, a gift from Dumbledore on Harry's 8th Christmas. After some experimentation by Draco, it had been set aside and not utilized until now. Harry had only remembered it at the start of the term, thinking it prudent to keep it on hand for possible use. Evidently, it proved quite useful, though not a master of the disillusionment charm. This modified cloak was decidedly more efficient. Hiding beneath the cloak, Draco took out the badge and brushed its eyes' wings. A small red dot appeared on the back of the badge, while the other 2 red dots hastened towards a more remote location. "Let us hurry as well," Harry suggested. They noted their small red dot remained stationary, some distance from Ron. Hermione and Neville had exited their dormitory and should arrive shortly. The duo passed right by Filch and Mrs. Norris without detection, boldly striding towards Hagrid's hut, which was bordered by a sprawling pumpkin patch, where Neville and Hermione were peeking curiously. "You arrived rather swiftly," Draco exclaimed, poking his head from the cloak, startling Neville, though Hermione remained composed. Having already seen them on the badge, it was evident they had used some sort of charm or object. Although curious, she recognized the gravity of the situation. "I just tapped the eye to alert Ron of our arrival, but he hasn't responded." Hermione, unfamiliar with Hagrid, felt that while he seemed rather bumbling, he could likely handle Ron with ease. At that moment, the eye badge vibrated violently 3 times. The group exchanged glances and dashed forward without hesitation. "Alohomora." Hermione was the first to charge in. "Quickly bind him." Neville followed closely behind. "Silencio." Harry, cautiously positioning himself in front of Draco, uttered the spell. Draco's lips were covered by Harry's hand. Thankfully, he had not yet shouted. Hagrid stood immobilized, a look of astonishment plastered on Ron's face. His mouth agape, as if capable of holding an egg. On the table before them lay a dark, mysterious object. Draco squinted, instantly recognizing it as a Norwegian ridgeback dragon egg. The room was suffused with an oppressive heat, akin to being encased within a steamer. Beads of sweat trickled down their brows, and they exchanged silent, astonished glances, rendered speechless by the scene before them. What are you all doing?" Ron stuttered, utterly bewildered by his friend's sudden actions, momentarily forgetting the poor, bound Hagrid. "Was it not you who triggered the emergency badge?" Hermione keenly observed that things were not as they had expected. Indeed, Ron's situation appeared to be far less dire than anticipated. Only then did she remember the unfortunate Hagrid, hurriedly lifting the spell from him. Hagrid was too preoccupied to inquire why these young wizards had arrived at such a late hour. His gaze was fixated on the dark egg, his face a mask of anxiety. A deep crack ran along the surface of the egg, within which something seemed to be struggling to emerge, accompanied by peculiar clicking sounds. All were captivated by the spectacle, hastily relocating chairs to the table's edge, nervously and curiously fixated on the egg. Suddenly, an odd noise emanated from within, and without warning, the shell split apart. A small dragon tumbled onto the table, provoking gasps from the onlookers. This dragon was not particularly endearing. It was diminutive, yet its disproportionately large wings were striking. Its nostrils were wide, adorned with bumpy horns on its forehead, and its bulging eyes gleamed a vivid orange. Perhaps due to its recent hatching, the creature sneezed incessantly, occasionally expelling sparks of fire from its nostrils. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Hagrid murmured, cautiously extending his hand to gently stroke the dragon's head. However, unexpectedly, the little dragon opened its mouth wide and bit down on Hagrid's finger, revealing sharp, venomous teeth. "It recognizes its mother," Hagrid exclaimed joyfully, excitement shimmering in his eyes. The Norwegian Ridgeback was entirely black, featuring a ridge of black jade along its spine, lacking spines on its tail, and bore a striking resemblance to a lizard with sharp, venomous teeth. It was a fire-breathing dragon native to the Norwegian mountains, renowned for its fierce temperament and classified as one of the rarest dragon breeds. Upon the mention of dragons, Draco spoke animatedly, his eyes sparkling like bright stars plummeting from the night sky. Harry gazed quietly at Draco's exhilarated, slightly flushed cheeks and twinkling eyes, feeling a swell of tender emotion. The words he had prepared to voice were forgotten in that moment. It mattered not. As long as Draco was happy, everything else faded into insignificance. Harry silently reassured himself, then smiled as he listened to Draco continue recounting tales about dragons. As for the plans, he was unconcerned. Everything would unfold as he envisioned. Chapter 55, Hagrid and the Dragon 2. Hagrid and Draco seemed to have met too late, engaging in a fervent discussion about dragon husbandry. When Hagrid learned that Draco's family not only owned a dragon sanctuary, but also housed a variety of dragons, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "See, can I?" Hagrid stammered, nervously rubbing his palms together. He was not very familiar with Malfoy. He had only heard that the Malfoy family had raised the boy who lived and had close ties with Dumbledore. However, because of the rumors about their difficult demeanor, Hagrid had not invited him and Harry over, uncertain of how to interact with pureblood wizards. Would they look down on him? "Would you like to take a look?" Draco observed this earnest giant with understanding. He was truly a man of purity. "You can come with Headmaster Dumbledore. I have invited him for this winter holiday. My friends and I will be visiting the Dragon Sanctuary." The Dragon Sanctuary Draco referred to was not the one in Romania, but a small island purchased by Lucius Malfoy for his beloved son. The island was designed with various ecosystems to accommodate different types of dragons, along with a mansion and recreational facilities for vacations. "Is that really possible? Can I come too?" Hagrid hesitated, pondering if Draco's noble friends would also be of noble birth. Would his presence bring trouble for the eager young Malfoy? "Don't worry. Pansy and Blaze are really very nice." Ron quickly reassured him. "You have no idea. The dragons there can be touched without worry of being attacked." Ron animatedly recounted his peculiar experiences from their last visit to Dragon Island, leaving Hagrid awestruck and yearning. Ron continued, his eyes sparkling. "When Ginny and I entered the dragon den, my heart was racing. But when we saw those enormous yet gentle dragons, I could hardly believe my eyes. They were like gigantic pets, impossible to resist wanting to touch." Hagrid's eyes widened in astonishment, exclaiming, "Really? Most dragons are incredibly fierce creatures." Ron chuckled, adding, "Of course. We were a bit scared initially, but we soon realized that as long as we didn't provoke them, dragons could be quite friendly. Perhaps it was because we were wearing those dragon-watching outfits. We even rode on their backs, feeling the thrill of flight. It was absolutely magnificent." Hagrid listened, entranced, as if he were experiencing it himself. His eyes gleamed with anticipation, eager to personally encounter the intimacy of being close to dragons. Hermione, Neville. I initially planned to invite you later, since there is still a long way to go before the winter holiday. I wonder if you'll be free then?" Draco said, stealing a glance at Hermione and Neville. He had felt Hermione's subtle gaze when he spoke and noticed the envy and disappointment in Neville's eyes. Draco realized he seemed to have forgotten something important. He and Harry had already agreed to invite their friends to visit their dragon island after the semester concluded. Yet, he had not shared this plan with them. Draco felt regret for his carelessness. He had been in a gloomy mood lately and had been forgetful about various matters. "I'm free," Neville exclaimed joyfully, having not expected Draco to invite him, as they were not particularly close yet. He felt a twinge of disappointment, as he genuinely liked Draco as a friend. However, he thought that once they became better friends, Draco would invite him. Little did he know, Draco had simply forgotten to mention it to them first. Did this mean Draco regarded him as a good friend, leading to the invitation? "I'm free too," Hermione admitted shyly. Undoubtedly sensitive and proud, this was her first time having so many friends. She was also striving to change some of her bad habits for the sake of friendship. She had felt a bit hurt earlier, believing they were already good friends, having gone on nighttime adventures and engaged in secret plans to defeat Voldemort together. Upon realizing it was a beautiful misunderstanding, Hermione felt both embarrassed and excited. It was her first time going out to play with friends, and she had never seen a dragon before. Who wouldn't be interested in the gentle giants Ron described? Riding a dragon. Harry watched as the group gradually forgot their purpose, feeling the weight of responsibility upon him. Hagrid, dragon eggs are quite costly. Where did you acquire them? Harry inquired casually. Hermione quickly connected the dots, realizing they were there to confirm if the eggs were indeed purchased from Quirrell as Draco had implied. I won them from a merchant in a wager, Hagrid replied proudly. Right at the Hogshead Inn. You'll find out when you reach 3rd year and visit Hogsmeade. A merchant? Hermione feigned interest. What did he look like? Covered in jewels? Not quite. That would make him an easy target for robbery, Hagrid chuckled, shaking his head. The imagination of young wizards today is truly vivid. He wore a hood, so I couldn't see his face well, but from the hood, it was evident he had a large head. Perhaps he, like me, is a half-blood. I imagine he must be a magical creature merchant. You should know, all sorts of people frequent the Hogshead Inn, Hagrid said, brushing off Hermione's disapproving glance to mask his embarrassment. Did he share any stories with you? They must have been quite thrilling, Ron remarked, glancing at Hagrid with eager anticipation after receiving Harry's signal. Not at all. Quite the opposite. He was rather interested in my experiences, Hagrid laughed heartily. I told him about my work at Hogwarts, and he mentioned that he worked at a school in America. He was particularly curious about Hogwarts and asked if I had any rare magical creatures. You told him? Neville gulped, trying to remain calm. Yes, but don't worry. Aside from young wizards and professors, no one can enter Hogwarts without alerting Professor Dumbledore. Clearly, Neville's acting had not fooled the earnest half-giant, who merely thought he was concerned about poachers. He said he had never acquired any magical creatures, and he lost a bet with me, so he gave me Norbert. Hagrid reminisced, recalling his first encounter with Norbert. Norbert? Draco asked curiously. Is that the name of the little dragon? Hagrid cradled the baby dragon affectionately. I named him the moment I laid eyes on that egg. So, I told him there was one magical creature he certainly didn't have, and he was intrigued. I mentioned I had a 3-headed hellhound. He readily conceded the bet. Hellhounds aren't particularly rare, but they are only found in Greece, which is quite hostile to outsiders. So they aren't commonly available. Then we began discussing Fluffy. Oh, that's the name I gave to the hellhound. That merchant was quite knowledgeable. He expressed regret at never having owned his own hellhound, and he was thoroughly prepared. Hagrid's fondness for the merchant was evident. There were very few who could share a common language with him on such matters. Did you tell him how to care for a hellhound? Hermione inquired. Of course. I noticed he was small and frail, so I kindly advised him that if he wanted a hellhound to calm down, all he needed to do was play some music for it. Hagrid felt a sense of accomplishment for his actions, taking advantage of the altitude. A few individuals exchanged furtive glances, lowering their heads in a carefree manner. They then bid farewell to Hagrid, who understood their urgency. After all, it was quite late, and they were merely a handful of mischievous young wizards. He cautioned them to be wary of Filch on their way back and invited them to visit whenever they liked. Draco and his companions evaded the patrolling Filch and the prefects, slipping into an abandoned classroom. That must be Professor Quirrell, Hermione asserted confidently. Just think about it. That turban wrapped around his hood does indeed resemble a bobblehead. He must have discovered how to use the troll method. What should we do next? Neville asked anxiously. The troll might be released for Halloween. Fear not, I have a plan. I intend to release the troll ahead of schedule, Harry casually declared, dropping a bombshell. Why? That's incredibly dangerous. Harry, we should wait for the story to reach its climax, Hermione stammered, momentarily taken aback. Why should they wait for Quirrell to make the first move before retaliating? Like some turn-based game? Because I refuse to passively wait. I have always preferred to take matters into my own hands. That is what I have been taught, Harry replied nonchalantly. Lucius had once instructed him that one must maintain control over everything. Even a passing ant should not be underestimated. Often, those who fail stumble on the least expected step. Draco remained silent. After all, it was merely a troll. How could it possibly injure Harry? Moreover, he had to admit that he relished seeing Harry in such a genuine light, strategizing with finesse, as if he were a character from the novels he had read in his youth. Ron, too, saw nothing amiss. They had grown up together, and he was well aware of the kind of person Harry was, truly a Slytherin at heart. They had encountered some children who had been invited to Malfoy Manor, mocking them and looking down upon them. Yet what had become of those individuals? He had never seen them again, not even at Hogwarts. Chapter 56. The Troll Approaches. All right, you must ensure that no student is harmed by the troll, including you, Harry. Hermione realized she could not sway Harry. His resolve was unmistakable. Perhaps Harry was correct. They should not passively await the story to unfold according to its trajectory. This was reality. Hermione recognized that her perspective was flawed. She had been viewing matters from a divine standpoint. If that was her mindset, how could she dare to change fate when it came for her and those around her with a blade? Then we must revise our plan, she declared. After a brief moment of discouragement, reflecting on herself, she quickly regrouped and began to devise a new strategy. Harry, I know you are confident in facing the troll, but trolls are unpredictable. I won't question your plan, but please, be cautious. Hermione cast a deep gaze at Harry. Draco, she turned to him, suddenly feeling a chilling sensation as if someone had seen through her. Yet, when she looked back, she was met with Draco's bewildered smile. And she dismissed it as mere illusion. After all, it was autumn. Draco, you must not show yourself that day. Remain in the headmaster's office. It would be best if everyone believed neither you nor the headmaster were at the school. Hermione, along with Harry, Neville, and Ron, did not want Draco involved. After all, Malfoy had openly switched sides, and one could only wonder what Voldemort, lurking behind Quirrell's head, thought of that. Regardless, she would not let the Malfoys off the hook. What could possibly bring them more grief than the demise of their beloved heir? No, I want to be included. My presence adds another layer of security. Draco retorted without hesitation, eager to join his friends. Fine, I knew you'd say that, Hermione sighed, fully aware of the slim chance of Draco agreeing to stay out of it. Ron, you and George and Fred sneak out every night. I bet you have ways to evade the professors, Hermione suggested, recalling the marvelous room of requirement. Please come to Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff to find Neville and me every night. We need to train in the room of requirement. Although there are protective charms, safety is paramount. Ron nodded in understanding. Don't worry. I know several secret passages from the room of requirement to the various houses. I'll show you all in a bit. He was eager, not wanting to accompany George and Fred on their nightly escapades any longer. Those pesky twins always left him behind to be chased by Filch. He believed that if he took Hermione and Neville on a nighttime adventure, they would surely enjoy the thrill. Wouldn't that mean he would gain new companions? Hey, Neville. Are you scared? Hermione finally asked, gazing into Neville's eyes. I hope you can gather some plants for us, just in case. Neville was a shy and timid boy. Although he often went unnoticed, he always looked out for everyone in various subtle ways. I'm not scared, Neville exclaimed loudly, suddenly realizing his voice was too loud. He blushed, then quietly added, I'm not scared. I trust Hermione, Harry, Draco, and Ron. The group exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with unbidden smiles. The following morning, a curious Draco followed Ron and the others, primarily due to his lack of sleep, which left him looking rather haggard. What's up? Did our little prince go thieving last night? Blaise teased, though he said it casually, having no interest in prying into other secrets. Little Dragon didn't sleep well last night. Perhaps he was reminded of Aunt Sissy when Uncle Lucius visited, Harry remarked, gently fixing Draco's tousled hair as he leaned against his shoulder. He glanced up, seemingly casually. Perhaps because it was Monday and all grades had classes first period, Slytherin students were unusually gathered at this table. Harry had memorized the faces of every Slytherin student during the sorting ceremony, and upon a closer inspection, he found no one missing. Satisfied as he discreetly nodded at his badge. As 3 distinct vibrations resonated, Harry tapped 3 times to signal attention, locking eyes with the already alert Draco. Today is our first potions class, right? Starting with the Godfather's lesson? We might face severe penalties, he remarked. Indeed, you should wake up. The dungeon can be quite chilly, don't fall ill. There's a room ahead where the troll might be kept. We need to maintain control of the situation. Let us head to the classroom. The walk will help me wake up, Draco said, rubbing his eyes. Now that it was time to begin, they should act swiftly. He stood up, adjusting his attire and brushing his hand over the badge on his clothing. Harry followed suit. The first-year Slytherins, seeing their prefect stand and stride out, instinctively followed suit. Neville, Hermione, and Ron received the signal and trailed closely behind the new students. The prefects were doing splendidly, Dumbledore mused as he stroked his beard, knowing that the time for the children's performance was approaching. As always, there was no secret in the castle that could elude the headmaster. Professor McGonagall hesitated to speak, while Professors Sprout and Flitwick also appeared restless. After all, these were merely first-year students. I still believe young Mr. Malfoy is better suited to the role of prefect, Snape remarked, eyeing Quirrell as he eavesdropped, snorting to cover for some of his more conspicuous colleagues. I concur. Is it truly wise to elevate Harry to such heights? Professor Flitwick, with his astute wit, deftly twisted Professor McGonagall's hesitance into a facade of concern for Harry. It was his mission, Filius. Do not underestimate this child. Dumbledore's words held a deeper significance. Quirrell quickly lowered his head to mask the contorted expression on his face, for his master was seething with impotent rage at the back of his mind, as he cursed Dumbledore's hypocritical nature and lamented the betrayal of his potions master and Malfoy. He regarded the savior Harry Potter with disdain. Fortuitously, only he and his master shared a mental connection. Otherwise, he had no doubt that a mere whisper from his master would prompt Dumbledore to dispatch him immediately. This old man was no benevolent figure. Master, please temper your fury. Once we procure the Philosopher's Stone, neither Dumbledore nor Harry Potter will pose a threat, Quirrell implored, a mix of fear and obsequiousness lacing his tone. Soon. Once I regain my strength, these traitorous fools will learn the true extent of their folly. Voldemort's cold voice echoed within Quirrell's mind. Fools. Now that you comprehend how to bypass the three-headed dog, hasten and retrieve the Philosopher's Stone for me. Voldemort's mood shifted unpredictably, much like the weather in June. Why yes, my master. However, with Dumbledore stationed at Hogwarts, everything that transpires here cannot escape his notice. I fear Quirrell's confidence in navigating that room fraught with perilous challenges is misplaced. Dumbledore is a fool. Target that boy, Voldemort fumed, truly believing his minions to be a collection of imbeciles. Fools. The only two with any semblance of intelligence have allied themselves with the opposing faction. Thinking of Snape and Lucius makes my teeth grind. One for that mudblood woman, and the other? I cannot fathom how Malfoy would betray me. Has he uncovered my dealings with Albus? Yet, I pride myself on the meticulousness of my plans. To my knowledge, Albus has left no portrait behind. Are you referring to Harry Potter? Quirrell cautiously inquired. No, I mean young Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Quirrell sensed an unusual tone in his master's voice. Do you wish for me to eliminate him? To incite discord between Malfoy and Dumbledore? Fool, just cast a spell to render him unconscious. Voldemort's fury erupted suddenly after a brief silence. Quirrell silently endured his master's unpredictable temperament, feeling somewhat aggrieved. He believed his idea to be quite clever. He comprehended now. Indeed, it was his master's brilliance. Rather than causing complete loss, the prospect of maintaining a faint glimmer of hope for an unlikely revival of the child would inflict far greater anguish upon Malfoy. He understood. He fully grasped the concept. The Great Hall doors were flung open with a resounding crash, drawing the attention of all professors and the upper-year students still dining. A Hufflepuff first-year stood at the entrance, gasping for breath, his eyes brimming with terror and tears. There's a troll in the dungeons. The upperclassmen are fighting it to protect us. Hurry, we must save them. He collapsed to the floor, his mind a blank slate. Someone is hurt. There's so much blood, he mumbled, having seen little but desperate to find the professors. Dumbledore rose, his expression grave. How could this happen? The hall erupted in chaos, with upper-year students instinctively gripping their wands, particularly the Slytherins. Each eager to rush to the dungeons, not just for their younger peers, but for brothers, sisters, fiancés, and fiancées. A few from other houses also sprang to their feet, all hailing from wizarding families. Many of these noble wizards had been betrothed since childhood. Perhaps some from the Muggle world could not fathom such unions, perceiving them as relics of a bygone era devoid of genuine emotion. Yet for those accustomed to witnessing the Malfoys at social gatherings, it was far from that. It was a bond with someone who could stand alongside them, someone to rely upon, someone with whom to share a lifetime. If a mismatch arose, the betrothal was dissolved long before it could solidify. Those still engaged were individuals who had grown up together, intimately familiar with each other, having long since accepted one another at a fundamental level. Hearing of their danger, how could they remain seated? Moreover, someone was injured. Who was it? Was it him or her? Chapter 57. The Trolls Attack 2. You released the troll? Voldemort was utterly exasperated with this imbecile, who had taken it upon himself to act without authorization. Master, I did not. I seldom venture into the dungeons for fear of attracting Dumbledore's attention. Quirrell pleaded, genuinely distressed, insisting it was not his doing. Then go and see for yourself. Through Quirrell's perspective, Voldemort observed a grave-faced Dumbledore and Snape hastening toward the dungeons, while his incompetent minion continued to prattle on, seeking to inflict further torment. Professors McGonagall, Flitwick, and Sprout remained in the Great Hall, striving to calm the agitated and panicked students, their gazes filled with concern for what lay below. Harry, accompanied by the first years, was en route to the potions classroom. The previously orderly line of small Slytherins began to disperse, drawn by the antics of the badgers and lions, who playfully teased them. Harry paid little mind, understanding that children naturally sought the company of friends. His focus remained on the increasingly imminent chamber that housed the troll. Oshit. As they exited the Great Hall, a badger stealthily approached a lone Slytherin, exclaiming joyfully, Adrian, I nearly forgot we had class with all 4 houses today. Oshit realized. This Hufflepuff boy had a knack for appearing near him since their last potions lesson, often startling him from behind. In just 2 days, he had grown accustomed to it. However, we aren't friends yet, Oshit thought to himself, slightly embarrassed. Let us sit together in potions, shall we? I hear you excel in the subject, Adrian said cheerfully. It was common knowledge that every Slytherin excelled in potions. Outside Slytherin, it was evident that not everyone wanting to partner with a small Slytherin for potions was merely interested in their academic prowess. Humph, I suppose that could be arranged. But please refrain from calling me Oshit. We're not yet on such familiar terms, he replied stubbornly, though he could hardly suppress the corners of his mouth. Oshit's face is quite red. How adorable, Adrian observed, perpetually with a smile. But I want to call you that, Oshit. Silence. I've told you not to call me that, Oshit exclaimed, shivering at the sound of that name, which felt as though it were an incantation. In a fit of embarrassment and anger, Oshit raised his hand to perform a silencing charm he had read about in a book bearing the name of the Half-Blood Prince. He could not tolerate that sticky sweet voice. Not one bit. Adrian, undeterred, nimbly dodged the spell as the two chased and playfully tussled. Harry had initially disregarded their playful antics, but as he observed the two first years in their chase, a silencing charm struck the door, causing it to slowly creak open. Harry had no time to ponder why the door opened without the proper spell, nor did he consider how this first year had learned the silencing charm, which had been invented by his godfather. He merely recognized that the situation had spiraled beyond control, all due to his own hubris. Get back, he shouted at Oshit, who had his back to the door. However, it was too late. A foul stench rapidly permeated the entire corridor, accompanied by splintered door panels. A massive club swung swiftly toward the unprepared Oshit. Oshit. This was the first time Oshit witnessed a lack of a smile on Adrian's face as he lunged toward him. Feeling himself tightly embraced. Arresto momentum. Expelliarmus. Protego. Impedimenta. Draco, Harry, Hermione, and Ron shouted their spells almost in unison, yet the troll seemed to possess nearly impenetrable magical resistance. Their incantations merely slowed its movements slightly. The troll's club crashed through the protective armor and obstacles, striking Adrian with a force that made him cough up blood, his head tilting as he collapsed against Oshit. Expulso. Defindo. Sectum Sempra. Wounds appeared across the troll's body, and it roared in rage, its dim-witted mind recognizing only that the tiny ants before it had inflicted pain. Kill it. Harry, appearing unnaturally calm, whispered, Fiendfire. Blue flames surged forth, encircling the troll, which shrieked in agony until its cries diminished. Only then did Harry utter, Finite. He controlled the flames deftly, ensuring they consumed only the troll, leaving no charred traces upon the floor beneath it. As he spoke these incantations, only Draco, Blaze, Pansy, and Theodore, who stood nearby, could hear him, while Draco remained unsurprised. Blaze, Pansy, and Theodore, familiar with the typical capabilities of ordinary wizards, were terror-stricken, as if they were witnessing the true prowess of the savior. The others, too distant to hear clearly, merely assumed it was a variant of roaring flames. Yet the felled troll served as a stark reminder of Harry's superior strength. Observing Harry's unusually grim demeanor, many were momentarily awestruck, a mix of relief at surviving and reverence for the savior swelling within them. Even some loyal Death Eater offspring shared this sentiment, for humans are inherently drawn to strength. Harry was genuinely furious, both at the troll and at himself. He felt overwhelming guilt, believing his arrogance had led to this calamity, if not for the remaining rationality urging him that the professors were on their way and that Quirrell was also inside. He would have unleashed lightning to reduce the troll to ashes. He had naively believed he could execute everything flawlessly and protect everyone, convinced that all would unfold according to his plans. Yet the injured classmates reminded him of his inadequacy. Draco sensed the urgency to intervene in Harry's spiraling emotions. He had to act as he sensed Dumbledore and the others were nearing. He knew what needed to be done. Adrian lay against Oshit, half his face smeared with blood. He had shielded Oshit, and thanks to Draco's slowing spell, he had sustained minimal injuries, merely a few abrasions. A tide of regret washed over him. If it weren't for him, if he hadn't cast that spell, Adrian would not have been hurt. Tears streamed down his face as he struggled to stand, desperate to take Adrian to the infirmary. Episky. Neville hurried to Oshit's side, casting a healing charm before administering a blood-replenishing potion to Adrian. After casting a diagnostic spell, he sighed in relief. Fortunately, the armor and obstacles had absorbed some of the impact. Are you all right? I'm fine, Oshit instinctively replied, then suddenly snapped back to reality. Adrian. He is gravely injured. He's lost so much blood, he exclaimed anxiously. It's fine, don't worry. He'll be okay soon, Draco reassured as he jogged over, also casting a diagnostic spell. He hesitated for a moment before casting a resonant incantation. Injured students, come here. Some classmates, with minor injuries, hesitantly approached, relieved to find their wounds were merely from splintered door panels. Draco clasped his hands before his chest, uttering a spell unknown to anyone present. Holy light healing. Golden light emanated from Draco, enveloping the surrounding first years, instantly healing their wounds and calming their previously panicked hearts. Adrian slowly awakened in Oshit's anxious gaze. How did I end up here? Was it the troll? He abruptly sat upright, nervously scanning Oshit. Are you alright, Oshit? Seeing that Oshit bore no significant injuries, he exhaled in relief. There's a troll. Quickly, he anxiously surveyed the area, only to find a large, charred mass on the ground. He slowly formed a question mark with his expression. You fool. Why did you rush over here? Do you want to be smashed to a pulp with me? Finally relieved that Adrian was unharmed, Oshie felt the weight on his heart lift. He had intended to express gratitude to Adrian, but the words inexplicably morphed into teasing. His eyes reddened, and he lowered his head, fearing Adrian might think him ungrateful for his rescue. Oshie, are you concerned for me? Adrian resumed his cheerful demeanor. Who would care about an Oshie? The tone of Oshie's voice dwindled in the face of Adrian's unwavering expression. I was almost worried to death. He averted his gaze, murmuring softly. Meanwhile, the crowd's attention shifted to Draco, unable to resist the allure of his presence once they saw that Adrian was unharmed, though somewhat inappropriate. Both the students present and the recently arrived Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Snape shared a singular thought. An angel. Chapter 58, The Troll's Assault, Part 3. Draco's hair fluttered gently, as if caressed by an unseen force. The platinum light radiated from him, resembling a constellation of stars surrounding his form. His exquisite features glimmered with a subtle radiance. His eyes cast downward, obscuring his expression. He resembled an angel of compassion, enveloped in purity and mystery. It seemed the Daily Prophet could, on occasion, be quite realistic. This observation came from a first-year Ravenclaw who had previously read an article extolling the Malfoy family's beauty. Snape tightened his grip on his wand, subtly monitoring Quirrell's every move. The voice of Voldemort echoed darkly within him. This power instilled a sense of trepidation in Voldemort. He instinctively knew it would affect him. Identify the source of this power. Then, at the opportune moment, eliminate him. Voldemort could not tolerate the existence of anyone who posed a threat to him, even if that person were Dumbledore's grandson. I understand. Master. Quirrell believed he had grasped Voldemort's unspoken intent to cast a curse upon Draco, ensuring he would remain forever asleep. He was astute enough to comprehend. Good. Voldemort felt satisfaction at the apparent newfound intelligence of his servant, pleased that he was finally thinking critically. With the troll's plan thwarted, it was time to act swiftly. There was no time to waste. If he delayed any longer, he would lose this state of being. Quirrell, already an unreliable tool, was nearing obsolescence. Remember, seize the opportunity. Voldemort instructed before retreating into his subconscious to rest. This body still had its uses. It must not be squandered too quickly. Rest assured, Master, I understand completely. Quirrell vowed earnestly. Before succumbing to slumber, Voldemort's final thought lingered. Had he truly comprehended it all? Ahem. Dumbledore cleared his throat twice, drawing the attention of all present. The students felt a wave of reassurance wash over them upon seeing Dumbledore, parting ways to allow him passage. He gracefully approached the protagonists of the incident. Snape stepped forward to examine the corpse of the troll, the Fiendfire curse. It was evident that he could not permit his students to draw too close to Grindelwald. Look at how well-behaved children have been turned into this. One who could not control himself nearly set Hogwarts ablaze. Snape surveyed the shattered doorframe, noticing a dark, glimmering object nestled within the crevice. Discreetly, he retrieved it and approached Dumbledore, nodding subtly in response to his inquiring gaze. Adrian, my dear boy, I believe you ought to visit Madame Pomfrey in the infirmary for a checkup. Dumbledore scrutinized the bloodied Hufflepuff child, only relaxing once he confirmed the boy was indeed unharmed. Now was not the time to ponder why Hogwarts' protective spells had failed. He straightened his demeanor. Now, can anyone enlighten me as to what transpired? Oshie stepped forward before Harry could speak. Headmaster, it is entirely my fault. He bit his lip, a sensitive and solitary individual, feeling uncomfortable under the collective gaze of his peers. Adrian stepped forward to shield Oshie from scrutiny. Headmaster, I spoke out of turn to Oshie. He was a bit shy and wished for me to remain silent, and we ended up playfully tussling in the corridor, meeting Dumbledore's knowing gaze. His eyes flickered but remained resolute. Oshie's spell inadvertently struck the door. I swear we did not utter any unlocking charms. Yet, inexplicably, the door swung open, and a troll emerged. No, my dear children, I am not reproaching you. Dumbledore realized he may have appeared overly stern. A young student had rushed to the Great Hall in fear and haste, and we were quite concerned for your safety. Headmaster, it is I who failed to fulfill my responsibility as a prefect and keep my fellow students in line. Harry, who had been brooding in silence, suddenly interjected. He had noticed Quirrell's peculiar gaze fixed upon Draco and immediately grasped the implications. Disaster. Draco's abilities had been revealed. The more tainted by dark magic one was, the more threatened they felt by Draco's light. He sought to divert Quirrell's attention back to himself, but as he opened his mouth, he found Quirrell's gaze unwaveringly fixed on him, allowing Harry to exhale in relief. Headmaster, I too am at fault. Hermione came forward. Having observed Quirrell as well and noticing his fixation on Draco, I failed to rescue my classmate in time. She recognized their plan had been woefully naive and foolish, resulting in injury to their peers. and those privy to the truth bore the burden of guilt. There would be no second chances. Hermione silently vowed. This academically gifted Ravenclaw, known for her tenacity, could not help but feel tears welling in her eyes. Headmaster, I too am guilty. In my panic, I did not consider the troll's high magical resistance, thinking I could stop it. Ron appeared somewhat dejected, his vibrant red hair dimmed considerably. And I, Headmaster, as a prefect. It was my duty to protect everyone, and I have failed you. Neville felt an overwhelming sense of shame. He had not reacted as quickly as Hermione or the others to cast protective spells or attack, nor had he possessed Draco's prowess to heal Adrian. Dumbledore mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. Snape scoffed at his theatricality, his gaze fixed on his two students, an unmistakable worry etched in his features. Quirrell, he might well have set his sights on Draco, and Harry, since being brought to Malfoy Manor, had experienced little adversity, with nearly everyone treating him kindly. It was as if he believed he was subtly undermining the few aristocrats who looked down upon him and the Weasleys, while Lucius and Narcissa merely played along with his whims, ensuring those young nobles never again crossed his path. They indulged both Draco and Harry. Upon hearing the so-called plan with Dumbledore, he recognized the numerous vulnerabilities therein, yet he perceived this as an opportunity for growth, choosing instead to observe the unfolding events in silence. In the Great Hall, he immediately discerned the impressive execution capabilities of these little trolls. Just yesterday, they had devised a plan, and today they were poised to implement it. Reckless, a far cry from a Slytherin. Upon learning of the injuries, he struggled to maintain his impassive demeanor, casting an intense glare at Dumbledore as he hastily made his way here. While this may sound somewhat callous, he felt a sense of relief upon discovering that the injured were thankfully not Harry and Draco. He recognized that his concern had clouded his judgment. May this lesson foster growth for all of them. Dumbledore's silence had evidently incited some commotion among the students. Headmaster, the prefects immediately shielded us, placing themselves behind us for our protection. A Gryffindor student could no longer contain himself. His words seemed to unleash a floodgate. We cannot blame the prefects. They performed admirably. The prefects were the first to check if we were injured. We often engage in playful antics in the corridors. The spells the prefects used were unfamiliar to us. We have yet to learn them here. Did Potter not deserve commendation for single-handedly defeating the troll? Indeed, Malfoy even helped us heal. Quiet down, children. Dumbledore's voice, imbued with an almost magical quality, effortlessly quelled the restless students. A smile had crept onto his face unbeknownst to him. I do not intend to deduct points from anyone. This was an unforeseen accident. I am delighted to witness my students harmoniously engaging in learning and play. During my school days, I too would frolic with friends on our way to class. Dumbledore continued. It seems we neglected to inform you beforehand that this troll was a teaching aid prepared by Professor Quirrell for your defense against the dark arts class. At this revelation, the crowd finally turned to the periphery where Professor Quirrell stood. Quirrell stammered, and no, I didn't know how the spell on the door failed. The students were accustomed to his stuttering, harboring little expectation for his teaching abilities. They were astonished that he had prepared a teaching tool. Could he truly control it? This incident was an unpredictable accident, and I shall not penalize anyone. As the students have noted, each prefect performed admirably, and everyone will receive their due rewards, Dumbledore stated. Therefore, Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin shall each receive 20 points for your prefect's bravery in vanquishing the troll and ensuring the safety of your classmates, and in recognition of your camaraderie and mutual assistance. Dumbledore had been watching and listening. The four houses entwined, supporting each other, embracing one another, and bravely voicing their thoughts. They were merely different in temperament, akin to how students in Muggle schools are divided into various specializations. They were all students of Hogwarts. Slytherins could be reckless. Gryffindors could harbor ambition. Hufflepuffs could be indifferent, and Ravenclaws could be anything but composed. Dumbledore witnessed the fruits of years of effort manifest before him. Feeling the harmonious atmosphere among the four houses, and listening to the jubilant uproar surrounding him, he beamed with genuine joy. How delightful it is, Harry, Ron, Neville, Hermione, Draco. I implore you to visit my office. I wish to glean further details, Dumbledore said with a reassuring smile to the somewhat anxious children. Naturally, I comprehend your current elation. Yet your potions class must proceed as usual, Severus? Dumbledore inquired, casting a glance at Snape. Humph. Snape rolled his eyes at Dumbledore, observing the jubilant young trolls still basking in their joy. Well, I presume that over 40 minutes have elapsed. Our valiant little heroes of Hogwarts must have had their fill of merriment by now. So, please accompany their humble and rather unlikable potions professor to class. Fear not for the curriculum, as this entire morning is devoted to my lesson. The lively atmosphere abruptly ceased. Following in Dumbledore's wake, Draco and his companions cast glances laden with despair, wishing fervently for Dumbledore to hasten his pace. They could hardly endure another second. Chapter 59, An Attack. Please, take a seat, dear little heroes. Would you care for something to drink? How about pumpkin juice? Dumbledore waved his hand casually, causing the table in the headmaster's office to expand significantly. Draco and the others settled down, yet not a single word was uttered. Oh, come now, children. Do not be like this. Dumbledore recognized their self-reproach. He did not wish for them to languish in such discomforting emotions, which is why he had brought them here. Listen to me, children. You have done splendidly. Cease your self-criticism. Do you not see how grateful your classmates are to you? Dumbledore seemed perpetually unhurried. No. If it weren't for me, they would not have encountered such peril. Harry suddenly retorted, his emotions somewhat heightened. Had I been more prudent, none of my classmates would have been harmed. He had been plagued by guilt ever since the incident unfolded. He was not one to be sanctimonious. On the contrary, he bore grudges. He remembered Sirius shouting James at him, recalling the derision from certain aristocrats who mocked him as an unworthy adoptive son. But he also remembered that it was Voldemort who had slain his parents, and the time spent at his aunt's house. He would not take pride in being the chosen one. Those 3 words incessantly reminded him that his reputation was forged from his parents' demise. What clouded his judgment was his clever mind, Lucius's uncle's praise, his adeptness with spells, and his gradual mastery of potions. Though he could not rival Draco and his godfather's innate talent, he was certainly proficient enough to concoct some commonly used potions. It was these abilities that filled him with pride. He believed his plan was impeccable. Was it truly a challenge to employ a silent spell when passing by that room housing the troll? Hermione and the others would safeguard their classmates while he could swiftly gain acclaim by vanquishing the troll. Simultaneously, he would lay the groundwork for Quirrell's theft of the Philosopher's Stone. Perhaps the outcome would not have changed, but he had never anticipated that classmates would be harmed due to the numerous flaws in his plan. It was as if a rude awakening had struck him, shattering his arrogance. He could not help but question himself. Could he truly avenge his parents? Could he protect those he cherished? Was it you who unleashed the troll, Harry? Dumbledore inquired calmly, not perturbed by Harry's words, merely posing the question. No, but Harry sought to articulate something. Was it you who guided Adrian and Oshawott to assault that door, releasing the troll? Dumbledore interrupted him. Of course not. You intended to execute this action, but had not yet commenced, correct? Dumbledore distributed candies to each of them. Harry, first and foremost, I must clarify that I am aware of your plan. I apologize. Nothing transpires in this castle without my knowledge. I wish to extend my gratitude to you, children. I believe that unforeseen circumstances may have led to the protective enchantments failing to activate in time, resulting in Adrian's injury. Dumbledore solemnly addressed the children. You were aware of the existence of this magic, yet you instinctively employed spells to assist your classmates rather than allow them to fend for themselves. I am grateful to you, for had Adrian truly borne the brunt of the troll's assault, he may never have been able to stand before us as he does now. The force of the troll for a mere 11-year-old wizard would be akin to being struck by a speeding truck, with catastrophic consequences. Harry, Hermione, Ron, Neville, Draco. You have all done admirably. Do not be overly harsh on yourselves, all right? You are but 11 years old. Dumbledore sighed. Perhaps I should not have prematurely revealed everything, placing this burden upon you. No, we are grateful that you shared everything with us, allowing us not to face the unknown until the very end. Hermione finally succumbed to her long-restrained tears. It felt as if, amidst a torrential downpour, she had finally found an umbrella. Neville could no longer hold back his own tears, offering a comforting pat on Hermione's back. Ron, too, felt his eyes welling up. He was unsure why he felt sorrow, but seeing his friends in distress brought him grief as well. Harry lowered his head, obscuring his expression. However, Draco could see clearly beside him. Those bright emerald eyes were veiled in a mist of tears. Draco felt somewhat helpless. Had he not healed Adrian? Why was everyone still unhappy? Children, recognizing one's shortcomings is not a frightful endeavor, so long as we strive to amend them, Dumbledore consoled them. Now, my dear children, I trust you have all composed yourselves. Go to class and embrace the accolades that await you. You have earned it. Dumbledore winked at them with a smile. By the way, Draco, may I have a word with you? I have some inquiries I wish to discuss. He added as if recalling something. Harry's trust in Dumbledore differed from Ron and the others. He remained ever vigilant towards this figure who had undeniably propelled him through the tragic early chapters of his childhood. Even if he were the greatest wizard of the century, even if he had continuously endeavored to atone for his past, why was he seeking Draco? Draco's abilities had already been exposed to Quirrell's scrutiny. Did Dumbledore wish for Draco to undertake something? Anxiety gripped him, and he tightened his hold on Draco's hand, who offered a reassuring squeeze, signaling him not to worry. Once the others had departed, Draco gazed quietly at Dumbledore, curiously awaiting him to speak. Dumbledore looked into those gray-blue eyes, clear and bright, unwavering. He sighed, unable to suppress his concern for the boy. Draco, Why did you expose yourself to Quirrell? You know that is perilous. It could draw Voldemort's attention to you. He had not missed the fleeting malice that flickered in Quirrell's eyes. And he was certain that Snape had noticed it as well. Because Harry and the others were distressed over Adrian's injury, Draco replied without hesitation. His gaze towards Dumbledore filled with inquiry. Is that something so difficult to comprehend? Dumbledore found himself momentarily at a loss for words. That was not his intention. The infirmary is not merely a decorative establishment. Draco, your safety is paramount. Dumbledore harbored concern for the child. In his recollection, Draco had always been well-behaved, charming, and considerate of others. Was it due to the prolonged separation from his parents and the time spent with Harry at Hogwarts? Draco had become significantly reliant on Harry. For Harry's sake, was exposing his own abilities of no consequence? Dumbledore sighed once more. At times, the thoughts of children are the most challenging to alter. He wished that Draco would take his own safety more seriously. Even a lion exerts its utmost strength when hunting a mere rabbit. Although he was aware of the numerous protective charms surrounding Draco, he could not help but worry a little more. Do be exceedingly cautious, Draco. As Draco briskly exited the headmaster's office, he strolled along the empty corridors. At that moment, all the students were engrossed in their lessons within the classrooms, and the muffled sounds of lectures could not penetrate the closed doors, rendering the entire castle enveloped in a serene silence. Warm sunlight streamed through the windows, gently cascading over Draco's form, bestowing upon him an exquisite comfort. He slightly lifted his head and slowly closed his eyes, quietly immersing himself in this fleeting moment of tranquility and beauty. He listened to the subtle sounds surrounding him, feeling the soft caress of a gentle breeze against his cheek. The sunlight illuminated his pallid visage, rendering him almost ethereal, as if he might shatter at the slightest touch. A faint smile played at the corners of Draco's lips, revealing a barely perceptible contentment with the world around him. In that instant, time seemed to freeze. Only Draco and this tranquil space existed within the universe. Suddenly, a figure collided with Draco. Fortunately, he managed to steady himself against the wall, avoiding a fall. And no, I am sorry, CC classmate. Are you all right? Came the timid voice of Quirrell. Draco donned an innocent smile. It's quite all right, Professor. You dropped your lesson plan. Allow me to assist you. He regarded Quirrell with concern, keen to offer his help. Yet, he remained stationary, looking down at Quirrell from a height, his hand brushing lightly against his robe, as if pressing upon something. A glimmer of amusement flickered in his eyes. Quirrell, oblivious, hurriedly gathered his scattered papers. And no, that is not necessary, he stammered, nodding at Draco before hastily disappearing around the nearby corner. With his head bowed, Quirrell was careful to conceal his expression from the surrounding portraits, which betrayed an uncontrollable sense of triumph. He owed much to Snape and Dumbledore. Just as he had collided with Draco, he had employed a spell taught by his master that could induce endless slumber. Since it did not inflict harm upon the body or mind, it could hardly be deemed a dark curse. Even St. Mungo's would fail to detect its presence. Soon, Dumbledore would be unable to notice him, and the wrath from Malfoy would surely leave him in turmoil. He would assist his master in seizing the Philosopher's Stone. Surely, his master would reward him, placing him in a position of prominence. The Dark Lord, awakened abruptly from slumber by Quirrell, fell into a long silence. He had commanded Quirrell to eliminate that wretched child. Indeed, his worries prior to sleeping had not been unfounded. Nevertheless, the Sleeping Beauty spell could still serve his purpose. Although he had instructed Quirrell to act as the situation warranted, this enchantment possessed an excessive degree of autonomy. How long had it been? Had Quirrell merely feigned his usual sluggishness before him? Though Dumbledore lacked concrete evidence, he would certainly harbor suspicions. Thus, you must procure the Philosopher's Stone promptly, commanded Voldemort. Chapter 60, The Attack 2. Young Malfoy inexplicably fainted, and even Professors Snape and Pomfrey could not discern the cause. This news swept through the campus like a whirlwind. The morning's excitement surrounding the newly emerged troll had scarcely faded, and students were furtively passing notes during class. By noon, they learned of Draco's sudden collapse. The first to discover the incident was a senior Ravenclaw student who, rushing to divination class, spotted Draco basking in the sunlight beside the library. Sophia found that corridor particularly enchanting. Draco, standing there, resembled a work of art. Who does not appreciate beauty? Captivated, she couldn't resist stealing a few more glances. Just in time to witness Draco teetering and then falling. She froze for a moment, then screamed, dashing to his side, utterly at a loss for what to do. Her cry attracted several nearby students and Madame Pants from the library, who hurried over. Madame Pants, her expression grave, crouched down to examine Draco for any visible injuries. Upon confirming that his condition was not due to physical harm, she lifted him into her arms. Someone go alert Professor Snape and Headmaster Dumbledore. I shall take Mr. Malfoy to the infirmary. Sophia, you accompany me. The rest of you, return to your classes. Her sharp gaze swept over the concerned students, who, recognizing their inability to assist, dutifully stepped aside. As they were ushered toward their first class, many worried about the first-year students. After the first period, they learned from the ever-informative Badger that there was no serious harm, and they sighed in relief, having also heard about the Troll's defeat. Just as they turned to discuss the savior enthusiastically, they overheard students arriving for the second class mention Draco Malfoy's inexplicable fainting. A significant portion of Hogwarts held a fondness for this polite and sensible young prince. Who could resist the charm of a sweetly smiling boy? Oh, what a day of tumultuous events it was. First-year students were diligently concocting potions, for who would dare to slack off with Professor Snape watching? Harry found himself somewhat distracted. Although his hands performed the task correctly, as a godfather, Snape would undoubtedly perceive the thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet, he refrained from addressing him. Harry and his friends had returned midway through the first class, but Draco had yet to reappear even as the second class commenced. What, exactly, was Dumbledore discussing with Draco? Harry and Snape shared an unspoken understanding. Professor Snape, a Ravenclaw girl, burst into the potions classroom, startling some students, causing one to spill a potion that emitted ominous purple-black fumes. Snape's expression darkened as he waved his wand. Ordinarily, he would have made a scathing remark and deducted points from Gryffindor. However, considering Draco's absence from the headmaster's office and the sudden interruption of this student, an uneasy premonition settled over him. Something is amiss, Professor. Malfoy has fainted. The senior student gasped, barely catching her breath before she noticed someone dart past her. She turned to see two familiar figures, one large and one small, disappearing around the corner, leaving only a fluttering robe in their wake. Slowly, she turned back, realizing that before exiting, Professor Snape had extinguished all the students' cauldrons. He truly was at his wit's end. She offered an awkward smile to the anxious and noisy first years. Shall we consider this a self-study session for the remainder of the class? Hermione suppressed her urge to rush out, adopting a commanding tone. Before Professor Snape returns, let us review our textbooks. Ron and Neville helped maintain order nearby. Slytherin, conversely, remained the most subdued. It was not indifference, rather, they lacked both the expertise of a potions master and Madame Pomfrey's healing abilities. Rather than speculate, they would wait until after class to inquire with those in the know. Under the joint efforts of Blaise and Pansy, Slytherin resumed their reading quietly. Harry dashed down the corridor, relieved that classes were in session, leaving the halls devoid of students. Otherwise, with his reckless sprinting, he could have caused a multitude of accidents. Draco felt as though the path ahead had become obscured, prompting him to gradually come to a halt. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, one drop after another. Wasn't everything just fine moments ago? They had barely parted ways, and yet, how had he succumbed to unconsciousness? If only he had chosen to remain in the headmaster's office for just a little longer, he found himself hesitant to gaze upon Draco. Snape gently ruffled Harry's hair, his voice strained and dry. Come on, Draco is waiting for us. He too was enveloped in a whirlwind of panic and concern. Yet he was an adult. Furthermore, his pupil was evidently on the brink of collapse. He needed to maintain composure and not become the last straw that broke the camel's back. Is it him? Harry asked absently. Snape understood whom he referred to. He too immediately suspected that individual, Quirrell, or rather, the dark presence residing within him. No one else possessed the motive or capability to act in such a manner. No. Draco is under formidable protection. It is impossible for Quirrell to succeed unless Harry and Snape cast a spell to prevent eavesdropping. It must be him, Harry exclaimed, raising his head suddenly, his emerald eyes ablaze with fury. He has already taken my parents from me. What more does he want? Does he wish to take Draco from me too? Harry, Snape called out sternly. And if it is indeed him, do you intend to confront him? Seek him out during defense against the dark arts class? Do you think he will admit to anything? Even if we are aware of his true identity. What about everyone else? Do you wish to cast a spell upon him in front of the entire class? Do you believe Dumbledore would permit that? Have you considered the safety of your fellow students? Snape's voice rose in agitation. I don't care. Do not care at all. Harry's emotions were on the verge of unraveling. Anyone could suffer. Only Draco was off limits. Draco was the one who fell into despair, believing it to be his fault. Otherwise, Draco would not be in this predicament. Harry, Snape attempted to interject, but his own words failed to console him, let alone Harry. He too wished to cast an Avada Kedavra upon Quirrell, but the adult world is never as simple as mere desire. He crouched down, enveloping Harry in his arms. Soothing his turmoil, Snape could feel the dampness on his shoulder. Perhaps things are not as dire as we think. Let us first check on Draco. He needs us now. All right, came Harry's muffled response. Snape rose, taking Harry's hand and striding purposefully towards the infirmary. Upon their arrival, Dumbledore was already present. His countenance grave as he stood by Draco's bedside, his wand emitting a flickering light of detection. Snape hurried to Draco's side, examining him closely. I do not see any obvious injuries on Mr. Malfoy. It seems this is a matter of the soul rather than the body, Madame Pomfrey remarked solemnly. Strangely, we have detected no traces of a spell, as if he has simply fallen into a deep slumber. Harry stood dumbfounded before the bed, Draco's complexion flushed, the corners of his lips curving upward as if he were lost in a delightful dream. In his daze, he seemed to hear Madame Pomfrey and Professor Snape arguing, alongside Dumbledore's apologetic words, but he no longer wished to listen. Amid the hesitant glances exchanged by the others, he calmly lifted Draco into his arms. Crushing the proud creation of Draco's, a teleportation array illuminated beneath his feet. In an instant, they vanished from their location. Albus, Madame Pomfrey had initially assumed Harry intended to carry Draco back to the dormitory for care, but then, what was that? It was nothing short of magical. Oh heavens! I almost forgot I am a wizard. Calm down, Poppy. That is a closely guarded secret of the Malfoy family, Dumbledore responded, though he was not entirely certain. He only knew that Malfoy and the potions professor shared an unspeakable secret, whether it pertained to Severus' sudden youthfulness or the enigmatic Narcissa and Lucius. However, he had no inclination to delve deeper, nor could he. Yet now, witnessing both of his students simply vanish before him stirred a sense of concern within him. Snape realized that Harry must have taken Draco back to Malfoy Manor. The inability to discern the cause of Draco's slumber left him both frightened and agitated. Had it not been for the necessity of discussing matters with the old bee, he would have rushed to their side. He retrieved a diamond-shaped black gemstone from his cloak and tossed it to Dumbledore, knowing he would recognize it. A broken magical stone, a favorite among adventurers. Used to unravel magical arrays, Snape's tone was frigid. What of it? If he had not spoken privately with Draco, how could Draco have been ambushed on his way back to class? Even if that corridor lacked portraits, Dumbledore could not ascertain the identity of the culprit. Yet everyone knew, Quirrell was the only suspect. Severus, I am truly sorry, Dumbledore said, having not anticipated that in such a short span, Draco would find himself in the infirmary. He thought, perhaps he had taken too much for granted. He decided to save his apologies for when Draco awoke. Time was of the essence. You know that boy Harry cannot endure much longer, Snape implied, without waiting for Dumbledore's response. He hurriedly prepared to use the fireplace in his office to return to Malfoy Manor, his thoughts consumed with worry for his two students. Chapter 61, Side Story, Ian and Draco. When Draco awakened, he found himself amidst a mystical and boundless starry sky. The resplendent stars twinkled like gemstones embedded in the infinite dark canvas above, shimmering with a faint yet enchanting glow. He gazed around in bewilderment, having thought that Harry and the others had successfully navigated their challenges. However, it appeared he had yet to awaken in the real world. Observing his own slightly transparent hand glowing softly with a golden hue, this starry expanse seemed endless, with countless stars resembling tiny lanterns suspended in the sky, evoking awe at the vastness and profundity of the universe. They rotated slowly, as if myriad eyes were observing Draco. The air around him was refreshingly crisp, tinged with a hint of coolness. Taking a deep breath, Draco relished the wondrous sensations this unfamiliar environment bestowed upon him. Under the celestial illumination, his figure appeared solitary and insignificant. He ventured forth, eagerly exploring. Although the ground was invisible beneath him, with each step he took, the surface felt like a soft, velvety carpet. Draco sensed the presence of something watching over him, granting him a sense of safety. During his journey, he encountered peculiar sights. At times, he would see glowing orbs floating in the air, dancing gracefully like ethereal beings. Other times, he would come across enormous nebulae, vibrant clouds swirling within, dreamlike and surreal. He felt no fear. He had surmised where he was and understood the reason for his presence. World? He murmured, sensing an intuition that even in mere thought, the world would manifest. He possessed that confidence. Draco. A white orb of light appeared before him, its expression unseen yet exuding an air of delight in its tone. Its voice was an amalgamation of human and ethereal, reminiscent of a babbling child and the gentle admonitions of a wise elder. Yet to Draco, it sounded remarkably like himself. World? Draco scrutinized the white orb, unable to discern much, yet recalling, you told me you were gray before. Why do you know everything? Ian paused, slightly embarrassed. Previously, my essence was limited, but thanks to the little dragon, my essence has increased tremendously. This is the skin I found for trading in other worlds. What do you think of its appearance? I'm not sure how it was made. A small white orb suddenly transformed into a flowing blue hue. Wow. It's truly beautiful, reminiscent of the sky, Draco remarked. He had once wished for a unique hair color in his childhood, but now, he cherished his own hair above all others. Worldly gentleman? Lady? How should I address you? He pondered, curious about how he was abruptly brought here, and where 65 might be. He suddenly realized he did not know how to refer to the consciousness of the world. Just call me Ian, he replied, harboring an inexplicable fascination for Draco, one he could not quite articulate. I have been watching you since you were very young, Ian stated matter-of-factly, completely oblivious to any potential discomfort his words might cause. Of course, Draco felt no unease either. Ian, ISNT 65 with you? Draco inquired, missing 65 and wondering how he was faring. 65 is mending the gaps. It's a rare opportunity, and I've always wanted to meet you. So I slipped away while he wasn't paying attention. This is my home, which I have decorated thoughtfully. What do you think? ISNT it lovely? He had even polished each star until they gleamed. It's quite beautiful, Draco acknowledged, though he felt a tinge of disappointment knowing 65 was still busy. They sat on the ground, perhaps due to the atmosphere. There was no hint of awkwardness between them. Little dragon, why did you deactivate the defenses? It seemed as if he sensed Ian's gaze, deliberately conveying the thought that no protection was necessary. Well, Draco responded nonchalantly, resting his chin on his hand. His fingers poised on his knee. It's for Harry. Harry? Ian tilted his head in confusion. I don't understand. You saw it, right? The monstrous thing. A star. Under Draco's mental command, leaped to the forefront. He shifted his position, sitting cross-legged and playfully toying with the small star. You saw it, he affirmed. Ian still seemed perplexed. His confusion nearly palpable. We grew up together. I know him all too well. He believes he is calm enough and has grown strong enough to protect me. Yet, he remains insecure deep down, still that child hiding in the cupboard. He has faltered. Tired of playing, Draco tossed the star upwards, allowing it to return to the heavens. His thoughts wavered, doubts creeping in. That's simply one to do. So, I thought, I must help him see himself clearly. I need his protection. What he does is not meaningless or misguided. If others do not need him as a savior, I certainly do. All he needs to do is keep his gaze upon me. Draco broke into a heartfelt, joyous smile. My parents love me, but they love each other even more. My godfather loves me, but his heart is filled with more complex emotions. Many people love me, yet I am not the most important to them. Of course, I do not mind. I have received an abundance of love from my parents and godfather, and I am immensely satisfied. I love them too, but Harry is different. In his world, I am paramount. He may have affections for many, but he loves only me. I am unique. Draco beamed with the pride of a child flaunting his candy, overflowing with happiness. Even if the world stood on one side and I on the other, he would steadfastly choose me. How could he doubt himself? Therefore, if I were to become the cursed sleeping princess, he would surely become the hero, or perhaps even the Dark Lord. Regardless, his focus would remain solely on me. He understood what Quirrell intended. Upon seeing his eyes, he grasped everything. Thus, he deactivated all defensive measures and did not resist. After all, it was merely a minor Sleeping Beauty curse. If he wished, he could awaken at any moment. Everyone assumed the wand's ability to master death was a gift from the world. It was both true and untrue. In fact, he had possessed it even before 65 arrived, a controllable power capable of seeing into hearts, glimpsing the future, and defying death. It was an innate gift he had discovered at the tender age of 2. He never pried into others' thoughts. Everyone harbored their own secrets. And he was not one to dig into the depths of their lives. Nor would he actively seek the future, knowing everything would render life meaningless. Until the day the Weasley family arrived, he sensed something amiss from the twins and Aunt Molly. Perhaps he had noticed it earlier, but had lacked the motivation to investigate. Then, he uncovered their shared secret. When he realized that everyone could hear his thoughts, he felt no fear. Malfoy had always enjoyed being the center of attention. Hadn't he? His thoughts, his words, his actions came from the heart, devoid of any facade. He was unafraid of being overheard. He was both aloof and kind. Soft, yet calculating, appearing innocent while being cunningly astute. I spoke no lies before the mirror of Ariste. I saw only myself. But I do have wishes. I desire all those I love to remain together forever. Ian knows, doesn't he? I will not die. In a certain sense, I am immortal. However, not everyone seeks eternal life. What happens if they grow weary during their long journey? If I were left alone, I would surely go mad with loneliness. Throughout my life, I have always received what I desired, and I believe this time will be no different. I deserve a one-of-a-kind treasure that will accompany me eternally. Little dragon, you are like a monster that devours love, Ian commented, not perceiving anything wrong with Draco's nature, nor did he possess a conventional moral compass. It was merely a standard description. Is Harry the treasure you seek? Indeed, Draco replied. Though he may not be fully matured yet, it matters not, for he will always belong to me. His smile was sweet. He felt no guilt in expressing such thoughts. He was a remarkably contradictory individual. He could sincerely utter heartwarming words and display a naively innocent smile, yet coldly observe the lives and deaths of others. His inner goodness and malice depended entirely on his own whims, unaltered by external influences. This contradiction seemed to be another inherent trait of his. In most cases, he leaned towards showcasing sincerity and kindness, immersing himself in the beauty of life. As long as the little dragon is happy, I am happy, Ian said, exhibiting an unwavering indulgence towards Draco. I am incredibly happy. Not only have I obtained what I wished for, but I also discovered something immensely intriguing. Draco beamed at Ian with delight. I found the answer to a long-standing curiosity. What is it? Ian could hardly contain his curiosity. What could possibly perplex the brilliant little dragon? I won't tell you, but you can find the answer on your own. It must be something extraordinarily fascinating. Draco laughed. A sound Ian had heard many times before, yet never quite as radiant as this. I will find the answer, Draco, Ian declared, determination shining in his eyes, treating it as a friendly challenge. Go for it, Ian. Charge ahead. Chapter 62, Ian and Draco, Part 2. In this realm, the passage of time was imperceptible. Draco, are you not going to tell everyone that you know they can hear your thoughts? Ian inquired. What difference does it make? It's merely information from parallel worlds. What I see is the future of this world. In parallel worlds, one cannot say they are identical. Rather, they exist in complete disconnection. He witnessed countless divergent outcomes, all of which were rather tragic. The reason he initially took a liking to 65 was that their arrival allowed Draco to glimpse alternate endings, perfect as if drawn from the pages of a fairy tale. Moreover, I find immense joy in the attention of others. I truly detest the feeling of being unheard despite my efforts to express myself. Contemplating unhappy thoughts, Draco felt a wave of frustration surge within him. He furrowed his brows tightly, his already pale visage appearing even more ashen, and his cheeks puffed slightly in annoyance, resembling an adorable little pufferfish. Ian, observing Draco's expression, felt an irresistible urge. He cautiously approached Draco, gently nuzzling against his puffed cheeks. Wow, how soft and fragrant. Ian mused internally, captivated by the sensation. Draco, tickled by the nuzzle, could not restrain his laughter, his eyes narrowing into crescent shapes, with a charming dimple adorning his left cheek. The two, lost in their playful banter, floated amidst the starry expanse, gazing serenely at the ever-glimmering constellation of Draco above them. Look, that's Draco, Ian exclaimed, pointing at the constellation. I polished it all day for you to shine forever. The Sleeping Beauty curse can only be broken by the one who cast it. Do you think Harry is capable of that, our benevolent savior? If not, perhaps it would be better to let the little dragon stay here with me. Ian's thoughts clinked together like chimes. He could manage it, for although everyone hailed him as the savior, he lacked that compassionate sentiment. And now, as I lay there, he would undoubtedly be resolute in his intent to torment Chilo before delivering the final blow. Draco was certain he understood Harry better than anyone else. It was a pity he could not witness that scene, the one where Harry burned with unwavering determination on his behalf. Alas, I thought the little dragon would stay here with me, Ian lamented. That simply won't do, Draco replied with a cheerful smile. And you have your own matters to attend to, right? 65 will surely come looking for you if you're absent. All right. Ian bounced around energetically before suddenly halting, as if a thought struck him. Little dragon, would you like to visit other worlds? I've recently come across many realms and could send you off for a while. Ian, pleased with his transformation from social anxiety to a social butterfly, placed his hands on his hips. What's the waste? That's of little concern. One might find solitude somewhat dull, Draco replied, lacking enthusiasm. He was a person of minimal desires, indifferent to power, status, wealth, adventure, or fame. Save for those he cared about. Initially, we can take 2 people, but beyond that, safety cannot be guaranteed, Ian contemplated. We could also take many, but it must be gradual. If the little dragon can assist in altering some timelines in other worlds, we could acquire the essence of those worlds to enlarge the time-space gate. Ian felt it unwise to send Draco alone. His innocent and adorable little dragon could easily fall prey to malevolent individuals. He wasn't naive like some oblivious world consciousness. Lulu had shared stories of peculiar encounters in other worlds. What sort of worlds are you speaking of? Draco inquired, intrigued, as long as he wasn't alone. Surely Harry, Dad, Mom, Godfather, and Ron would be fascinated as well. The little dragon must be acquainted with them. They're the very characters from the anime you enjoy. Really? That's splendid. I'll get to see my favorite characters. Draco beamed. Wonderful. As long as you're happy, leave it to me. I'll reach out to my friends. Ian conjured tiny paws and patted what could be considered his chest. Leave it to me. Just remember to provide a plausible reason for transporting the time-space gate. I know you've discreetly swapped many items in the system lottery, haven't you? Every time I desire something, it seems to manifest. Draco found it too glaringly obvious. He would be a fool not to notice. Hee hee, the little dragon caught on. Ian said sheepishly, scratching his head. Does the little dragon wish to reveal the existence of the time-space gate through thought? After a moment of contemplation, Ian grasped Draco's intent. Yes, let us surprise everyone. Dad absolutely adores anime. He often sneaks off to the gaming room to watch, thinking I'm unaware, but Sirius has told me. Harry, Ron and I have grown up watching the same shows we all enjoy. Whether it would be a surprise or a shock remains uncertain. Who does the little dragon adore most? Ian inquired, curiosity piqued. Draco pondered. Dad, Mom, Harry, Godfather, 65, and Ian. Oh, am I included? Ian chuckled, a rosy hue enveloping him. And what about Ron and the others? Ron, George, Fred, Hermione, Neville, Pansy, Blaze. They're all my good friends. Draco found it amusing. He had unlocked fragments of information about his friends, some of whom were not particularly amicable in the main world. Draco and Ian conversed for an indeterminate time until Draco suddenly felt a powerful tug. He realized this was due to Chilo's demise. It was time for him to return. Wow, it seems the hero has broken through the thorns, Ian expressed with reluctance, yet he thought they would meet again. Well then, farewell, little dragon. Remember to think of me and 65. Of course, until next time, Draco replied, casting a meaningful smile at Ian as he relaxed into the pool, disappearing in an instant. What did the little dragon just call me? I didn't quite catch that, Ian pondered, transforming into a question mark, perplexed by Draco's lip movements. Next time we meet, I'll have to ask him. Draco gradually opened his eyes under the watchful gazes of those around him. His eyes were filled with the bewilderment and mistiness of someone just awakening. Little dragon, how do you feel? Are you unwell? Are you hungry? Narcissa sat by the bed, having noticed the moment Draco awakened. She gazed at her child with concern, as she had every morning prior. Draco was evidently still in a state of reboot. Harry stumbled from the hall to the doorway, the first to spot the platinum-haired young prince sitting up. He exhaled in relief, working to calm his racing heart and the tears welling in his eyes. He ensured he appeared tidy and presentable before approaching Draco. Meanwhile, Lucius, Snape, Dumbledore, and others arrived a moment later, encircling Draco's bed with expressions of concern. At this moment, Draco had successfully rebooted. He sat up and stretched. I believe I was basking in the sun in the corridor. How did I end up back home? Seeing everyone's worried faces, he felt a bit bashful and rubbed his nose. How did I come to be at home? Mom, Dad, Harry, Godfather, why are you all here? Of course, Draco did not forget to respond to Narcissa's inquiry. I'm quite well, Mom. I slept very soundly, he said, patting his stomach. I'm not hungry at all. Snape and Lucius, under Draco's puzzled gaze, conjured numerous detection spells and light-based healing charms. In an instant, the room was ablaze with light, nearly blinding. Once the radiance subsided, they beheld a sparkling, bewildered Draco, quite literally. Lucius's gaze fixated once more on Harry, who they all recalled had the audacity to flee during treatment when confronted by Quirrell. It was an all-too-familiar routine, and soon a gleaming Harry emerged. Draco, brimming with curiosity, sought to inquire, but his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by Snape's imposing presence. Snape's expression was grave as he directed a question at Draco. What were you doing before you lost consciousness? All eyes were upon Draco, laden with speculation and inquiries. That corridor bore no portraits, leaving Dumbledore in the dark regarding the events that transpired. According to Quirrell, he had discovered that students were shielded by the castle's enchantments from the very first lesson, and he had been pondering how to unravel them. It was not until the troll incident that he noticed Snape surreptitiously picking something up from the ground, prompting him to conduct a meticulous search of the vicinity, ultimately discovering the shattered piece of the protective stone, which he subsequently employed on Draco. Yet, there was an anomaly. The protective device on Draco was not something that could be breached by a mere fragment of the stone. It was evident that someone had deliberately deactivated it. I was basking in the sun. Draco's cherubic visage was awash with confusion. After leaving the headmaster's office, I passed through a corridor that looked exceptionally inviting for sunbathing. It was then that Quirrell collided with me, scattering textbooks everywhere. I hesitated to intervene, suspecting he might have ulterior motives. However, he hastily gathered his materials and departed. The adults exchanged knowing glances. As for Harry, who had been silently observing, he remained still until Draco waved at him. Harry, shedding his shoes, climbed onto the bed, gently grasping Draco's hand, attentively listening as Draco spoke. You have been in a deep slumber for a day, Dumbledore remarked with concern, directing his gaze towards Draco. We suspect Quirrell has cast a curse known as the Sleeping Beauty spell upon you. Draco, taken aback, pondered the implications. Is it truly only for a day? What on earth transpired? Chapter 63, The Sleeping Beauty Spell. When Harry returned to Malfoy Manor, cradling Draco in his arms, Narcissa was the first to arrive. She was in the garden, engaged in discourse with Madame Rosier and Grindelwald. Sensing a familiar surge of magical energy, an ominous premonition gripped her heart. Why were the little dragon and Harry returning at this hour? Casting aside any notions of decorum, she rushed into the manor, her mind too frantic to contemplate the use of magic. Grindelwald and Vendela Rosier exchanged glances before following closely behind her into the manor. Upon entering, Narcissa beheld Harry standing motionless in the center of the drawing room, cradling what appeared to be a sleeping little dragon. Harry? What has happened to Draco? Narcissa's voice jolted Harry from his reverie. Choking on his words, he stammered incoherently. Draco, he was attacked. Madame Pomfrey and my godfather are unaware of the cause. They insist his body is unharmed. Hogwarts is unsafe. We must return home. Quirrell must have done this. How could this be? Narcissa's immediate thought mirrored Dumbledore's. She was intimately familiar with the protective enchantment she had reinforced. Moreover, the array of protective devices on the little dragon was beyond her comprehension. Either the little dragon had deactivated them for some purpose, or an unknown entity had intervened, rendering the protective spells and devices ineffective. In an instant, a multitude of thoughts flashed through Narcissa's mind, but there was no time for further contemplation. Her little dragon lay unconscious, and even Severus could not discern the cause. Harry was clearly on the verge of a breakdown. She guided Harry to lay Draco on his bed. No form of diagnostic magic could unveil the reason behind Draco's condition. All indications suggested he was simply asleep. Yet, no matter her efforts, she could not rouse him. Harry had long since been led aside by Grindelwald, who was patiently attempting to console him. After hearing Harry's account, both Grindelwald and Narcissa felt a mix of trepidation regarding the recklessness of the children while swiftly narrowing their suspicions to Dumbledore. Even Grindelwald, despite having resolved his past grievances, harbored lingering distrust towards Dumbledore, his memories of their last confrontation still vivid. Narcissa embraced Harry, who had lowered his head, offering gentle words of comfort. She too felt the pangs of anxiety and heartache, but she understood the necessity of assuming her parental responsibilities. This was not Harry's fault. Harry, gather your strength. Lucius strode into the room, followed closely by Snape, who had already informed him of the preceding events. He spoke sternly to Harry. Have you forgotten my teachings? Never. Never bow your head. His commanding tone rendered Harry tense and rigid as he straightened up, revealing his eyes, which sparkled like emeralds. Yet those eyes now resembled a dreary London, shrouded in an impenetrable fog. Lucius approached Draco's bedside, casting an array of light-infused healing spells, targeting not only the physical but also the spiritual realm, exhausting every possible incantation. Yet, Draco remained unresponsive, as if his soul had vacated his body entirely. He sank despondently onto the sofa, covering his face with his hands, desperately striving to quell the rising tide of panic. Could it be that he was to lose his little dragon once more? Snape's expression was taut with tension. He had visited Draco's place of unconsciousness, and, indeed, discovered a small black stone, the very piece of the protective stone. I believe I have heard of a similar curse before. Vendela Rosier, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Her elegant French black rose demeanor drawing everyone's attention as she recalled the information. Within the Rosier family's archives, there was record of a spell that could not be classified as a curse, one which would elude detection. Vendela recalled, it induces a deep sleep upon the victim, immersing them in dreams until death claims them. It is known as the Sleeping Beauty spell. This spell could not be undone unless the caster met their demise. Once Vendela concluded her explanation, Lucius sprang up, an unmistakable aura of murderous intent radiating from him. They all understood Lucius's intentions, and no one dared to counsel a father consumed by concern for his child's safety to remain calm. Wait, Mr. Malfoy, Vendela called out, stopping Lucius in his tracks. What is it, Madame Rosier? As you can see, I have pressing matters to attend to. Lucius's demeanor was calm, yet intimidating, his magical aura barely contained. Narcissa stepped forward, grasping Lucius's hand, attempting to restore a semblance of reason to him. I merely wish to finish my thoughts, Mr. Malfoy. Vendela felt a shiver of apprehension. She knew Narcissa well, but had little impression of Lucius. In her recollections, he was the doting husband, often casting forlorn glances when she and Narcissa spoke late into the night, with Narcissa subtly suggesting they continue their discussions another time. Thus, in her mind, he was merely a clingy spouse. Yet now, she grasped why Lucius might harbor both affection and trepidation towards this family. Do you believe that killing the caster is a simple task? If so, why has the Sleeping Beauty spell been deemed a forbidden curse, lost to the wizarding world? Vendela did not require Lucius to respond, for it demanded the complete annihilation of the caster, both body and soul. As her words hung in the air, the room fell into an oppressive silence. Neither Lucius, Narcissa, nor Snape possessed the means to launch an assault on the soul. The only two forces capable of inflicting harm upon it were dark magic and lightning. The dark energy could erode a person's very essence, let alone the myriad curses that plague them. The cleansing power of the lightning element can either refine the soul or inflict irreversible harm upon it, depending on the intentions of the caster. They are not of the dark element and are utterly incapable of wielding dark magic. I will kill him according to the plan. Let his soul be reduced to ashes, Harry declared resolutely. He harbored no fear of taking a life, particularly at this moment, as his murderous intent surged forth like a torrent from his throat. Indeed, once Quirrell and Voldemort are vanquished, the young dragon shall awaken. He initially aimed solely to eliminate Voldemort. Yet, why must it be the young dragon? Anyone else could be sacrificed, but not the dragon. Harry, do you comprehend the gravity of your words? Lucius questioned sternly, scrutinizing Harry's countenance for any flicker of doubt. You know that even in your absence, both Narcissa and I, along with Severus, could devise a plan to obliterate the soul. Severus's potion is mere days from completion, specifically targeting Voldemort's fragmented soul. While its efficacy on Quirrell remains uncertain, we could first establish a binding circle for the soul and subsequently refine the potion. Harry, still but 11 years of age, should not be burdened by the mantle of the Chosen One. This was not a justification for murder. Any hint of hesitation would prompt Lucius to dismiss that absurd and juvenile scheme, evidently concocted by the ever-manipulative old bee. What a cliché. This tale of the savior battling Voldemort. Does he believe it to be a fairy tale? I cannot wait. I cannot bear to see Draco lying here, motionless and silent. Harry met Lucius's gaze unwaveringly, allowing him to perceive the depth of his conviction. Lucius sighed. Tomorrow, Dumbledore shall not be present at the school. A heavy silence enveloped the room, rendering all speechless. Perhaps due to the prophecy, Harry would inevitably confront this day. Yet, it was solely the ineptitude of these adults that compelled a child to face such a grim reality. It's all right, Uncle Luke, Aunt Narcissa, Godfather, Harry reassured, discerning the guilt etched upon their faces. In that instant, he seemed to mature considerably and gain clarity. He was no longer the boy who had been lost in self-reproach and confusion mere moments ago. With a contented smile, he resolved not to succumb to uncertainty again. He possessed an unparalleled treasure, and his sole purpose now was to protect it at all costs. Godfather, I shall return to school now. Harry gracefully bowed to those present, flashing a charming smile. Approaching Draco's bedside, he gently tucked away the strands of hair that had fallen across his forehead. Wait for me, Draco, he whispered silently, just as he had each morning and evening, kissing Draco's forehead tenderly. Turning away from the gazes of the others, emotions swirled within him before settling into tranquility. Let us proceed, Lucius declared, intent on questioning Dumbledore. Narcissa appeared to share his sentiment, yet remained steadfast beside her beloved, determined to guard him. I shall remain here with Narcissa, Wanda stated calmly, casting a complex glance at Grindelwald. Sir, perhaps you should accompany us to inquire. Having spent considerable time with Narcissa, Wanda found her infatuation with Grindelwald waning. Look at this lovesick fool, so restless, she mused, questioning what had initially drawn her to him. Nonetheless, it was undeniable that he had possessed a captivating charm in his youth, strikingly handsome. Indeed, Dumbledore too had been quite beautiful in his younger days. Chapter 64, The Vengeful Voldemort. Today, Hogwarts was shrouded in a pall of unease. Even the usually exuberant Gryffindors seemed unusually subdued. Just yesterday, a troll had caused havoc, though it was swiftly dealt with by the savior, Harry Potter. Yet, shortly thereafter, Draco Malfoy had been attacked and rendered unconscious. By afternoon, several students reported having seen Lucius Malfoy storming into the headmaster's office in a fit of rage, remaining for an extended period before hastily seeking out Professor Snape, only to vanish alongside the Phoenix. Rumor had it they were in pursuit of Nicholas Flamel, presumably for young Malfoy. A nearby Badger swore to this account. The more astute students felt a wave of panic, as a series of unfortunate events and coincidences led them to suspect that some unseen conspiracy was unfolding. Those who had been close to Draco felt this sense of trepidation more acutely. Pansy and Blaise were particularly concerned. Everything seemed too coincidental. They worried not just for Draco, but also for their despondent friends. Blaise sensed that there were secrets among their group. Previously, he had adhered to social etiquette and refrained from probing. But as his friendships deepened, his curiosity grew, not out of a desire for information, but a fear of being excluded. When Dumbledore returned, he would demand answers. On the day Dumbledore was absent from the school, a shadowy figure appeared in the corridor on the 4th floor, clutching a harp. Once assured that no one was around, he swiftly entered the room guarded by the three-headed dog. Shortly after his entrance, the figures of several children materialized in the vicinity: Harry, Ron, Neville, and Hermione. Harry observed Quirrell's silhouette with an unsettling calmness. Are you prepared? Harry, Are you truly ready for this? Hermione hesitated, aware of the complexities of life instilled in her by her ordinary upbringing. Though she understood Quirrell was no innocent, her emotions were a tumultuous mix, and she found it hard to articulate precisely what she felt. Hermione, if he does not die, then it is Draco who will perish, Harry replied without turning. Ron and Neville offered comforting pats on Hermione's shoulder. Having grown up in the wizarding world, they lacked her profound moral compass. Even the Ministry of Magic would not deem Harry's actions wrong. They would merely consider him too young to be learning dark magic for murder. But who said dark magic was necessary? A peculiar smile crept across Harry's lips. Very well, I should respect different customs, shouldn't I? Hermione feigned nonchalance, reminding herself of the formidable Voldemort they were about to face, and that Draco awaited their return. Let us go? Quirrell should have already traversed past the three-headed dog and the devil's snare, Harry stated calmly, stepping forward with determination. Ron and the others quickly followed suit. In the corner, four figures gradually emerged: Lucius, Snape, Dumbledore, and Grindelwald. Foolish trolls, they didn't even bother to check, Snape remarked, though a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. His two students were in dire straits. One lay in eternal slumber, while the other orchestrated this entire plan in hopes of awakening him, preparing to confront Voldemort and Quirrell directly. Whether Lucius had appeared or accompanied Dumbledore and Snape to find Nicholas Flamel, it had all been Harry's idea. Upon returning to the headmaster's office, his first instinct had been to strike the badge in their presence. Before long, Hermione, Ron, and Neville stood at the entrance of the headmaster's office, their faces etched with worry and guilt. He watched as Harry methodically explained the unfolding events, soothing his friend's anxieties, and discussing the next steps with Dumbledore and Lucius. Suddenly, he realized that Harry had truly matured. With a mixture of emotions, Snape cast powerful concealment charms around the vicinity. Although the Gryffindor cubs had been notably subdued recently, an intrusion would not bode well. It could prove fatal. Let us depart, lest they be harmed, Lucius derided, casting a scornful glance at Dumbledore. Go witness your beloved savior's performance against the Dark Lord. His tone was harsh, yet Dumbledore could comprehend the underlying tension. They once again concealed themselves and trailed behind Harry and his companions. As Quirrell entered the room with the harp, he was met with the unwavering gaze of 6 eyes, causing him to swallow nervously. With a flourish of his wand, the harp began to play a melodious tune. He cautiously maneuvered the sleeping three-headed dog aside and opened the trapdoor, revealing an inky darkness beneath. Gritting his teeth, he leapt into the abyss. His body plummeted uncontrollably, and with a strange, muffled thud, he landed heavily upon some soft object. As his eyes struggled to adjust to the dim surroundings, he instinctively reached out with his hands, carefully groping about. In a fleeting moment, he was astonished to realize he was seated atop an unfamiliar plant. In his frantic search for his wand, his hands brushed against something alive and writhing, sending a chill of dread through him. Hastening his search, he was soon ensnared by tentacle-like appendages that assaulted him from all directions. Master, help! Quirrell silently pleaded to his great and omnipotent master. He felt as if he could scarcely breathe. Fool! Stand aside, I shall take over. Voldemort, exasperated by the incompetence of his subordinate, commandeered Quirrell's body, mentally incanting Lumos. The illuminating spell brightened the surroundings, repelling the tentacled entities, and upon closer inspection, Quirrell realized they were merely devil's snare. Even Voldemort was at a loss for words, pondering how such a trivial plant could confound his inept servant. Was Quirrell truly a graduate of Ravenclaw? Voldemort mused. He was merely residing in Quirrell's mind. Was he incapable of even wandless magic? How lacking Hogwarts had become. Upon entering the second room, Quirrell, eager to showcase his bravery among the fledgling wizards, raised his hand and attempted an unlocking spell. Surely, his master would commend him for this, he thought gleefully. However, the spell faltered. Why is it not working? He muttered, obstinately attempting again and again. Idiot! Find the key among those fledglings, you imbecile. Voldemort was on the brink of losing his patience. Were it not for their shared body, he would have relished in punishing Quirrell severely. Manifesting in the back of Quirrell's mind, he rasped, Enough, fool! Allow me. Voldemort took control once more, his keen eyes spotting a bird whose hue was notably duller than its kin. He fixed his gaze upon it. The key flew forth. After catching it, he relinquished control back to Quirrell, pleading silently for the sake of his own body not to suffer undue wear. He had no desire to prepare meticulously only to falter at the final hurdle. Yet, who could have anticipated that Quirrell would be incapable of playing wizard's chess? Voldemort came to a profound realization. To show mercy to others was to be cruel to oneself. Allowing such a wretch to serve him had been his gravest error. Thus began Voldemort's rapid course of action through Quirrell's body. Wizard's chess? A mere moment. Potions? Unnecessary. Traversing flames? A trivial task. Upon entering the next chamber, Voldemort felt the toll on Quirrell's body intensifying, prompting him to retreat within the recesses of Quirrell's mind. As he would still need the wretch to fulfill his purpose of escape. Surely, he could manage to flee, Voldemort thought, dismissing the thought as absurd. His focus shifted to the mirror before him. Hurry, the Philosopher's Stone must be within. Voldemort urged Quirrell, his heart brimming with twisted exhilaration. As Quirrell approached the mirror, he beheld himself, adored by the masses, standing beside his master, a figure of unparalleled power. Unable to suppress a foolish grin, Voldemort found himself at a loss for words regarding this imbecile. It was common knowledge that the singularity of this mirror was inherently ominous. Yet he approached it without any form of protection? Quirrell felt a sharp pain at the back of his head, jolting him into clarity. Master, how do we retrieve the stone? I see it, but cannot grasp it. He had just witnessed himself cradling a crimson gem, a tribute to his master. That had to be the Philosopher's Stone. Voldemort's patience thinned. Do you think I appear as one who can see? Fool, remove the headscarf. Quirrell slowly peeled back the fabric, revealing not the back of his head, but another visage altogether. The face was pale and ghastly, devoid of color, as if it had emerged from the depths of the underworld. Two elongated eyes glimmered with an eerie red light, exuding a chilling aura. Where a nose should have been, there lay a gaping fissure, reminiscent of a twisted serpent, instilling terror. When Harry entered, he found himself confronted by that very face. His pupils contracted. Clearly, this visage was beyond comprehension. Voldemort, too, noticed Harry's arrival, slowly drawing forth a malevolent smile. Look, it's our boy who miraculously survived. Just in time. I require your assistance. Chapter 65, The Death of Quirrell. Harry and Hermione, aware of the entire sequence of challenges, navigated the potion room with ease. They understood that only Harry could proceed, as Professor Snape had already provided him with the potion. The shelves were lined with poisons. Hermione had initially proposed entering together in the headmaster's office, but Dumbledore had vetoed the suggestion. I understand your determination to protect your friend, but do you truly grasp the nature of the adversary you face? He regarded the children with a grave expression. This is not a mere professor from your school. He may strike before you even realize, ending your lives. Harry steeled himself for the confrontation with Quirrell, unwavering in his resolve. He exhaled heavily. And what of you? Are you truly prepared to confront Voldemort and bear the weight of taking a life? Dumbledore's gaze swept over Hermione, Ron, and Neville, his eyes shadowed with complexity. He had previously permitted these children to embark on their adventures, fully aware they carried Draco's defensive artifacts. Furthermore, he believed Quirrell was not an entity that necessitated elimination. After all, keeping him alive would facilitate the extraction of useful information. However, events unfolded beyond Dumbledore's anticipation. Now, Quirrell could no longer survive, even for Draco's sake. He must perish. In the face of such reality, the children appeared bewildered. They seemed not to comprehend the implications of the future they had just heard. Rather, they perceived it as a game, with Voldemort as the ultimate boss. Observing the silent figures of Hermione and the others, Dumbledore felt a surge of concern. Were these children truly prepared to confront death? Did they understand the brutality and severity of battle? This was not a turn-based duel akin to their school games. It was a matter of life and death, requiring them to exert their utmost effort and strike when their opponent let their guard down. Harry locked eyes with Voldemort, silent. Prior to entering, he had cast a reconnaissance spell, aware that Uncle Lucius and his godfather were nearby. He paid them no mind, focusing intently on Quirrell's direction, where two contrasting lights, one black, one yellow, coexisted within Quirrell's form, the yellow light notably dimmer. Yet, he demanded more than mere dimness. Voldemort, receiving no response, felt an uncharacteristic sense of awkwardness. What is happening? Have I lost all semblance of intimidation? This visage he had seen before, and to be candid, he found it quite appealing. However, this incompetent subordinate was utterly terrified. He harbored a certain admiration for this savior. Indeed, he was far superior to his inept follower. Very well, I commend you. The great Dark Lord is willing to offer you an opportunity for fealty, provided you procure the Philosopher's Stone for me. Yet, before he could finish, a green light surged towards him, and Voldemort's eyes widened to nearly twice their size. From within the emerald radiance, he beheld Harry's eerily serene face and the white orb that had silently merged with the ground in his hand. Quirrell, still glancing furtively behind him, hastily dodged, his forehead dripping with cold sweat. That was close. He nearly met his end. What was happening? Wasn't this the savior? Why did he raise his hand without uttering a word and cast an Avada Kedavra? It was evident that Malfoy hadn't learned this from Dumbledore, had he? Harry, on the other hand, did not perceive that a single strike could obliterate Quirrell and Voldemort. Quirrell might be inept, but Voldemort most certainly was not. Voldemort, incensed, thought it was merely a stroke of luck that he had been bested once. Did Harry genuinely believe he could vanquish the great Dark Lord? Harry Potter, do you think I would hesitate to kill you? Voldemort's countenance darkened, though his deathly pallor made it difficult to discern. Harry seemed unfazed by Voldemort's words. He simply raised his hand calmly, unleashing another Avada Kedavra aimed directly at Voldemort. This time, however, Voldemort was prepared. He commandeered Quirrell's body, nimbly evading while hurling taunts. Harry was acutely aware that villains often fell victim to their loquacity, thus he took the initiative, relentlessly casting Avada Kedavra to probe Voldemort's defenses. He disregarded Voldemort's raucous jeers and challenges, focusing solely on the battle. At that moment, the entire space was nearly suffocated by a verdant glow. The four spectators, each wearing different expressions, were all gravely concerned. Dumbledore was anxious, fearing that Harry's burgeoning hatred would gradually corrode his soul, as excessive use of dark magic could distort one's very essence. Lucius and Snape, however, were devoid of such concerns, knowing their own. They were simply afraid for Harry's safety. As for Grindelwald, he found himself at a loss for words, for at that instant, he could scarcely distinguish whether the figure before him was the Savior or the Dark Lord. "Are you angry?" Voldemort inquired, somewhat astonished. He had expected his words to provoke an emotional outburst from Harry, yet this boy displayed an uncanny calmness, devoid of even the slightest reaction. Had Voldemort suddenly come to a realization? His long-dormant mind began to whirl as though a rusted machine had been reignited. In no time, he discerned the crux of the matter, a malicious and contemptuous smile gradually spreading across his lips. "For that little Malfoy?" he murmured, his tone dripping with unmasked derision. He keenly noted Harry's brief pause, and his heart swelled with pride. Voldemort's laughter grew increasingly maniacal, echoing throughout the space, sending chills down spines. He relished this moment of triumph, for he was aware that he had struck at Harry's most vulnerable core. Yet, contrary to Voldemort's expectations, Harry did not succumb to anger at the Dark Lord's mockery. He simply halted his movements, standing there resolutely, his gaze fixed on Voldemort, with an unyielding flame igniting in his eyes. "Do you care for that little Malfoy?" Voldemort's voice slithered through the darkness, imbued with a disquieting calm. He approached Harry slowly, his footsteps nearly inaudible, yet each seemed to tread upon Harry's heart. Indeed, the Malfoy lineage is known for their beguiling visages. Voldemort's gaze swept over Harry, his eyes akin to a blade coated in poison, causing a chill to creep up Harry's spine. "I dare say our little Draco is likely slumbering there, never to awaken again." "Ha ha ha." Voldemort erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, reverberating throughout the chamber, instilling terror in all who heard. As the laughter subsided, Voldemort's eyes fixated on Harry's clenched hand around his wand, glimmering with malice. "You pitiful wretch, do you still not comprehend your predicament? Do you believe you can defy me?" Voldemort scoffed. "Let me see just how formidable you truly are." Avada Kedavra! Harry was violently hurled backward, his wand lost to the shadows. Gritting his teeth, he glared at Voldemort with a seething hatred. "You shall not utter Draco's name. You do not deserve." He bore the pain with a clenched fist. Such a touching bond. Voldemort mused softly, his scarlet eyes fixated on Harry, revealing a subtle yet perceptible admiration. "I genuinely admire you. Should you choose to follow me, I would divulge the means to save Draco without reservation. How does that sound? A tempting offer, is it not?" Harry merely glared at Voldemort, silent in his refusal. Voldemort, seemingly unfazed by Harry's voiceless rejection, instead harbored a deep appreciation for this savior who, despite enduring the Cruciatus curse, could still maintain eye contact and converse with him. "Originally, I intended to eliminate Draco Malfoy," Voldemort murmured, "yet my loyal subordinate seems to have misconstrued my intentions. However, that is of little consequence. As long as you submit to me, I may still grant him clemency." At that moment, Voldemort transformed into a long silent confessor, his thoughts spilling forth. "Draco Malfoy, what a kind and innocent child he is. Kind to his peers, respectful to his elders. He bears no resemblance to the typical Malfoy." Voldemort's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. In his eyes, Harry had exhausted any hope of resistance. After all, who could truly withstand the might and majesty of such a formidable Dark Lord? Voldemort was utterly confident that Harry would eventually relent, succumbing to become his follower. "I am aware that you possess the protective enchantments of this school. I envy you, for we lacked such safeguards in our time. Had it not been for the troll incident that revealed my loyal subordinate's suspicions, I might still be oblivious to how to counteract these protective spells." He produced a black stone, the Philosopher's Stone. This stone can diminish the efficacy of the protective magic. However, it comes at a steep price and is exceedingly rare, typically found only within ancient and pureblood families. Thus, when my subordinate encountered Draco Malfoy alone, he seized the opportunity and successfully cursed him. He fixed his gaze on Harry, locking onto him intently. "Is it not clear that fate itself is aiding me?"